Chapter 131. Perfect Cell. Cell's body was glowing brightly as his ki started leaking out of his body. With a ki burst, a shockwave pushed the air and the ground outwards. Piccolo and Trunks shielded their eyes from the intense light. Cell's body started changing as it started to grow in size. His muscles expanded, and his overall look changed. Arcs of lightning popped into existence all around his body as he completed his transformation. He reached his semi-prefect from and was only one step away from reaching perfection. Future 18 was shocked at the strength this creature had shown after absorbing her brother. She couldn't believe what was happening. They were having fun just a moment ago until Trunks had arrived much stronger than before. He easily beat them and now has thrown them as food to some monster. Even Piccolo, who she killed, was alive and well. She didn't understand anything that was going on. She was trembling all over from terror. She gritted her teeth and came to a quick decision. She could only think about getting away as far and fast as she could possibly be. She quickly created distance, making her best to escape by diving into the ocean. Cell obviously noticed her escape, but was merely looking at his fist as he clenched it. He was leisurely spectating his body, adapting to it. Trunks and Piccolo saw her escape, but didn't move a single muscle. Cell looked up towards the two. "You let her escape? I thought you would help me become perfect," Cell said with a smile. "Humph. We already brought them unconscious to your feet, and you still let one flee. Go fetch her yourself." Piccolo growled before sitting down on a rock meditating. Trunks only crossed his arms while watching Cell closely. "Oh my, you don't have to be so moody. Ha ha ha. You should be happy. This is a great opportunity. You will be the first two who will see this perfect being." Cell quickly dashed off with a smile on his face. Never would he have imagined that after killing Trunks, another version would help him achieve his goal. It was truly ironic. Maybe I should thank Broly for indirectly helping him. Ha ha ha, Cell thought as he happily searched for future 18. Piccolo and Trunks saw how he flew after 18 and quietly followed. Although they looked disinterested to follow, they still had to make sure that Cell wouldn't risk anyone's life. Trunks took out what looked like a dragon radar with only a single blinking point on it. It was something that future Bulma had invented after analyzing the unconscious androids, in case they needed to locate the other androids. Trunks looked at the direction 18 was heading and started frowning slightly. A few hundred kilometers away, future 18 jumped out of the water and landed on an island. "Hi, I have to get to a city, hide among the people." Surely Trunks and Piccolo wouldn't allow Cell to clear that area. She was fully aware of tactics to lure people out, and the best way was just to bomb the area. The target wouldn't stay in the explosion and directly flee. She had done it numerous times with her brother as she was hunting humans. Trunks had always tried his best to help the humans escape. Now she counted on this trait of Trunks. 18. "Where are you, my dear? Your brother is waiting." Ha ha ha. She looked into the distance and saw a small, approaching her position quickly. She couldn't believe how quickly that monster was moving. She saw how Cell throw a ki blast at a nearby island. With a huge explosion, the island was immediately pulverized. She quickly looked around, hoping to find a nearby city, but she couldn't find anything. She hastily looked around until she found a small village. She barely saw 100 villagers, but this was better than nothing. Without hesitation, she quickly entered the ocean and headed there underwater, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Suddenly, a golden light beamed past her just a meter in front of her. A huge explosion followed which flung her out of the water. She heavily landed back on the island. She was slightly dizzy but could still tell what was being said. "Thank you, Trunks." She almost got to that settlement. Now 18. Ready to be absorbed? She could hear how that monster was slowly walking towards her. This was the end. There was no escaping it. She thought about calling for help, but who would be able to help? Who was willing? Trunks, who she had tormented for years and killed all his friends and former teacher, or Piccolo, who she had personally killed? The answer was obvious. Her mind was filled with despair. She couldn't even start crying as she was picked up by Cell, who was relishing in the sight of her. He could see her unwillingness to be absorbed and struggle for a bit, but in front of his newly attained strength, she was easily overwhelmed. She wailed around, but she had no chance against Cell. Without a hitch, Cell absorbed her. After 18 was absorbed, Cell's body once again shone brightly. This time it was more intense as more energy was being leaked. Increasingly more energy was exuded by Cell until a green sphere formed around him. The sheer energy being exuded attracted the lightning from the near clouds. The energy quickly covered the whole planet as Cell's energy kept increasing. More dark clouds formed in the air. Waterspouts appeared all around the island and the wind was storming. Lightning repeatedly hit the sphere. It was like the end of the world has finally come. Only Cell's shadow could be seen through the sphere while he was transforming. This took a few moments until all the energy was retracted to Cell and shot back up into the sky in a bright flash like a grand explosion. A short moment later, the light dimmed, and Cell's figure appeared once again. It was glowing in a green hue. The glow stopped and for the first time revealed his perfect form to this universe. He quietly started expecting his arm and punched out a couple of times as he felt the changes. With every second, he felt more satisfied with this new body he had gained. He took a deep breath. At last, the perfect being has been born. The moment he said that, an arrogant expression formed on his face. He looked at Piccolo and Trunks. He knew he could stomp them into the ground if he wanted to. But, although I am perfect, I need more time to adapt to this body and accumulate more power. I have infinite potential and my strength is already monstrous. But still, this won't be enough to defeat that monster named Broly. Don't you want to show me now how to become stronger? Cell asked teasingly, looking at Piccolo, who was slightly sweating. Trunks was gritting his teeth and clenching his fist. If it weren't for the threat Broly posed, he would never allow Cell to advance. Follow me. Without waiting for a response, Piccolo headed off towards the lookout. For another year, he would accompany Cell into the hyperbolic time chamber and train him. With this he may create a monster they all wouldn't be able to defeat. But this had to be done if they wanted to survive this. Besides, he could tell by what Cell said that his target wasn't only Broly's followers, but Broly himself. The human fighters had already exited the room and were taking deep breaths on the lookout. They then saw how Piccolo and Trunks landed on the lookout with a tall being following them. It was clear to them that this had to be Cell. Cell didn't hide his strength and was intimidating the fighters. Vegeta leaned against a wall, looking over. Even he felt slightly threatened by Cell, but as soon as he went inside the room again, he would surpass them all. Vegeta firmly believed this. After he had heard what Kakarot had said, he pondered over its feasibility to make Super Saiyan into a natural state. Although he hated to admit it, Kakarot was most likely right, proven by Goku's strength. Besides, he had no other approach on increasing his strength. He could as well try it. The androids had come a few days later and went inside the room of spirit and time as well. Days passed with them all taking turns to train. Broly's senses had already covered the whole planet and beyond, reaching into space. Nothing could escape him anymore. He had already noticed Taro and A's arrival a day ago. They had let him be after seeing how he was still immersed in his training. The day of his little game had already arrived. He also knew that Goku and Gohan still had to come out of their training session. The other Z-fighters, Cell and the androids, were already waiting in an awkward silence. Although the time passed quickly for Broly, he knew the day for the battle had arrived. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Without saying anything, he snatched away the food out of Taro's hands again. Hey dash, Broly ignored Taro's complaints as he suddenly noticed something. He fixed his attention to a few thousand kilometers away. This might cause some problems. Contrasting to his words, Broly was grinning ferociously. His gaze locked onto the direction like a beast looking at his prey. Chapter 132. First Little Bout. He noticed them approach. He quickly conjured up a small, elevated stage for his own group to stand on when they weren't fighting. He capsuled the stage with a simple protection spell, which could handle mostly magic attacks and stray energy. After gobbling up the rest of the meat he had stolen from Taro and finishing the stage, he went back to the middle of the arena. He had locked onto the ones who were approaching with his senses. By now his sensing skills weren't comparable to before. Although now he didn't cover the whole planet, a few hundred kilometers were easily manageable with a bit of concentration. If he wanted to use it in battle without affecting his concentration at all, he could at most effectively use it in a periphery of a few dozens of kilometers. This might sound a lot for the average being in the universe, but for mighty fighters like Broly in high-level battles, this would only give him a slight edge. In the time he had trained his senses, the army of the earth had come and bombarded him, but neither him nor the stage had sustained any damage. After seeing no effect, they had sent the strongest man on earth. Now while Broly was waiting for the Z-fighters, Satan had stepped on the arena, saying something about today's the day he would teach Broly a lesson. Broly first ignored him, but as soon as Satan touched, in Satan's perspective punched him, he gave him a glare. Satan was immediately overwhelmed by the aura Broly was releasing. He felt like he died numerous times with that single glare. His knees started shaking until he collapsed to the ground. He was so terrified that he started leaking. Broly released a ki burst, sending Satan flying before he could sully his arena. From the impact alone, normal people would have died, but Satan was good in taking a beating, so he probably survived. Not that Broly really cared. What he did care, however, were the people Satan had brought with him. Broly only glanced at the humans who were hiding behind a rock. Suddenly, the camera was being pulled out of the cameraman's hands and flew on its own directly onto the stage, where Taro and A's were waiting on. The camera pointed to the arena. Broly didn't like the fact that Satan was partly responsible for the public ignorance towards ki, especially in face of the crisis named Cell. Maybe this event would have given birth to a new era. Although in Broly's eyes the Earthlings aren't worth mentioning, but perhaps with time, they would become a strong force to be reckoned with. He thought about how Krillin, Yamcha, or Tien in the future were easily able to handle the former Saiyans, who had conquered numerous planets. Even someone like Frieza, who ruled over a part of a galaxy, would be no match against them. Either way, He just thought it would be interesting to see the changes on Earth if he showed the general public what was possible. With everything set up, he only waited for the participants to arrive. A few dozens of minutes later, Goku and Piccolo's son had exited the room of spirit and time, and shortly after, headed together with the rest to his location. After arriving, they directly landed just outside of the arena. I have to say, I quite like your simplistic style, Cell said as he inspected the corner pillars. The Z fighters, mostly the human fighters, were quite tense. The Saiyans were more relaxed but still solemn. This was the same for the androids. Cell was probably the only one who seemed unconcerned. Even Vegeta didn't show any arrogance, just his usual resting bitch face. There were 14 people total in Goku's group. Seeing everyone arrive, Broly spoke out. Now the warriors of this planet have finally arrived to fight for their survival. I'm sure the lot of you are excited about the upcoming battles, but I have to make some rules. Seeing that you have arrived with 14 people planning to fight against my 2 followers, I have to balance the situation a bit. If you just engage with each other without rules, I am afraid that Earth wouldn't exist tomorrow, Broly said with a grin. Earth fighters had appropriate angry expression. Broly implied that without his help, even with more people they would definitely lose. How much did he look down at them? Vegeta and Cell were especially angry, holding back, not to rush at Broly and attack him. First, the basics. If you are killed or give up, you are out of this little game. If you are being thrown out of the arena or you lost conscious, you lost the match, but after healing up you can try your luck again. You all have 2 tries. Of course, this rule only applies to you. My followers won't be giving some magical medicine as well, Broly said while glancing at the small bag on Krillin's waist. The number of people in the arena can be decided by the participants. If you suddenly want to help out your mate, you can, but you can't go back outside as that would mean you give up. You can also fly. There aren't any boundaries to speak of in the air. Now, if you are ready, you can start. After saying that, Broly flew to the stage with the camera. Earth's fighters were shocked at the rules. They could basically constantly send in as many people as they wanted until they defeated one of Broly's followers. Even if they are knocked out, they could try again later. These rules benefited them too greatly. Of course, the premise is that they make it out alive. Vegeta's face distorted in anger. He thinks we are just some children who can't fight. I will show you who the real king is, Broly. Cell's face was solemn. Not only him, but everyone knew what this implied. Either Broly severely underestimated them, or he was just that confident in his followers. They knew that he shouldn't know about the hyperbolic time chamber, so they hoped it was the former, but a feeling told them that this wasn't the case. Without saying anything, Ace jumped inside the arena. He would be the first opponent for them. These rules had disrupted their combat order a bit, so they quickly gathered together before deciding who to send in first. After conversing with each other, they sent in their first fighters. That's right. From the start, they sent more than one. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien. They were basically the weakest of them with the exception of Tien. Tien's Tri-Beam was a strong attack, not to be underestimated. Broly also noticed how the androids had repositioned himself slightly. They would be ready to help them out at any moment. The 3 positioned themselves in a triangle with Tien at the front. They all took in their battle stances. Even Ace took on one as well, but this didn't mean much. He was always one who didn't play around much. Of course, he himself had pride. Broly wondered when he would go Super Saiyan. Broly raised his arms forwards. Let the fight for survival begin. Broly swung down his arm. At the moment he did, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha stomped the ground, propelling themselves forwards. Ace was quietly observing their movement. Krillin and Yamcha stomped the ground again and quickly headed at Ace from the sides. Tien was the first to come in striking range. He stabbed out with his fingers, directly at Ace's eyes. Ace tilted head slightly and reached out for Tien's arm. Yamcha and Krillin were about to reach him as well. Ace pulled Tien in front of Krillin, while diverting Yamcha's kick with a simple palm strike. While Krillin crashed into Tien, Ace moved out. His palm followed along Yamcha's leg, directly landing on his stomach. Yamcha instantly coughed out blood as he was sent flying like a meteor. His body generated a visible air shockwave as he flew out of the ring. Ace noticed the key fluctuations behind him. He quickly jumped up, evading a key disc. Before he could relax, the disc took a sharp turn as it followed Ace into the air. Ace shot a key blast at it, instantly destroying it. He suddenly sensed something above him. He quickly looked up and saw how Tien put his palms facing himself next to his face. Solar flare. A bright light completely blinded Ace. While he was blinded, a voice rang out not far from Tien's position. Ka-me-a-me. Ace noticed the key being gathered and directly turned Super Saiyan. Hiya! Before the attack could hit him, a barrier formed around Ace. Ace, still hovering in air, was pushing against the attack. Because his strength was immensely more powerful than Krillin's, he easily withstood it. Ace slowly regained his eyesight, but Tien didn't let him any time to fully adapt. Tribium. A short beam directly landed on Ace's barrier. This was Tien's strongest attack. Even against stronger people, it would be somewhat effective, but the difference here was too great.
Trivium.
Even together they couldn't push him out of bounds, let alone hurt him, but it seemed that was something they expected. 16, 17, and 18 positioned themselves next to the two human fighters and gathered immense energy into their arms. 16 had detached both of his underarms and pointed it at Ace. With a flash, 3 additional lights headed at Ace, who had finally fully regained his sight. Seeing the 3 new participants join in, he only furrowed his eyebrows. His ki started rising dramatically until lightning arcs appeared all over his body and his hair became even spikier. The barrier moved between him and the attacks. Ace put out his arms and released even more energy as he put everything into the barrier that now turned into bright sun. He converted his barrier into an attack. With a burst, it suddenly pushed away the other attacks, transforming into quick-moving beam, instantly enveloping Earth's fighters. The beam only lasted an instant, but afterwards 6 smoking figures fell motionless to the ground. Without anything catching them, they heavily landed on the arena. They all had large burn marks all over them, and 16's body was opened and had many metal parts revealed to the outside. They were in no condition to fight anymore. Krillin and Tien had already fainted. The androids were still conscious, but it was already clear who won this first little bout. Chapter 133. Gohan goes in. Ace looked indifferently at their figures. He calmly landed on the arena. In the meantime, Broly looked at Krillin and Tien and shot them off the arena with an invisible shockwave. They quickly exited the arena and were caught by Trunks and Goku. Broly didn't shoot the others out as they were still conscious. The only way this could conclude was for them to give up or to simply die. Either option was not something they could afford. The androids were slowly getting up, seemingly wanting to continue fighting, but seeing how clumsily they got up, it was clear there wasn't much reason for them to even try. Hee, you aren't as strong as you portray yourself, 17 spat out. By now they could somewhat gauge the strength of Broly's followers' power level. The reason why the weakest of the group started their attack was to see how Ace would handle them. If he could beat them in their base form, there wouldn't be much hope for the Z fighters, but now seeing Ace transforming twice to handle their sneak attack gave them confidence to succeed. Ace's indifferent expression turned into a cold smile. He pointed his palm at the 3 androids. Visible golden ki arcs traveled to his arm. In front of his palm, his ki gathered to a small sphere. The expression of the androids changed. Seeing this, they sensed the immense ki being gathered. The Z fighters' eyes widened as well. Even Cell was deeply frowning. You were saying? Without waiting for a response, the sphere burst open and numerous thin beams shot out as a result. They almost instantaneously reached the 3. Each of them suddenly released all their remaining energy into a barrier around them. The barrier held together for a second before easily being pierced by a beam. After one went through, their barrier shattered. Their bodies were completely exposed to the remaining beams that directly pierced through their bodies without resistance. After piercing through their bodies, the beams flew past the shocked spectators and obliterated mountains in the background. The androids were flung outside the arena with numerous small holes all over their bodies. They were already close to death, but Jine quickly reached them and fed them a healing capsule, barely saving them. Although she was able to heal 17 and 18 with the healing capsules, 16 wasn't human, he was a machine. A healing capsule wouldn't do jack. His energy was rapidly depleting through the created leaks all over his body. Please win, protect the ear dash. Mid-sentence 16's eyes dimmed, and his voice stopped. Gohan looked blankly at 16's motionless body. Broly observed Gohan. In the last week, Broly was able to see everything on the lookout. He knew that the two have befriended themselves with each other in the short time. The androids had visited them for training. Gohan suddenly shouted out. His ki rose rapidly, easily entering Super Saiyan, but his power was still increasing, showing no sign of stopping. Everyone looked at Gohan, who was losing himself in rage. His ki crushed the stones around him and arcs of lightning appeared on his body. His hair rose further to the sky, and with a golden light burst, all around him were pushed back. Gohan was ascending. Broly was smiling as he saw how easily Gohan was entering ascended Super Saiyan. This wasn't his first time. He had transformed into that form. Broly thought as he looked at Goku, who was just staring back. This only confirmed Broly's assumption. Both of them have reached that level. You will pay for that. Gohan's raging voice sounded out. The others were surprised by the sudden increase in strength. Without caring for their reactions, Gohan directly dashed onto the arena. With a stomp on the ground, Gohan's body propelled forwards. Ace squinted his eyes. Instead of backing away, Ace took on a battle stance waiting for Gohan to reach him. Gohan was only a meter away from Ace before he suddenly disappeared, only to appear behind Ace. Gohan kicked out like a whip towards Ace's lower back. How naive. Ace backflipped, easily evading Gohan's kick. Ace stomped down hard at Gohan's back head. As soon as he made contact, Ace's eyes constricted. His foot phased through Gohan's head. Surprisingly, Gohan appeared behind him again, but before he could strike, A's vanished. At high speed, they tried dozens of times a second to breach through their opponent's defense. Explosion-like collision sounded out, devastating the environment around the arena without touching it directly. The spectating Z-Fighters' eyes were seemingly looking at random places in the air all the time. Even they were barely able to follow the fight. The ground burst open, clouds dispersed through the shockwaves, and from time to time, complete mountains were covered in intense light. For the Earthlings watching the fight through the TV, this was simply a battle of gods. A battle so terrifying that they tried to convince themselves that this was all fake. But the tremors seemingly tried to make them realize that this was the brutal reality. Gohan, like a meteor, shot to the arena. He was too fast to stop and landed heavily on the arena. He bounced a couple of meters before stopping himself with all four of his limbs. Now that he stopped, everyone saw his condition clearly. He had several bruises all over, but one of his arms was particularly injured. Half of his underarm was covered by his blood. A's slowly landed a few meters away. His armor had some cracks in it, but he himself was mostly uninjured. It was clear as day that A's was far above Gohan, be it power itself or their martial experience. Jine suddenly transformed into a beam, directly heading for the stage, wanting to confront A's. She couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't just watch as her grandchild was beaten up. "Mom, he is a warrior, don't dishonor him." Raditz shouted out and intercepted her. Jine was shocked at the sudden appearance. "Raditz, he is just a child. We have T-dash. Mom, don't." No matter his age, he is a Saiyan warrior, who has trained for 2 years for this day. Now his friend was killed, and it's his obligation to take revenge. Raditz spoke out without room for negotiation. Jine looked back at Goku for support, but he just ignored her. He stood there with crossed arms as he looked at his son's struggle against A's. Kamehameha. Gohan's Kamehameha brightened up the surroundings in a blue hue as it directly headed for A's. Grahahaha. A's stopped the advancing Kamehameha wave with both his hands. His ki flared up, covering half the arena. Veins on his forehead and on his arms bulged. A's swung his arms upwards, sending the wave attack above his head. The ki beam was redirected into the sky. Boom! In the sky, the ki attack exploded. The sky was lit up for seconds before it finally dimmed again. "Not bad, kiddo." A's immediately appeared in front of Gohan, who was extremely shocked. A's took on a full power attack of his and redirected it without a single scratch. While Gohan was distracted for a split second, A's crouched down and punched out while looking coldly into Gohan's eyes. Gohan's back deformed as if A's hand was going to pierce it any second. The air was instantly punched out of him. Gohan took several steps backwards, covering his stomach with his hands. He was clearly in immense pain and was barely able to breathe. He could only take short breaths as he staggered back. Ace didn't hesitate to follow up. Gohan wasn't able to resist, even if he saw the knee closing in on his face. He was sent flying parallel to the ground by the impact, quickly approaching the edges of the arena. Ace appeared a few meters in the flying path, and as Gohan passed him, he elbowed him into the ground. Gohan immediately spewed out blood and downgraded to his base. He was struggling to move, wanting to stand up, but only a few fingers on one of his arms were able to move. Not giving up, even though you are clearly outmatched? So, be it. Ace stretched out a palm at the lying Gohan. A ki sphere was quickly created in his palm and shot out. The ground cracked slightly from the attack and started smoking due to the high temperature from the attack. The crack was right next to Gohan's head. Ace's arm was being firmly held by Goku. In the last moment, Goku had appeared and redirected the attack, before Ace could finish Gohan. Ace's eyes squinted slightly, but he didn't say anything. He yanked out his arm and took a few steps back. Goku suddenly looked at Broly. Does it matter who knocked one of us out of the ring to have another chance? Goku gave Broly a meaningful glance. Broly smiled. Of course not. Good. Goku picked up Gohan and threw him off the arena. Raditz caught him and quickly fed him a healing capsule. Ace, is it? Let me tell you, you will lose against me. Goku said solemnly. It was clear he wasn't speaking nonsense, he meant business. Chapter 134, Goku vs. Ace. Try me. Ace snorted. Goku just grinned and then crossed his arms in front of him. His ki started rising, directly entering Super Saiyan, but like Gohan, his ki rose with no sign of stopping. The only difference to his son was that his ki rose far more quickly. His ki reached a critical point. He suddenly uncrossed his arms. With a gigantic burst, his power rose to another level. The created shockwave sent everything around away. Even the arena cracked under his feet. The ki he was releasing was ridiculous. The spectators were shocked seeing this. They shielded themselves from the onslaught of stray energy. Just the pressure he was releasing was enormous. Vegeta was gritting his teeth. Him too. Vegeta had made tremendous progress in his second time in the training chamber, but compared to Goku's strength, it wasn't mentionable. Cell was frowning. Like Vegeta, he made good progress and was confident on taking on Gohan, but Goku on the other hand. It was difficult to say. If there was a difference in power, it was negligible. Goku's hair stood on end, and the high concentration of energy created lightning that swirled around his body. Goku took in his battle stance with one arm close to the ground, in front of him and one behind, above his head. Contrasting to the shocked expression of the spectators, Aiz was looking at Goku indifferently. He stretched out an arm towards Goku and one close to the side of his face. Aiz lowered his body slightly, steadying his body and ki. Goku seemed like a violent river, while Aiz stood there like a boulder, cemented to the ground. For the outsiders, it looked like an unstoppable force was about to collide with an immovable object. Both of them didn't move. The atmosphere was tense until a small rock nearby rolled of a small rise. The atmosphere seemed to have been ripped and only a whooshing tone sounded out, followed with a loud bang. Goku's body had vanished from the spot, instantly arriving in front Aiz and punched out. Aiz had only moved slightly, blocking the strike to his face with his underarm. For a second, they stayed in that position like a grand stature. Their ki intertwined and fought against each other. It was just a single second where they didn't move, and their gazes met. The next second, they both disappeared, followed with numerous bangs that overlapped with each other. Shockwave after shockwave, parts of the arena were pulverized. The clouds had long been forcefully dispersed. The Z-fighters had to distance themselves slightly. Cell's frown was deepening. The intensity of the fight kept increasing. They all slowly understood for themselves that Goku was probably the strongest of them, and if he lost, they wouldn't be able to handle Aiz. Although Goku was confident in winning, and he indeed was much stronger than everyone expected, so was Aiz. He didn't seem to have problems keeping up with Goku, and his martial experience was superb. If Goku lost, they wouldn't be able to win, since Aiz wasn't the only follower they were fighting against. Taro didn't go on the arena yet, since he knew Aiz would be able to handle all of them. Now he had stopped eating and stood up, intently observing the fight. Seeing the increase of Goku's strength that had accrued in just 2 weeks confused him greatly. How did he improve this quickly? From what I had sensed when you two were fighting 2 weeks ago, he wasn't even able to reach the next level. Now he not only reached it, but his strength had increased tremendously. HM? Didn't I tell you? They have a room where on day outside equals 1 year inside. They used it to train for the last 2 weeks. Well, one person can only enter twice for now. What? Seriously, what a hack. Taro watched the fight again, while biting off a steak from time to time. Why are you always eating? Broly looked at Taro speechlessly. Although he was a Saiyan, he didn't need to eat constantly. Gulp. This T-Rex steak is just too awesome. I can't get enough. Taro said happily while lifting it into the air like it was a divine object. You have to fight soon, don't overeat. Broly said before focusing on the fight again. Piccolo immediately told the others telepathically about the fact that Taro would step in soon. After hearing that, Raditz, Jine, Trunk, Vegeta, Cell, and the now-healed Gohan prepared themselves mentally. How does he know about the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo thought as he looked at Broly, who suddenly returned the stare. Piccolo frowned after seeing and hearing Broly whisper to him. Good luck. Does he know that I could hear him? Piccolo thought. Goku saw an opening in Ai's defense and directly closed in to abuse it. He punched out, aiming at Ai's stomach. Goku's fist turned into a light beam and connected, but not with Ai's stomach. Aiz had raised his knee, intercepting the punch, and pushed against it. Goku knew he couldn't advance and retracted his arm. Aiz saw this and followed Goku's arm with his leg. He extended his leg that was just used for defending and struck at Goku's shoulder. Goku wasn't able to lean backwards in time and was struck badly. Goku's shoulder immediately started bleeding. A hole has been formed by the attack just now. Aiz's foot was enveloped with a ki, forming a point to easily pierce his opponent's defense. Goku was confident in taking punches and kicks with his body, but the method Aiz used would quickly bleed him out if he was struck more often by such an attack. Goku's skin and muscles were like paper in front of those attacks. Fortunately for Goku, the extensions weren't that long, otherwise his shoulder would be completely useless now. It felt like the attacks were extremely hardened, so it wouldn't collapse on contact if it met something incredibly sturdy, but what kind of person would have such a skin that would need attacks like that? Goku didn't think about it anymore and closed in again with a flying knee. Aiz blocked it with both his hands. Goku grinned seeing this. He thrusted his palm out with a small, almost unnoticeable ki sphere in it. His palm shot at Aiz's head and was about to connect. Aiz only sneered and opened his mouth wide. A ki sphere was quickly formed inside his mouth and shot out, meeting Goku's palm. A huge explosion enveloped the two. An instant later, 2 figures backed out quickly from the created smokescreen. Both flew around it and punched out. Their fists met, immediately dispersing the smokescreen to their side. Aiz thrusted out his other arm. Goku was about to meet it, but in the last moment dodged to the sides. TCH, you really like to cut people? Goku mumbled as he looked at the enveloped arm of Aiz. Once again, it just covered his arm, barely extending out. His arm had transformed to a blade. Ace pointed it at Goku and in the next instant arrived just a meter away. Ace thrusted his arm blade at Goku, who was only able to tilt his head slightly before backing up again. Goku felt the blood trickle down his cheek. It wasn't a deep cut, but it could have ended quite differently if he was just a fraction of a second too late. Goku wiped away the blood and held up both his arms in front of him into a stance. "You don't look so good. Didn't you say I would lose against you?" Ace said with no expression on his face. Goku only frowned as a response. He really thought that after seeing him struggle against Gohan's Kamehameha and falling for their sneak attack, he knew that Ace may be more powerful than him, but that wouldn't guarantee his win. From what he could tell, Ace was struggling with group fights and against his son. His one-on-one capabilities didn't seem that high either. But now he realized that he had severely underestimated him. Coupled with the progress in the time chamber, he was too sure in his victory. The key control of that guy is unreal and his adaptivity in close combat as well. He was very agile and could easily dodge a barrage of ki blasts. Until now he had to use mirage attacks, distraction, feints, and unconventional movement to get a solid hit in. Broly saw the frown on Goku's face and somewhat knew what he was thinking. Indeed, Ace's strong point wasn't to fight alone against many, as he usually has someone to back him up, but he was very capable in one-on-one fights. He wasn't a combat instructor of the new generation for no reason. That was also a reason why he only used the basics against Gohan. He probably unconsciously regarded him as one of his students and therefore didn't cut him up. To use sturdy and short ki blades was something he developed to fight Broly. Broly's bones were impossible for him to break and his skin dispersed all the energy, preventing any damage to his inner organs. The only way to inflict damage for someone weaker was to first cut open his skin, and one could then go from there. Of course, that was his theory, and until now, Ace wasn't able to do so. Really weird. Why is Cell fighting with the Z fighters? Either way, we will just proceed as planned. One figure contemplated out loud, while another was just listening and gave a slight nod. The two closed into the fighting arena without being seen. Chapter 135. Beam Struggle. Amazing. Goku was exhausted. He was heavily panting and his whole body trembled slightly. He had numerous cuts, holes and bruises all over his body. Some of the injuries were as long as 40 centimeters. He was standing on the arena, trying to catch his breath. Opposite of him was Ace, who had some bruises here and there, but nothing that could be said to be a serious injury. His breathing was as steady as before. Nothing indicated that he just had a devastating battle. Ace leaned slightly forward, preparing to dash at Goku and end this fight. But before he could do so, a blurry figure appeared a few meters beside him and with it, a dazzling light. "Ace!" A youthful voice sounded out. A blue beam headed right for Ace. The blazing beam distorted the air with its high temperature and caved in the white tiles on the ground. Ace wasn't able to dodge as it was already too close. "Tichiaka. Ah!" A barrier formed around Ace. It blocked the beam and broke it into several beams behind him. He saw the recovered Gohan gritting his teeth as he put all his might into this Kamehameha. Goku suddenly appeared beside him, nodded at his son, and then cupped his hands, drawing it to his side. Kamehameha. A similar but much stronger blue beam shot out, directly at Ace. In the flight it fused with Gohan's beam, forming a much bigger ki beam. Ace, with his barrier, was slightly pushed into the ground, forming a hole in the middle of the arena. Ace was slightly pushed closer to the edge of the arena. He was gritting his teeth as he resisted the fused beam. With more effort he managed to stop, coming to a standstill with the two ascended Super Saiyans. His vision was obstructed by the gigantic blue ki beam, and the wave attack sounded out right in his face, but that couldn't hinder his ability to hear what was going on the other side of the beam. He heard several voices and he instantly knew what was going on. Kamehameha. Final Flash. Masenko.
Makangsap. Maiden Blast.
Saturday Crush. Numerous ki beams headed towards Ace. They intermixed, turning into a rainbow-colored beam. It directly pulverizing the tiles as it pushed Ace further back. Taro suddenly appeared beside and looked at Ace, who was rapidly being pushed to the arena's boundary. "Need some help?" Taro asked teasingly and proceeded to gather ki in both of his palms. "Do I look like I need help?" The veins all over his body were already bulging, threatening to burst any second. "Hee. Solar Buster. Ah." He thrusted both his hands forwards, sending a bright golden ki beam directly against the fused beam. The beam from Taro was strong, but against the incoming attacks it was slightly pushed backwards. Ace took the short delay of the beam and gripped his wrist with his other hand and poured all his energy into his open palm. The energy made his hand completely golden with arcs of golden lightning coming out to his sides. Collapsing Star Burst. A thick beam instantly fused with Taro's and resisted the incoming attack. Although Ace was somewhat exhausted, with Taro, who didn't spend one bit of his attack until now, they were able to not only equal out the attack, but push it back. Taro, in raw power, was stronger than A's, but his strength in combat could be said to be less than his. In a beam struggle like this, he could show of his advantage. He started putting more energy into his attack, and like a pulse, A's and Taro's attack pushed the Z Fighter's attacks further back. But as they were fighting, Krillin approached Goku from the side and fed him a Senzu bean amidst the struggle. After eating the bean, his power had instantly been recovered, and without hesitation pushed everything inside his Kamehameha wave again. With the sudden boost, their beams steadily pushed Taro's and A's beam back. 17, 18, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien quickly joined the others and blasted an attack of their own against their opponents. At this point, the arena was already a mess. No tile remained at its spot at the onslaught of this clash of beams. The ground was utterly ruined. A giant crater was formed by the impact. Every stray energy completely obliterated everything it touched. Taro and A's were being pushed back. Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible for them to contend with the Z Fighters' combined force, but surprisingly, they were holding on longer than their opponents thought. After seeing A's struggle against the father-son Kamehameha, they quickly decided to strike, even if Taro still had yet to make a move. This was an opportune chance that they couldn't miss. Every second now, the two Saiyans were threatened to be enveloped by their opponent's beam, but strangely Taro started smiling. Life Force. Burn. Seeing the situation get out of their hands this quickly, Taro knew he had to go all out. To burn his life force was an ability he got after absorbing the Origin's blood crystal, boosting his strength tremendously for a short moment. Although he wasn't able to generate life force automatically like Broly, he could still accumulate it slowly. The struggle that seemed almost over was quickly reversed, and with a huge boost, Taro and A's beam overtook their opponent's beam easily, pushing all of them back. All 13 Earth's warrior were pushed back by the two followers of Broly. Any second now, and they would be completely obliterated. If they didn't die from this attack, they would be severely injured. Of course, if a healing capsule and Senzu beans survived this attack, they would be able to make a comeback. But this would surely be a major setback, and who knew if Taro or A's still had another ace up their sleeves. They desperately pushed back, but no matter how much they put into their attacks, it didn't seem they would prevail. Broly, who was calmly watching the struggle, started frowning. Seriously now? How unfortunate, just as they were about to win. As if his words were trigger, Cell's aura suddenly turned dark purple and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Like the struggle was nothing to worry about, Cell's increase easily pushed the beam away once again. Taro and A's were shocked, seeing the sudden increase in power. They couldn't believe that they still had that much power. The two were already pushing their ki to the max. There wasn't any reserves left. The ki beam overpowered theirs, and shortly after enveloped the two. The beam traveled further into the distance, carrying with it nothing but destruction. A devastating attack that could wipe out any star in the universe traveled into the empty star after leaving Earth. Huh. We did dash. Krillin shouted out but quickly stopped after looking at the spot Taro and A's struggled just a minute ago. The two of them were still there, kneeling on the ground. It was clear that they had completely exhausted themselves. A's even fell to the side. He couldn't even support his body slightly, only able to breathe. But what attracted their attention weren't the two defeated Saiyans, but the one that stood in front of them. A 3-meter giant with glowing green hair and deep dark green eyes. An almost transparent green barrier around the three slowly vanished into energy bits, flying off into the sky. The giant looked at them coldly, making them shiver, but they quickly realized something. He wasn't looking at them but behind the group. Goku and the others seemed to have sensed something and turned around. Standing on an elevated rock were two figures. A beautiful slender woman wearing a tight-fitting red and black bodysuit, showing off her curves. She had long white hair, light blue skin, and was holding a long staff. Slightly in front of her was a man. He had blue skin, white hair, and 2 lines going from his eyes over his cheeks to his jaw. He, as well, had a red bodysuit on with a white armor, with a symbol similar to infinity in the middle, on top of it, and cape-like pants covering his legs. As I thought you had already detected us. I am wondering why dash. She started speaking with a smile on her face, but before she could finish, Broly had raised his arms and shot out dozens of ki blast at once. Although he still had his eyes on her, his attack was not. Cell's eyes were bloodshot, and as soon as he saw the ki blast heading towards him, he fired off an instant Kamehameha, destroying the incoming attack. The two attacks neutralized themselves, but an instant later Broly sent out another volley. Cell sent out another attack to meet them as well, but Broly wasn't stopping as he quickly overwhelmed and drowned Cell in hundreds of ki blasts. With every ki blast, the earth trembled and the view on Cell was blocked out by the created smokescreen. Tawa and Mira, I give you 10 seconds to fuck off from my timeline. Chapter 136, Countdown. You know us? Tawa was shocked as at this time, no one should know of her. Not only wasn't she even born yet, she was from the demon realm as well, a realm sealed away from the rest of the universe. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to know them, even if this was a new timeline. 876. She was awakened by the countdown and smiled slightly after noticing that he ignored her question. It doesn't matter if you know who we are. We only need your energy. Tawa pointed her staff at Broly, and a dark purple energy immediately enveloped Broly. Broly just crossed his arms and continued to look at Tawa indifferently. The dark aura dissipated, not affecting Broly at all. Not affected by my magic, how could dash? 4. Tawa frowned as she listened to the countdown. She couldn't help but feel threatened by this version of Broly. She had already met one version on New Planet Vegeta a few years further in the past, but this one in front of her gave off a completely different vibe. He was far more dangerous and seemed hostile to them. 2. Mira, get rid of him. Tawa pointed at Broly. Without hesitation, Mira dashed at Broly. On the way, with a burst, his ki increased tremendously and his speed accelerated to a terrifying degree. No one of the Z fighters were able to follow his movements. Mira's fist passed Broly's head, which was slightly tilted to the side. Their eyes met, and the time seemed to have stopped. Mira suddenly widened his eyes as he looked down, seeing a fist deep in his stomach. 0. The next instant, his body shot back, but almost immediately stopped again. The momentum was terrifying, but he had already regained his bearing after a few dozen meters. Mira looked at Broly solemnly. He noticed that Broly's eyes had changed to a yellow color, but he quickly dismissed it. You are a lot stronger than your counterpart. This might be a small challenge. Broly suddenly vanished and reappeared in front of Mira and karate chopped at Mira's head, who raised one arm to meet and divert it to the side. As soon as Broly's attack met Mira, he realized his mistake. This wasn't an attack he could easily block. Mira knew there was not enough time to dodge, so he raised both his arms in order to block it. Mira kneeled down from the force and the surrounding ground was directly crushed, creating a rapidly expanding crater. Broly didn't wait for Mira and instantly shot at Mira's face with his knee. Mira's head was thrown back and his upper body bent backwards. He slid over the ground for a few meters before coming to a stop. His body remained in that awkward position for a second, before he straightened himself again and stood up as if nothing happened. Mira silently wiped away the blood, coming out of his nose, before his body made his way to Broly. Although Broly was able to see his movements with all his senses, strangely he still was unable to react. Mira kneed Broly in the stomach and immediately followed up with a headbutt, sending Broly into the ground. Broly rolled backwards for a few dozen meters before he could rebalance his body and use his feet to stop his momentum. Only after creating a few meters of trenches along the way, he came to a stop. Mira had already closed in again and punched out. Broly's face was distorted from anger and directly met Mira's fist with his own. The impact made both of them stagger back for a few steps. Suddenly Broly's ki rose rapidly as his body shrunk. Mira recognized the danger coming from Broly and quickly made his way to interrupt him. However, before he could close in, he was met with a ki burst, pushing him back. Mira regained his balance and shielded himself with his arm. The intense light from the ki slowly dimmed down and the trembling in the ground ceased as well. Mira looked at Broly, who had shrunk to 2.5 meters. From time to time, lightning arcs appeared all over his body and his hair was pointing into the sky. He had transformed to the next level, ascended legendary Super Saiyan. Broly shot a ki blast at Mira, who directly deflected it far away. After Mira got rid of the ki blast, Broly suddenly arrived in front of him and stabbed at his stomach with his fingers. Mira leaned his body to the side and reduced the damage caused. The side of his stomach was slashed open. Blood was gushing out. Mira quickly backed away and pressed on his wound to reduce the bleeding. Mira then used some ki to close the wound, preventing it from losing more blood. Broly closed in again and relentlessly released a storm of attacks. Mira was easily overpowered and pushed back, only able to block the attacks without having any time to counterattack. Without warning, Mira's energy soared, ascending to a new level. Broly was surprised. He didn't know that Mira was still hiding this much energy in this kind of situation. Of course, Mira already would have went all out if it weren't for the fact that they would be easier noticeable by Kranoa, the supreme Kai of time. Now with Broly's ki masking his, it wouldn't be that bad, but Mira needed to end this quickly. After the huge increase of power, Mira started counterattacking, directly landing a shot at Broly's stomach, making him grasp for air. Mira followed up with a strike to Broly's face, sending him flying into the sky. Mira dashed after Broly and quickly caught up to him. He hammered down, sending Broly into the ground. A huge smokescreen was created, enveloping Broly's figure completely. Mira raised his arms in an attempt to shoot a ki blast at the smokescreen, but a ki burst suddenly pushed the smoke away. Broly was standing there seemingly uninjured. He suddenly stretched his armor at his collar and pulled at a string, taking something out from beneath his armor. Mira was slightly stunned at this action, making him forget to attack right away, or it was curiosity that made him not follow up with anything. Mira squinted his eyes as he saw a golden necklace being pulled out. The gem in the middle of the necklace was glowing brightly in a green hue. Broly pulled the necklace over his head, and as soon as he did, his ki vehemently lashed out, crushing everything around him. Boulders were immediately pulverized and the ground caved in. The whole world started shaking like it was about to collapse in itself. Mountain peaks in the far distance collapsed, and tornadoes started forming in the distance. Mira had difficulties breathing. The pressure was immense. Tawa sensed the enormous ki and immediately knew that they couldn't defeat Broly. "Mira, we are leaving." Tawa flew towards him. Mira was gritting his teeth, but quickly followed Tawa's instructions and backed away towards her. Broly tilted his head as if he was confused. "You want to leave? I am no longer suppressed. Now the fun just starts. Besides, I already gave you 10 seconds, but you wouldn't listen. Now you will pay with your blood." Mira frantically rushed towards Tawa, who was already preparing her magic to open a time rift to escape. Suddenly Mira felt his air pipe being crushed. Only after being lifted up, he noticed Broly standing between him and Tawa. Broly raised an arm, pointing his palm at Tawa, before a horrifying amount of ki was being gathered in it. "Broly, if you don't help your friends, they will die here and now." Tawa pointed at Gohan and Cell, who were enveloped by a dark purple aura, preparing a Kamehameha at Aiz and Taro. Aiz and Taro were currently fighting off 17 and 18, who had a similar aura around them. The two had already thrown in a healing capsules, but those aren't as instantaneously as Senzu beans, so they were struggling against the powered-up androids. The other Z fighters were knocked out. It wasn't clear if they were knocked out by the possessed or by Aiz and Taro, but Broly didn't even bother to look at them. He only grinned at her desperate efforts. Tawa gritted her teeth. She thought that this version might care about his friends. She had to risk. Cell suddenly turned towards Gohan and sent his Kamehameha wave at him. Gohan noticed it and sent his wave to meet it. "How could this be? He is under my control." Tawa was shocked, seeing Cell unexpectedly attack Gohan. As shocked as she might be, she instantly acted and disappeared in a time rift, leaving Mira behind. She knew that there was nothing she could do against Broly. The spot where she just floated in was enveloped by a giant ki wave right after she had disappeared. Broly's attack missed her with just a hair width. "TCH, seems like your partner has abandoned you." He looked at Mira, who stared back indifferently. "GRH, ag. RHH." Myra's air pipe was being squeezed tightly, only able to let out some noises. Broly saw Myra's hatred in his eyes. "To be honest, I could have defeated you even suppressed, but it would have taken too long and then Kranoa would have interfered. Honestly, you are a greater disappointment than I thought." Broly grinned as he saw Mira even more infuriated. He put 2 fingers on Myra's forehead. As soon as he did, a dark purple spark made him retract his hands. "Too bad I can't control him. If he absorbs Tawa, he would be pretty strong." He dismissed these thoughts and again focused on Mira, who was struggling to get free. "Did you really think that Tawa could have escaped if I wanted her dead? You know." Broly paused slightly, seeing slight anxiousness creeping into Myra's eyes. "I can follow her through time." After saying that, Broly threw Mira into the air, before thrusting out both his arms, sending a gigantic ki wave at him. "No." Mira's agonizing scream sounded out as he was completely disintegrated. After killing Mira, Broly shot 2 invisible ki blasts at Cell and Gohan, who were struggling for supremacy, knocking them out ice cold at the same time. He saw how Aiz and Taro were still struggling with 17 and 18, but he didn't help them. He knew that after recovering some more, they would be able to handle them. Broly looked at the spot Tawa had just disappeared from. He could see the messy space and time. Something had forced itself through it. Obviously, it was Tawa, and just as he thought, she hadn't time to clean things up. For someone like him, who could see space and time, her tracks were as clear as day. Chapter 137. After Tawa, Broly pushed his ki to its maximum. He even burned his life force to further his power, bending the space a few tens of meters around him. As soon as space around him was pushed away, he approached the spot Tawa has vanished from. The messy space around him was pushed away, and a slowly closing purple tear in the very fabric of the universe revealed itself. Broly knew that this had to be the passageway Tawa used to escape. Without hesitation, he released tremendous amount of ki, mental, and magic power and pushed it all into the tear in form of a beam. With the new energy, the tear started growing again and small streams deviated from it. It started to look like glass being cracked. He knew he wasn't as precise as Tawa in traveling through time, so he had to use brute force. If Tawa used a scalpel to open up a tear, Broly used a sledgehammer. After the tear grew enough, he immediately flew inside it. As soon as he passed through the entrance, he saw an absolute tangle of space and time threads. He was immediately bombarded with information that it almost fried his brain. He immediately retracted his senses to a point where it was reasonable. Only 10 meters around him was perceivable by him. Anything further would cause a headache. Fortunately, he noticed an area in front of him that wasn't as tightly packed as everything around it. The area led deeper into this whole mess, forming a sort of passage. Without any other options, he directly flew towards it. The space that used to be binned in a few tens of meters in his periphery was reduced to a couple of centimeters. Good thing was that it didn't matter how much he binned as long as it covered his whole body. He knew that if he touched on of this thread, it would either rip that body part off or send him to an unknown timeline. Either way, he wouldn't try to find it out. He bulldozed his way through this messy place and shortly arrived at the area he had seen before. Afterwards, he was like a fish in the water. His speed accelerated ridiculously. After a while, he saw another tear, and without waiting any longer, he flew directly into it. After a bright flash, he appeared on a devastated planet. He landed on the ground and started looking around. Broly couldn't tell on what planet he was, but he sure knew that nothing could survive on it. The rocky ground was a wasteland, completely devoid of life. The waters and the rivers looked toxic, and even the red sky seemed oppressive. This planet wasn't something Broly would stay long on if it wasn't necessary. Well, he wasn't here for vacation to begin with. He didn't bother with that anymore and directly spread out his senses. It didn't take him long to spread it to a large area until he noticed a familiar signature. Hee, got you, he exclaimed and directly turned into a light beam, instantly arriving just a few hundred meters away. He saw Tawa with 3 other figures, discussing something on the ground. He looked at the 3, Slug, Tulls and Bardock with a mask on that covered his whole face. Of course, he only knew that it was Bardock since he played the Xenoverse games, and his hair was kind of dead giveaway. He noticed that Slug and Tulls are very weak. It seemed like they still hadn't any power-ups, but Broly didn't really care if they did. They would still be no match against him. The only ones who may be a bit more troublesome and fun would be Cooler and another version of himself. Tawa was shocked seeing Broly. She had escaped through space and time to another whole reality. How was it possible for Broly to be here? It was clearly not any version of Broly, but it was the one she had fled from just now. Tulls was shocked as well. He had heard from Tawa about the legendary Super Saiyan, and his primal instincts were warning him about the threat that Broly posed. Bardock was completely unaffected, since he was under Tawa's control. While Tawa and Tulls were thinking about ways to get away, Slug steps forwards. So, you are Broly? Not as impressive as I thought. Broly raised an eyebrow in surprise. He couldn't believe how someone was so incapable of sensing the gap between them. Maybe he didn't want to see the truth? The others looked shocked as well. Was Slug suicidal? You know, if you hadn't talked you might have lived a bit longer. Broly waved his hand, and the next instant Slug's body exploded. Bits of meat flew around and sullied Tawa's group who were still frozen in fear. There was no grand devastating explosion or huge waves of ki. It was like Slug's body decided on its own to explode. Well, that was assured his cameo. After getting rid of Slug, he turned to Tulls. Shivers were sent down Tull's spine after being looked at by Broly. He could tell from the look Broly gave him. His eyes showed a cold indifference like he was looking at a soon-to-be-dead man. Broly slowly walked towards them. Please, Lord Broly, I can be of great use. I have information about a Frui Dash. Before he could finish his sentence, a red light beam pierced his forehead. A perfect hole was being burned through his head. His eyes were wide open from shock. His body lost strength and collapsed to the ground, never to move again. With a wave of his hand, Broly sent out a bit of ki, cremating Tull's body. His ashes flew away with the wind. He couldn't just explode him like he did with Slug. What if some body parts touched him? Now Broly stood just a meter away from Tawa, who was trembling all over. Suddenly Bardock on the side started moving, but as soon as he did, the mask on his face split in two. The red eyes of Bardock suddenly turned black as he seemed to have regained his conscience. Bardock looked shocked and observed his hands as he closed and opened them. He had finally regained the control of his body. He turned towards Tawa and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Before he could make a move, his suddenly body slid over the ground, creating a distance of dozens of meters between him and Tawa. He was surprised by what was happening. He wanted to say something, but a key barrier suddenly formed around Tawa and Broly, entrapping the two. Bardock was left standing outside. Without a chance of looking at what was happening inside the barrier, Bardock decided to wait. There was nothing he could do anyway. Now we are undisturbed, Tawa. Broly grinned maliciously as he let his eyes wander over her body. I see. If it is my body you want, I am willing to dash, thinking that she understood what he was here for and why he shielded the two of them from the outside world. She let her guard down for a second. Before she could register what happened, Broly's hand landed on her forehead. Broly knew that he couldn't control her like he was unable with Mira, but he still was confident in taking her knowledge. He directly dazed her with a soul attack and began to read her mind. Reading minds was quite easy if someone was willing to have one's mind read, or if the person was incredibly less powerful than the mind reader. To read Tawa's mind, however, was more than just difficult. She was after all a great magician. He also didn't just want to have bits of her memories. He wanted all of it. He continued to bombard her soul with attacks while he was going through her memories. This would take a while, but that was also why he had allowed Tawa to escape. Tawa would surely take a place she was familiar with, away from anyone's attention, so why not let her lead him there? Even if he decided not to use that knowledge, who knew if Cronoa doesn't mention it to Beerus and get him erased? Maybe she would blackmail him to do her bidding like she did with Trunks. After all, she can't let someone with this kind of capabilities and his reputation wander around. Broly was determined to prevent that from happening. But he also wouldn't let this possibility slide, to know how to freely travel through time itself, without time rings or time machines. Even if he met a powerful foe in the future, his abilities in escaping would rise to a whole new level. Maybe with more knowledge of how space and time works, he could even integrate it into his attacks. Possibly, he would be unaffected by time manipulative abilities like that of Goldo or Hit. There were just too many possible applications that he couldn't ignore. Chapter 138, Going After the Leader. Half an hour later, Broly was still absorbing her memories. He didn't realize that her eyes had already rolled back into her head and her mouth started foaming. He also didn't notice that the resistance of her soul had already weakened considerably. Even if he didn't attack her soul, she wouldn't be able to resist his forceful memory search. After 2 more hours, her eyes, mouth and ears were already bleeding, and her soul couldn't pick up any resistance. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he was done absorbing and finally let go of her forehead. Her body that was stiff the whole time collapsed the moment Broly let go of her. Broly had closed his eyes, trying to give the memories he just had obtained some order. Meanwhile, his key barrier around him had splintered away into the sky and Bardock was able to see the two again. Bardock looked at Broly, who had reverted back to his base and had a satisfied smile on his face, and Tawa, who was bleeding out of her orifices. He went up to the two and took a closer look at Tawa. Tawa seemed to have noticed his approach. Her eyelids trembled and she was barely able to open her mouth. Me. Bardock squinted as he tried to deceive her what she was trying to convey. Me. After Bardock listened to what she said, he snorted and held his palm up. He suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan and a key ball started forming in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw the attack at the defenseless Tawa. She was so exhausted, she couldn't even scream as she was incinerated into nothingness. After killing Tawa, he had realized that Broly had opened his eyes and was staring at him. That was not nice. Bardock looked at the slightly smiling Broly. I knew what she wanted to do. She is better off dead, otherwise my son would never be left alone by her. Indeed, she hated Saiyans. Additionally, she is a master at mind controlling and if I can't control her, she would only be a ticking time bomb. Still, what a shame. Bardock raised an eyebrow, observing Broly's lamenting expression. True, she was an accomplished magician and a great scientist. Bardock thought that this Broly seemed to have great foresight. If she were on their side, she would make a powerful ally. HM? Ah yeah, that too. But man, she was hot. Bardock frowned at that comment and took every compliment back he thought about just now. Broly threw in a healing capsule and started speaking to Bardock while he was recovering his lost energy. That reminds me, Bardock, are you a scientist? Bardock was surprised at that sudden question. Me a scientist? Do I look like that? Bardock retorted sarcastically. Not really. Do you have a red headband? Now Bardock frowned again as he remembered all that happened before Frieza blew up the planet. Surprisingly, Broly wanted to know what happened to him. Bardock didn't know the reason why he wanted to know all about the betrayal, but he complied. After all, he had saved him from these two demons. He also told him everything about the time he had spent being controlled. Wait, so they had already met another version of me but were unable to control him because they were too weak? Yeah, that was why they went to the Cell Games to get some energy from Mira, so he could subdue that Broly. It is a bit different. We should go and destroy their demon army that they had gathered and kill their leader, Bardock said. He was determined to eradicate this demon threat. Leader? Yes, he is much more powerful than Mira or Tawa and is the real one giving the orders. We have to get to him, and Broly ignored what Bardock was saying afterwards and started going through Tawa's memories. He skipped through the things he already knew, like the fact that her main reason in changing the timeline was to take revenge on Earth's Saiyans and Bu for killing her brother, Dabura, and then revive him. Her aim to unseal the demon realm was indeed in order, but he couldn't tell from whom. Bardock almost started screaming as he saw Broly ignore him. A vein started bulging on Broly's forehead. Shut up, Broly said coldly, instantly making Bardock quiet. He continued going through the memories and quickly found what he was looking for. Unfortunately, the part concerning their leader was blurry and he couldn't tell who it was. Broly himself could only think of the demon god, Demigra, but since anything Dragon Ball seemed to be included, it wouldn't be surprising if it was someone else. After making sure he got it right, he spoke to Bardock. All right, I have localized that realm. I should be able to bring us there. After saying that, he grabbed the surprised Bardock and slashed open a rift in space and immediately flew in. Unlike before, he didn't need to enter that messy space but had a safe passageway towards the location he wanted to go. He didn't need to waste energy protecting the two and only needed to use a bit of magic to get where he wanted. Concluding from the memories of Tawa, he suspected that every thread in that space he was before represented another timeline. With the knowledge of the series, he thought there would only be some timelines, which numbers could be determined by the time rings. Now, however, he assumed that Theseus rings only allow safe passage to timelines that are somewhat connected to the ones one was in. The rifts he created just now as well uses the threads to travel to a timeline that is already connected with the timeline he was currently in. So, what Broly did before wasn't something remotely close to what time rings or Tawa used. He had traveled outside a thread, outside time. In fact, if he had touched another thread, he would probably be in another timeline that was completely different than the one he was in. He wouldn't even be able to return if it wasn't connected with his. In fact, if he hadn't flown to the area that was less packed and found the other end of Tawa's passage, he would have been lost there forever with no hope of being able to return. Fortunately, he now was able to travel safely. Even bringing someone along was easy. He also thought about the concept of the time machines. Were they connecting to another time thread? Did they create another thread, or maybe something different? Without being able to think about it further, they arrived on the other side. His whole vision was filled with endless barren land, not very different from the planet he was before. The ground was dry and devoid of any life. There was no water in sight. Broly and Bardock looked around and saw a weird plant-like construct in the distance, holding up two huge round surfaces. Suddenly, a giant black dragon materialized out of nowhere and was now floating above one of the surfaces, looking down at it. He looked like a dark, demonic version of Shenlong. Now that he took a closer look, he saw thousands of little dots that moved around the plant. Those were figures in uniforms. Through the memories, he somewhat had an idea that those were soldiers, and that there should be some of them who were incredibly strong. Broly and Bardock quickly made their way towards the dragon. They guessed that the leader of the demon army should be there. Boom! Suddenly, a frightening explosion swallowed many soldiers, pulverizing them in an instant. Another explosion followed immediately, and Broly was finally able to see what was happening. He couldn't hide the shock on his face as he looked at the incredible fast-moving figures fighting each other. One side was heading towards Dark Shenlong, and the other were intercepting them. The intercepting side was outnumbered, and were slowly but surely being overpowered. What was shocking for Broly was that the side pushing towards Dark Shenlong were actually Earth's Saiyans. To be more precise, Broly saw Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan 4 form and adult Gotenks. With them were Kranoa, the Supreme Kai of Time, and another dude with red hair. Broly had no idea who that was, but that guy felt like the soldiers and the others that were intercepting them. They felt like Mira and Tawa. They were clearly from the demon race. He didn't know why one of them was helping the Saiyans, and he didn't care. He was only here to kill the demon leader. He didn't bother with the other Saiyans, but headed straight for the Dark Shenlong. The demon race didn't seem to have expected him to be here, and weren't able to react fast enough to intercept him. Not that any of the normal soldiers stood a chance. Broly and Bardock suddenly heard the Dark Shenlong speak out. "You, who have gathered the 7 Dark Dragon Balls." Broly didn't wait any longer and transformed into the ascended legendary Super Saiyan, but he didn't stop there. His muscles all over his body tensed up. Veins leading to his eyes bulged, and his eye color started slowly turned yellow. With a key burst, his energy swept all the approaching soldiers away. Without flying closer, Broly's ki surged and thunder spears kept appearing behind him, pointing directly at Dark Shenlong. Unlimited Thunder Spears. Chapter 139. Mechikabura. Unlimited Thunder Spears. As soon as his voice fell, hundreds of thunder spears shot through the air and headed towards Dark Shenlong. The demons that were intercepting Earth's Saiyans were shocked as they looked back, seeing a rain of spears heading for the dragon. Every single thunder spear created a light beam in its path as they closed the distance with terrifying speed. Just before a leading spear reached its target, it shattered into 1,000 pieces heading into every direction. It looked like a spear, made out of glass, was hitting a rock. At the impact area, a big curved barrier could be seen, shielding the dragon. Broly frowned slightly seeing this, but his eyebrows quickly eased up as it turned into a sneer. Broly swung his arms, making a cross in front of his face. Suddenly, the thunder spears behind him seemed to have formed 2 groups as they headed to the respectively other side in lightning speed, making a curve as they shot to the dragon. The spears now flew in an arc, attacking the dragon from the sides, while Broly raised an arm with his palm facing the dragon. In the next moment, a ki sphere formed in front of his palm, before it burst open and transformed into a volley of ki blast. Like a machine gun, he fired dozens of ki blasts in a second straight at the dragon, while his spears were attacking the dragon from the sides. Broly heard a snort as a giant barrier formed around the dragon, encasing it completely. Broly's attacks seemed to have no effect as his spears shattered, and his ki blasts exploded immediately on impact without leaving as much as a scratch on it. Broly suddenly felt danger and sensed a compressed magic blast heading his way from the round stage-like surface. He immediately stopped firing his ki blasts and dodged in a wide arc. The magic sphere unexpectedly followed him, and he quickly found out that more magic blasts were heading towards him at frightening speed. He directly burned his life force, enabling him to escape for longer while blindly shooting some ki blast onto the stage. He made his way towards the dragon while fleeing from the attacks. The dragon had already finished his greetings and was now waiting for the wish to be made. Broly grinned as he saw the several magic blasts almost reaching him as he flew straight towards the dragon. Surprisingly, he closed his eyes for a second and directly disappeared from the spot, while the magic blasts continued on after losing their target. The magic blast directly landed on the barrier. A giant crack appeared on the barrier, but it was immediately trying to heal itself. The crack slowly mended itself, but a shout seemed to announce its doom. Gamma ray burst. Suddenly, not far away from the explosion, caused by the magic blasts, a green beam of destruction shot at lightning speed to the slowly mending crack. In an instant, the beam arrived at the crack. It was stopped for an instant before it pierced through it, heading straight for the dragon. New. An old voice sounded out from the surface. Only now Broly saw who had fired those magic blasts at him. He looked like a very aged member of the demon race. Pale blue skin and white hair with black eyes and red irises staring furiously at Broly. His outfit and the white and yellow staff screamed sorcerer. Broly didn't bother with him anymore and looked back at the dragon who was impaled by his green beam, or this is what he thought. No, what everyone thought. The green beam was stopped by the dark scale of the dragon. The dragon turned towards Broly and stared at him with its red eyes. Broly's beam faded away without leaving a single scratch on the dragon. The dragon started speaking again, seemingly towards Broly. State your wish. I won't wait for much longer. Its voice boomed throughout the realm, stunning Broly for a second. I wish for you to open the seal as much as you can. Broly stated his wish as fast as he could after regaining his bearings. The curse that affected all Saiyans can't be broken completely, but only indirectly opened slightly with hard work and dedication. As long as the seal opened up more, Broly would have more access to the power that was sealed away and was slumbering deep inside him. He would only grow more powerful. He didn't ask for the dragon to increase his power directly, as the dragon would forcefully increase his capabilities. This, of course, would also loosen the seal indirectly, but why do that if he could just tackle the source? Besides, to have his capabilities forcefully increase like that would usually be harmful, so this was the best option for him. As you wish, this will take some time as I have to use all my power. Dark Shenlong said. Afterwards, his eyes started glowing red and his body started glowing. Broly could instantly feel the changes happening. His soul, energies, and body seemed to lose the weight hindering its advancement. His body cells started evolving to a higher realm. His energies were increasingly surging out, filling up his body. His mind became more clearer with the second. If Broly needed to do dozens of arduously training sessions and meditations to become stronger, he now only needed a single spar to reach the same result. While Broly was relishing in the feeling, a certain demon was staring at him with hateful eyes. You bastard! D. The demon raised his staff, pointing it at Broly. A red beam shot through the air. The scorching heat it released was deforming the space and light around it. Broly sensed the danger, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He urged his powers to form a thick barrier around him. Unexpectedly, the barrier was directly pierced by the beam like it was paper. Broly couldn't dodge, he could only slightly turn his body. Broly's body trembled. He touched his chest and felt the warm liquid on his hand. He looked at his trembling hand that was red from his blood. In the next moment, his body became limp and fell towards the surface. Broly heavily landed on the ground, destroying the stone on impact. A small smoke screen was formed, slightly covering Broly's lying body. You piece of trash of a Saiyan. I was so close to regaining my youth. The demon started cursing at the motionless body of Broly and slowly levitated towards him. Suddenly, the demon looked up with a frown on his face before he quickly turned his head again, as if he had realized something. He looked back towards Broly's body, but what instead greeted him was a palm pushing a small key sphere towards his face. In the corner of his eyes, the demon saw Broly to his side, grinning back at him while thrusting his palm in his face. Eraser blow. As soon as his key sphere touched the demon's face, the sphere exploded and immediately enveloped the two. An instant later, a figure was thrown out of the explosion. Unexpectedly, this figure was Broly. His whole chest was bleeding profusely, but Broly didn't seem to be affected as he instantly regained his balance in the air and landed calmly on the ground. Broly threw in a healing capsule. His chest was trembling, and something seemed to wriggle under his skin. A second later, the wound was closing already. Having his seal open continuously placed his being into an imbalance. There was so much room for improvements that his body was practically screaming for exercise and Zenkai boosts. Although he had suffered a severe injury just now, he didn't even flinch. The pain was completely overshadowed with the feeling of his enhanced strength. He was currently high on the feeling of getting stronger. His body badly wants to exercise, and now a demon sorcerer that could one-shot his old self presented himself. But Broly wasn't scared. He was so excited, he couldn't help but tremble all over. The demon slowly stepped out of the explosion as he looked hatefully at Broly. I see. You probably have a lot of this medicine. The demon eyed at the little bag attached to Broly's waist. The demon smiled maliciously, before continuing. Oh, I will make you suffer so much that you hoped you were never born. Broly gestured him with his hand to come at him with a sneer on his face. Try me, bitch. Chapter 140. To go even further beyond. You will regret pissing me, Mechikabura, off. Mechikabura raised his arm. His fingers, formed to a claw, started glowing. Every finger then released a purple lightning connecting with the respectively other beam, forming a small ball of lightning in the middle. Broly wasn't inactive. While Mechikabura was preparing his attack, Broly shot ki blasts at him, but to no avail. His attacks were easily blocked by a barrier. Humph, child's play. Mechikabura snorted and fired off his attack. Multiple beams branched out of the ball and headed towards Broly from all sides. Broly decisively decided to dodge. Although he wanted to get some Zenkai boosts, if he was getting instantly killed, he wouldn't be able to regret his decision. Broly ducked under and jumped over a few attacks coming his way. While he was sprinting in an arc, Broly didn't run aimlessly. He wanted to close in on Mechikabura. That demon was a strong magician, but Broly had already noticed that he was definitely weaker in close combat. He dodged the attacks, but unfortunately for him, these beams were like homing missiles, following his every move. Furthermore, these beams were even faster than him. Even after he had dodged some of them, they would quickly catch up on him again. Just as he was about to reach the demon, a beam would disrupt his plans, making him distance himself again. Broly shot some ki blasts at the beams, but his blasts were easily dodged by the beams. Still on the ground, they created explosion after explosion. Broly immediately benefited from this, hiding in the smoke screen just to jump out of it again on another side, firing at Mechikabura. Of course, Mechikabura wouldn't just stand there and let himself hit. He easily dodged the surprise attacks from Broly. Broly squinted seeing this. Obviously, he knew that those simple sneak attacks wouldn't be a threat for Mechikabura, but it still let him see the reaction time of that demon. He watched every move of the demon while dodging all the attacks. His ability to sense the surrounding was showing his advantages now. Mechikabura didn't know of his abilities and was surprised that even after a few seconds no attacks seemed to reach Broly, even if they were coming from a dead angle. Humph, you are certainly good at running away, but I hope you don't expect this to be the limits of my capabilities. You don't have to keep up that front, old man. Sit down and relax. I don't want you to have a heart attack. Broly shouted as he skillfully dodged the attacks. You bastard! Mechikabura immediately sent out more beams. The beams gathered in the sky and quickly accumulated. The beams, densely packed, blocked out the whole sky and then shot towards Broly from all sides. An attack impossible to dodge. Broly smiled bitterly as he saw the attack. Although the attacks left him no room to dodge, there was no way for Mechikabura to control the beams as accurately as before. Broly's ki and magic power instantly surged out. Unlimited thunder spears. His energy created dozens of thunder spears in an instant and shot to the sky, meeting Mechikabura's attack. Every spear was made out of highly compressed energy, but even those spears were only able to neutralize one beam respectively. It was one of his best techniques to deal with numerous opponents, but it still couldn't contend against the demon's attack. Mechikabura seemed to be able to easily create more of these beams, while Broly was giving his all to barely create the same amount. Expectedly, Mechikabura quickly overpowered Broly's spears. Thud. Broly, after hearing the sizzling sound coming from the ground, felt a piercing pain in his left lower leg. He grabbed into his bag at his waist, pulling out a healing capsule. Thud. Suddenly another beam found a gap in his counterattack and from behind directly pierced through his right kneecap. Broly gritted his teeth as he felt his kneecap shattered. He quickly threw in the healing capsule, while he urged his energy to create more spears. He directed a few at Mechikabura to get him distracted for a second, possible giving him a second to breath. Unfortunately for Broly, Mechikabura's attacks were made leisurely, and he had enough concentration to dodge his attacks without ceasing to attack him. Contrasting to his intention, it opened up gaps in Broly's attack and let more beams through. Another one pierced through his shoulder, leaving a large, gaping hole in it. His armor didn't provide any resistance in front of these attacks. A burning sensation came from his shoulder. His arm immediately lost any feeling and fell limp. He couldn't keep his hand closed. A healing capsule, he had already grabbed, fell to the ground. He directly reached into a side pocket in his armor with his other hand and pulled out a senzu bean. He directly threw it in his mouth. Strangle his body didn't seem to heal. Another two-beam broke through and directly burned a hole through his chest and in his waist. Mechikabura was ecstatic. Seeing the through pain distorted expression on Broly filled his demonic heart with joy. Without stopping, he sent out more beams. More and more beams penetrated Broly's body. He had numerous holes all over his body, bleeding profusely. There were too many holes in his legs that they couldn't support him anymore. Bones could be seen on his arms as his flesh was burned off by the scorching heat the beam emitted. He seemed to be close to dying as his body was losing too much blood. His conscience was blurry. His attacks had already ceased as well as Mechikabura's. Mechikabura slowly floated towards Broly. He didn't finish him yet. Mechikabura knew that this Saiyan still had more healing capsules and therefore could be toyed more with. He was already told that the Dark Dragon Balls would be available in another year. For making him, Mechikabura, the strongest demon in history, wait, he would make Broly suffer until he gets his wish. Mechikabura was only a few meters away and wanting to force Broly to eat another healing capsule. Before he could do so, his attention was distracted by a deep, booming voice. Your wish has been granted. Mechikabura looked up to the dragon, who was saying his goodbyes. The dragon started to glow, before disappearing. The dark Dragon Balls then scattered through the timelines. Crunch. Mechikabura suddenly heard a crunching sound coming from Broly as if he was chewing on something. In the next second, Broly's lying body directly shot up. His body straight as an arrow as if his previous condition wasn't real. His body was healed at a visible rate and only after a second, he was completely healed. A fierce glint appeared in Broly's eyes and his body was oozing out with killing intent. Oh, you already ate one? Hee. Good, now I don't have to do it. Mechikabura extended a finger, pointing at Broly. A red deadly beam shot out, heading straight for Broly's chest. Broly extended his arm and his palm was instantly covered with green and bluish flames, representing his ki and his magic power. He blocked the attack with his palm, and it started smoking shortly afterwards. Mechikabura was stunned. A moment ago, Broly wasn't even remotely able to block it and was directly impaled, but now he blocked it? What kind of concept was this? Suddenly veins started to bulge in Broly's face. Tremendous amount of ki surged out, sweeping everything away. Mechikabura frowned slightly as his cape was fluttering in the wind. He shot another beam at Broly but was directly blocked by the ki around it. Every muscle fiber inside Broly's body was tensing up as his ki rose to a completely new level. The whole structure they were standing on and the plants supporting it started trembling from the energy output. The air and space started to distort as it was shaking. Lightning suddenly brightened up the world. Thunder boomed throughout the demon realm. The plant and the surface they were standing on broke down from the trembles and heavily fell to the ground. The whole structure was falling down directly onto a city below it. Buildings, boulders, everything started to break apart from the energy. Broly was clenching his fist as he urged all his Saiyan power inside his body to burst out, delivering him with enough power to go beyond an ascended Super Saiyan. His hair was glowing brightly. Suddenly his hair started growing to a degree that it was visible to the naked eye. His hair extended all the way down to his lower back. Warg! Lightning arcs shot out from his body. With a burst, a shockwave rippled through the air, destroying everything in its path. The ki slowly settled and the surroundings seemed to have stopped shaking. The world calmed down again. Even the explosions from the fights between Earth Saiyans and the demons had stopped for a second, before continuing. Only Mechikabura and Broly remained hovering in the air where the stage was just now. Mechikabura and Broly's eyes met. Mechikabura could see the confidence Broly was exuding. Humph, what a joke. You think you can beat me now? Look around you. It is obvious that you just achieved this form and have no idea how to use that strength. Even if you did, do you really think this measly amount of strength will be enough to defeat me? Broly only stared back silently before a grin formed on his face. I have even subdued another version of you, who had reached an even higher form. Do you dash? Why are you talking so much, Grandpa? Mechikabura wanted to retort, but he himself felt it was unlike him to talk so much. He suddenly noticed a bit of cold sweat running down his back. I am afraid? Bullshit. I am clearly stronger than him. Mechikabura's thoughts were running wild. His face suddenly distorted in anger, and for the first time pointed his staff at Broly. He didn't play around anymore. He was going to kill this Saiyan right now. Combust. Magic power was gathering in his staff in an instant and directly burst out in a gigantic scorching red beam, enveloping Broly immediately. His beam covered the area for a moment before dimming again. Mechikabura frowned because nothing was there. If it was a lowly soldier, he would assume that he was pulverized, but Broly? His senses suddenly screamed out, and he directly turned around. Just in time, he saw Broly leaning towards him with his arm bent and his fist pointing towards him. He directly created barrier between them. Broly's ki wasn't noticeable, but Mechikabura saw how Broly's fist glowing slightly. Mechikabura instinct screamed to dodge this attack. Cactus fist style. Broly's arm didn't seem to move at all. Without warning, Mechikabura's barrier suddenly shattered. Chapter 141. To the rescue. Mechikabura felt like he was hit by a meteor. His body was tearing through the air as he was sent flying. His body shot through a mountain peak without any sign of stopping. It looked like he was about to travel across the whole demon realm. His head felt dizzy the moment he was hit, but after a while he regained his bearing and slowed himself. After coming to a stop, he looked down his body and saw several fist-sized holes in his clothes. His pale blue skin showed several bruises. Mechikabura's face distorted in anger as he thought about how this lowly Saiyan was able to hurt him. Whoosh! He was on high alert and directly recognized the sound of wind behind him. He directly spun around and pointed his staff in that direction. A red triangular shield quickly formed on the tip of his staff. Mechikabura saw Broly staring at him from behind the shield with his hands still glowing slightly. Boom! Mechikabura felt himself being pushed away slightly. The shield trembled slightly under the explosion-like impact. Crack! Right in the middle, a large crack formed on the shield. Nothing seemed to follow up afterwards, and the crack mended itself. However, this only made Mechikabura more nervous. Boom! 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 In an instant, numerous cracks formed on the shield. Mechikabura clearly felt his shield being hit hundreds of times in a single instant. As if to prove his unease, the shield splintered from the middle into thousands of pieces. A hand directly reached through the shield, grasping the tip of the staff. Before Mechikabura could retaliate or distance himself, the hand put pressure on the tip and directly broke it off. As soon as the staff broke, purple-red lightning shot out at Mechikabura and Broly, following with the staff imploding, seemingly vanishing into nothingness. Mechikabura was shocked. His precious staff was easily destroyed. How could this be?
Impossible.
You are obviously not strong enough to break it. I can sense it. How could Broly didn't wait for Mechikabura to finish and directly punched him in the face. Mechikabura couldn't dodge at all. Although he was powerful, his expertise wasn't close combat. Especially, his hand-to-hand combat was subpar. Facing someone who was only closing in on his strength made him look completely inexperienced. Broly didn't give him any chance to rest and directly pummeled him into the ground. He released a relentless wave of strikes, hitting Mechikabura all over his defenseless body. You bastard! With an outburst of magic power, a red sphere made from lightning covered Mechikabura. Broly struck it once and immediately felt his hand going numb. A lightning arc shot at him from the sphere. Broly directly dodged it by jumping backwards. Mechikabura had some blood tickling down his mouth and was panting slightly. Clearly the hits had made some impact, but it was not nearly enough to bring him down. Fortunately for Broly, Mechikabura's staff was already broken, reducing his strength. Broly squinted his eyes slightly before putting his arms to his side with his palms facing upwards. They were positioned slightly higher than his head, and with a swoosh sound, 2 green vibrating discs appeared above his palms. Broly swung his arms, sending the discs right at Mechikabura. Mechikabura put both his arms forwards and shot out 2 beams, directly destroying the discs before they could reach his protective sphere. Mechikabura's view was blocked by the explosion. He suddenly sensed something and quickly looked upwards only to see Broly with his hands cupped and a small sphere in the middle, pointing towards him. The veins on his arms and face was bulging, threatening to explode. Gamma ray burst. There were only a few meters between them. There was no way for Mechikabura to dodge this attack. The lightning-fast speed of the attack didn't allow him to put any extra protection as well. He only increased the magical output into his sphere, hoping it would last. The sphere was instantly enveloped in a grand pillar of green light, pushing the sphere to the ground. The ground directly gave in like it was tofu as soon as the sphere hit the ground. Mechikabura felt the impact as he was being pushed deep into the ground. He put his arms upwards and released his magic power in order to resist longer. His sphere was flickering and bending inwards under the intense pressure. He knew the moment his sphere broke, he would be heavily injured. Mechikabura felt like the beam lasted for eons as he pushed everything into the sphere to hold on, but still more and more cracks formed at the front that was enduring the full brunt of the attack. Fortunately for him, the beam didn't last as long as he felt it was. After a few seconds, the beam dimmed until it disappeared altogether. Mechikabura's body was drained of much power, but he was still confident in winning this fight. He had already noticed that although Broly was nowhere near his powers normally, his strength rose by an inconceivable amount with some kind of technique. He had never seen this technique before, but he could tell as soon as Broly used it, not only was his energy usage perfect without any loss, but every attack seemed to have a property to push everything else away. Space and time couldn't touch his fists, making every attack incredible fast and destructive. Even his counterpart, who was even stronger than him, would be at his mercy with those attacks. Mechikabura knew that if Broly mastered this technique further and not only use it on his fists, he would have no problem fighting someone who would be normally out of his reach. He would be unrivaled on the same level. Mechikabura knew that he couldn't let Broly live. He would grow too powerful if he developed further. Decisively, he shot towards the pinpoint-sized light. He was deep in the ground, but with his powers, he crossed the distance in a second. He flew into the sky, searched for Broly and quickly found him. Broly, back in his base, was standing on the ground with his arms in front of him. His body was giving off smoke, and he was breathing heavily. Everyone would be able to see that his body was already on its limits. He held a senzu bean in his hands and was trying to eat it, but he couldn't raise his arms. His ki and magic power was drained. His life force burned and his soul felt like it was about to fall apart. If he couldn't eat the senzu bean, he wouldn't even be able to defeat a child. Broly couldn't even sense his surroundings and didn't notice that he was detected by Mechikabura. He wasn't even sure if the demon survived, let alone come back in a second. Broly was panting heavily as he felt all the damage in his body. Legendary Super Saiyan 3 was to pull out all the Saiyan power in every cell, boosting one's capabilities. But the sudden increase was too much for his body to handle and the cells burst open. Even though his cells were strengthened to some degree through the wish, it was still too much to go all out all of a sudden. If he had slowly adapted to the form, he wouldn't have that problem, but now it was already too late to complain. Cactus Fist style was problematic as well. It not only put a huge burden on the body but on his soul, as well as it is the main source of power for it. He would have probably died if his soul wasn't strengthened by the Origin Spirit Crystal. He was still too clumsy with it. He was like a child wielding a sledgehammer. He thought he could use it to quickly end Mechikabura, but who would have thought that Mechikabura was on a completely different level and could last that long? Have you said your last words? A voice came from above Broly and slowly 2 feet with a burned cape landed in front of Broly. Broly struggled to raise his head and saw Mechikabura. He didn't die. Broly couldn't believe it. He had put everything on that last attack, but Mechikabura seemed barely hurt. Broly gritted his teeth, only able to clench his fingers slightly. Mechikabura was laughing maliciously, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Broly, I will make you pay back 1,000,000 Tim Dash. Suddenly a red blur came into view, kicking Mechikabura away. Broly was stunned as he looked at the figure. Nice work, Broly. I will take over from here on. Haha. A voice that seemed overlapped answered him before dashing after Mechikabura. Gogeta, Super Saiyan 4. The ki he was giving off is unreal. Good that he takes on Mechikabura for me. Still could have fed me the senzu bean. Suddenly another figure appeared. Don't worry, my dad got this. Gotenks stopped in front of him, shortly said that, and ran off again. Hey, Broly said weakly. Gotenks luckily heard him, stopped before running backwards to Broly again. Need something? Broly only twitched slightly with his hand, showing Gotenks the senzu bean. Oh, I see. He took the senzu bean. Here comes the plane. Broly only silently ate the bean, while coldly eyeing Gotenks' grinning face. So humiliating. I am definitely going to beat you up. Chapter 142. Go together. Broly felt his body being healed almost instantaneously. His soul, however, was hardly affected. Of course, a healthy body helped his soul to stabilize, since his body and soul are dependent on each other, but he still felt like his head was splitting apart. The senzu bean was able to heal the cells in his body and bring his ki back to near 100%, but it didn't really affect his additional life force, magic power, or his soul. He would need some time to replenish his life force and his magic power, but that wasn't really a problem. To heal his soul, he would need much time of rest and meditation as well. Maybe he could use the power of the Origin Spirit Crystals to accelerate the healing process. In the meantime, he probably shouldn't use any soul-based techniques for a while, but he didn't really rely in fights on those anyway. The only soul technique that was useful in battles was Kaka's fighting style. In fact, he had gained some insights in the fight just now. Before this fight, he just relied on getting the feeling similar to when Kaka's fought in his body. Now he somewhat understood how it actually worked. He just needed to use his soul to feel every strand, every sparkle of energy inside the body part he wanted to use the technique on. He then needed to actively control and infuse his soul with every bit of energy with every move he made. With this, his energy would be used up perfectly without any loss. Still, he was a bit confused. Although this could help him use everything he had to the maximum, it didn't explain why his strength rose so dramatically. He should have only be able to jump 1 or 2 levels, but this demon was far above him. He may have even reached the level of gods. With his vision, he could tell that space and time was pushed away from his fists, but he didn't know why it made such a big difference. From what he knew, immense power could distort, push, or even rip apart space and time, but why was he so much more powerful with that technique? Had it something to do with his soul? Maybe he missed something. He would probably only be able to figure out why his strength increases that ridiculously if he mastered this technique. There was also the question about why he was able to use his soul in that way at all. Normally when he uses soul-based techniques, he never really used his soul itself but mental energy, which comes from the soul. Basically, the soul was the core, the source, and he just uses the energy it produced. It may be, because of the origin spirit crystal, that he was able to use his soul directly. Broly couldn't help but frown. He wasn't sure if it was a good thing that he was using the source of his being, even if it was able to grant him that much power. He also realized how terrifying Kaka's soul actually was. He was able to contend against gods of destruction with only his legendary Super Saiyan form as the base, and he almost took over his body. Broly felt lucky that Kakas used his key core to place his soul in. If Kakas used his soul center in the middle of his head as the start point, Broly would have been easily taken over. Broly had no clue why Kakas didn't do it, but he also wouldn't figure that out by merely pondering over it. Now he only needed to focus on healing. Although the injury was annoying, it wasn't something too complex to recover from. He either took his time with the healing process or uses another crystal to accelerate the process. On the side note, he felt like his soul will come back stronger than ever. Broly was thinking about his next move until his body was almost blown away from a gust of wind. In front of him stood a grinning figure who opened his mouth to speak before his whole body shined brightly. Two figures suddenly were pushed out to the sides out of the light. Gogeta had just defused. Goku and Vegeta were stumbling a few steps before regaining their balance. Goku breathed out in relief and Vegeta crossed his arms while looking as grumpy as ever. "Oh man, that Mechi something was strong," Goku said. "Humph. If you don't think you can handle him, then just leave him to me." Vegeta snorted at Goku. They both looked pretty beat. Broly frowned after hearing what Vegeta just said. "What do you mean? Did you let him escape?" Broly's expression darkened. "After we kicked him into a mountain, he disappeared, escaped to another timeline." Broly was speechless. Why did they kick him into a mountain? Just kill him with a ki blast and be done with it. I can't really talk. I tend to play with my opponents as well. Broly took a deep breath in. Then what are you standing here? Search for him and end this farce. You think you can order me around, the Prince of all Saiyans? A vein on Vegeta's forehead bulged as he heard Broly order him as if he owned the place. You, the prince? I don't remember having such an incompetent son. Broly grinned as he looked at Vegeta, exploding in anger while dashing towards him. Goku quickly held Vegeta back before he could throw a punch. Broly just looked at Vegeta amused as if he didn't see Vegeta trying to attack him. We should all come down. We are all on the same side, right? That reminds me. Broly, didn't you hate me? Goku said while holding Vegeta back. Vegeta was shouting at Goku to let him go, not because he wanted to attack Broly again, but because he was being awkwardly held by Goku from behind. I think you are talking about another version of me. Do you two want to get a room? A room? Goku was punched by Vegeta in the face. Ow, Vegeta. What was that for? You. Alright, can we come down to business already? Shouldn't we chase after Mechikabura? Well, we don't know how to travel through time. We need Kranoa to help us. As if she heard her name, she, Trunks, Goten, and the red-haired demon flew towards them. Kranoa quickly landed and directly shouted frantically at Goku and Vegeta. Where is he? Where is Mechikabura? Did you kill him? Goku quickly explained to her that he had escaped just a moment ago. Broly raised an eyebrow as he looked at Trunks and Goten. How long was I in thought? Unbeknownst to Broly, Gotenks had tried to talk with him, only to be ignored. They were then attacked by some demons and Gotenks quickly engaged them, while Broly was just standing on the rock ignoring all that. Now they had regathered and looked for Gogeta and Mechikabura. Broly suddenly sensed that he was being looked at. The red-haired demon was observing him. What are you looking at? Broly asked, annoyed. You are different, but I can't put my finger on it. The demon said, expressionless. Broly frowned. Yeah, don't touch me. I don't swing that way. Goten and Trunks almost fell over, hearing that. Cough. We should think of a way to find Mechikabura. We have to stop whatever he is planning. Trunks quickly brought everyone back on track. Just bring me where he disappeared, and I will be able to follow him. The demon said. Goku and Vegeta quickly led the way. So, Broly, you want to help? Kranoa asked. She saw him follow, but she couldn't understand why he didn't directly attack Goku. Weren't they archenemies? Broly only gave her a quick glance before answering. I just want to kill him for pissing me off. Besides, I was brought here by Tawa and now need someone to bring me back to my timeline. Kranoa was surprised. Tawa? Where is she? I killed her. Oh, I see. Don't worry. After we stopped Mechikabura, I will send you back. Of course, Broly could have went back himself, but he wouldn't do so. He still wanted to kill Mechikabura, and he didn't want to expose himself to Kranoa. By the way, where is Bardock? He got injured and I sent him back to the time nest. Kranoa said casually. Oh right, the time nest is my home. It is safe there, she quickly added. Of course, she didn't mention that the time vault was located there. If the time vault was destroyed, all of history will be erased, and the universe will cease to exist. She didn't trust Broly at all, but it would be good if she could borrow his strength against Mechikabura. Broly did know about it, but he didn't bother asking about it. Don't you have Senzu beans? No, we already used them all up, Goten suddenly said while observing Broly. He realized that Broly had a Senzu bean with it and obviously knew about its properties. Additionally, Broly seemed sane. The others noticed that as well, but they didn't know what to think about it. I see. Broly grabbed into the bag at his waists and pulled some healing capsules out. Surprisingly, the bag survived the battle with Mechikabura. He still had plenty of healing capsules. He also had a Senzu bean in his secret pocket in his armor as well, but he wouldn't share that with anyone. He threw one capsule to each one of them. He told them that it would be good for them before eating one himself. Chapter 143, Old Villains. Goku was the first to eat the healing capsule without any concerns. He quickly recovered his powers, and his wounds healed up. The others saw that and immediately threw in the capsule as well. They could instantly tell how it repaired their damaged bodies and returned a good chunk of their energy. What kind of capsule was that? I feel great, Goten said astonished while flexing. Medicine produced from the fruit of the Tree of Might. Broly answered, the Tree of Might? You mean the tree that uses the whole life force of an entire planet to grow? Goku was shocked. He seemed to remember it from his fight against Tools, who had brought it to Earth in an attempt to suck up its life force. Indeed, don't worry, I don't use planets. We used a special crystal. Since it's only for our elite troops, we have accumulated enough for the next few years. Broly said casually. What do you mean your elite troops? Vegeta suddenly called out. Seems like he had listened to the whole conversation. Elite troops are just the strongest forces of my planet, Exausia. It mostly consists of Saiyans since their strength grew tremendously with the help of the technical advanced training rooms, but the strongest of the other races we absorbed are becoming more common in these troops or higher positions. Broly said flatly. He didn't show any emotions. Those were just facts he told them. Your planet? Vegeta's eyes widened. He seemed to have guessed what Broly implied. Yes, obviously, I am their king, the king of all Saiyans. Broly shot Vegeta a glance before smirking. Vegeta furrowed his eyebrows. He wanted to say something, but Goku interrupted him. We arrived. There, we smashed him into the mountain here, and these rocks are the debris remaining from it. Right, Vegeta? HM? Yes, it is here. Vegeta agreed while pondering about something else. Good, then I will locate him now. The demon pointed at the debris with his staff, which had a floating peak with a small sphere in the middle. A red beam shot out of his staff ending midair, but nothing happened. The demon frowned. It seemed like there were some problems. Something is blocking me. I can't sense his location. It looks like he's sealed off the demon realm. Let me help you. Krinoa rolled up her sleeves before she pointed both her palms to the place the demon was pointing at. She sent some kind of waves out. It took them a while before a black hole with red flames surrounding it appeared. All right, let's hope he didn't get far. We should hurry, the demon said, and then flew straight into the rift without waiting for their response. The others quickly followed him. A moment later, they appeared somewhere in the middle of a rocky wasteland. The rocks and the sky were in a shade of dark blue. Suddenly, a key signature peaked in the distance, followed by 4 other outbursts of ki. This feels like Frieza, Cell, and Kid Buu, Goku exclaimed as he sensed the ki. And Janemba's and Broly's ki is there too, Vegeta added while giving Broly a glance. What are you mumbling about? Let's go, Broly said, and shot towards the key signature without considering their opinion. Broly could, after all, sense the magic power of Mechikabura. Although the signal was faint, it was worth to look into it. The others didn't argue and quickly followed his lead. A few seconds of flying, and they arrived a few hundred meters away from a few figures. They could immediately tell that those figures were the past villains they had defeated. They were standing in a row like good soldiers. Behind them was Mechikabura, who seemed rather beat. Still, after the fight with Broly and the beating from Gogeta, his conditions were rather good. At least Broly would be more dead than alive if he fought against someone of Gogeta's level. Although he looked rather good, Broly could hardly detect any magic power from Mechikabura, but instead of being relieved, he felt somewhat uneasy, especially after seeing the reassured smile on Mechikabura's face. They positioned themselves opposite the villains. The villains seemed like they were surrounded by a dark purple, almost black aura. Their clothes were also tainted black, seemingly fitting to their aura. Their eyes were empty, only showing the eyes white. It was obvious that they weren't conscious. Mechikabura flew away without saying anything. They wanted to follow him, but were quickly blocked. Suddenly, a black figure rapidly approached them. He had spikes coming out of his knees, elbows, shoulders, and back. He also had 2 horns coming out of the top of his head. He had a dark blue middle section, but otherwise was completely black. This was Sin Shinran, the 1-star shadow dragon. But it wasn't his normal form. He had the 7 Dragon Balls in his chest. No wonder Mechikabura was so confident. He prepared a distraction. Seems like I will see the fusion dance, Broly thought as his body instantly bulked up to 2.5 meters. His hair slowly grew as he easily entered Legendary Super Saiyan 3. Broly grinned as he thought about how he had previously struggled to reach the next level. He thought he was going to have a little vacation, have some fun at the Cell games, and now here he was confronted with strong enemies that seemed to be boosted with magic. Broly couldn't help but tremble. He was thrilled. Broly completely ignored the others as they were discussing something hastily. Fuck it, I can't wait anymore. Ha ha ha. You are mine. Broly dashed right into the middle of Villain Row. Broly instantly reached Frieza and chopped down. Frieza wasn't able to react and was immediately shot to the ground like a comet. Before Broly could follow up, Cell tried to kick him away, but Broly blocked it with an arm and swung Cell into a mountain. Suddenly another Broly as a legendary Super Saiyan dashed towards Broly like a mad bull. Broly's expression looked like he saw the greatest thing. He didn't back away or dodged. He dashed towards other Broly to meet him. They both punched out, creating a massive crater. The other Broly seemed to be outmatched as he had to take a few steps back. Broly wanted to follow up, but he suddenly felt danger. Although he didn't have great balance after the clash, he quickly jumped out of the way. Just after he jumped away, he saw a big red straight sword deeply embedded into the ground. The others were surprised seeing Broly dash into the enemy's group without any strategies. They saw him take on Cell, Frieza, Janemba, and other Broly at the same time. The others, Kid Buu and Sin Shenron, however, seemed to have other plans as they dashed towards their group. All right, let's do as we discussed, the demon said as he pointed his staff at the two approaching. They were directly trapped in a sphere. He put his energy into the barriers while Vegeta and Goku turned Super Saiyan 4. Then Goten, Trunks, and Goku, Vegeta performed the fusion dance. With a bright light, two pillars brightened the surroundings. It is time to get serious. A voice that seemed to consist of two overlapping sounded out from one of the bright lights. The light dimmed and revealed a muscular frame with a brown fur and fiery crimson hair. His body was surrounded by a golden, sparkly aura that seemed to reach the heavens. Gogeta had stepped on the stage. Let's kick some ass. With a similar voice, a figure with a sword on his back was revealed. He had black hair in the middle with purple on the sides. Gotenks directly went Super Saiyan and headed towards Mechikabura with Kranoa, while Gogeta flew towards Sin Shenron and the demon engaged Kid Buu. The barriers disappeared, and before the two could retaliate, Gogeta and the demon directly pummeled them to the ground. It seemed like the dark aura wasn't as strong as when they would have been with the Dark Dragon Balls. Gogeta easily dominated Sin Shenron, but unlike the series, every hit was meant to kill. Sin Shenron was quickly turned into a bloody mess. While they were fighting, dark clouds gathered before a giant black dragon emerged from the ground. It was Dark Shenlong. How was he back already? Even if the Dark Dragon Balls were gathered, they wouldn't be usable for another year. Gogeta was distracted for a second and was hit in the face. He stumbled back slightly before staring at Sin Shenron. Gogeta jumped back and put his arms to the front at the approaching Sin Shenron. Big Bang Kamehameha. A sphere formed in front of his palms. Rings of energy were coming out of it until it turned into a bright blue beam, destroying everything in its path. Gogeta took a deep breath as he looked at the path of destruction he just created. Nothing of Sin Shenron remained. He looked at the others if they needed help, and his eyes immediately widened. Broly was standing, breathing heavily. His body had numerous bleeding cuts and bruises all over his body. But what surprised Gogeta was something else. Broly was surrounded with 4 corpses that were torn apart in numerous pieces. Heads were crushed, and limbs were twisted. Janemba, Cell, Frieza, and other Broly were slaughtered by him. Broly noticed Gogeta's gaze and stared back. Something wrong? Broly asked, frowning, while pulling out a healing capsule and throwing it in his mouth. Why are you still here? If you are done, let's go assist Kranoa and Gotenks. Broly urged him. That was what they had agreed upon. Although Broly hadn't really listened to them, he was still aware that Kranoa and Gotenks had headed towards Mechikabura. Chapter 144. The End of Mechikabura. Broly and Gogeta were speeding through the air heading towards Dark Shenlong, who was summoned a few seconds ago. On the way, Gogeta spoke out. Pretty impressive that you were able to handle them all by yourself. You even killed the other you who had reached Super Saiyan 4. Bitch, please. Don't compare me with these mindless puppets. Gogeta looked back and frowned as he saw Broly's expression. Although Broly didn't have any wounds from the fight, he still was pale and looked sick. Even the radiance of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan wasn't able to hide it. I think you should take a rest. Super Saiyan 3 isn't something you can use right off the bat. Humph. As if that form would trouble me. After the Zenkai, my cells are tough enough to handle it. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan 3 transformation wasn't the problem. Since his body could stabilize his soul and prevent it from breaking apart, so can the soul affect the body. At first it was just a severe headache, but after going into another tough fight his conditions worsened. Broly now only wanted to lie down and rest, but he wanted to see the death of Mechikabura with his own eyes. I don't think you can help much in your condition. Don't worry, I can handle that demon on my own. After saying that, Gogeta sped up and turned into beam light heading straight towards Dark Shenlong. Broly was speechless. Handle him yourself? Like you did before? What a joke. Broly immediately accelerated as well. It only took Gogeta a few seconds before he arrived. The Dark Dragon finished his greeting and waited for the wish, but the figures below him were fighting with each other and screaming their wishes. It seemed like he would only grant the wish if the person's attention was entirely on him. Gogeta saw this and directly headed into battle. Gogeta was much stronger than Gotenks or Kranoa. As soon as he stepped into the battle, he easily dominated Mechikabura with the others. Mechikabura was barely able to defend himself. Broly arrived and saw this. He immediately realized how much he underestimated him. Even after all that fighting, fleeing through time and space and empowering strong helpers, he was still able to resist. Nevertheless, Mechikabura was really unfortunate. Broly didn't join the battle, but directly flew to the dragon. Mechikabura saw this and was immediately enraged. He wouldn't let that Saiyan steal his wish again. He tried to break free from the encirclement of the two fusions and the Supreme Kai but was instantly suppressed, while Broly easily reached Dark Shenlong. I wish for you to strengthen my soul with all you power. Broly shouted out after flying to the front of the dragon's face. I cannot grant your wish. I cannot directly affect your soul. What? He can't. Broly didn't expect that at all. After all, the dragon could even move around souls and bring them back to the living realm. Shouldn't healing or strengthening be aligned with his abilities? Is it because I am not originally from this universe? Could you hurry up? The fusion doesn't hold that long anymore. Gogeta suddenly screamed out as he hammered down on Mechikabura's barrier, which directly cracked on impact. I wish for you to restrain Mechikabura's power for as long as you can. Broly shouted out. He didn't think about gaining strength anymore. He just wanted to end Mechikabura and go back to heal his soul. Mechikabura obviously heard this and directly tried his best to open up time and space to flee, but before he could escape the barrage of attacks from Gogeta, the dragon spoke. Wish granted. You have 20 seconds. After the dragon's voice fell, Mechikabura's body lost momentum and cracks on his barrier spread out. Without a supply of energy, it was only a matter of time until it broke. Gogeta and Gotenks went all out on their attacks as they hammered down on the barrier. The cracks covered the whole barrier, and it looked like it was about to shatter. You fools. Just end it already. Broly's voice boomed as he shouted out. He suddenly appeared a few meters away from Mechikabura and pointed his cupped hands towards him. Gogeta and Gotenks saw this and directly retreated before preparing an attack as well. Gamma Ray burst. Big Bang Kamehameha. Burning Kamehameha. They had surrounded Mechikabura in a triangular form. Their attacks devastated everything in its path with Mechikabura in the middle. Mechikabura's face became pale and his expression became desperate. He tried to urge his magic power, but it was bound and wouldn't move at all. The three attacks landed on the barrier on the same time. The barrier immediately shattered and was incinerated into nothingness as the three attacks burned through it all. With nothing in the attack's way, Mechikabura was squarely hit by the attacks and only an agonizing scream sounded out as his body was consumed by the attacks. The three attacks met in the middle and turned into a gigantic explosion, brightening the surroundings as it then turned into a mushroom-shaped cloud, which seemed to hit some kind of barrier around it as it couldn't travel further. Kranoa could be seen with her hands up, glowing slightly. After the initial explosion, she put her hands down and the cloud started to dissipate. Phew. If I hadn't sealed away this area of space and time, you guys would have annihilated this universe. Kranoa started angrily shouting out, which made Broly roll his eyes. After the cloud settled and dissipated from the surrounding, only a void was left behind. The dragon had long disappeared through the timelines. The red-haired demon was nowhere to be seen as well. But Broly didn't care. He was only concerned with his damaged soul. He went up to Kranoa, who was still ranting and celebrating at the same time. Hey, how about you sent me to my timeline now? You irresponsible handsome? Yeah, sure. Let's first go to my timeline, then I can bring you back. Gogeta and Gotenks had already defused after that outburst of energy. The four were totally exhausted. Kranoa quickly transported the five to the time nest. As soon as they were brought to the time nest, they fell to the ground. They were greeted by a big bird, which immediately flew towards Broly, inspecting him. Broly knew that this bird, Tokitoki, is a divine bird that could influence and create time. To be honest, Broly wanted to take it away and make some experiments with it, and learn its abilities to manipulate time, but he knew that he would be instantly regarded as an enemy, and with his strength now, he wouldn't necessarily win. He just waved his hand attempting to shoo away the bird. He stood up and looked around for Bardock, but he didn't see anyone. All right, I can get you back now, Kranoa said as she stepped towards Broly, who was still circled by the bird. Honestly, Broly, you helped out more than you think. Hey, you really are strong. Even stronger than that other version. I am probably only a match for you if I turn Super Saiyan 4. How about it? Want to go for a round? Maybe 2. Goku suddenly interrupted.
No.
Broly denied him before turning to Krenoa again. By the way, where is Bardock? He should be around somewhere. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Broly didn't add anything. It didn't really concern him, after all. Okay, bring me back then. You are leaving already? I thought we are going to spar. Goku sounded disappointed, but everyone just ignored him. Broly, don't mess up with your kingdom. Otherwise, I will visit your timeline and beat you up. Humph. Vegeta suddenly spoke out before turning away and crossing his arms. What a tsundere. Broly thought. Beat me up? Good luck with that. You can't even beat Goku? How do you think you stand against me, the legendary Super Saiyan? With that, Broly disappeared from the spot, avoiding the raging Vegeta. Krenoa had brought him back to his timeline. He appeared not far from 2 groups. On one side were the Z fighters, and the other side were Aiz and Taro. They all seemed to have recovered and had no injuries. They were still on guard, seemingly waiting for something. As soon as they saw Broly, Aiz and Taro flew to his side. Chapter 145. Back on Exausia. Broly silently looked at the Z fighters for a while. Since you have won, I will return in 7 years for your judgment. Broly's voice sounded out clearly. Taro looked surprised. But Taro quickly stopped speaking after seeing the glare Broly gave him. I mean, King Broly, it was obvious that these two weren't from Earth and had definitely something to do with their sudden increase in strength. Otherwise you would have won? Lucky for you. I was there to save your ass. The two didn't step into the ring, so even if they used magic to help the Z fighters, it wasn't something I forbid. Taro seemed to want to continue arguing, but seeing Broly's glance, he just swallowed his words. He knew that look. Broly would definitely beat him up if he continues. Broly turned to the Z fighters and let his eyes wander through the group. Their expression gave them away. It looked like they thought the fight would continue as well, but after Broly said it was their victory, they breathed out in relief. Broly's eyes stopped at Cell, who involuntarily froze like a deer that was about to be hit by a car. Broly grinned slightly. Cell, how about it? Want to join my ranks? Broly offered a hand, which stunned Cell and the other Z fighters for a moment. The others looked at Cell waiting for his answer. Cell pondered about it. He was somewhat aware when he was controlled by Tawa. He had witnessed Broly's strength, especially after he took off that necklace. If he stayed here, he would need to seriously train to overcome the gap between them, and even then, it wasn't a sure victory. He had already trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber and still saw no way of him beating Broly. Maybe he could absorb every Earth's warrior, but even then, would he be able to win? No, he didn't think so. Cell already took it for granted that this planet was doomed if Broly came back in 7 years, but maybe he could follow Broly into the vast universe and absorb as many strong warriors as he could until he became stronger than Broly. With time and enough warriors to gobble up, he would surely become stronger than Broly someday. But for this, he had to become Broly's subordinate, and that wasn't something he could endure. He thought about declining the offer, but after feeling Broly's presence and the way he talked, he wasn't sure if he survived if he did decline. As Cell had trouble answering, Broly's voice sounded out once again. Just see it as a temporal alliance. I just want to see how far you can go with my support. Broly had a grin on his face. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Cell was skeptical as well, but he felt like he didn't have any choice but to accept the offer. If that is the case, I see no problem in teaming up. Cell answered with a seemingly confident smile. Cell walked steadily to Broly and stood on his side next to Taro. The Z fighters didn't say anything as they were aware of Cell's personality after the time he spent with them. He also had directly destroyed a city after he woke up. They weren't surprised seeing him join Broly after being invited. How about you, 17 and 18? 17 was directly angry after being asked to join Broly's forces. Do you think we would team up with you after what you did to 16? Sigh, emotional I see, but you do know 16 is a machine, right? He may be offline now, but I am sure after you repair him, he will be as good as new, and surprisingly I have the tools to do so. Broly said with a grin. The two androids hesitated to decline now. Don't. Bulma will be able to repair him as well. Unexpectedly, Krillin shouted out, making the two androids renew their stance. Broly didn't want to wait any longer. Indeed, she can do it as well. Broly suddenly took a small black rectangle out of his pockets. It looked like an USB. Broly threw it at Piccolo, who caught it easily. Piccolo looked at what he had caught, and it was indeed an USB. On there you find a technique similar to Kaioken, but it isn't as straining on the body. Of course, the increase of strength isn't as high as well. You can use it without repercussion. Maybe then you non-Saiyans will be able to contribute to the fight. Alright, Cell, hold on to Taro. We are leaving. Although Cell was puzzled, he silently put a hand on Taro's shoulder, and they quickly disappeared from the Z fighter's sight. Piccolo almost crushed the USB in his hand after hearing what Broly just said. It was obvious that Broly thought of them as useless, and indeed, they didn't contribute much in the fight. Even his student, Gohan, was already stronger than he was. Although Piccolo hated accepting something from the enemy, he would make sure Broly would regret giving them this. Piccolo had of course tried to learn Kaioken as well in the past, but a Namekian body was just too different. Their cells worked differently, which allowed them to regenerate even limbs, but also denied them to learn Kaioken. As for the humans, they could learn it, but their bodies were too fragile. The burden the technique with a basic 2x multiplier put them under was too much for them to handle, even for just a minute. It would only be a waste of time to learn it, so the others didn't. If the technique was really compatible with them, their strength would rise exponentially. Still, the simple fact that it was Broly who gave them the technique made them hesitant. After a while, they had returned to the lookout and summoned Shenlong. They wished for the people to be resurrected that died because of Cell. Just as the androids were about to leave, they overheard Krillin make the wish for them to become human again. Because they were already human, Shenlong couldn't grant it, but Krillin changed his wish to remove the bombs inside of them. On Exausia, in Broly's personal training chamber, 4 people suddenly appeared. Obviously these 4 were Broly, Ace, Taro, and Cell. Broly led them outside and flew into the air with Cell following closely. Cell looked around and could feel many strong auras which made him excited. Cell, if you dare kill as much as a single innocent person here, I will use your dead body to do some experiments on. Broly's cold voice immediately interrupted Cell's thoughts, making him shiver deeply. He only nodded. Broly's voice made it clear that there was no room for negotiation regarding this. Cell didn't even dare to make a joke. There are a lot more of these fruits I gave you, which will be given to you if you fulfilled your missions. Besides that, you can absorb as many of our enemies as you like. I don't care about them. Do as you please. Ace will tell you more about the missions and the training opportunities. Have fun, partner. Broly said with a smile before disappearing quickly. Broly didn't entertain Cell any longer and was on his way to meet up with his wives. They were still the strongest in his army, and he needed someone to protect him when he was healing his soul. With his wound, he couldn't go all out without injuring himself. He wanted to be at 100% as quick as possible. He felt the ki of Zangya and Kana. They seemed to be together. He directly teleported to them. As soon as he arrived, he was greeted with hugs and kisses, but he quickly stopped them. Where is Aaliyah? Is she on a mission? Broly directly asked as he couldn't sense her ki. The training rooms were isolated fairly well, but because Broly was incredibly sensitive and was familiar with her ki, he could usually still sense it, even if it was incredibly weak. Broly had a bad feeling. HM? No, she went training just a few hours ago. Said that she was about to have a breakthrough. Kana answered puzzled. Broly didn't say anything and directly teleported himself into Aaliyah's training room. The room was completely destroyed with huge dents covering the strong walls. Broly quickly looked around and his eyes widened in shock as he saw Aaliyah lying in a pool of blood. He quickly rushed up to her and held her cold body up. He quickly felt her pulse, but he already knew through his vision of truth. There was no pulse, no breath. Her skin was pale white, and a huge cut was going through her chest. Her life force had already disappeared. She was dead. Chapter 146, Murder. Daz was on his way to one of Exausia's elite team. The Galactic Patrol had issued some complaints about the destructiveness on a mission, and after looking through the data, Daz agreed that some of the members went too far. Daz looked up and saw black clouds forming in the previous clear sunny sky. On the sidewalk, a few elves were noticing something odd as well. Is the ground shaking? Oh yes. Did they announce an earthquake? Didn't see anything on the news warning about that. No, there wasn't anything. Crack. Suddenly the ground of the street started cracking, rapidly extending from the city center outside. The tremble in the ground grew exponentially stronger as time went on. Whoa, what is going on? A Saiyan spoke out. Daz frowned deeply. He knew better than anyone else that the ground wasn't something easily broken. It could even endure attacks from someone on the level of a full-powered Frieza. This wasn't something a normal earthquake could cause. Just as he thought about it, a humongous violent aura spread out. Ki in form of a green fiery pillar pierced the heaven. The pressure was so immense, the weaker ones directly fainted as the aura and ki was being released. The stronger ones kneeled down and vomited out their dinner. Even Daz, whose strength was top class, slumped down slightly from the pressure. Just as the ones who were still conscious thought it wouldn't get any worse, a deep roar shook the planet. Buildings started collapsing, and the streets split in half as lightning struck the ground. Almost everyone had collapsed and started bleeding out of their orifices. The only ones who were able to retain consciousness were the very peak of Exausia, and even they were kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Thunder, the shaking ground, collapsing buildings, and a roar that resembled an enraged beast filled the surroundings. But no one screamed because no one was able to muster any strength. Even though the world now was filled with sound, it still was eerily silent. Daz was still trying to comprehend what was happening. If Daz didn't recognize the key signature, he would have thought they were under attack. It sounded like Broly was about to go insane from rage, but what made Broly so enraged? Daz sensed from where Broly's ki was coming from and noticed that it was not coming directly from the center, but a bit from to the side. It was on Broly's private property. Did someone try to assassinate him again? But who would be able to enter Broly's place? It was highly secured, and no one could enter the place without Broly's or his wife's permission. Suddenly, another 4 different ki were released violently as if they wanted to compete with Broly. 1 pale green and 3 golden pillars rose into the sky next to Broly's. Daz could instantly tell which those ki signature belonged to. A's, Taro, Kana, and Zangya. The 4 strongest right after Aaliyah and Broly. Right. Where is my daughter's ki? Shouldn't she be in Broly's villa as well? A bad feeling suddenly emerged in his belly. As if he had gained new strength, his body directly shot into the sky and flew towards Broly and the others. His eyes were bloodshot as his thoughts went wild. He urged his energy to his maximum as he headed there. He only took a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity for him. Up close to the raging ki piercing into the sky, his energy seemed like a small match in front of a storm, but he didn't let himself waver as he directly headed to the open roof of one of the training rooms on Broly's property. His gaze pierced through the ki and saw how the 5 were surrounding Aaliyah's body. His eyes were wide open as he saw the blood stains and wound on her chest. He entered the room and directly pushed away Taro and Kana out of his way. He kneeled down opposite to Broly, who was now standing. He held Aaliyah up and pushed away the strains of bloody hair on her face. Baby, no. Come on, open your eyes. Come on, please. He pulled her into his embrace as he kissed her head. My little girl, please. He begged her to open her eyes and tried to feed her a healing capsule, but no matter what he did, she wouldn't move. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. Daz's ki suddenly turned golden as he directly went Super Saiyan. His ki violently surged out, cracking the already destroyed ground further as he vented his emotions. No one said anything as they looked at Daz, embracing Aaliyah. After a while, Daz put Aaliyah's head gently on the ground and let his fingers wander over a few scars on Aaliyah's neck. A message was cut into her flesh. The message was simple. For Saiyan and Sina. X. It was clear that this was revenge for the death of the 2 assassins that were sent by Mamba to kill Broly. Daz slowly stood up. They all had retracted their ki, and the only thing that was leaking into the surroundings was pure killing intent. Their eyes were practically glowing with hatred. Daz, with his face filled with tear stains and a gaze seemingly wanting to watch everything burn down, looked straight at Broly. He didn't need to say anything as Broly, and the others felt the same. He wouldn't rest until he had found the motherfucker and rip him to shreds and make him suffer as much as possible. After finally calming down, Broly's senses had already spread out, beginning to analyze the surrounding space to get any clues on the murderer. He instantly noticed an area where the space was forcefully ripped open and closed again. He knew that with this forceful fix, the space would return to normal after a few dozen more minutes. If he wanted to find the murderer, he needed to move out immediately. Broly nodded to the others and took a few steps. He stretched out with his hands back to back as if he was trying to open something. A small tear at his fingertip suddenly appeared, and with yank, he ripped it open, revealing a black hole with greenish flames at the border. Without saying anything, he went through the hole. The others followed him silently. A few moments later, they arrived on a barren planet at the edge of the universe. The space surrounding the planet was chaotic, not very different from Perdidus, maybe even more chaotic. Broly looked around for a fraction of a second before ripping open space again. Shortly afterwards, they arrived on a very similar planet with chaotic space around it. A few hurricanes were devastating the ground not far away. Broly again ripped open space and traveled to another planet, which was lush green from the flourishing flora. The space, however, surrounding the planet was not chaotic. In fact, there didn't seem to be any space around the planet at all. A sun was shining brightly in the sky, but Broly could instantly tell that the sun was in a different dimension. Broly's eyes flashed after he had scanned the planet. He seemed to take a few slow steps, but his body moved across half of the surface of the planet before he stopped only a few hundred meters away from an inconspicuous hut, hidden deep in the woods. The hut itself seemed to contain the energy emissions coming from inside. It not only covered ki but magic and life force as well. It even prevented leakage for mental and emotional energy, but in front of Broly's vision this was completely useless. Nothing could have been there at all, and it would still be the same outcome. The other 5 quickly arrived next to Broly. They slowly walked towards the hut. The plants around them started wilting as if they met something extremely toxic, but it was just their intense aura crushing the life force of anything near them. Every step they took left a deep imprint on the ground. They looked like 6 enraged devils had clawed their way out of hell, only to meet their most hated enemy. Unexpectedly, the door of the hut opened, and a figure stepped out. It seemed like the person already knew of their arrival and was calmly looking at him. If Broly had to make a comparison, the figure looked like a ninja version of Hit from Universe 6. He had a katana on his side and was wearing all black. The only thing that was missing was a facial disguise, and his look would have been complete. Broly didn't say anything. He had already detected Aaliyah's lingering key on the blade. Broly knew that this was the one they were looking for. Broly was already in his legendary Super Saiyan 3 form, and with his rage he was much stronger than before. His senses had risen to another level as well. Even his soul seemed to be held together, even though it was being heavily strained by his actions. His whole being was currently being fueled by his intense rage. Chapter 147. Revenge. Spread out, Broly said coolly. Without saying anything, the others started surrounding the hut and the assassin at its doorstep, giving him no direction to escape to. He may be more powerful than the others, but they could still slow him down for a while. The assassin didn't move as if he wasn't concerned about their actions. I didn't think you would be able to find me here. According to the report, you took a while to locate Mamba, and yet after a few minutes you have already arrived here. The assassin spoke calmly while slowly walking towards Broly. Broly moved to him as well. He was curious to know why Broly was able to find and even enter this planet. It was after all in another dimension. He now stood 10 meters away from Broly. I wonder, how did you get here? Broly didn't answer him. He wasn't here for chit-chat. There was no reason for that assassin to know about his ability to travel through space. If the assassin had traveled with a spaceship, it would have taken Broly years to find him, if at all. Fortunately for Broly, the assassin forcefully traversed space, leaving behind a clear trail for Broly to follow. The assassin smiled slightly. Seems like I won't get an answer. It doesn't matter anymore, since you were able to get here. Although it wasn't in the contract, it seems like I will have to finish you myself. Remember, it was Reap who killed you. Suddenly Reap's body vanished and instantly appeared behind Broly without anyone able to react. Reap was already mid-swing. His katana sliced through the air as it directly reached Broly's neck. As if it didn't meet any resistance at all, his katana cut right through Broly's neck. Reap squinted his eyes as he jumped backwards, creating some distance between him and Broly. Broly's body with a white line on his neck slowly became blurry before disappearing altogether. The time he disappears is 0.008 seconds. Doesn't stop time but enters another dimension. Uses the dimension to close into his opponent and exit it again to strike him. While he is in the dimension, he leaves behind a clone and disperses it again after he returns. This way his opponent won't easily see through it and thinks that Reap moves instantaneously or stops time. Should be about it, right? Broly's voice sounded out as he calmly analyzed Reap's abilities, and it was coming from the spot Reap had seen them at the beginning. Reap turned around and saw them all still standing there as if they hadn't moved at all. Reap looked around only to see the other figures that had surrounded him disappear in the same manner as Broly's figure did. Reap was shocked to know that those were just illusions and that they, in fact, hadn't moved at all. After calming down slightly, he only now realized what Broly just said, and it shook him to his core. It was a secret that he protected with all his might. Even the organization he was working for didn't know about it and thinks he stops time. But now his secret was easily revealed in a single exchange. Reap gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. As an assassin, he was quickly able to suppress any panic that might have surfaced. He tried to analyze the situation and figured that even if Broly knew about it, he still doesn't know where he would appear. He can even use invisible key attacks to strike Broly. He wouldn't even know what hit him. He had to put all his effort into this. He couldn't allow anyone to know more about his abilities. Reap held his katana high above his head and swung down right into the direction of Broly, who instantly sidestepped. Suddenly the ground split in half, as if it was cut with a gigantic sword. Broly only sneered and stomped the ground. Broly was propelled directly towards Reap. Just as he was about to reach and punch him, Broly stomped the ground again. He instantly changed his flying path to the left. Suddenly Reap reappeared with his sword high above his head about to swing, but Broly rammed him with his shoulder, knocking the wind out of Reap. Broly pushed him through several big trees until he pinned him against a boulder. Reap was trying to breath but was directly headbutted by Broly. Then Broly took Reap's face and grinded it across the boulder's surface. Reap wildly swung his sword, making Broly retract his arm. Reap took a few steps to create some distance between the two. Reap frantically looked around and quickly found what he was looking for, Broly's companions. Reap entered his dimension and exited again directly behind a female Saiyan, which should be Broly's wife, Kana. He put a hand on her shoulder and put the sword's tip at her back. Don't move or I will kill her. Reap looked coldly at Broly. It was only a short exchange, but he knew that he couldn't beat Broly. Reap cursed at the one who made the profile about Broly. Only twice or thrice as strong as Mamba. What a joke. They couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. What about killing Broly to keep his secret? If he died here, why would he give a fuck about someone knowing his secret? He only needed to survive. He watched Broly as he slowly backed away, pulling Kana with one hand. He used her body as a shield in case Broly used a key attack, but his unease only increased as he looked at Broly's expression. A mocking smile greeted him as if he looked at an idiot. Kana's head suddenly turned around 180 degrees with a wide smile on her face and bloodshot eyes, which frightened Reap for a moment. Suddenly, her body turned into a blur and vanished. Reap was dazed. Another illusion. Then he spotted a few figures in the sky. The others were watching from a distance. They were too far away for him to cross the distance with the time he was in the dimension. He suddenly felt that he was unable to move his sword. 2 fingers were pinching the blade. No matter how much strength he used, it wouldn't budge. Broly was standing right in front of him, expressionless. Reap had to look upwards to see his face. Broly's eyes were glowing brightly yellow. He put a hand on Reap's shoulder and clenched it slightly, crushing it completely while taking the sword out of Reap's hand. Ah! An agonizing scream escaped Reap's mouth as tried to remove Broly's hand. After Broly let go again, only a bloody mess that looked nothing like a shoulder was revealed. It looked like someone squished pastry, except it was heavily bleeding. Reap wanted to use his ability, but he couldn't. He needed time to store so he could open his dimension, but he didn't feel the time around him. His despair reached an all-time high as he looked into the hatred-filled eyes. Reap tried to put strength into his leg to jump away, but as soon as his muscles in his legs slightly tensed, a black blur crossed his view downwards. Thud. A piercing pain came from his leg. Reap looked down and saw his sword going right through his thigh. His screams were driving away the birds in the surroundings. Broly pushed Reap slightly, forcing him to take a few steps back to support his body, but as soon as he put some weight on his pierced leg, he collapsed to the ground. Reap's face was covered in sweat. They had only fought for a few 10 seconds, and he was too exhausted to flee. He wasn't even given a chance to plead. As soon as he tried to beg for his life, Broly would pull out the sword and pierce another limb. He wanted to tell Broly about his organization that wanted revenge, but Broly seemed to be disinterested, piercing through Reap's limbs and crushing his bones. Reap's conscience began to blur, and he was about to faint until an unbelievable pain came from his forehead, like someone was drilling into his head directly on the nerves. Broly had put his hand over Reap's face and was absorbing all the memories while he attacked Reap's soul. He had experience through Tawa and his strength increased a lot. The process was far quicker than it used to be. He only took a few minutes until he filtered everything out about a certain organization Reap was working for and about something else. After Broly was done, he retracted his hand, giving Reap time to breath until he smashed down on Reap's navel. Reap felt like something cracked inside his body, and it felt like every bone in his muscle broke at the same time. Something seemed to be robbed from him, and he felt extremely weak. Broly had smashed his center in the navel region that was responsible for generating ki and magic. Reap slowly realized that he was crippled. Even if he found an opportunity to escape, he wouldn't be able to take it. Now he was even less than an ant in front of Broly. Tears were rolling down his cheek as he mustered up strength to say something. Before Reap could finish even the first word, he was turned over and felt a blunt force impacting his lower back. Something snapped and he couldn't feel his legs anymore. His eyes were filled with pain, despair, but mostly exhaustion. Not only was his ki and magic crippled, but now he couldn't even move normally. Reap slowly started to accept that he wouldn't survive this. He only wished that he would die soon, but after remembering Broly's eyes, he knew that would be an unrealistic wish. Reap was picked up by the neck, making his already difficult breathing worse. He recognized how Broly fed him something. As soon as he swallowed it, he felt his body rapidly repair itself. Even his ki and magic center was slowly recovering. But he definitely wasn't happy about that. Broly raised him to eye level. Reap was shivering as he saw Broly's glint in his eyes. He couldn't help but have a bad foreboding. Still, he gritted his teeth. He didn't show any fear in front of the inevitable death. He tried to accept it. He wouldn't let Broly get more joy out of this. Reap didn't want to plead anymore but mock Broly, saying something about his dead wife, but Broly had other plans. He smashed Reap's ki/magic center again, destroying it with precision. After making him a cripple again, Broly stated, speaking, "You are very brave, Reap, not showing any fear. How about?" The corner of Broly's lips curled upwards, forming an evil smile. Reap's expression changed dramatically after hearing what Broly said. He felt like the next words came straight out of the devil's mouth, filling him with absolute despair. "How about we show you braveness to your wife and your 2 little sons?" Chapter 148, Resurrection. Broly ripped open space and quickly traveled through the universe before arriving near the center of the whole universe in a gigantic galaxy. From Reap's memories, Broly knew that his family was on a giant planet with a high export of goods. They traded with anyone, and although some tried to meddle with the business, no one had succeeded. After all of them, including a known mercenary, were killed, no one dared to provoke this planet and its secret backer. This bustling planet, of course, had Reap as its true secret leader. Reap had installed highest security devices and strong experts from his assassin organization as protection. Reap also seemed to work for another organization with another alias. The organization was ruling almost half of the galaxy, and Reap seemed to have a high position in there as well. All in all, no one would or could mess with him or his family with that kind of background. Obviously, The security measures and the assassins were just decoration in front of Broly's means. In a blink of an eye, he killed any expert stationed in Reap's home. The only survivors were his wife and his sons, who didn't notice a single thing. Broly nodded to Daz, who immediately rushed in and only a few seconds later, dragged the three out. Reap was begging to let them go, and that he would do anything so they wouldn't touch them. Tears were running down his face as he despaired at the sight of his family. Broly put a foot on Reap's back, pushing him into the ground and holding him there. Broly didn't say anything as he let Daz take the lead. Daz had always spoiled Aaliyah and loved her dearly. It wouldn't be right for only Broly to vent. "Daddy!" The sons screamed out as they saw their mighty father under Broly's foot. In the eyes of the sons, there was no way for their father to lose. Seeing him on the ground under Broly's foot shocked and confused them deeply. "Dear, who are these people?" Broly knew that his wife was aware of him being an assassin and had a deeper grasp on his power. Now seeing him completely suppressed, she somewhat realized what happened. The colors in her face were rapidly drained. Despair filled her eyes and unknowingly tears were running down her cheek. She guessed that one of his missions had failed, and not only couldn't he escape, but they somehow found a way here. Daz ignored them and turned to Reap, who was struggling on the ground. "Choose one and I will let the others live," Daz said as he stared Reap. Reap's eyes widened as he froze. "No, please, I beg you, Dash. Choose, or the others die too." Daz interrupted him, not willing to listen to his pleas. "I Dash. Dear, choose me, Dash." The wife shouted out before she was slapped by Kana. Reap's hand clenched as he looked away, not daring to look at his family. He had brought this to them. He regretted nothing more in his life than to have let this happen. If he knew that this would happen, he would have rejected this mission no matter what, even if there were penalties involved. But it was all too late. "Choose me." The wife spat out blood before she shouted again, only to receive another slap. "Dad, Mom, what is going on?" The older son, barely 13, cried out. This was too much for him to handle. 10, 9, 8, 7. Daz started counting down, indicating how long he would wait for his decision. "I choose Liss." Reap looked at the ground, not daring to look up. He clenched his fists until blood was seeping out of his palms. Broly retracted his foot from his back, but Reap didn't seem to have realized it. Clink. A gleam blinded Reap slightly. He finally raised his head and looked at his sword embedded into the ground, just a hand reach away from him. Daz spoke out coldly. "You are an assassin, right? Do it yourself?" Reap seemed to have lost all will. "It's okay, honey. Think about Ra and Cray." Liss spoke out before being kicked in the stomach. Reap gritted his teeth before he stood up slowly and picked up his sword. Liss stood up and stumbled towards him. They hugged and kissed each other. Liss held his cheek and put her forehead against his. "It's okay. I knew the risk."
Daddy, no.
"We can beat them." Ra, the oldest, screamed out. "Thud. I love you," Liss said and slumped down as her strength left her body. "I am so sorry." Reap apologized as he gently put her on the ground while supporting her head. Liss' breathing became short and abrupt. She grasped Reap's hand tightly as if to encourage him. She couldn't say anything as blood filled her mouth. She took a last look at her children before every movement ceased and she died. Cut into her neck. "Right for Aaliyah, and then I am satisfied." After hearing this, Reap hatefully looked at Daz. "Seems like you don't want your sons to survive after all," Daz said without changing his tone. Reap could only swallow his hate and write down the message on his wife's neck like he did to Aaliyah. His hands were trembling, and only with difficulties was he able to finish it. "I did what you asked me to do." "Yes, you did," Daz said, looking at Broly. "Kill his sons," Broly said coolly. Reap immediately jumped to his kids, but on the way his body was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. "We had a deal. You would let them live." Reap struggled to get up, but to no avail. "Daz said he wouldn't kill your sons, but that didn't include us," Broly said as he sat down on Reap's back and straightened Reap's head to look at his sons. He forced his eyes open and made him watch them. The others moved out and started beating the sons to death, while Reap was helplessly made to watch. His eyes were bloodshot and tried his best to struggle free, but crippled he stood no chance. After a while they stopped moving. "Even if I die today, Dash," Reap's hateful voice sounded out, but his teeth were instantly smashed by Daz's kick. Broly stepped back. Daz stomped on his back, snapping it in half, before Daz generated ki in his palm and pulverized Reap's body. Nothing was left of this fearsome assassin. The others disposed of the other bodies as well before Broly blasted the whole castle into oblivion, which finally alerted the other inhabitants of this planet. Broly and the others disappeared through space, and after making some detours, Broly and Daz made their way to Exausia while the others went to New Namek. Fortunately for them, the Dragon Balls weren't used again. They quickly gathered them from the Namekians and waited for the others. Broly and Daz arrived shortly after with Broly carrying Aaliyah's body. Broly put her body down in front of the Dragon Balls. They quickly made the 2 wishes to heal her body and to return her soul to her body. After Purunga confirmed their wishes, they released a sigh of relief. After all, there were some situations when Purunga couldn't revive someone before, and that made them anxious. Aaliyah's eyes trembled slightly before she opened them and looked around. Broly helped her up and hugged her tightly. Aaliyah seemed to have remembered something as her eyes became watery and tears fell down her cheek. Daz and the others hugged her deeply and tried to cheer her up, but she could only sob. They returned to Exaosia after making their wishes. They remained with her for the next day and tried to cheer her up before they departed and let Broly and Aaliyah have some time for the two only. Broly knew that it hit her quite hard. Although she was a strong fighter, she was also a very gentle person and wouldn't easily handle something like being killed. Broly had toughened the girls up with the training sessions, but that was all they were. Training sessions? After the day the others spent with her and her tears had dried, one could guess that she would recover soon, but Broly knew that wasn't the case. He had seen the memories from Reap. She was cultivating and was about to make another jump in terms of her control, but at a critical moment space opened and a sword directly pierced through her chest. As tough as a Saiyan's physique is, she didn't die immediately but started counterattacking with some key blasts, but her strength was already lessened rapidly. The attacks were easily blocked by Reap. She tried to escape, but he prevented all of her attempts and pinned her down. She slowly bled out. She knew if she only opened the door, her ki would be noticed by the others. As she was pinned down, she hoped that someone would save her, but until her last breath no one did. Broly had seen her expression filled with fear. He saw the hoping glint in her eyes until she couldn't last any longer. Slowly dying, hoping for rescue to come only to die alone with an assassin in an empty room. This wasn't something she could easily brush off after being revived. Broly feared that this would scar her, so he stayed with her until she would recover, no matter how long that would take. Chapter 149. Recover. A few days passed with Broly and Aaliyah intimately cuddling and fooling around with each other. Aaliyah had already calmed down and recovered greatly, but Broly could still tell that it affected her even if she tried to hide it from him. Days and weeks passed with Broly pressing her into telling him what she actually felt, and although she initially told him that it wasn't necessary, she stabilized emotionally through it a lot. At some time, Kana and Zangya joined them in their daily routine again, and everything slowly returned to normal. While Broly could tell if something disturbed Aaliyah, so could she. She felt that he acted weirdly sometimes. She had followed Broly one time to the bathroom and saw him heavily coughing over the sink before spitting some blood out. She instantly threw a fit as of why he didn't tell her about it. She forced him to explain everything that happened on Earth, the fight between the demons and the Time Patrol, and that he killed Reap, but he didn't go into detail with that. He told her that he was currently recovering from a soul injury that was caused through his recklessly usage of it. After he killed Reap, he estimated that he would need about 2 years on his own to recover from it completely. He, of course, left out the fact that he was constantly in pain, but it seemed that she still realized that fact even without him mentioning it. After he was done, she only stared at him silently before her eyes became watery. "You, big idiot. I don't want you to suffer just because I was a little upset about my death. What if it got worse dash?" she said before beginning to sob, not able to finish what she wanted to say. She wiped away the tears that were flowing down her cheek with both her hands. Broly embraced her before gently saying, "I wasn't there when you needed saving. At least I wanted to be here when you recover." Aaliyah buried her head in his chest and was hugging him tightly while sobbing quietly. They remained like that for a while before Aaliyah took a step back and looked straight at Broly. Her tears had dried and her eyes were filled with determination. "You said that the Origin Spirit Crystal might accelerate your recover, right? Then I will go with you and protect you." Broly smiled bitterly. "You went through a lot, Dash."
No bats.
"Broly, I am not a child that you need to protect. I was careless and got killed. That wasn't your fault or anyone else's. If I had been stronger, I would have survived." Aaliyah interrupted him and spoke as if there was no room for negotiation, which only made Broly frown. "Stronger? You already trained so hard. There is Dash. That's where you are wrong." Aaliyah interrupted him again as she knew what he was going to say. "Your guidance allowed me to get stronger than what I would have been on my own, but I don't train as hard as I could have, and I am speaking for Kana and Zangya as well." Broly was stunned. He wanted to say something but decided to let her finish. "Kana wanted to kill Frieza. Zangya wanted to conquer the universe, and I wanted to become the leader of the Saiyans, but our ambitions were replaced with you. We wouldn't go out to train or fight others for years to have another breakthrough if it meant not seeing you, but you would and did. We only push ourselves as much as you expect us to, but we don't have the same drive as you have. We had you to protect us if needed and guide us." Unconsciously, we began to slack. The three of us had talked about this a short while ago, and we came to the conclusion that we need to change something to get stronger. We only stayed on Exaosia if you didn't order us, but now, we want to accept more missions and gain more experience. I think to start this off, it would be a good idea to bring you back to health and then start our training to become stronger. How about it?" Aaliyah spoke resolutely. Broly stayed quiet for a second. "I disagree." Aaliyah's eyes widened. She didn't think he would reject it so straightforwardly. We still need to destroy that assassin organization. After that, do as many missions as you like. Aaliyah was stunned for a while before her face blossomed with a beautiful smile.
Yes.
Aaliyah shouted cheerfully. Seems like I have pampered you too much. All right, after we eradicated that organization, you will have to fulfill a quota like any other person. You will be assigned the most dangerous mission, considering your strength. There are many galactic emperors that will need to be slayed by you. Understood. Broly embraced her and went on to tell the others. He told them about important stations of the organization and gave them the mission to completely destroy them. Unexpectedly, the organization was reaching into every corner of the universe. Most of the members, of course, were unimpressive, but there were still many of them. Because there were many, they needed branches where missions would be handed out, and most would reside there during the time of their mission. Ace with Taro, Kana with Zhangya, and Broly with Aaliyah would go out in 3 teams, leading tens of elite teams to eradicate them quickly. Since they would teleport between the locations, they would be able to quickly target the stronger stations without worrying that news spread. Before they could move out, though, Broly needed to recover. Broly and Aaliyah teleported away without anyone noticing, while the elite teams were preparing themselves and gathered back on Exausia. Broly and Aaliyah appeared in the solar system where they had found the construct with the crystal inside. They quickly looked around the orbit from the destroyed planet. They had left the hall behind, since they couldn't teleport it away. Fortunately for them, the magic from the construct had made it so it was in sync with the planet it was on. They knew the area where to look for it. It didn't take them long to find it. Still orbiting the star with its imposing gate that was able to resist a full-out attack from Broly at that time. Broly was actually confident that he could break it apart with his current strength, but there wasn't a need to do so. They quickly flew towards it, and Aaliyah opened the gate with telekinesis. As expected, the crystal was still hovering there as ethereal as before. Although it was only 2 meters tall now, it was still an extraordinary sight to view at with it shimmering in and out of existence. Aaliyah closed the gate again and observed the surroundings while Broly was preparing to absorb the crystal's power. He cut into his palm and used his soul to connect with the crystal while he was touching the crystal physically as well. To move his soul now was painful, but nothing he couldn't endure. He circulated according to the technique and quickly felt the energy from the crystal enter his body and into his soul. Fortunately, his guess was correct. His soul that was blurry and dim before began to solidify and become clear again. Surprisingly, the energy was barely enough to heal his soul completely. There was a bit remaining, but the remaining energy couldn't be used to enhance his ability to generate more soul power anymore. He had already tried it with the energy crystal, so it wasn't much of a surprise. Broly felt refreshed and instantly knew that his soul's strength had increased tremendously. When he absorbed the crystal for the first time, he felt like his soul expanded to every corner of his body, but that was just his perception. His mind became clearer, which made him more perceptive of his body and its every movement. Now, however, he felt different. With Kaka's fighting style, he was able to guide his soul to another body part and fuse it with that part and its energy. He was only able to guide his soul that way through imitating Kaka's. Now after healing, he felt like it was easy to guide his soul through his body. It seemed like his control over his soul rose tremendously as well. Chapter 150, Attack. He played around with his soul and started applying it on his limbs. He had no problem in using Kaka's fighting style on both of his arms or one leg for about 5 minutes without any repercussions. If he wanted to use both legs the time, he could sustain it would be halved. It was also more straining on his soul as he needed to force his soul to cover more area. He was rather satisfied with the result as it would mean that he could attack people that were close or even in the realms of gods. Of course, if he went up against someone like Beerus, he still would be annihilated. Well, that was his assumptions from what was shown in the series. As of how strong the gods of destruction here differ to what was shown, Broly had close to no idea. He didn't bother thinking about it too much as those powers were still far off. Broly went outside and saw a giant ship torn to pieces. Aaliyah casually leaned against the wall next to the gate. What happened? Broly asked her. Oh, just some pirates were trying to stir up some trouble, Aaliyah said while flying towards Broly with a smile on her face. I see. You finished them all? Yes, killed every single one of them. All right, how about we are going back? Broly said as he opened his palm, offering his hand. She reached for it, and before she could react, a white blur shot out from Broly. Her eyes widened. She spat out some blood and looked down on the glowing arm that was penetrating her chest. Broly retracted his arm and pulled a red beating heart out in the process. What a joke, Broly said coolly as he crushed the heart. His hand was covered with blood as he looked at Aaliyah's figure, which started to change slowly. She got smaller and her skin tone turned into a pale orange tone. Her brown Saiyan tail split open and changed in size as they turned into orange fox's tails, with the tip being a clean white. The woman grew whiskers and fox ears. Her face was pale white from the loss of blood, and her chin was red from the blood she just spit out. She stared at Broly in disbelief. She couldn't understand how he was able to instantly know that she wasn't Aaliyah. She was an infamous assassin that could copy everyone's body and key signature to perfection. Even if the one she copied was far stronger than her, she wouldn't have a problem to use illusion to emulate the pressure one would normally feel. But now in the first few seconds she met the target, she was seen through and had her heart crushed. Now she was just a heartless assassin at the verge of dying. After hearing about the death of Reap, she was heartbroken. The two of them were colleagues on about the same level that worked on a few missions together and could be considered friends. That was also why she immediately accepted the mission in hope of killing Broly. If she knew how powerful Broly was, she might have had a change of heart, but it was too late now. Broly didn't let her go and directly placed his hand on her forehead, absorbing her memories in a heartbeat. The surroundings had changed as well as that foxwoman was dying. The giant ship disappeared, and in its stead were 4 lights that entangled with each other. The fight between Aaliyah and 3 opponents now replaced the image of the giant ship. Although Aaliyah was in a numerical disadvantage, she had no trouble keeping up and even suppressing her opponents. The only reason she couldn't finish the fight was because of the abilities the opponents were using. One of them was constantly teleporting, attacking her from all kind of angles. One used completely undetectable attacks. Luckily, those weren't strong enough to deal much damage, but it still forced Aaliyah to keep a barrier around her at all times. The last was growing vines from all over his body, trying to wrap around Aaliyah. They were strong and durable, which denied Aaliyah from eliminating it with a simple attack and had to focus more on dodging. It didn't seem like she would deal much damage if she took the efforts to destroy the vines, so she focused on the other 2. After Broly finished absorbing her memories, he knew everything that he needed to know. He pulverized her body and headed towards the 4 figures. After they fought for this long, one of the assassins that was using undetectable attacks had its head blasted away, but Broly didn't see its life force leaving. Aaliyah and the other assassins had some battle injuries as well, but they weren't anything serious. However, the energy consumption of Aaliyah was enormous, and she wouldn't be able to last as long as the others. Just as the headless body started moving towards Aaliyah again, it was pulverized by a green beam, which interrupted the battle between Aaliyah and the other 2 as well. Broly had already turned to his legendary state, plus Akari. After seeing Broly come towards them, they first thought it was Ko, the foxwoman, but unfortunately for them it wasn't her. That's right. It is me, Broly. He could tell what was going on in their minds as he was flying towards them. After Broly had killed one of them, the other 2 wanted to escape immediately. The one with the body of vines quickly extended one to the teleporting assassin, wanting to teleport away with him. Of course, Broly wouldn't let them and dashed towards the one who could teleport and slapped him away, breaking almost every bone in that assassin's face. The other saw that and wanted to put as much distance between himself and Broly as possible, but Broly was faster. He grabbed one vine and pulled it hard. The main body was directly flung towards Broly. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he directed all his vines to attack Broly. Broly only scoffed and waved one of his hand, sending a key sphere that expanded on impact with the vines, devouring every single vine near it. The sphere suddenly glowed strongly. No! The vine assassin screamed out until he was devoured by the key sphere's explosion. Broly headed to the unconscious teleporting assassin. He quickly read his mind before ripping him in 2 and pulverized his body. He killed them in seconds, which left Aaliyah dazed. She only shook her head before she approached him and asked, "How did they know we were here?" Broly shook his head. They didn't. This is just one of the locations they put up a mission for, to observe, but they seem to know that this crystal is somewhat important to us as they had sent more assassins to wait here. As of how they knew of its location, I have no clue. From what I got out of Ko's, the foxwomen's, memories, the ice planet, where the energy crystal is located on, is another location they put focus on. Not many have accepted the missions yet, as Reap was one of their strongest assassins. With the news of her death, they will be even more apprehensive to accepting missions that target us. You were actually quite lucky that she needed to have had contact at least once with the person she wanted to turn into, otherwise she would have ambushed you instead. Doesn't matter now, let's just go back. In the next moment, the 2 teleported away and instantly arrived on Exausia. The moment they emerged, they noticed 3 lights in the sky bouncing at each other rapidly. Broly could see how Ace and Taro were fighting a figure with a cloak on. Not far away from that battle was another. Zangya and Kana were engaging what seemed like a black mech with 2 swords as arms, which wasn't something what one would call an assassin at all. Broly directly transformed and flew towards the cloaked figure. Broly had turned into legendary Akari state and chopped at the cloaked one's head. The figure was surprised and hadn't any time to turn around. He was directly sent into a building. Before Broly could follow up, however, he noticed distortion around him. Without hesitation, Broly powered up to ascended legendary Super Saiyan plus Akari. He quickly created a sphere around him, but nothing happened, and the distortion settled. Broly looked warily around and had his senses spread out. Suddenly chains broke through space and appeared in his sphere, tying him up immediately. The chains tried to pull him into a portal behind him, but with Broly's power, it didn't have enough strength to do so. Broly's ki shot out of his body as a shockwave and directly destroyed the chains around him. Chapter 151. Nemesis. After getting rid of the chains, Broly shot a few ki blasts at an empty space in the air far in the distance. The ki blasts seemed to have disappeared, and after a moment a smoking figure shot out of that place. He had crossed his arms in front of him. It seemed like that person had blocked Broly's attack. Around his arms and torso wriggled a chain as if it was alive. He had an unnaturally squared face and long gray hair. His black skin had a metal-like shine to it. After being revealed, he didn't say anything. His figure began to blur again and was about to vanish. Broly didn't wait for him to finish though, and directly closed in on him. Broly changed his direction suddenly and headed a few meters besides the figure. Broly grabbed out empty air. He pulled his hand back with his fists clenched as if he was holding on to something. With his other hand, he pierced just below his other hand. His hand made contact with something as it sounded out like Broly struck metal. The next moment something crashed into the ground. Broly's one hand had some torn-off gray hair, and the fingertips of his other hand was covered in blackish stains. The chain man dashed out of the smoke on the ground and revealed a large wound on his shoulder. It was bleeding black. He pressed his hand on the wound and tried to suppress the bleeding. Unfortunately for him, Broly hadn't stopped at all. As the chain man was still reorganizing himself, Broly had already arrived in front of him. Broly slammed into him with his green glowing chest. As soon as they made contact, a ki blast on Broly's chest blasted the chain man through multiple buildings. The chain man pushed aside some debris that were lying on top of him. He suddenly stopped as he looked to the front, seeing Broly slowly walking out of the smoke caused by the explosion. His hair grew to his lower back and lightning circuited around his body. The chain man felt the pressure coming out of Broly. His chains were vibrating and pulling him slightly away Broly. Suddenly he lost sight of Broly. He looked around frantically before feeling a sharp pain coming from his back. He tried to turn around, but he couldn't. Clinking from bits of chains falling onto the ground could be heard. The chain man looked down and saw a gaping hole right through his chest. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't muster up the strength. His agony didn't stop there. He felt like someone was drilling into his brain. Fortunately for him, the drilling pain grew more distant as time passed. His disturbed mind was slowly getting blurrier until he completely drifted off into nothingness and died. Broly held up the chain man by his head with one arm. He had disposed of what he thought is the most dangerous of them on this battleground in only a few exchanges. He glanced to the side and threw the corpse of the chain man into the sky. Suddenly a blur appeared and collided with the corpse. The two bodies crashed into the ground. Broly vanished from his spot and was next seen, hovering over the smokescreen created by the crash landing of the two bodies. Broly knew that the one that crashed with the corpse was the one Aiz and Taro had fought just a minute ago, but now each of them were fighting someone else. Kana and Zhongyao were still fighting the mech, and Aaliyah found a strong opponent as well. His senses had already covered the whole battlefield long ago, and he knew that every one of Exaustia's top fighters were currently engaging an opponent. Fortunately, all of them were somewhat on the same level. The only one that had some troubles was Daz, as he just advanced to a Super Saiyan not long ago, and his opponent was nothing to scoff at, but as a veteran he held his own very well. Even the normal Saiyans were engaging people in uniform that indicated their relationship with that assassin organization. He instantly recognized the uniforms because the assassins in Reap's home wore the same outfit with a star on their chest. Only the stronger ones were wearing whatever they wanted. Broly looked down on the cloaked figure and saw a woman with big green eyes, tender pink skin, and some antennas on her head. She looked nothing like a cold-blooded assassin, but like a vulnerable, loving creature, which was probably why she cloaked herself in this kind of open battle. If news got out about her appearance, she wouldn't easily fool someone in the future. She stood up and shot into the air right towards Broly. Her hands were covered with glittering powder. As she relentlessly struck at Broly, some of the powder was thrown into the air reflecting the sunlight, which gave Broly a feeling that he was watching a beautiful dance. Even her screams that were melodious matched the whole picture of her dance. It would have been a perfect, beautiful performance if it weren't for the screams and explosions in the background. Or did that make it even better? Broly asked himself. After Broly was enjoying the dance for a while, he started pondering about the reason for this attack. It didn't make much sense why assassins would attack so blatantly. By doing so, they lost their advantage of attacking from the shadows. They even brought so much personnel to wage a war on Exaustia's ground. Although they had formidable strength as assassins, the Saiyans still had the upper hand as they were a warrior race. The normal assassins stood not much chance in an open battle against the Saiyans and the battle-hardened elves. From what he could tell out of the memories of the Chain Man, they were ordered to eradicate everyone on Exausia, but the ones ordering should be at least aware of Broly's strength, right? If they really wanted to get rid of them all, they should have sent more or stronger people. Are they stalling me? Broly mumbled. Broly also thought about them trying to scout their overall strength, but Broly had already gathered some knowledge about their strength from the memories. They only had some left that were on the level of Reap and Co. That Chain Man was actually one of them as well. He was able to place his body into another dimension and attack with his chains from there. It would be nearly impossible to attack him if one didn't know where he entered. His entrance point was the same as his exit point. He also couldn't move around in that dimension, but only guide his chains to move through and exit it. He only needed to enter his dimension out of sight of his enemies, and he would be practically impossible to be beat. Of course, the range of his chains were limiting, but for that he had some other measures, just in case. He had a cloning ability to mask his entry point in case he was accidentally found out or needed to close in on his target. Of course, this all was just a joke in front of Broly's vision. It was the same with Reap's ability. He was able to notice disturbance in space and act accordingly. Ko's illusions were also easily seen through by Broly. He could be said to be the nemesis of all assassins that rely on fooling their victims' senses. The other top assassins in that organization had similar mysterious abilities. There is also the #1 assassin of them. From the memories, he knew only about some myths about what his abilities might be, but nothing concrete. He never made a public appearance or stepped in to manage the assassins, but everyone knew that he was the backbone of the organization. Maybe they are scouting my abilities? Figuring out if they could handle me? If that is the case, what are they going to do now after knowing I could easily see through their abilities? As soon as Broly asked himself this, he stopped pondering about it. It didn't help to ponder about it anymore. He knew what he needed to do. He needed to attack them as soon as possible. If they really go into hiding, he didn't know when he would be able to find them. At least now he had an idea where their headquarters is. Either way, he needed to clean up here first and then head there. Broly focused back on the woman, but instead of her energetic and beautiful dance, he saw a stranger's body lying in front of him. He turned his head and saw the woman he had fought just a moment ago. Her head was smashed in and her whole body was a bloody mess. Broly looked at his fists that were covered with different colored blood. Pink seemed to be the lowest layer on his fists. It seemed like he had unconsciously beaten her to death. He looked to the side and not far away he saw a 5-meter-tall black mech in pieces and with its torn-off sword arm piercing through its cockpit. Red blood was flowing out along the blade. He looked around and saw a few more butchered bodies scattered on the ground. Broly then looked at the faraway Aaliyah and the rest who were commanding the others to help the injured, which confirmed his suspicion. Lost in thought, Broly had stolen the kills of the other Saiyans. Chapter 152, Counterattack. The turmoil caused by the attack was slowly quieting down as the higher-ups of Exausia were giving the citizens a purpose, which was to help others. With a goal in mind, the crowd was exceedingly productive. Broly approached Ace to ask about the situation. Ace answered him that there were actually no casualties. Broly had questioned him about that as it was strange that no one was killed. Ace only answered that the assassins were immediately noticed after they entered their orbit. They didn't even try to hide their intent, but just attacked, which helped giving Exausia time to evacuate the non-combatants to their underground bunkers. Some bunkers were somewhat damaged from the battle, but except for some trapped people there wasn't much to worry about. The trapped people would be easily freed with the average strength of Exausia's inhabitants. Broly looked at Ace. He was speaking deadpan. It wasn't his usual indifference but a bit different. It was like, "King Broly, should we go eradicate that organization now?" Taro's voice sounded out from the side. Broly turned around and saw Taro, who was as deadpan as Ace, and instantly knew that something was up. "Isn't it great news that no one died? Why are you looking like you lost your soul?" Broly asked them, but only silence greeted him. After a while, Ace opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, how much stronger do you get with Super Saiyan 3? HM? Well, 4 times stronger than the transformation into the Ascended Super Saiyan. So, 800 by 4. It is a multiplier of 3,200 times my base. Your Majesty, didn't you say that an Ascended Super Saiyan is a 200 times multiplier and a Super Saiyan 3 is 800 times the base?" Taro asked with a trembling voice. "Well, it is for you guys. Mine is a bit different, since legendary genes and all." As soon as his voice fell, silence reigned the surroundings again. Taro suddenly fell on his knees and drops of tears fell on the ground. "This is so unfair," Taro shouted sobbingly. Ace went to his side and patted his shoulder. Broly's mind was blank as he saw Ace console Taro before he thought about something. "Taro, you could still stack Akari. It would boost your Ascended Super Saiyan times 1.3, and with the Super Saiyan 3 it would boost you 1.1. Although it doesn't seem worth doing, I think as you are normal Saiyans it would boost you even more than it does for me." Broly tried to console him. At the beginning the two were rather close in strength, but the gap increased a lot during the years. Taro looked up with his tear-filled face. Really, you think so?" He wiped away the tears before looking hopefully at Broly. "Yeah, our genes are a bit different, but it's possible that your gains would be higher. Although you still have to train really hard as it is really difficult to achieve. The effort in stacking those powers isn't something to scoff at." Broly reassured him. "Right, I couldn't stack it with my normal Super Saiyan yet, but with a few years dash, gains would be higher, 1.3 and 1.1. Ace suddenly interrupted Taro. Taro and Broly looked at him confused. They didn't know what he was pondering about. Those are very specific. Does that mean you can't strengthen your Ikari anymore? Taro's eyes widened as he heard that question. His eyes darted to Broly, who was staring into the empty air before smiling wryly at Taro. He didn't answer the question, but they knew what that meant. He had told them in the past that if he couldn't raise the strength of his Saiyan and Ozura power any higher, he would start experimenting with Super Saiyan 4. So, to close in the gap between Broly and Taro, it would be more reasonable to learn to control his Ozura form and reach Super Saiyan 3, as he could then skip Ikari and go straight into Super Saiyan 4, but until then how could Broly not have achieved it by then? Taro started sobbing even harder. Hey, should we move out soon to destroy them? I have already gathered the other elite teams to move out. Broly turned around and saw Kana reporting to him as if she didn't see Taro at all. Broly wanted to explain, but before he could say anything, Kana put up a hand. I heard everything. It is good that we didn't have any casualties, but we should move out as soon as possible. We can't make them get away with this. Although her word choice was typically fiery, she wasn't speaking with much enthusiasms. Broly didn't say anything but only nodded. He had learned better just now. They were flying to a platform where a few dozens of teams were gathered. Aaliyah and Zangya were waiting there as well. A second later they arrived and landed in front of the teams. After everyone had their attention on Broly, he started speaking with a commanding voice. All right, I know where their headquarters are, but we have to move out soon. I don't know if they won't abandon it and go into hiding after getting the news that their attack teams were wiped out. As he was speaking, Taro and Ace landed behind him. They both had stern expression as if nothing had happened. All right, we go in and crush them swiftly. I want no prisoners. The more you kill, the higher will be your reward. So, take on your scouters to record everything. After saying that, he turned around and slashed the air with his arm. In an instant, a space hole had formed for the group to go through. He could have used Kai Kai, but it would take a while before everyone held each other and assured that no one was missing. This way they only had to walk through it. Everyone went through the portal and appeared on a planet with rich purple flora. It was clear that life was thriving on this planet. Broly walked a short while to reach an edge of a cliff. He looked down onto the big city built on this planet. Thousands of assassins that were most loyal to the organization would be residing in here. Even if someone was one of the strongest assassins out there, if they weren't deemed as loyal, they wouldn't be able to live here. This was also a reason why Broly felt a bit uneasy as he thought about the whole situation. Broly was lucky that one of them had memories on the location of this place, otherwise he had no way of getting here. Broly thought it was weird that they sent out someone who was proven to be loyal, but still sent them on a suicide mission. He first thought it was a trap, and the memories were fabricated to lead them here. Broly shook his head as he thought he was being too paranoid. It wasn't clear that they knew of his full strength, and that he was easily able to overwhelm and get the memories of their members. He looked down the edge on the city that was supposed to be here, but he found nothing. Nothing would be incorrect. He found a giant pit, as if something was removed from the ground. Someone tapped his elbow. He turned his head and saw Kana pointing at something in the air. Broly looked up and saw a tiny point in the sky. With his extraordinary sight, he was able to see what it was. A giant floating city with large thrusters at the bottom dashing into the distance. A flying city? Broly mumbled. Doesn't matter. Listen, they are trying to flee in their flying city. Bring it down for me and crush every single one of them. After saying that, he threw in a healing capsule as did the others. He opened up another portal and immediately went through. It directly closed the distance, and they were practically in front of the assassin's doorsteps. Without hesitation, Broly threw a key blast at the thrusters, but before it could do any damage, it was blocked by a giant blue sphere that glowed the moment the key blast hit it. Broly squinted his eyes. He had already sensed it with his vision of truth, but he didn't think it would be hard to break, but his attack didn't even leave behind a scratch. It had to be mentioned that he was currently using his normal legendary state, as it was significantly less draining as the other two transformations. He quickly assessed the situation and figured that he wouldn't be able to destroy it quickly. Instead, he directly flew towards the buildings. The barrier was only protecting the lower half of the city. Around the city was only a barrier that held in the air. Broly was puzzled as of why they didn't have something protective above the city, but Broly ignored it and dashed into the range of the city. He didn't have to wait long until the first assassins noticed his arrival and started engaging him. The other Saiyans followed him and started attacking the assassins. They went all out as they didn't have to worry about the surroundings. After all, this wasn't their home. Here, they could be as unrestrained as they wanted to be. Besides, Broly would probably wish to see more destruction. With that in mind, they attacked the city savagely without a single thought of consideration. Even the elves were more violently after they knew that those people here were the ones that had attacked them a moment ago. Chapter 153. Salutus. With the attack, many assassins started flocking the 100-odd exhaustions. Broly's elite teams were covering as much ground as they could as they attacked the incoming assassins. Most assassins had strange abilities which had shrouded the surroundings in colorful lights. Although the abilities were strange and had a numerical advantage on their side, it wasn't much in front of the destructive power of Exauge's most elite soldiers. The assassins could only be called mediocre compared to the Exaugians. Not only couldn't most of them contend against the average elite, but as they saw a giant, no, a beast, bulldoze through their ranks with just its body, panic quickly followed. Many attacks landed on that beast, but it seemed like it had no effect at all. Acid rain, paralysis, fireball. The attacks flashed with rays of lights, but the beast was running through them as if they were just splashing some water his way. Not only didn't he stop or slow down, he got even faster, the stronger the attacks became. It was like he got more excited as the fight went on. The beast was swatting the assassins like flies, but instead of sending the victim flying, every slap would rip apart its victim. Most were terrified after seeing it casually slap a guy, only to leave behind 2 legs. Of course, some were still confident. Flame tsunami. A giant wave made out of scorching flames was heading straight for the beast. The assassin that had used the attack was a high-ranked senior, known for his flame magic. It was said that even if he was deep underwater, he would still be able to create flames. His flames were said to have reached star-level temperatures. The other assassins were elated as they saw their senior take it upon himself to engage this beast. But before they could rejoice, their countenance changed into a terrified one. They saw how the beast didn't evade the tsunami of flames, but just ran straight through it as if the flames didn't exist at all. The senior was flabbergasted as well. He couldn't believe that someone had ignored an attack that he took pride in, but there was nothing he could say anymore as the beast had already reached him. It didn't even look like the beast had noticed him as he was staring into the distance. The beast didn't even attack him, but just ran against the senior. The senior wasn't able to react and was sent flying by a knee to his face. He flew for hundreds of meters until he crash-landed on the ground. He was dazed and he heard his whole skull cracking with every moment. He was dizzy and didn't know for a second what happened until he noticed the trembling. He raised his head with effort to see what was heading his way, but he was only greeted with a giant foot. The assassins that were able to see the situation were frightened out of their wits. A high-ranking assassin was accidentally being squashed as the beast ran over him. The body with its squashed head was still twitching slightly. There was no need for more evidence for the assassins present. They weren't able to contend against that monster. Even the other stronger assassins that were previously confident in their abilities were avoiding it like a pest. Broly didn't bother with these little insects, as he would put it. He had his eyes at something different. While he was killing a few people, he sensed their life force fly towards a tower in the middle of the city. He didn't know what it was used for, but he sure as hell wouldn't let them continue whatever they wanted. He didn't worry about his team as Aaliyah and the others were enough to take care of the stronger assassins. As for the normal assassins, if there aren't too many, they were just easy prey for the elites. Broly dashed to the tower in a straight line. Whatever was between him and the tower didn't slow him down at all. Be it buildings, trees, or assassins, they were crushed, pierced, and ripped apart as he went through the city. On his way, he didn't forget to send out some casual ki blasts to lessen the burden of his troop a bit. Just a casual wave of him was enough to decimate dozens of assassins and cause chaos in their ranks. Their fighting morale was heavily hit by this anomaly called Broly. In only a few seconds of dashing through the city, he left behind a trail of destruction and traumatized assassins. Only a few kilometers away from the tower, his eyes suddenly constricted, and he dodged to the side. For the first time he was here, he had to dodge an attack and deviate from his path. After he dodged, the ground, where he just stood, was split apart. Broly had already spotted the attacker. A 2.4-meter tall stout man with explosive muscles. He had a giant black sword on his shoulder. It absorbed all light in the surroundings. Broly frowned as he noticed that the space around that man was distorted and reality warped around him like he was about to leave this dimension. He knew that this person could travel through space and time with his sheer strength. He was far above the assassins on the level of Reap or Ko, who mostly relied on their unique abilities. It wouldn't even be far off to say that this person could give Broly a run for his money. Broly also speculated who this person was, the #1 assassin. There were some rumors that had told of his might. It was said that he could slay any person from light years away without causing a single disturbance. Of course, Broly knew that legends and myths would be exaggerated with time, so previously he wasn't too concerned about this #1 assassin. Even if those myths weren't exaggerated, if he put his mind to it, he could do feats that would overshadow those. But still now he had to reevaluate this assassin, especially because of his weapon. The sword of his, Broly couldn't sense it. It looked like there wasn't anything in that assassin's hands, like he was grabbing the air. Broly was only able to see it with his eyes, but otherwise it would be a blind spot for him. Broly studied the assassin in front of him. A tall, strong body, short red hair, and red eyes with a gaze that seemed to pierce through anything. pale skin with a lot of scars on his upper body. He didn't wear anything except for black pants. Even his feet were covered in scars. He looked more like a warrior than an assassin. Even his posture and his aura was that of a warrior, not of someone that attacked out of the shadows. Even if he attacked him without warning just a moment ago, for Broly it felt more like a welcoming. Besides, he even attacked from the front, which was also reason why Broly was able to evade the attack. Although he couldn't sense the sword, he saw how the assassin raised his hand and slashed down. With his instinct warning him, Broly had quickly evaded to the side. As Broly was studying the assassin, so was his opponent. Broly was standing 3 meters tall in his battle armor and gave off a terrifying aura that crushed the ground around him. After observing their opponents, their gazes met. For a moment, it looked like the center of the universe was those two that were about to face each other in the middle of a floating city. I suppose you are the strongest around here? Broly broke the silence. The assassin nodded slightly. He was silent for a moment before opening his mouth again. I heard about you, King Broly. The people in the light praise you and your subjects as the peace bringers, and the ones in the dark call you a tyrant, who hunts them down like cattle. You are equally hated as you are worshipped. Broly raised an eyebrow. You know about me, but what about you? Mr. Number 1 Assassin. The assassin smiled slightly. I am just someone who threads the same path as you. I was known as Salutis. All right, enough chit-chat, let's get down to business, Broly said. His voice couldn't hide the thirst for battle any longer. He was here to completely eradicate this organization, and after he defeated the backbone, the rest of the organization would inevitably fall with him. He put the tower into the back of his mind as he concentrated on the opponent in front of him. Even if he tried to go for the tower, he wasn't confident in escaping Salutis' pursuit unharmed. So, if he couldn't shake him off, he would just stomp him into the ground first. Chapter 154, Clash. Broly didn't wait for a response and directly dashed towards Salutis. In an instant, he had reached his target. Broly's fist shot at Salutis like a bullet. Before his punch could hit him, Salutis leaned to the side, easily evading the punch, but he wasn't done. Broly couldn't keep up with Salutis' movement and only saw a knife hand heading for his chest. He quickly used Kai to teleport a few hundred meters away. Broly frowned as he looked down. A shallow cut could be seen on his chest. Broly thought he evaded it successful, but he didn't expect that some energy of the strike followed him through space. As he thought about the exchange, he knew that Salutis was on another level, but Broly wasn't concerned. After all, he was still in his first form. A smile formed on Broly's face as he looked at his opponent, who had turned to him once again. Broly directly pushed his ki to a higher level. He burst out with energy as his strength reached the next level. It only took Broly a moment to turn into an ascended legendary Super Saiyan. The ground around him was crushed from the pressure and formed a 3-meter-wide crater. The increase of ki burst out of Broly, formed a green flame that burned around him. Sparks and arcs of lightning were circuiting inside the flames because of the high concentration of ki. Everyone would instantly see the difference in power from before, even if that someone wasn't able to sense ki. It wasn't only the ki that was putting others around him under pressure, but a fierce and violent aura like that of a beast lingered around him. It was like he was declaring who of them was the predator and the prey, even if Broly didn't do it on purpose. However, Salutis seemed to be unimpressed by all this. He still held his sword over his shoulder like nothing happened. Broly had, of course, observed his reaction, and from what he could tell, Salutis really didn't put him into his eyes. Still, Broly wouldn't go further for the time being. Although there were some assassins hiding in the shadows of the buildings, no one dared to step between the two. Broly as well as Salutis ignored their presence. After Broly had transformed, they only stood a few hundred meters apart without showing any signs of engaging again. Most of the assassins were retreating silently while still trying to take some glances at the battle between those two. However, it seemed like they wouldn't move at all. Suddenly, a thunderous clap overshadowed any sound in the city. It shook the very ground with just the sound, but what followed it was a shockwave that annihilated everything in the middle of the city. Broly's and Salutis' standing figure had already vanished and clashed with each other high in the air. The poor fools that wanted to take a glimpse at the fight and slowed down their retreat were instantly decimated by the energy caused by the collision. Mid-air, Broly's fist went numb after punching at Salutis, who blocked it quickly with his sword. The sword was obviously made out of something special, otherwise even Kachin would have broken under Broly's attack. Broly didn't retreat after his attack had failed and quickly followed up with a kick. His leg whipped at Salutis' side at extraordinary speed. Unexpectedly, Salutis was able to calmly block the kick with one arm. Salutis swung his sword at Broly's face. Broly quickly leaned backwards and tilted his face to the side. The blade tip scratched his cheek and drew a bit of blood, but nothing serious. Salutis' sword made an arc and headed towards Broly a second time. Broly quickly decreased his height and flew backwards, coming out of harm's way. Broly was astonished at the speed Salutis was wielding this giant sword. It looked like he was swinging a small stick, but Broly knew better. After the punch, he had felt how heavy it was, and it wasn't something to laugh at. Even worse were the attributes of the sword. It went through his ki shield that was layered just above his skin like it was a piece of paper. However, that wasn't the real problem. It was how the sword was able to do it. Salutis hadn't used his sword to slice or smash his shield apart to cut him, but the energies were giving way on their own accord. He immediately felt the connection lost after his ki shield came near the sword. Broly frowned deeply as he thought about this discovery. If what he concluded was true, then Broly raised his arm and directly fired a few ki blasts as a distraction as he pushed immense ki in his free hand. Like he speculated, Salutis just casually deflected those small attacks and directly dashed at Broly. He was rapidly closing in the distance to Broly. However, Broly didn't go into close combat, but waved his other hand. A small pearl of concentrated energy that he had prepared flew out, intercepting Salutis. Salutis didn't take it head-on like the others, but his arm holding his sword turned into a blur, and a black line instantly divided the small pearl into two perfect halves. The two halves traveled past Salutis, as if they were to attack to begin with, until they landed in the city. As soon as the attacks made contact with a building, a grand explosion devastated everything inside the explosion's periphery. Broly wasn't surprised at all, and was already on his way to continue attacking. He appeared right behind Salutis and slapped at his back with an energy sphere glowing inside his palm. Salutis had already turned halfway, and was slashing with his sword at Broly's head. Both attacks would land on the same time, but Broly's smile was irritating Salutis. The time seemed to slow down for the two as they looked at each other. Salutis could clearly see how Broly's eyes were rapidly changing into a yellow color. Salutis sensed something wrong and directly retreated backwards, barely evading the suddenly accelerated slap, but unfortunate for him, the energy sphere in Broly's hand shot out and directly closed the gap. Salutis hadn't time to block the attack with his sword again, so he quickly raised his hand and shot out a ki blast to meet Broly's attack. The two were close to each other and were directly enveloped by the explosion. A smoke screen prevented others from seeing their condition. A moment later, a figure was quickly backing out of the smoke. Salutis came out with a bit of disheveled hair and some black marks on his chest. After Salutis came out the smoke, it was instantly pushed away and dispersed. Now with the smoke dispersed, Broly was revealed again with long hair that was covering his whole back. The lightning that circuited around his body was still there, but only several times stronger than before. Broly didn't have eyebrows in this form, which made his usual intimidating face even more terrifying. Salutis only smiled slightly seeing Broly transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. He had, of course, already seen it when Broly was fighting on Exauja and against Reap. Salutis was well aware that this was Broly's strongest form. He had seen the destructiveness of it when he transformed into it when he found his wife's body and then fought against Reap. It was really extraordinary. It was clear that Broly was one of the very strongest of this universe. Now that you've finally revealed this transformation, it seems like I can take you serious now, Salutis said with a smile on his face as he pointed his giant sword at Broly. Oh, you were waiting for it? Broly responded. Then let's see what tricks you have in store to stop me. Broly shouted as his body turned into a green beam as he shot towards Salutis. Salutis was able to follow Broly and saw how he directly arrived in front of him. Broly made a front flip with one leg extended, creating a powerful kick that sliced through the air directly heading for Salutis' head. Salutis smiled ferociously as he watched Broly's attack heading his way. Just as Broly's kick was about to connect, Salutis' body started moving several times the speed of Broly. He slashed his sword upwards, intending to meet with the kick and slice the leg off. Broly had noticed the sudden increase in strength. Broly's legs were instantly enveloped by a strange glow which shot up the speed of his attack by several times, exceeding the speed of Salutis. As a result of the sudden speed difference, Salutis didn't have a chance to defend and was heavily kicked to the city. Like a meteor, Salutis crashed into the flying city, which stopped the city's flight for a moment. The city was even slightly being pushed to the ground again. The force was just too great for the thrusters of the city. Broly didn't follow up as he looked at the gigantic crater that devastated kilometers of the structure of the city. Chapter 155, Similar. Broly stared down at the smoke screen that covered the city. He stared at the point in the smoke where Salutis crash landed. In the attack just now, he had to use Kaka's fighting style to accelerate his kick and come out of top against Salutis. He had vastly underestimated this assassin. He really hadn't expected to have met this powerhouse now. What surprised him, however, was the fact that he didn't remember the name, Salutis, on the list of the 100 most powerful beings in this universe. The first-ranked opponents that he had met were assassins from this organization. Reap and Co. were ranked 16th and 18th respectively on the list, and there were at least 10 more that were on the list of the 100 strongest beings. It was only obvious to assume that Salutis would be on the list as well. Logically, he should be at least in the top 10, or even higher approaching the title of the strongest, but he was nowhere to be found. Broly thought that Salutis might not be his real name, but thinking about his warrior-like demeanor, that was highly unlikely. Maybe he isn't from this universe, or he couldn't be detected in this dimension by Shenlong. Either way, Salutis could be said to be the strongest being Broly had ever fought if he excluded Mechikabura and his daughter. The ground of the city was trembling as a whooshing sound underground became louder. Broly merely watched on and waited for Salutis to come back up. He had some suspicion on how Salutis was able to suddenly increase his speed when Broly kicked him. The smoke was scattered by a wind blast as Salutis finally emerged from the ground. A bit of blood was running down his forehead. Salutis wiped it away before it could get into his eyes. He coldly looked at Broly, who was calmly hovering in the air. Broly was scrutinizing Salutis' every movement. Salutis didn't exchange any words, but directly dashed towards Broly. In just a blink of an eye, he reached Broly and swung his sword. Broly's eyes turned yellow once again, and his body gave off steam as he stepped backwards to evade the attack. Just as Broly thought he had evaded the attack, a strange energy shot out of the blade, splitting everything in its path as it aimed for Broly's neck. Broly's skin turned slightly red and more steam was coming out of his body. Broly suddenly accelerated his evasion and barely came out of the attack unscathed. Broly was currently burning his life force to keep up. Of course, Salutis didn't wait for Broly's turn and directly followed up with a barrage of attacks. Broly was being pushed away by the dangerous blade that threatened to split him apart with a single slash. After he recognized its properties, Broly knew that his ki or magic barriers would be sliced apart without being able to slow it down at all. He could only use his body to contend with the blade, and Broly didn't need to directly meet blade with his hand to know that he would be cut up. Still, this didn't mean he couldn't use ki blasts. After all, Salutis himself wasn't immune to ki blasts and would need to slash any strong incoming energy attacks with his sword. Broly, in the middle of evading, shot out some ki blasts at Salutis to distract him and make him focus on deflecting the attack. After getting a breather, Broly charged up an attack and directly fired at Salutis. This time it wasn't a ki sphere, but a ki beam that was shooting at Salutis. Salutis, however, only raised his sword and continued to close in the distance between the two. The beam was split into two as soon as it met the tip of the blade, giving Salutis a clear path. Broly realized that it was futile and his whole body started glowing slightly. It was similar to when he kicked Salutis. Salutis seemed to have felt something and had obviously seen it as well and started lowering the number of attacks. His slashes became less frequent, but also stronger and faster. It was clear that he wouldn't hit Broly with his barrage of attacks, so instead he tried to focus his energy on faster attacks and surprise Broly with its sudden increase in speed. But Salutis wasn't able to hit Broly no matter how fast his attacks became. Given, his attacks weren't able to become much stronger, only 10 or 15% of its original power, but such an increase would be deadly in this kind of high-level battle. Broly's eyes flashed as he saw that. He was currently using Kaka's fighting style on his whole body. Although it was very straining on his soul to cover his whole body, he could still keep it up for some time. He stopped analyzing Salutis' fighting style and directly closed in. Just as Broly approached Salutis, his sword suddenly accelerated and was about to behead Broly. Salutis' eyes widened as he saw his sword less than a centimeter away from Broly's skin, but before he could touch it, Broly's figure suddenly turned into a blur as it suddenly ducked under the sword and crossed the distance between the two. The glow on Broly's body lessened and focused on just his arms. Salutis was mid-swing, and because he had increased the strength to his maximum, he wouldn't be able to retract his sword to keep Broly at a distance. Salutis gritted his teeth as all his muscles flexed in order to create some distance while also giving a counterattack with his free hand. He punched out with all his might at Broly's head. Kaka's fist style. Broly's arms were giving off steam at the moment, and his eyes were practically glowing as he put all his weight in his punches. His arms turned into a blur and seemed to have vanished, only to be replaced by hundreds of mirages that were shooting towards Salutis. In less than a fraction of a second, Broly's fist hammered down countless times on Salutis. Salutis' fist that was counterattacking was crushed, and his arm bent in an unnatural angle. Red fist marks covered every part of Salutis' upper body and face. The steel-like muscles were now dented with fist marks. Steam was coming from the red glowing fist marks. It was like his whole body was freshly branded. Broly breathed out after finishing his attack and seemed somewhat exhausted. Salutis was still conscious. His eyes were still glowing with determination. He coughed out some blood. Against all expectation, he calmly wiped away the blood with the back of his hand that was holding his sword and then smiled at Broly. Broly frowned as he looked at Salutis, or rather the arm that was holding the sword. Broly had, of course, targeted some attacks on his sword-wielding arm, but to Broly's surprise, Salutis' arm only had some bruises. In contrast, his other hand that he punched once was completely useless now. There was also something else. After landing so many hits on Salutis' body, and especially on the arm wielding the sword, he noticed some similarities to himself and Salutis. To be more precise, the Kaka's fighting style. While clashing with Salutis, he had felt that they weren't only clashing on a physical level, but on a spiritual as well. He first figured that Salutis was using mental energy to enhance himself, but that wasn't the case. Now Broly was sure. Salutis had fused his soul into his flesh, and it wasn't something temporary like Broly does with his fighting style. It seems like, you have figured it out? Salutis was speaking with difficulties. He was already heavily injured, and the winner was already decided. What could he do with only one arm? Of course, Broly didn't think this way. He wouldn't rest until he gave the finishing blow. Broly's whole body began to glow again, and he turned into a light beam, instantly reaching Salutis. Salutis' eyes were bloodshot as he stabbed his sword at Broly's head. Broly easily sidestepped the attack while closing in and stabbed at Salutis' chest with his fingers, trying to rip out his heart. Just as he was about to reach Salutis, Broly sensed something from the sword. It gave Broly a serious sense of danger. Without hesitation, Broly jumped back. As he retreated, a black sphere rapidly expanded out of the sword, swallowing everything within. Broly was frantically retreating. He could feel the pull of this thing. Only a few hundred meters away did the black sphere stop expanding. Broly frowned as he looked at the giant sphere in front of him. Salutis' voice suddenly rang out from the sphere. Broly, you are indeed strong. If I hadn't fused my soul with my body, you would have decimated me long ago. Broly was, of course, dissatisfied. He recognized that Salutis' voice didn't sound as injured as before. The black sphere suddenly shrunk again. It returned and formed into the sword again. Salutis had significantly healed. There were only slight bruises covering his body. He looked at his sword in his hand. This will take a while to recover. Broly looked at the area the sphere was just a moment ago. Everything in the area was consumed. When Broly was looking at it with his vision of truth, he couldn't see anything, just darkness. Space and time surrounding the area slowly filled up the area again. Salutis was standing in the middle of it with a serene expression as he focused back on Broly. I have to thank you. You delivered what I wanted. Broly suddenly realized that the demeanor and aura changed of Salutis. Broly now felt uneasy as he looked at Salutis. Salutis was no longer a warrior type, but a sly snake coiling around him, and then it vanished completely. This bastard fooled me? Broly was always confident in his vision, but now every energy signature had disappeared from Salutis like it was never there to begin with. He could only see and not sense him. Now there is only one thing that I need you for. Salutis seemed to materialize what looked like a remote. Broly was already dashing towards him, but before he could reach him, Salutis had pressed on the button. The whole city seemed to tremble and a loud noise resembling that of an opening gate sounded out. Chapter 156, Succeeded. With his ability to even fool his senses, it would be foolish of Broly to let him escape. If Salutis was out there, Broly wouldn't be sure when he would strike him or his family and friends. He had to end him no matter what. So, even though the whole city seemed to be rumbling and something major was happening, Broly completely ignored it as he rushed towards Salutis. Broly accelerated to his maximum with his body being powered by his soul and his life force burning at its highest rate. He moved so fast that Salutis was only able to take a glimpse at his fleeting figure. After pressing the button, he had already waved his sword, creating a rift into the universe itself. Just as he was already halfway inside the rift, Broly arrived. With his knife hand, he slashed at Salutis. Salutis' eyes widened as his mind went blank. Broly's hand was glowing fiercely in different colors. Life force, magic, ki, and his soul powered his hand to its peak, creating a dangerous blade around it. It was Broly's strongest strike he could muster. Of course, such an attack was in no way endurable by Salutis. A deep red line formed from the top of his head down to the bottom, dividing him in two halves. Salutis had an astonished expression as he had yet to realize what happened. Suddenly his hand twitched, wanting to do something. But that movement couldn't escape Broly's eyes and he slashed once again, instantly cutting off his hand. The two halves of Salutis split apart, and one fell into the rift. Broly fired a ki blast inside the rift, landing squarely on Salutis' body half. Afterwards, the rift that Salutis wanted to escape with closed again, leaving no trace behind that there was once a rift. Broly was surprised as he looked at the perfectly fine fabric of reality. Although space and time had yet to fill up this area again, it was still within this universe. Salutis actually wanted to escape out of the universe, and if he had succeeded, Broly would have stood no chance in following him. Of course, as decisive as Broly was, he didn't give Salutis any time to escape. To ensure the kill of Salutis, he had completely burned his remaining life force, emptied his magic and ki, and pushed his soul to its limit. Broly involuntarily cancelled his transformation and retracted his soul. He had no remaining strength left to fly and fell to the ground. His strengthless body fell onto a high building and directly crashed through a few floors before stopping. Broly was exhausted, but he had accomplished what he came for. After today, the former members of this organization would only be roaming assassins without anyone backing them. Without a backer, those with bad blood with some assassins wouldn't have to fear any repercussions when they hunted those down. These assassins would be devoured in no time. Broly could be happy with the result, but there was one thing that prevented him from being it. Broly stood up and walked his way to a hole on the side. He could see his elite soldiers flying his way with Aaliyah and the others at the front. It seemed like they had already cleared the city of any living creature. Broly looked into the sky and saw a fuzzy barrier surrounding the city. Even with his vision, he could barely see through the barrier and see chaotic threads of pure energy. They were rapidly moving through the mess with a tunnel securing their path. It seemed like Salutis wanted them to head somewhere, but how could Broly figure out what Salutis wanted? One half of his brain was somewhere lying on the ground. It was too late to read his mind, but Broly knew that what happened was the best possible option. He would have regretted it if Salutis was able to run away. Either way, he had to quickly replenish his energy and preserve through anything that might be coming their way. Broly threw in a healing capsule, and he instantly felt his ki being rapidly replenished. His life force was somewhat being refilled, but most importantly his cells were being reconstructed. Although he could easily enter Super Saiyan 3, it still was a huge burden on his cells, especially at the end when he pushed his strength to its limit. Most of the cells in his arms burst open and made his arms completely red from inner bleedings. However, Broly knew that after healing, he would be even stronger, and with a healing capsule he wouldn't need to wait for long. The only problem was his soul. He had strained it heavily again and needed some time to heal, but fortunately for him, it wasn't as severe as previously. Although he only needed some weeks to recover from that soul injury, it didn't seem like they had that much time to wait for it. Aaliyah and the others quickly landed behind him inside the building. They saw that Broly was somewhat pale, but still in a good shape. "Broly, do you know what is happening?" Taro asked. He looked into the sky. Broly was probably the only one that was able to see what was behind the barrier. "We are being transported somewhere unknown, but it will certainly be troublesome." Broly responded seriously. The other elites were somewhat worried as they knew of Broly's might. If he said it would be troublesome, wouldn't it be certain death for them? Just as he contemplated about what to do, Ace approached him with a young man around their age. He was around his 20s, Broly knew through observing the man's life force. "Broly, we have a new Super Saiyan in our ranks," Ace reported as he presented the young man. The man kneeled down on one knee to show his respect. "My lord, Luch, at your service." Broly nodded. "Very good. You are now amidst the strongest Saiyans ever born. You will need to take responsibility for your team for now. Unfortunately for you, we have tough times ahead of us, so be prepared. This goes for you too." Broly turned to the other elites. "Go rest for now. We are only able to rest until we arrive. Use the time we have." Broly shouted. Broly patted the young Super Saiyan on the shoulder and jumped out of the building. The other elites did as they were told and started sitting down and threw healing capsules in their mouths. Ace and Kana guarded them in case an assassin was able to hide from them. Aaliyah, Zangya and Taro followed Broly outside. Aaliyah was the first one to speak up concernedly. "Are you sure we should wait? We don't know what will happen once we have reached our destination." Broly nodded as a response. "Indeed, but I do know what will happen if we force our way out or stop the city. The others aren't strong enough to endure the chaotic energy outside. They will be ripped apart in seconds. We would be luckier and endure for much longer, but I am not sure if we could leave that space safely. We will bet our luck in whatever Salutis had prepared for us." "Salutis?" Aaliyah asked as he had never heard of that name. She could guess that it was the one Broly was fighting. As for the identity of that person, she had no idea. "Yeah, the #1 assassin and the backbone of this organization. He said that he would need me for one other thing. He also said that I had delivered something, but as to what I don't know. Fact is, he wanted to clash with me. Humph. Still, he severely underestimated me." Broly didn't say anything anymore and bent down to grab something in between the rubble. He pulled out the black sword that Salutis was wielding. Broly threw the hand that was still holding onto the sword onto the ground and pulverized it with a ki blast. The other half of Salutis' body was lying not far from the sword. Broly waved his hand and pulverized Salutis. Unfortunately, the remote fell into the rift with the other half. Maybe he could have reversed the direction of the city, but now wasn't to think in what-ifs. Clink. Broly looked at the spot where he pulverized Salutis and found a golden triangle. Broly held it up and frowned slightly. It was like the sword. He couldn't sense it with his vision. Obviously, it wasn't made out of something ordinary as well if it withstood Broly's attack just now. Additionally, it was something Salutis wore on him, so it had to be something of importance. With that in mind, he observed it for a while before putting it in his pocket. Chapter 157, Floating Island. After half an hour of waiting for the journey to end, the city started rumbling and slowed down tremendously like it crashed into water. Broly and his company had already gathered and were quietly waiting. As Broly looked outside of the blurry barrier, he saw the city was touching a gigantic portal. The city pushed forward straight into it. A bright light started enveloping the edge of the city that was pointing towards the portal. With the second, this curtain of light moved across the barrier of the city until the city had crossed the portal. The other elites were somewhat calm, which seemed to be a result of Broly's presence. His steadfast and confident demeanor infected them like a virus until they faced their nature with determination. Broly didn't say anything as he stood in front of the group. He was the first to welcome and enter the portal. Even his vision of truth was temporarily blinded, which was bizarre as he could normally see through other rifts with no difficulties. Although the sword and the golden triangle could obstruct his vision, they couldn't blind him. Because his vision of truth was useless for the moment, he observed the surroundings with his eyes, used his other senses to notice if something was happening. His body was tense, and his senses were sharpened to its highest degree. He had already turned into his third legendary state and used Ikari as he pushed himself to the peak. He even held Saluda's sword tightly in one of his hands. Although he wasn't a swordsman, he could still swing it around. It would prove useful for any energy attacks that might be coming his way. The bright surroundings slowly faded and revealed a floating island to Broly's senses. It wasn't far away. To Broly, this bit of land looked like it was once part of paradise. Lush green flora, butterflies, and the chirping of birds. There was even a rainbow spanning across the island. Numerous waterfalls were flowing down the island. Strangely, however, as Broly looked for the source of these waterfalls, he saw that it was coming out of the sky, which looked like a colorful nebula. The nebula wasn't only in the sky, but it was also covering everything below the floating island. To be more precise, it surrounded everything around them. It looked like besides the island, there was nothing but nebula. He tried to pry into the nebula with his vision of truth, and as he expected, his senses were obstructed. In fact, he couldn't even pry into the lush forest on the island. It was like this whole area was covered by a veil. Broly looked at the floating island and observed it shortly. He squinted slightly as he discovered something. He shouted out as soon as he was sure. "Prepare yourself. We will leave this city and land on an island to the front," Broly said as he looked at the island that seemed to gain altitude, but Broly knew that that wasn't the case. He had sensed that the thrusters that were letting this city fly began to lose power. The city wouldn't make the distance towards the island. Xiaoxia's elites shouted out in confirmation and immediately prepared themselves for departure. Since they had half an hour for rest, they were instantly prepared and made their way to the edge of the city. They couldn't see through the blurry barrier, but since their king said there was an island to the front, there would be an island to the front. Broly looked down and saw a seemingly endless nebula. He didn't know what would await them down there, and he wasn't eager to find out. He waited a bit for the island to get closer and then waved his arm. A key sphere shot out and instantly landed on the barrier. With a grand explosion, the barrier shattered into piece. It was fortunate to Broly and his group that the defensive abilities of this barrier inside seemed to be almost non-existent. As soon as the barrier shattered, the view of the island was revealed to their naked eyes. Broly didn't hesitate and directly jumped off the city, destroying the ground under his feet in the process. His body flew near the island, while keeping in check that the others were closely following behind him. The last thing he wanted was for the group to be involuntarily split apart. Fortunately, nothing attacked or anything weird happened. They gathered together and flew towards the island. It didn't take them long to arrive, and they searched for a small clearing in the lush flora that awaited them on the island. They didn't have to search for long to find a small clearing of 10 meters in the forest. Broly and the others were still vigilantly looking around for a beast on this paradisiacal island. Broly looked around as he scoured through the surroundings, but his concentration broke as soon as he stepped onto the ground. He felt like he was about to be crushed by a gigantic sun, which was pressing on every single cell in his body. The king heavily fell on his knees. The ground under his knees were directly cracked open. He stabilized his body with his hands. His face grimaced as he even felt breathing difficult. He regulated his breath and slowly stood up again. It wasn't like gravity that pressed him into the ground, but an overall pressure on his whole body. He only fell down because he was surprised. He urged his ki to the maximum, but to his surprise he involuntarily transformed back into his base and he couldn't turn Super Saiyan, no matter how much he urged his ki. If he felt this kind of pressure that forced him out of his transformation, wouldn't the others be instantly crushed into a bloody mess? He looked at the others and saw the elites watching them confusedly. Taro, Aiz, Aaliyah, Kana, and Zhongya were frowning and seemed to have difficulties in moving around as well. However, it looked like they had a much easier time than Broly. Broly looked at the other elites. "Do you feel any pressure?" The elites only shook their head. Only Aaliyah and the others were confirming it. "All right, we will make ourselves familiar with the surroundings first. Considering the size of the island, we will be staying the night. We don't know how long we will be staying here, so look for a water and food source. Luchi will lead a team of 10 to scout the area for animals." Broly divided the group and gave them tasks to fulfill. Good thing that elves had a natural affinity with nature and were quickly able to find a river with drinkable water. Luch and his team were able to find some animals they could eat. The animals didn't seem to be strong at all, and could be easily hunted by the fierce Saiyans. Broly had decided to stay on this island at least for the day. The elites had fought 2 difficult battles in a row, first when the assassins attacked their home and then on their counterattack. They weren't in the conditions to explore this dangerous terrain. Of course, the Saiyans may be alright, but the elves and the other races that joined them would be hard-pressed to go through anything more. Besides, Broly was near to useless right now. He could move around and speak like a normal person but forget fighting. Even running would leave him breathless. Aaliyah and the others, on the other hand, were in a much better position. They were still able to transform, but even if they turned Super Saiyan 2, they would only be slightly stronger than Luch, who had just turned Super Saiyan for the first time. The difference between their strength now and before they arrived were like heaven and earth. Previously, they were very close to the peak of their universe. Now they would only be called strong by the average expert. Although they were dissatisfied and worried, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, there was one who experienced a drop of strength incomparable to theirs. Broly could be said to be in the top 5 in the universe, or even the strongest, but now, even an average elite would be able to defeat him. If it weren't for his strong body, he could have been easily killed. He didn't complain, however. He looked around the forest to get some information out of the surroundings. He regulated his breathing, meditated, circulated his ki, magic, and life force in order to ease up the pressure. There was only one option that helped him, though. It was to use his soul. With it, he would gain tremendous strength, and it could be said to be close to when he transformed to an ascended legendary Super Saiyan, but it was problematic to use right now. His soul was still damaged and needed rest. He would only worsen his condition if he strained it even more. Still, it was a good thing to have something up his sleeve. While he waited for the day to die out, he conditioned his body in order to find more useful things that could boost his strength. He would move out on the next day in order to find out what Salutis wanted him on this island for. Broly looked into the sky and saw the nebula becoming even dimmer than before, announcing the night in this strange place. Chapter 158, Ruins. Broly was surrounded by the other S-fighters as they were going through the thick forest. The elites were behind them in case of an ambush. There were 2 teams of scouts in the front, obscured to the naked eyes of the rest. From time to time, they would inform Broly of anything they saw on the way and what route would be easier. They had no choice but to use this slow approach of moving through the forest as they couldn't fly. After they set foot on this island, they were somehow bound by it. They could still jump and use ki to stay in the air for a moment, but as soon as it reached 10 seconds that they were spinning in the air, something pulled them down again. Since most of them had strong bodies, they could endure the fall and the crash landing. But this would only invite trouble in this place they have no idea about. They would be seen by all in the air, and even if a creature was blind after the crash landing, those would easily be able to locate them as well. They were a large group after all. For now, they went as stealthy as they could through the thicket. After walking for a while, Broly felt something resonate within himself. It felt similar to when he circulated the techniques to absorb the crystals. It also felt like the kind of connection he had on Perditus with the heart in the temple where he found the crystal star map. Broly's eyes widened at the possibility of the crystals being on this island. His whole being was resonating with it, which would mean that all 3 crystals were on this planet and possibly on the same spot as well. Broly was elated of the fact that an Origin Spirit crystal might be on this island. He could instantly heal his soul. Although he was delighted at this fact, he still remained cautious. In fact, he became even more cautious as he knew that Salutis wanted him here for something. Salutis had also sent some assassins to the Spirit Crystal where Broly healed himself. Rohair. Suddenly, a deep roar rang out, sending a shiver down the elite's spine. The S-fighters were unfazed and looked at the same spot to the right side front. They had already pinpointed the creature through the roar. The leaves were blowing away because of the wind. The trees were shaking, and the ground started vibrating. Whoosh! A few fast figures shot out of the thicket to the front and immediately arrived in front of the group. Broly and the other S-fighters had already moved to the front and greeted the 2 teams of scouts. 3 members of the scouts had vicious claw and bite marks on their shoulders and arms. Broly told them to go into the center of the group and rest there for now.
Luch, Toma, Olve.
Ace called out some names and didn't have to wait long for the people to arrive in front of them. Ace told them to prepare for battle and to engage the beast that was coming at them. Luch would be the one that would have to deal with a frontal clash, as he was the strongest one of them, and probably the only one that could directly engage the beast. The group that were about to fight the beast were tense and remained silent as they focused on the forest in front. The forest was growing louder as the beast was running at them in full throttle. The ground was trembling hard, and in the next moment, the massive trees in the front splintered into 1,000 smithereens as a being ran straight through them. With a deep roar, a 5-meter-tall bear was bouncing at the closest figure, which happened to be Luch. Luch had turned into a Super Saiyan as soon as the trees shattered and was ready to engage as the bear arrived. The bear jumped at Luch with both its claws slashing at Luch. Luch didn't dodge but stepped forward and caught the thick claws with his bare hands. The bear was overpowering Luch as it pushed him backwards, but Luch wasn't the only one present. The other elites were instantly attacking the bear from the sides, as Luch was holding it in place. Broly looked at their coordination with a satisfied smile on his face. The others were giving nods of acknowledgement as well. The group in front of them was whittling away the strength of the bear in an effective way. The S-Fighters had already discussed this before. They were aware who was the closest in breaking through to become a Super Saiyan, so they picked them out to engage against this bear and future threats. From the roar, they were already somewhat aware of its strength, and it wouldn't be too much to ask those to kill it with the help of Luch. If this forest didn't contain any danger, they would just move through it and explore the land. If it did, however, they would nurture more Super Saiyans to increase the competence of the overall group. Of course, there were also some people of other races, but those wouldn't be able to have this kind of jump in strength in a short amount of time, so they ignored them for now and gave them other tasks where they would be more beneficial. They didn't have to wait long for them to kill the bear, and the other elites quickly dissected and threw it on the food pile they were carrying with them. He was especially beneficial for these kinds of moments, as they didn't need long to barbecue the meat. Broly had slightly adjusted the route towards the location he felt the sensation coming from. He had first asked the others about it, but none of them was able to sense something. It was like it was specifically calling for Broly. In a single day, they had crossed a long distance and encountered some beasts that considered them as food, but in the end were only added to their food pile. Broly looked up and saw that the nebula was dimming, and with it, he had called the end of the day. With the help of the elves, they were able to easily find a water source to drink from. They put up a camp not far from the pond they found, and had quite the feast before they went to sleep with a few elites on guard. In the night, the S-Fighters and Luch were responsible as the captain in the night and would make sure that the area was secure. Broly, of course, knew that they could go on for some days without sleep, water, or food, but that wouldn't be a wise thing to do in their situation. He didn't know if he could leave this place before the first person collapsed, or if they could escape at all. Broly had already pried deep into the nebula, or at least tried to, and he wasn't sure if they would be able to go through it. Besides, there was the problem that they couldn't fly anymore. Broly suspected that they could jump off the edge of this island and then fly, but for now they were bounded to the rules of the island. He would first figure out what Salutis wanted. It most certainly had something to do with the connection that he felt. On the next day, they advanced deeper into the island, and the deeper they went, the stronger the beasts became. Additionally, even without his vision of truth, Broly felt the life force around them getting richer. There were plenty of fruits around them, and animals seemed to thrive here even more. The bodies of every animal became stronger and tougher. Every fruit and piece of meat they ate seemed to give them more energy to go on longer than before. Since the new day, they had walked through the forest for a few hours already, and what greeted them was surprising. Ruins of buildings that nature had reclaimed were laid out in front of them. There were some statues scattered around, and above something that resembled an entrance door were some markings that seemed to be letters. Of course, most markings were only found in pieces on the ground, and could only be assembled back together to know its meaning. If someone understood the language, that is. Broly had a frown on his face as he looked at the markings carved into the strange stone. He could tell that the stone that the buildings were made of were incredibly tough, but also had already endured the passage of time. Broly picked up a piece and touched the markings, which immediately started to glow slightly. These letters looked very similar to the pictures in the temple on Perditus. Broly was now sure. These buildings were created by that ancient civilization, the original owners of the origin crystals. Chapter 159, Growing Super Saiyans. Broly didn't know much about this civilization. The only things he knew were from the pictures in the temple on Perditus. The pictures depicted that their world was attacked, but with the power of the crystals their planet was moved and was inhabited by other races. It later came to be what Broly knew as Perditus. As a consequence of their escape, the three origins crystals splintered into fragments and scattered in the vast universe, maybe even into other universes, but Broly couldn't confirm this as he wasn't outside his universe yet. He had been to other timelines, but it was still in Universe 7. Even the realm of the demons was only an extension of his universe. Broly knew of the locations of the crystals in his universe through the star map and knew the techniques to absorb the corresponding crystals, but more than that, he didn't really had an idea of that civilization. So, if Salutis wanted something from him, it had to be because of either his knowledge about the locations of the crystals or his knowledge about the techniques. But how would he make Broly give him this knowledge? It would be either if he had defeated Broly in battle and then read his mind, or make Broly voluntarily give him the information he wanted. But then again, he didn't really need to bring him here, now did he? Broly shook his head and threw the stone with the markings to the ground. Stay together, we will head north for another 4 hours. Broly shouted as he looked around and saw nothing more of interest. The others had already made a quick search inside the ruins, but there didn't seem to be anything left from the time when the civilization was around. Broly already assumed this since it was probably a few million years ago when the civilization last lived here. The collapsed buildings didn't offer any way of protection, as well as the roofs and the walls on the side had large holes in it. The ruins around them seemed to be coming from smaller buildings. Although the buildings were made of some kind of stone, it was clearly a small village or a suburban. So, Even if they found an acceptable ruin, it was unlikely to be able to hold them all. After hearing his shout, the others quickly followed Broly and the other leaders of Exausia. They happened across some beasts which the elites could barely defeat. There were some that were heavily injured by what Broly would describe as an oversized saber-toothed tiger. However, Broly was satisfied with the result. Those that were injured showed signs of a breakthrough, and with the constant pointers of the other Super Saiyans, they would surely break through soon. Of course, Broly knew that some were braver than others and would not hesitate to engage a beast that was out of their league, and those were the ones that would either die or turn into a Super Saiyan first. Broly was actually eager to see more transform. Previously, he didn't look closely on those Saiyans as he was more concerned about his personal strength, but now it was different. The surroundings are increasingly dangerous, and he wasn't alone. It was paramount for more people to be able to contend against stronger foes. Previously, it was always him or the other leaders that were fighting the stronger enemies like the middle or high-class assassins, even if most of the assassins were substantially weaker than any of the S-fighters. He didn't need baggage, but strong warriors that could take off some burden of the others. It was also important for future operation that were on galactical or even universal levels. He also noticed that those that were trained by A's were above the others in terms of tactics and using every technique they got to maximize their effect, be it their ki blasts or close combat. They were also calm and collected when they fought, which was also characteristic of A's who rarely lost his cool, but that was also a bit disadvantageous for the Saiyans. They weren't built for such a battle style. It happened to be good for A's, but certainly not for the average Saiyan. Broly took it onto himself to teach them how to dig out strength out of their emotions. Broly needed them to be more savage on this island. After thinking about it and discussing it with the others, they created a training plan for the elites to develop properly. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this marked the start of a hellish training for the elites and a lot of lost blood, but Broly made sure to take turns so the whole group wouldn't be exhausted. Also, with him naming it a training regime, it would take some of the environmental pressure of them. Aaliyah had raised her concerns that they would easier die as a consequence, but Broly didn't give in. With the meat and fruits giving them more energy, he wasn't concerned that they couldn't heal from wounds. It would only be a problem if they were killed instantly, but to counter that possibility, the group would have a Super Saiyan as their supervisor. Luch would ultimately take over this role and make sure that no one dies, which was a way to train him as well, at least his awareness. So, instead of fighting a beast with 10 people, they would engage it with 5, and each of them would be handicapped by something. Blindfolded, arms tied together, earplugs, and all other kinds of limitations were brought onto them to develop their adaptivity, their mental strength, and their willpower to preserve under extreme conditions. For other races, it was no different from sending them to die, but the Saiyans seemed to be happy to have the opportunity to train with a training plan made by Broly. Broly nodded satisfied as he watched their excited expressions. Some started right away and began to warm up. Although they thought of ways to make the other Saiyans grow and announced it to the Saiyans that would take part in it, they didn't stop moving deeper into the forest. They had already moved past the ruins and were once again in the dense thicket. For another few hours of walking until the Elvish scouts discovered a dome-like structure with a building attached to it. It had a split opening at the top. Broly felt that it looked like an observatory from his past life as he approached it. Broly decided to check it out and perhaps use it for the night as the night was already approaching. The observatory seemed to be mostly undamaged and would be enough for a night. Broly and the other S-fighters headed in first to see if it wasn't too dangerous for the other Saiyans. Otherwise, if there were some beasts, they would send them in for battle. They cautiously walked inside the building and then headed for the dome structure through it. From an open door at the end of a short floor, they heard some heavy breathing coming from inside the dome structure. Aaliyah walked at the front as she was currently the strongest. They all had already turned Ascended Super Saiyan as they weren't concerned that their ki could be sensed. After all, it wasn't only Broly's senses that were blocked or limited to be precise. He and the others could only blurrily sense something if it wasn't obstructed by anything. So, if they were in the same room, they could sense that something was inside the room with them. As for how big or how the creature looked like was impossible for them to know. The door was dimly glowing, presumably cause of the outside nebula. After all, it wasn't complete dark outside unlike inner rooms. The S-fighters moved inside and saw a pride of lions sleeping on the ground. There were bones and skulls of many kinds of creatures scattered around, but none of them seemed to have humanoid characteristics. The lions had black fur, and their bodies were packed with muscles. The protruding fangs were long and looked ferociously, especially with the blood smeared on their mouths. Broly and the others were looking at each other and estimated if they should let the elites deal with them. They wandered between the sleeping lions and counted them to see if there were too many for the elites to handle. After confirming 27 adult lions, they turned to the door again to walk outside and sent the elites inside. But after turning to the door, they saw a huge shadow being cast. They turned towards the split opening of the roof, and in front of the opening, they saw a majestic golden lion standing on a raised platform. It seemed to glow slightly, and it released a somewhat strange aura that put the Exausians under pressure. The pressure wasn't that it was so much more powerful than they were, but they rather felt like this lion isn't supposed to exist, and it made them feel uncomfortable. It was a very strange feeling for them. Growling. What do you want here? The lion spoke. No, the lion wasn't really speaking, but it was communicating with them telepathically. Chapter 160. The Chronicles of. Broly stepped forward and met the lion's gaze. We want to stay the night. The lion squinted slightly as he scrutinized Broly. You can answer me? Broly was a bit confused as he heard the question. Wasn't the lion speaking to him? We six can, yes. Broly motioned to the others as he spoke. Fascinating. You are the first that I spoke to for years. The lion jumped down the platform and landed directly in front of Broly. With his 4-meter-tall frame, he was towering above the others, but they all still had the same thought. He is smaller up close. It wasn't that 4 meters of height was small and the lion's claws weren't intimidating. It was just that the aura made them think that he was even bigger and more powerful. Any other beast that they encountered in this forest were in the same size category. Even the buildings seemed to be built for humanoids that were at least twice the size of the average Saiyan. I see. Are you the leaders of the group outside? The lion asked as he pointed through the walls with his snout. Yes. We had a long day, and we will stay here for the night. Broly didn't want to move in the night since most beasts seemed to be more active and stronger then. If that was the only problem, then he might consider taking the group to go train them, but Broly and the other S-fighters felt weaker. They didn't notice it at first. Only after a beast had attacked them at night did Kana notice that she seemed to be even weaker. The others had of course tested their powers, and it was the same for them as well. They wouldn't be able to give as much support as they could during daytime. So, Broly would rather fight it out now with the lions here than to go through the forest and hope to find something else. The lion was quiet for a moment. All right, we will go hunting now anyway. Roar. The lion woke the other black lions up. They slowly woke up and immediately snapped to attention as they saw Broly's group standing in their territory, but before they could bounce at them, the golden lion roared at them, making the others freeze at the spot. The lions didn't make any noise after that as they headed out of a hole in the wall of the dome structure. Broly and the others hadn't seen it as they had approached the building from the other side. I thought I had eaten the remaining ones of your kind thousands of years ago. Well, a few kids had escaped back then, but I couldn't bother with that skinny prey. The lion said, facing Broly while the other lions backed out, not giving Broly and crew a glance anymore. My kind? Broly asked. Did the lion mean the ancient civilization and mistook Broly's group with them? Well, they didn't have tails like you do, but besides that they looked identical to you, and were very tasty, though most had not much meat on them. Now Broly was interested, and since some escaped, maybe they were still around. What happened to them? Are there still more left? Broly asked, seemingly unconcerned that the lion casually spoke about eating humanoid creatures, or rather humans according to his description. There was a small area in the outskirts that they had occupied shortly, but they tried to hunt down a deer. They seemed to rely on some kind of metal sticks which spewed out fire, but they suffered heavy damages by the deer. A corpse was washed deeper into the forests and through it. Almost all became aware of this delicacy. There was another group that stayed here longer before them. A woman with weird magic had led them, but I hunted her down personally after she tried to control me. A few had escaped, but I doubt that there are any left though. The others in Narn wouldn't let go of a tasty meal. I see. It doesn't seem like we are welcome on this land. Broly smiled bitterly as he heard that there had been quite a few humanoids that had wandered around here. Don't you want to have a bite of us? Broly asked the golden lion that had already turned around and headed for the outside. After being asked that, the lion stopped and looked back at Broly. You are already deep in the forest, and according to your scent, you already have been here for a few days. I smell the scent of blood of all kinds of creatures on the hands of the ones waiting outside. You didn't cower after being approached by me, and I can feel the aura of a king on you. Your being puts me under pressure. Even though you don't try to intimidate me, it is just the way you are. I doubt I would win against you. With this message, he turned around again and started walking to the outside. We may meet in the future once again. My name is Aslan. Remember, only the strong rule here on Narn, and the deeper you go, the stronger your enemies will get. His words lingered around even after he had left for a while. Broly rubbed his chin as he thought that the name was somewhat familiar, but he quickly put that thought into the back of his head. Go get the others and tell them to prepare some defenses. It seems like they won't have to fight anymore. All right. The others nodded and moved out to give out tasks. They weren't concerned that the lions would sneak attack them. The opposite was true. These lions would make good experience for the elites, and with this building as a defense, they were confident that the elites would be able to fight everything off even without their help. A pride of lions with an intelligent leader at the front, a frightening idea for most, and a very good variety to the dumb beasts that they usually encountered. But it was also the fact that their leader was intelligent that Broly thought that it was unlikely for them to try and attack them now. Broly started inspecting the ruins of this observatory and the building attached to it. He saw some markings on the walls that were already mostly corroded. Besides that, there was nothing left that could indicate on the culture or the technology of the ancient civilization, and after listening to Aslan, He doubted that the humanoids he had encountered belonged to that civilization. How could they have been around only a few thousand years ago? These ruins felt like they were vastly older than mere thousands of years ago. Even if Broly used his whole strength when he is at his peak, he might not be able to damage the ruins significantly, but they still look like they fall apart at any moment. It was incredible tough, but hardly any heavier than regular stone. Broly returned dissatisfied after he didn't find anything. He found himself an elevated position and got himself some sleep. A few hours later, when the nebula started brightening again, Broly woke up and looked over to the guards. Nothing seemed to have tried to attack them that night, as Broly didn't saw a beast's corpse. It might be the fact that they were currently residing in the lion's den. Broly merely nodded to the guard and got up. It was time to leave and head deeper into the forest. The others had already prepared to move out, and Broly only needed to announce their departure, and they were ready to go. Like the days before, they walked towards the direction from where Broly felt the connection coming from. They walked, and after a few hours, they saw the lions again, eating away at a few bears' copses. Aslan wasn't among the other lions. The two groups only acknowledged the other's existence and didn't provoke each other. The Exausians threaded deeper into the forests, and the beasts became more powerful. Broly even needed to adjust the difficulty of his training so they would survive. After a few hours of walking, another Saiyan had broken through and turned into a Super Saiyan. With this addition, Broly was able to send out another group to engage the beasts. Fortunately, or unfortunately for the Exausians, the frequencies of the attacks became higher, making the training even more resourceful but also vastly more dangerous. Broly first thought that with the increasing strength of the beasts, they would see less, but not only did the beasts become stronger but higher in numbers as well. After slaughtering their way through, they encountered a large group of white tigers. Broly instantly recognized that the female leader seemed to be intelligent and may be capable of communicating like Aslan, but they didn't stick around for a chat and retreated after being discovered by Broly's group. Broly didn't pursue them. Aslan also said that he hadn't spoken with someone for a long time, so the tiger might not even be capable of speech. It would be meaningless for them to chase after them. They could only head deeper, and after a few hours they encountered another ruin. This time it was a complex with 3 intact floors. They quickly occupied it and searched for any beasts. After killing a few giant spiders and snakes, Broly started teaching the new Super Saiyan the basics and his future training regime. Chapter 171, Conversion 2. An unknown amount of time passed with Broly converting his energies into his soul. The process carried unbearable pain with it. After being reborn, he was confronted with pain that not only targeted his body but his very soul. With life, pain had followed it. After struggling for years, he wouldn't flinch if his hand was cut open. Even if his body was impaled by metal rods, he would still be able to stand proudly. His pain tolerance wasn't something most beings in the universe could compare to. It was ironic, as he had one of the toughest bodies in existence. But even with that kind of tough body, he had suffered tremendously. The main perpetrator was himself, as he crushed every bone in his body at least a few times whilst training. This method of training didn't only raise his pain tolerance, but his willpower as pushed himself further and further in the next session. His body even adapted to the pain slightly and wasn't at the least bit satisfied after the training room didn't have any effect on him anymore. Now he had to persevere through excruciating pain in order to complete the conversion, and it became more unbearable as time went on. Salutis had stopped at the beginning after he realized that something went wrong. Even if his plan succeeded to absorb another sword of a suppressed Broly and got another shot at the conversion, he would have failed miserably. Broly didn't think during the conversion, as the pain didn't allow for different thoughts to arise. He could only endure and count the seconds as the process continued on. He couldn't be sure if it were mere minutes, hours, days, or even years have passed since he had started. For him it felt like an eternity, but he knew that was only his perception of time. He gritted his teeth as he felt like the skin was being slowly peeled off his body while being cooked alive. If he failed to stay conscious and discontinued to circulate according to the absorption techniques, he would fail the conversion. His energy cores would be in pieces and his soul would be incomplete. He wouldn't be able to strengthen his soul or his energies afterwards. If that happened, his only hope would be advancing with his ki, but he knew that would slow him down on his path to supremacy significantly. With only his ki, he would still be a lot stronger than most, but to gain the ability to contend against gods would again take a lot of time. Of course, even a half-converted soul would grant him a significant boost in strength, but Broly didn't want strength for the price of cutting off potential in the future. Not to advance in the departments of magic, life force, or his soul would be a price too high for him to pay. However, he needed to see this conversion through. He not only needed to find a way to get off this island with the others, but with the guard's explanation he knew that this was the path to the absolute peak. This would be the first step to not only reach the level of gods, but to even surpass Zeno himself. No matter what, he had to preserve. Time was ticking away while the other Exausians waited for his return. Broly didn't know how much time has passed, but he realized that the pain had lessened for some time. He inspected his body and noticed that the cores had vanished completely. Only the residual energy in the body was left. The life force and the magic power that had once reached every corner of his body was now being sucked into his soul. His body needed to be void of these energies, and only then would the process be complete. In comparison to dissolving his cores, to absorb this remaining energy was child's play. It didn't take him long to finally complete the process. After the energies were absorbed, the pain vanished. After a moment of silence, his soul seemed to have a reaction. The previous still soul was suddenly leaking tremendous amount of power that filled the void that the energies had left behind. While that happened, Broly was blinded by a bright light. He covered his eyes until the light vanished again. He didn't realize it immediately, but he was sitting on the throne in the hall. The guards were now kneeling in front of him. They didn't raise their head but had lowered them, not daring to look straight at Broly. The black Kriegsmesser with the blue edge was unsheathed and hovered right in front of Broly with the black sheath floating next to it. Broly opened his palm and the sword sheathed itself again and placed itself in Broly's hand. Broly closed the eyes and felt the power of the sword. Although he had held it before, he was now more sensitive towards its power. After he had returned to the hall, his mind was being flooded with information. It was mostly information about the civilization called Para and how it had waged war since it was able to travel to other multiverses. They had conquered not only their multiverse but had stretched out their hands to the neighboring multiverse, but they soon realized that their power was severely weakened in other multiverses. They had studied the creature that inhabited these multiverses and searched what gave them their strength. They created temples with statues that mimicked their powers, and after a long time, they were able to create living imitations of the most powerful beings that had inhabited their respective universe. After creating life, they realized that the imitations were somehow able to retain warped memories of their real counterparts. These creatures had rebelled and in a grand war devastated Para's world. Of course, they didn't have the strength to overturn this civilization and were quickly eradicated. Afterwards, the civilization decided that if they couldn't create creatures to fight for them, then they had to change themselves, so their power would become multiversal. Some of the higher-ups were stubborn and kept on creating new creatures since they didn't want to throw away their work of millenniums. They said that was the only way, and it would be impossible to not be suppressed in foreign multiverses. The forest that was surrounding the abyss was one of that projects. It allowed the development of different creatures, but it had a suppressing element to normal citizens of Para. Indeed, it was an incredible difficult task to make one's strength multiversal, but after eons and eons of waging war with different multiverses and experimenting with different methods, they had finished a conversion process that would grant their souls, the fundamental and multiversal source of existence, the power of different energies. The crystals played a fundamental role as they would make the receiver's soul compatible with these energies. However, the process was too difficult to complete. In ancient times, only a few tens of the billions inhabitants of Para were able to succeed. After tuning the process countless times, they retracted their troops in order to accumulate strength, but destiny wasn't good to them. Several overlords had attacked them with their armies. A long battle that ripped apart multiverses came to be and only stopped after this mighty civilization had fallen. Broly opened his eyes after he took in this information. Perditus, even this island was only a fraction of what Para used to be. They had tried to save themselves by using the crystals as a defense and to hide in the enemy's universes, but ultimately, they were found and eradicated. Perhaps only this island is left of the once glorious civilization. Broly had to say that he found all this extremely interesting, but one thing had caught his attention in the memories. It seemed like one of the overlords that had attacked Para was Zeno or his predecessor, if something like that exists for the king of all, but what was important was the fact that one sword piece was kept safe by Zeno. There was also the question on why they were able to absorb these crystals. According to the information, it was only meant for Paris. As he inspected his sword deep in thoughts, he suddenly saw something on the back of his hand. He turned his palm over and saw a golden triangle that was drawn into his skin like a tattoo. It was strange, but he instinctively knew how to use this tattoo. He stood up from the throne and placed his sword on his back. How long did the process take? Broly asked the kneeling guards. About 10 seconds. Broly was stunned, but he only shook his head and smiled bitterly. He clenched his fist slightly, making the golden triangle shimmer. In the next moment, Broly was teleported outside of the temple. The giant statues were reconstructed and guarded the temple once again. Chapter 172, Going Back. He stood in front of the Exausians, who looked shocked at the sudden appearance of Broly. After a moment of silence, their faces lit up not only because of his return, but to feel the oppressive aura coming out of Broly. For the last few weeks, they didn't feel any pressure from Broly, even if he used his soul. It wasn't as domineering as his normal transformations through Ki. Part of the reason was that Ki was a mostly destructive energy. There are some healing capacities to it, but it is mostly used to destroy, making it rather oppressive. Of course, during the time where Broly was being suppressed, he still showed his power from time to time, but they knew that wasn't something Broly could hold up indefinitely. Now that Broly had returned with full power, they had relaxed instantly. The other Super Saiyans and Zangya knew that this temple had to be something of importance to the whole island, so after seeing him return unscathed, they knew that he prevailed through the challenges of the temple. They were now waiting for his confirmation on what he saw, and if they were able to go back to their universe. "We are going to leave this place," Broly shouted out with a majestic voice, stunning the Exausians for a moment before they shouted out its excitement. The S-Fighter were surprised as well. Broly had always did things according to his will, and he did it with a domineering and kingly attitude. This time, however, it felt different. It was like his word held ethereal and absolute power. Broly turned around and clenched his fist before everyone present was enveloped by a warm feeling. In the next moment, they had vanished from the spot. After showing his back, they realized that the sword on his back had disappeared. Beforehand, there was Salutis' giant sword that couldn't be overseen. Now, however, it had vanished. That was at least the case for the normal elites. For the Super Saiyans, they were somewhat able to perceive that a sword was still sheathed on his back. If they tried to look straight at it, they wouldn't be able to see it. It was only a feeling that a sharp blade was still being carried on his back. They weren't sure if it was real or just an illusion. They didn't think about it anymore as they had quickly arrived in the throne hall. Broly told the other elites to wait here, and then teleported with the S-Fighters to a room that seemed to be made out of glass. However, they weren't watching the surroundings, but they were somewhat able to perceive the whole island. Broly was here for the first time as well, so he was as astonished as the others. They saw the vast island in its whole magnificence. The forest that surrounded the abyss was far bigger than they had imagined. They were rather fortunate that they were placed rather close to the abyss and temple. It was inconceivable vaster than they previously estimated. They noticed many mighty creatures that could give an ascended Super Saiyan a run for their money. Broly now knew how they would find their way back. In this room, they couldn't only perceive the island, but also search for another multiverse to target. Normal beings, and even Broly's brain couldn't comprehend the area between the multiverse yet, so they had to rely on this room to navigate. If he was strong enough, he might be able to handle the complex dimension that was holding together the very existence, but that wasn't something Broly could do just yet. Fortunately, they weren't trying to find another multiverse, so Broly wouldn't even need to rely on this room to navigate to their home. The reason why he had brought the others here was another one. Broly had thought about how he could use the resources he now had gained with this island. He wouldn't only use it for traveling between the universe. That would be too wasteful. After weeks of remaining on this island, he saw the value of the environment. He would use it to train more Super Saiyans. There wouldn't be a better place that had the right danger level to let an elite Saiyan transcend their normal Saiyan limits. He had only spent a couple of weeks in here, but the number of Super Saiyans had already doubled. They were even able to look underground into the caves. They discussed several places for training purposes and quickly developed a rough training draft, from normal Saiyans to ascended Super Saiyans. They concluded that they would send the ones who made considerable contribution in developing Broly's kingdom through the missions here. Broly also told Ace about how he thought he should adapt his training regime, so the Saiyans could integrate their instincts more instead of just a tactical fighting style. This island wouldn't only be their headquarters for when they want to move to other universes, but it will be their farm for producing Super Saiyans. The more he thought about the prospects of this island, the happier he got. After talking about the future training a bit more, Broly decided that it was time to get back home. They navigated through the space and time cracks between the universes and traveled to a spot that had a rather thin barrier to enter. The reason he didn't want to just blatantly enter their universe was that they would most likely be discovered by Beerus or Whis. He would only move close to the thin barrier and then enter with their own bodies. The colorful nebula that surrounded the island was in fact something produced by the island itself. It was part of it. It was responsible for making the island invisible for outsiders. It also used to create illusions to keep unwanted guests outside if they were too close to the island. Unfortunately, it was damaged during the attacks of the overlords. Probably only Zeno would be able to locate the island if he searched for it, but Broly didn't have any intention to get Zeno's attention for now. Broly had already thought about the perfect place that would hide the island and keep a safe path towards it. The island was smoothly flying through space and time cracks without disturbing them even in the slightest. Even the ones on the island itself didn't notice that they were moving. As they headed towards their universe, Broly inspected the tattoo on the back of his hand. A hollow golden triangle, like it looked like before it turned into a tattoo. What was different, however, were the colors that filled the triangle. At the bottom left it was colored red like blood. The bottom right was bluish like the ocean, and the top was filled with a healthy vibrant green. Red for life force, blue for magic, and green for his soul power. It wasn't that this tattoo was his source of strength. It was more like it used the three energies to create a unique imprint, like an identification of some sorts. While they were heading for Broly's picked destination, he took some time to feel the changes inside his body. He could use life force and his magic like before. Additionally, it was supplemented with his soul, making its affects far more potent. It was basically only a relocation of his power from his body into his soul, making it usable in every multiverse in existence. Of course, he also realized its drawbacks, which was the consumption of his soul through these energies. Broly, however, didn't worry too much about the consumption. One of the best parts of the conversion was probably that through the additional energies, his soul was much more resilient than before. Previously, if he used his soul to his limits, he would accidentally injure it, but now he could exhaust its power and only need to recover the used-up energy with a short rest. While Broly finished with his assessment of his situation, they had arrived at their destination. The others also realized where Broly chose to hide the island. Indeed, it was a place that was almost completely hidden from the gods, and they were familiar with it. Even if they were discovered, they could use the excuse that they wanted to visit their home. The location Broly chose was Perditus. To be precise, it was the space and time tunnel between Perditus and the normal universe. He now didn't have to worry about the tunnel collapsing, as he could brute force another way if it did. They wouldn't need to worry about being eternally trapped on Perditus. There was only one thing left to guarantee that the island would be easily accessible for them. Broly looked ahead and saw a giant amount of life force swimming through the cracks of space and time. Chapter 173, Leviathan. If he hadn't saw it now, he might have forgotten about it. When he had first entered the rift to traverse to the normal universe, he had seen a massive amount of life force in a nebula that appeared in the rift. It had disappeared as fast as it appeared. Broly now only needed to kill whatever lurked in the space and time cracks. Without hesitation, he speeded towards the massive life force. Like in the past, it was shrouded in a nebula of some sorts. He dashed into the nebula, and after flying for a few seconds at full throttle, he arrived. He saw gigantic whale-like creatures with what seemed like a cross-shaped halos above each of them. Most of them were a kilometer in size, but the biggest in the group was very different to the others. It was another life form. It was a few tens of kilometers big, and had 6 long tentacles with spiky ends. Its many teeth were long and intimidating. It was a mixture of an eastern dragon mixed with sea dinosaur and other monster of horror. It looked like it that was out to devour anything that came near it. A destroyer of worlds. It was the very embodiment of a deep underwater monster, and this Leviathan's strength wasn't something to trifle with, at least for normal beings. Broly watched as the whales released a fog that was added to the nebula around them. Of course, Broly had already noticed the magic particles in the nebula and directly avoided whatever effects it had by making a thin but impenetrable barrier around himself. The whales opened their mouths from time to time as they sucked in the energy between the space cracks. Be it magic, life force, or ki, they absorbed it all. The Leviathan, however, took it one step further as it directly devoured space and time cracks, only leaving behind a scar. Broly knew that these cracks had an enormous amount of energy inside it as it needed to pierce through space and time itself. That's why it was rather common that they were created when stars or planets exploded. The high energy rips a tear inside the fabric of the universe, and through the remaining energy it is able to stay open. This was probably also the reason why the Leviathan was still around, as Perditus was surrounded by chaotic space that had a lot of remaining energy, which wasn't surprising as the whole planet was originally from another universe. Either way, the space cracks would eventually cease to exist. The problem now was that the energy would have returned to the universe, but now it was being devoured by a monster. Broly wasn't out to save the universe's energy by any means, but the people he would send to the island would be in danger if this thing decided to come around for a quick snack. He couldn't contain himself any longer and was about to head into a killing spree, but before he could do so, a large shadow rushed through the nebula. Broly raised an eyebrow as he heard the deep roar coming out of a hungry beast that has seen its prey. In the next second, Broly saw Kalon rush out of the nebula and dive right at one of the whales. He directly pierced into its flesh with his claws and ripped big pieces of meat out of it. Sometimes he would roast a piece of meat with a fire breath or directly wolf it down. Did no one feed him? After this thought ran through his mind, he realized that he didn't feed him after he had imprisoned him. There were ways to replenish one's nutritions with energy, but did this childlike dragon know how to do that? Probably not. It was only reasonable that Kalon would be starved and go on a rampage after seeing these fatty whales. Kalon's action, of course, had been noticed by the Leviathan, and it wasn't happy that the whales that hid its presence was being killed. Broly had felt the same otherworldly aura that he felt coming from the lion Aslan and the human-like guardian golems. Broly could tell that the Leviathan was another creation of Para, and it was a strong one at that. He could also sense a form of intelligence, not on the level that he could negotiate with it, but on the level that it knew to not rashly enter the universe and hide between the cracks. It was impressive enough that it kept these whales around him as they felt like normal creature of this universe and wouldn't necessarily get any attention by the gods and angles. It had to be said that Para was an ingenious civilization. The normal beasts that didn't had strong capabilities or were offspring of the imitations like Kalon. They always felt like they belonged to the universe they resided in. This was also why Broly only felt the aura coming from the strongest and original imitations. Broly had some confidence that no one besides Zeno would be able to detect the differences of these creatures. His confidence wasn't something that came out of thin air. He had a vision coming from a multiversal civilization that far surpassed that of normal individuals. In fact, he still didn't know why he could see the way he did. There wasn't a clue about it in the information he absorbed, and the guards didn't have an idea either. The Leviathan struck at Kulon with one of its tentacles at incredible speed considering its size. Kulon saw this and prepared an attack. His mouth was overflowing with black flames. Before the tentacle reached Kulon, he fired his scorching hot breath. The moment the black flame touched the tentacle, the fire expanded rapidly, covering a huge ground almost instantaneously. It quickly devoured the tip of the tentacle and left nothing behind in its stead. The Leviathan roared out in agony that shook the space around them. Broly even felt like his inner organs were slightly trembling because of the roar. If he was slightly affected, the same couldn't be said about Kulon. He was convulsing and his black face even looked pale, although it was only Broly's imagination. Broly quickly shielded Kulon from the roar's effects. As soon as Kulon was better, he directly dug into the whale that Kulon had killed and ate its flesh. Kulon became energized by the whale's meat and surprisingly even looked stronger and taller than before. Broly didn't bother with Kulon feast anymore as he had turned his attention towards the Leviathan that was warily staring at him. He could see the hesitation in its eyes. Broly couldn't help but grin as he now had the opportunity to test his strength, but more importantly that of the sword. His ki suddenly flooded outside, creating a storm that swept numerous whales inside its whirl. His body grew to 2.5 meters, and his hair grew longer. He had turned into his third legendary state. However, unlike before, his power wasn't only oppressive, but it now had an ethereal feel to it. He was using his ki coupled with his improved soul power. Broly unsheathed his sword form his back and the aura of absolute power assaulted everyone's senses. He looked at the Leviathan while raising his sword. Whales were uncontrollably flung around Broly and seemingly calling out to the Leviathan. The Leviathan had sensed the danger coming from Broly and fear could be seen in its horrific eyes. It panicked and started to charge its attack. Its whole skeleton got visible for outsiders to see as it began to glow in a blue electrical light. The Leviathan shot out a beam of purely destructive force that devastated everything in its path. Some unlucky whales were caught inside the attack and were directly disintegrated. Broly calmly observed the situation. His hand flashed as it slashed downwards. The attack suddenly split in half, opening a clear view towards the Leviathan. The Leviathan froze, and due to its grand size, it took a while until one was able to see that the Leviathan was heavily bleeding in a line that divided this humongous being in two. Broly didn't bother with the Leviathan anymore as he looked at the triangle on the back of his palm. The three sections that filled the triangle were glowing slightly, with the red section being the brightest. As he wondered what this might suggest, he felt his body getting stronger with a pure life force being supplied. He instantly knew what just happened as he looked at the split Leviathan that was withering away at a visible speed. With his vision of truth, he saw that some of the dissipating life force, magic, and soul was being absorbed by the sword and into the tattoo. Much was lost in the process, but every bit was additional strength to which he wouldn't say no to. Broly was ecstatic as he knew that with this sword, he could erase a being almost completely and absorb it into his own strength. After killing the Leviathan, Broly took the whales with him. He told Kulon to make them his subordinate. After a few weeks, he may be able to command them and place them between the island and the rift for a safe passage that the elites would need to traverse. He discussed some things with the others and experimented with his newly gained advantages before he entered back inside his universe. He figured out that the tattoo was actually invisible to the others, and the sword seemed to have a similar effect, even though it wasn't as perfect. Broly thought about how he could take the sword with him without leaking its presence to others. After the thought arose, the sword disappeared in a flash. He felt the tattoo tickle slightly, so he looked at it and saw a mini version of his sword inside the triangle right in the middle. It was covered by the three colors, and Broly guessed that it was being covered by the energies inside his body. After confirming with the others that nothing different could be felt from him, they took the elites and once again returned to their universe. Chapter 174, Storm. They traveled through the rift and returned to the normal universe without a problem. After re-entering their universe, they gathered together, and before they knew it, they appeared in the throne room on Exausia. After teleporting back home, they told the elites to get some rest. The last few weeks were exhausting for them. Broly was more accustomed to it, as he could spend months in meditations without rest. This little adventure wasn't bad in hindsight. The only constant threat Broly felt on that island was the unknown and the possible schemes Salutis had, but in the end, it turned out even if Salutis had any schemes, he wouldn't be able to see them through as he was as dead as one could be. He had fused his soul with his body, and with his body destroyed, there was no possibility for him to come back without the use of the Super Dragon Balls. Broly still only wanted to get to his bed and sleep for a couple of days. The pain he had to endure were burdening to say the least. Broly stepped outside the castle with the others. He saw a figure on top of the highest skyscraper around watching over the city. It seemed like this hadn't relaxed either since they went to hunt the assassins. The S-fighters quickly flew towards him. The moment he saw them, his face lit up and quickly rushed to greet them. Des hugged Aaliyah and the others and asked them a couple of times if they were okay before he let them go. His reaction wasn't surprising, as they had intended to go into one decisive battle to eradicate them, but they hadn't returned after a few weeks, which made the general populace uneasy. Many speculated if they had lost against the assassins, but this theory was quickly dismissed as no assassin came back to Exaugia to finish them off. In fact, after a few days since Broly and company had left, news of the destruction of this organization was made known and spread like a wildfire. There was a rumor that the headquarters was destroyed, and now the roaming assassins in the branches had to go into hiding. After one person took revenge on an assassin and was fine after a couple of days, many laid their eyes on the branches and the roaming assassins. Mostly emperors of galaxies that had suffered under this organization's hand quickly went wild as they hunted down every assassin in their area. They conquered the branches and found many riches that would advance their abilities to another level. News of the found resources leaked out, and many emperors that hadn't any conflicts with the assassins started to take action as well. This once fearful behemoth was being wiped out from the surface of the universe in a matter of days. Of course, the average person didn't notice anything about the destruction or its aftermath of these assassins. They only noticed that more people were moving around in haste with greedy eyes. The times for the knowledgeable that wanted a slice of this cake were in for a chaotic time, but risk and rewards went hand in hand, so the participants in this fight for resources kept growing. It was like a universal agreement between all the knowledgeable and powerhouses that they would uproot this organization once and for all. All over the universe, movement could be seen. Not only the tyrannical emperors wanted to participate, but the righteous organization as well. Even the Galactic Patrol went out in the name of justice and started attacking them. Truthfully, the righteous factions were even wilder in their pursuit for these assassins. They made the most noise, and it didn't take long before even the most ignorant faction knew of what was going on in the past weeks. After 18 days, however, something changed. As time went on, the emperors that hadn't deeply rooted resentment with them began to be more subtle with their actions. It felt like they were gathering their strength. Many seemed to make alliances with other emperors around their territory and started to form bigger and stronger forces. They recruited more soldiers and made an effort to strengthen their troops. Even the righteous factions began to back away after taking their peace and started to do everything to heighten their combat capabilities. Rumor has it that the Kais themselves had ordered them to do so. It seemed like the whole universe was preparing for a war. The atmosphere on every planet that did interplanetary trade noticed the gloomy atmosphere, but only the higher-ups knew why they reacted the way they did. After Exaugia had appeared on the universal stage and boldly invaded other galaxies to hunt down the Emperor, Cooler, many powerhouses shook their head. They didn't believe that a force that just invaded another galaxy would survive for long. Their invasion act wasn't only a clear provocation for the emperors, but for the righteous factions as well. It wouldn't take long before the invaded galaxy struck back with full might while the neighbors would just watch. In fact, some would even step in and help. It was an unspoken rule which they broke and now had to bear the consequences even if they had allied with the local righteous faction. At least that was what they thought. The next days of news shook most emperors to their core. Not only had they invaded the other galaxy, but their king started to blatantly destroy planet after planet. His reason was an attempt to take his life, which was approved by many, but the conflict grew even further. Exaugia's king, Broly, destroyed base after base of the conspirer Emperor Mamba. However, what was truly shocking was the fact that King Broly clashed with Mamba and 3 other emperors of that galaxy head-on and killed each of them. This news sent shivers down the spines of most emperors. Afterwards, King Broly sent his forces allied with the Galactic Patrol to conquer some of the planets that were left under the dead emperor's control. From then on, many knew that Exaugia would establish themselves into a force that ruled a galaxy group. The unspoken rule of not invading other galaxy was only able to deter normal emperors, but who would care about that if one was truly strong? Those that conquered their own galaxy completely and were capable of extending their hands outwards were called true emperors. In the universe, there were only a couple of these true emperors that solely ruled a galaxy. Even rarer were those that had ruled a galaxy group, but none of them exceeded the number of ruled galaxies by 10. It was too risky for them to continue to expand, as there were still other strong individuals in this universe, and so the power stabilized into the current balance. Now Exaugia had presented themselves, and it was only a matter of time until King Broly would be declared to be in their ranks. For that reason, some had sent spies to Exaugia to get information about their development. It would be truthful to say that Exaugia had garnered the attention of all powerhouses in the universe. Many were relieved after hearing about their overall strength. Their average was impressive, but they had less elites than most other true emperors. In fact, only the so-called Super Saiyans would be something to be worthy of mentioning. The true emperors' focus on Exaugia lessened quite a bit as they didn't think Exaugia would be able to threaten them and would eventually know their place in this universe. Otherwise, they would forcefully put them there. They could already estimate the peak that this faction would grow to. It was inevitable that they conquered another galaxy, and most thought that they would stop at 3 galaxies, but their impression of this force had rapidly changed. With their spies, they were made aware that one of King Broly's wife was assassinated by none other than Reap. Many were even more elated about this fact when they heard that Broly would go out to fight this organization with his elites. They were sure that Exausia would be history after this incident. A few other true emperors had thought about invading and enslaving the Exausians, but another incident had caught their eyes, the downfall of the assassin organization. They quickly changed their attention and tried to gobble up the remaining forces of the branches. They didn't even consider that King Broly was responsible for their downfall. It was a known fact that Salutis was one of the strongest individuals in the entire universe, not something the average true emperor could contend with. King Broly was strong, but from what their intelligence could gather, he wasn't that strong. But someone with a contact to the Kais had leaked the fact that King Broly was very likely to be the culprit of the downfall. The North Kai had paid close attention to Broly's action ever since his past invasions, and he witnessed Broly's tremendous ki when he found his wife. The North Kai told them about his capabilities, and it was much higher than they first had thought. Now even the true emperors began to become uneasy and nervous of this monster called Broly. They were somewhat guessing that Exausia's pursuit of Cooler was just a ruse to invade other galaxies, but with a Kai confirming this, they knew that King Broly had no intention of staying low. A deadly storm would soon sweep across this universe. Chapter 175. Reunion. A gloomy unease was suspended throughout the whole universe. Many emperors and true emperors in power were gathering their forces and prepared for an incoming war. Their eyes focused entirely on Exausia's actions, afraid that they were the next ones targeted. After they got the news that Broly and his elite troop had returned unscathed, they became even more wary of offending them in any way. It was true that the forces of Exausia only stretched out to the Milky Way and its neighbor the Andromeda Galaxy, but it was undeniable that King Broly, on his own, was a force to be reckoned with. He had ended Salutis and everything that he had built in the last few hundred years. Broly ended this man's whole career because Salutis had dared to lay a finger on one of Broly's wives. Obviously, they were only afraid of King Broly and maybe the other higher-ups that were always at Broly's side. But no matter how strong he and the other 7 were, no one thought that Exausia would be able to conquer the universe, and the reasons for that were simple. The one that was truly stronger than the true emperors and able to instill fear was Broly himself. Because of that, they felt that their position was still somewhat secure. There were always ambitious people that wanted to be rulers, and the present emperors would hardly voluntarily give their position and wealth to Broly only because he was stronger than them. He was only one man, albeit strong. He wouldn't be able to cause a downfall to alliances that had influences in numerous galaxies. Even if he attacked one emperor, couldn't the others just target his remaining forces and kill Exausia's weaker troops one by one? With the limited amount they know Broly had, he would only be able to stabilize 8 galaxies in total, and even that was a stretch. Broly would be able to place one strong warrior in one galaxy to govern. Considering that these were also capable of ruling, Exausia could indeed establish an empire that enveloped 8 galaxies. Expanding further than that was highly unlikely. Of course, that would only be true in case that no other Super Saiyan appeared in their ranks. Even now they heard about other Super Saiyans on a small planet called Earth. Fortunately, they seemed to be hostile towards King Broly. However, the fact that they would never join his ranks could be doubted. There was a real possibility that more Super Saiyans would appear in the future. For this reason, a network between the emperors and the true emperors was being established in order to plan to dwindle down Broly's force as much as they could. If they could kill the other Saiyans before they grew in strength, they would only have to hide from Broly, but they weren't concerned in that regard. The universe was vast and needed a long time to be traversed. If they had enough time to hide, even with his ability to teleport, he wouldn't be able to find them. If they started an attack with enough people, there was no way for Broly to hunt down every single one of them. The possibility of casualties in the ranks of emperors were high, but every one of them were optimistic that it wouldn't be them. Of course, they didn't know about his ability to control other people and read the minds of even strong warriors. If they knew, maybe they would think twice about antagonizing him. However, with ignorance, many resolved themselves to nip this potential threat in the bud. They even requested the righteous factions that they had hostility with to join them. Although the righteous factions were wary of King Broly, his actions weren't unjustifiably and could be said to have made justice a service. His actions were extreme at times, but all the force Broly had targeted were generally tyrannical emperors or assassins, not something the righteous ones would stick their heads out for. Besides, they had a reputation to hold up and couldn't just attack someone that was mostly known as a savior of many. All kinds of reasons made them apprehensive of showing hostility towards Exausia. Indeed, they feared that Exausia would go out of their control once they gathered enough strength, but if King Broly never intended to attack the innocent and righteous ones, then wouldn't attacking and antagonizing him now make them potential targets as well? Even if they killed everyone except for Broly, would he leave them be? Obviously not. He killed several emperors because they tried to assassinate him, and after he suffered, He took on the most powerful organization in the entire universe and won. It was clear that he was someone who would take revenge no matter what. How long would they need to hide for? What would happen to new criminal scum that arose when they were absent? Why should they help their enemies if only those emperors were being targeted? After getting their thoughts in order and calmed their fear, the righteous factions publicly declared to not intervene with Broly's actions if they were justifiable. Even if his actions weren't justifiable and somewhat extreme, they would probably turn a blind eye towards it. After getting this response, the emperors were outraged and insulted them as fools who couldn't see the full picture. Of course, there were some other emperors that didn't even consider to be hostile and personally flew towards Broly to declare their subservience. They thought that they could save their skin if they served Broly's order. Some were deeply ashamed that after all those years they would have to bow their head, but they were clear on the situation ahead. Those were the ones that resided close to the Milky Way and would be targeted next if King Broly wanted to expand his influence. Subservience would be their only way to not be killed by the righteous Exausians. While the higher-ups of this universe were in emotional distress, Broly laid down in his bed with his wives lying next to him. After returning, he had immediately thrown himself into bed with his wives and didn't come out of his room for the next couple days. He was relaxing after the high-intensity battles he had fought in the last few weeks. There were some things he had done leisurely which would be helpful for the future as well. As he went through the information of Para's history and the island once again, he found some things that would prove useful to preserve the loyalty of the future Saiyans that would enter. This ancient civilization had some profound understanding of the soul and had something called soul contracts, very similar to what Broly did with Cooler, but instead of controlling them it would show if malicious thoughts towards Broly arose. There was also something else which disturbed him greatly that was only mentioned briefly, as this information was only meant for citizens of Para. 4 days after he had returned, he finally got out and headed for the docking station of Exausia. This station was only for the VIPs. He saw a gigantic ship landing and open up their door. A staircase extended to the ground and several figures walked out. The other S-fighters had also sensed their arrival and came to greet them as well. Zinjo, the City Lord, Blitz, Yanari, Vara, Violet, Atrog. All kinds of familiar faces greeted the S-fighters. Zhangya rushed to the City Lord and they hugged each other for quite some time. The Hera race didn't have many people left that survived, but the City Lord did his best to locate the roaming clansmen and bring them back. The reunion between the former rivals was warm and hearty. Laughter filled the plaza.
Toro happily buried våra inkisses.
He wasn't able to see his girlfriend for some time, so he was thrilled that she would now live here. Broly quickly led them into a restaurant called Hell that was near the castle. It had excellent food from Earth and was probably Broly's favorite in the whole city. Due to the king's endorsement, it was popular to say the least. Broly obviously had a permanent room in case he wanted to dine there. He led his friends inside and a feast was quickly prepared for them. The races of Perditus had long chosen to ally themselves with the Saiyans, who were now called Exausians. The arrival of Zinjo and the other Myrmidons was already planned for a few months now, but it was delayed for quite some time as they had to pick up the other races. There were many strong bandits and their engines of the other races seemed to have been damaged in a fight with them. Good thing was that the Myrmidons were strong fellows, especially Zinjo was a formidable force. If he wanted to, he could probably become an emperor or even a true emperor, comparable to a high-level ascended Super Saiyan. Blitz and Yanari were powerful as well. They weren't chosen to be trained under the City Lord without rhyme and reason. Most of them even began to lead their races. This was especially true for the powerful prodigy Zinjo. No one dared to disregard him anymore, and he held a high reputation amongst his race. The planets for each race was already prepared for their arrival. They had terraformed the individual planet, so each race was able to move in any time. They were extremely moved with how Broly greeted them and the unbelievable help he provided them. They had to spend most of their time in their ship or stranded on a harsh planet or searching for one of their kind. Now they would be able to settle down and create a home. They had heard about Broly's famous reputation of the general populace and knew that this would bring him some trouble. He already told them long ago that he wanted to conquer the entire universe, and they were determined to be part of his grand mission. Chapter 176, Leaving. A tall figure with black pants and a strong blue-colored sash which was fixed with a golden belt could be seen on the streets of Perditus. The figure revealed his powerful upper body which gave everyone the feeling of a powerful armor. Around his neck was a golden necklace that was glowing slightly. The figure had long spiky green hair that were waving slightly in the wind as he walked at the main street sidewalk. Although it was the main street, it was unusually empty. The few people that roamed around were voluntarily opening up a path as he walked past them. Some were deeply bowing or even kneeling just to show their respect. This figure was obviously Broly, who had turned his suppression necklace on and was walking around in his third legendary state. He was currently walking towards the spaceship port. On the platform, which had constantly incoming spaceships, several strong auras could be felt. It didn't take him long until he arrived on the busy platform. There were numerous people running around to ensure that everything was ready for the departure. The S-fighters had already made their wish clear that they wanted to leave the safe. All things considered, Exauja for another challenge. Taro would move out with his girlfriend Vara, Aaliyah and Daz would form a duo. Zangya would go with several other Eros to train them and Kana would go out with Yanari. They all had already chosen a mission among the requests of the Galactic Patrol as a disguise. Their actual reason for moving out were the numerous hostile emperors that showed movement towards their galaxy. Aaliyah, Daz and Kana, Yanari would be targeting the rather strong individuals of the true emperors. Technically, these two groups would hardly be enough to defeat more than one true emperor at the same time. But since this was what they chose to temper themselves, they weren't hesitating to accept these secret missions to eradicate those that would stand in Exauja's way. Of course, Broly had told them to not be too hot-headed, as they had an image to protect. This image wasn't meant for the emperors, or even the righteous faction, but for the general populace. He didn't want every being in the universe to feel oppressed. Additionally, if the general mass thought they were the good guys, then this would help the righteous ones to excuse themselves out of this conflict. Broly only told them this to help the righteous factions. He really didn't care if they went into the battle as well. Rather, he would like to see that happen. The more chaotic and violent the universe was, the stronger they would become. He also had Cell target some emperors that were close by and showed hostility. Cell had happily agreed after he almost bored himself to death. He did some missions while Broly was out to hunt the assassins, but those he faced were only some small fries. Now that the emperors showed hostility and were now officially enemies of his due to his connection with Broly, he almost couldn't contain himself anymore. He was also standing on the platform with crossed arms and closed eyes while waiting for his ship to be ready. He had already learned how to teleport, but like the others he chose not to. It was a simple reason actually. After every fight they would need to rest and contemplate about what they experienced. This was especially true for Cell as he was literally absorbing his enemies, so while they were meditating or resting, they would fly to their next target. After Broly had brought back some space capsules from the Capsule Corporation, Exauja's scientists were able to warp the space around the spaceship and accelerate the ship to a whole new level. So, the time they would actually spend on the ship would be reduced to a few weeks at most. They also now produced these capsules to store ships or houses as well. It was very convenient, especially if they wanted to colonize a planet in a short period of time. Zinjo and the rest were also secretly tasked with hunting down every hostile emperor they saw. The other races and the normal Exaujan warrior would be going for the weaker soldiers of the emperors. Their plan was to take the fight to them or into deep space, so their infrastructure they had already built up on several planets wouldn't be attacked. Broly was aware that this fight would cost many lives on their side as well, but by borrowing the Dragon Balls from the Namekians, he wasn't concerned about that fact. He also had placed some people to monitor the Namekians in case they wanted to do something stupid like destroying the Dragon Balls. He couldn't keep the Dragon Balls a secret anymore as he had already used it to resurrect some people already. He still made this monitoring a top-secret mission that would only report to Aaliyah. Another top-secret mission was A's training on the island. He would soon move with some carefully selected individuals to move to the island again and train them to become Super Saiyans. Most of them were the ones that already were on the island. Broly had also figured out how to create the soul contract. In the end, it was a cube with a weird pattern carved in it. This cube was made out of an origin spirit crystal and would take effect once one touched it and used a specific circulation method. The other Super Saiyans that emerged on the island were tasked with hunting down several discovered emperors seen in the nearby galaxies. A few lower-ranking emperors had already arrived and were laying low, waiting for the others to arrive. Now Broly would be the first one to send his troops all out at once and strike his lurking enemies hard and fast. It would be wishful thinking if they believed that Broly wouldn't strike them the moment he saw them coming. With excuses and supplies equipped, his warriors left the planet like a swarm. Broly turned to his wives and his friend and hugged them goodbye. This will be a long battle that would carry great disturbances with it, but Broly had his own things to consider. He himself would be away for a while. That was why he had also told Daz what to do once their enemies gave up and they emerge as the victors. Advancing to Legendary Super Saiyan 4 was one thing on his bucket list, but that would take some time and challenges. These so-called emperors and true emperors, however, weren't a challenge for him anymore, which was why he wanted to leave. The assassins like Reap and Co. were already in the top 20 on the list, and if Salutis were on the list, he would probably be placed at the number 1, and not this fellow called Moro. He didn't know about Moro, but Broly wasn't concerned about his strength. If it was that overwhelming, Beerus and Whis would have chosen him to be in the Tournament of Power, right? In the series, they still chose the Earthlings instead. Maybe they chose synergy over strength? Well, Broly wasn't 100% certain, as in this version of the universe there were several beings that were on the same level as ascended Super Saiyans. Either way, he had never heard of Moro, so he didn't care about him. Even if he was stronger than Salutis, it would only be better training for the S-fighters. Just in case, they were to look out for someone called Moro, and leave him be until they were confident to take him on. Broly would retreat from this universal stage for now, and head out to realize another point on his bucket list. He already knew where to look as well. He gave his wives a bear hug as he said his goodbyes. His wives had tears in their eyes as they boarded their ships. Broly sent them off with a smile. "Oh my god, I think I have to puke," Cell said with disdain as he looked at Broly's farewell. Before Broly could beat him up, Aaliyah, Zangya, and Kana teleported around him. Cell had a surprised and dreadful look on his face. He shot a pleading look towards Broly, but it was too late. Broly only shrugged his shoulders, saying that he had to deal with the consequences himself, and only watched on as Cell was completely trashed. Cell was strong, but he could barely put up a fight against Ace and Taro. How would he be able to deal with this trio? Broly shook his head as he saw Cell's pitiful figure disappear into his ship. Maybe this taught him to be humble and less rude. He now stood on the platform as he watched the swarm of ships leave Exausia. Lurch and Ace were waiting not far from Broly, talking to some staff member. Lurch was the only member that wasn't sent out like the others. He had another mission. He would be responsible for defending Exausia and some basic governing. He was the last line of defense for fish that escaped the net. He would also command the other Super Saiyans that would come back from the island. After sorting everything, he and Ace headed to the throne room with some chosen elites. Without anyone noticing, they disappeared from Exausia as well. No one would know that they didn't leave with the swarm of spaceships. Through teleporting, they arrived in the rift towards Perditus. Broly led them to the island and let Ace take over the training while he went to a room that was meant to send individuals into different universes without being noticed. He quickly found his target. He triggered something with his tattoo, and his body turned into a wild light shooting in the direction he was looking at. Chapter 177, Universe 6. Broly felt the energy around his body as he was enveloped in a white light. He was speeding through the reality until he felt his body pass through a barrier of some sort. The emptiness followed afterwards while he was still heading for his destination. It took him a few seconds until he felt a similar sensation from before of passing through a barrier. In light speed, he was once again surrounded by energy. The infiltration was going smoothly. Although Para used their soul to retain their power, their strength of their physical body would still be suppressed. It wasn't unusual for Paras to only send their soul into another body to occupy. Even if that body already possessed a soul, with their strengthening methods and knowledge about the soul, it wouldn't be hard to overwhelm the host. Not even Cacus would be comparable to them in that regard. Fortunately, Broly didn't need to concern himself about being suppressed as it was in the same multiverse. There might be some differences between the universes in the same multiverse, but even that was reduced to a high level as Universe 6 was the twin universe of his. Broly tried to look around and saw a familiar structure as he passed by numerous galaxies. If he didn't know that he was in another universe, he might have thought that he hadn't left at all. He grinned at the thought of having successfully entered Universe 6. He was speeding through the universe until he arrived at a particular planet. He observed everything he could while he was still in space. So, this is planet Sadala, huh? He watched the planet with several big cities and lit lights that each represented a home. So many Saiyans. Even though the average is stronger than in my universe, they still aren't capable of turning Super Saiyan. It's probably the fault of their kind and calm-hearted nature. It gives them the edge in the number of S cells, but they lack the savage side to turn these cells into actual power. Time to change that. The white light descended on the planet and wiggled its way deep into the sewers of a major city on that planet.
Bang!
The white light crashed against a wall underground. Broly pushed away the debris and pulled himself out of the wall. He took some steps forward into the dark sewers before looking back and around him. The space, time, and some of the white light around Broly were all jumbled up and nothing could be discerned. It shortly calmed down again like nothing happened. Broly knew that was Paris' way to ensure that nothing could be traced back anymore. It prevents anyone from seeing when, what or how many had entered that spot, or if someone entered from there at all. The place where nothing could be discerned was just a couple of 100 meters in size. The only way to know that someone entered this universe would be by reversing the time at the borders of this spot of space and see Broly exit it without ever entering it. But how would anyone think about looking at this place? Broly's past couldn't be discerned as well as he was protected by the sword and the tattoo, which could raise some suspicions, but no one would think he was the owner of the island of this ancient civilization. Most would just think he was someone who messes with time, which would be a crime enough to be punished, but it wasn't on the same level if they knew of his relationship with Para. In fact, he could protect himself as well with the knowledge of time that he got from Tawa. He stepped outside of the area with his necklace on full power while suppressing his ki manually as well. Although he was confident that no one saw him coming, he still wanted to decide for himself when he made himself public. He saw the ladder that led outside of the sewers. He jumped directly to the lid, lifted it up and jumped out. He closed the hole and froze shortly. He turned around and saw someone standing right behind him. A young woman that looked like she came from a party looked at Broly with wide eyes. Silence dominated the dark alleyway. Suddenly, the street light flickered, revealing Broly's face for a moment. She was only 1.7 meters tall and was being towered by a giant muscular man in a dark alleyway who jumped out of the sewers. Hey. Broly wanted to calm her down, but after he spoke her face went pale, and it seemed like she was about to scream. The deep tone and the natural savageness in his voice didn't do him any favor. Seeing that she was about to scream, Broly covered her mouth with his hand. A muffled scream now filled the silence. Broly didn't want to be stamped a criminal the moment he landed on this planet, so he forced her to quiet down. A light soul attack was enough to knock her out. Broly just threw her over his shoulder and went towards his home. He had already read her mind and was now somewhat familiar with the surroundings. He also found something interesting in her memories. It looked like they had a detector that could identify people with the key signature they were emitting. If his key was being detected, they would instantly know that he wasn't a citizen or an official guest on this planet. They would immediately respond and search for him. Of course, Broly could just kill them instantly if he wanted to, but that would raise his status from an illegal immigrant to a murderer. He walked towards her home, and with a quick jump to her room and through her open window, he had entered it without a problem. The walls and the security cameras around the house were the same as decoration for him. He placed the girl in her bed and only shook his head as he looked at her. If someone tried what he did on Exausia, the culprit would be beaten bloody by the fierce Saiyan woman. Every one of his people would be like a wolf and a sheep herd on this planet, even if they were rather strong. He turned on her computer and directly searched for some information on this world's internet. He absorbed the information about their king. This time he nodded at the demeanor of the king and was rather pleased with the ingrained pride and dignity he possessed. But Broly wouldn't change his mind because he was satisfied with something like this. He would claim the throne and lead this race to greater glory. With this universe's Saiyans, the strength of his forces would be raised more than tenfold, and his conquest of the multiverse would be a lot easier. Although most Saiyans here were kind, that didn't mean they couldn't be savages. Even in his past life, he had thought he lived in a sophisticated society, but even then, history had proven that the most normal sane person could become a monster with just the right impulses and temptations. Broly tried to learn as much as possible and found several venues as his future targets. Most of them were bars filled with punks or other suspected criminal headquarters, but he also searched for places homeless people gathered. Most of them had a savage side to them or were desperate for change. The majority might seem heroic, but every good had an evil and ugly side coming along. He would appeal to them and gather more and more people around him. It was a different approach he would normally take, as he could just brute force most things at home, but here the king wasn't the strongest and they don't worship the strong. Of course, competence does establish hierarchy, and with strength one would enjoy a good carrier in the military, but this wasn't the same worship like on his planet. He couldn't just kill their king and claim himself king. He needed at least some support from the inside, and which were better support than the punk prodigy Caulifla and the legendary Super Saiyan Kale. He got up from the computer and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 178. Renso. Renso, the captain of the Sadala Defense Forces, just came back home from work. He opened the door of his house and looked around trying to find someone. He didn't find anyone inside and only sighed. Guess she is hanging out with these punks again. After saying that, he sighed again. His sister had a fierce temperament. Caulifla was basically raised without her parents, so from young on she was harsher than her peers. It wasn't like Renso couldn't understand her, but he couldn't get through to her. He always thought it was a waste of her talent that she only knew how to make trouble. She just turned 14 a while ago, and it was time for her to search for a job if she didn't want to attend to a public or military school. He even tried to introduce her to the Sadala Defense Forces, but she wouldn't comply and quickly ran off. "Excuse me, are you Renso?" A deep voice suddenly sounded out right behind Renso. He quickly turned around and only saw a muscular abdomen. Renso looked up, but a shadow was being cast, preventing Renso from seeing this man's face. "Can I help you with something?" Renso said cautiously while taking a step back into his house. His alarm bells were ringing. He was the captain of the defense forces for a long time and was honed by the hard-fought battles that he had during the years. It wasn't far off to call his sense for danger to be pristine. He had only noticed this man after he said something. If this man didn't want to be noticed, Renso would have never been aware of his presence. The man took a few steps into the house, forcing Renso to back off even further inside. The man had to duck inside as he was too tall for the doorframe. He turned around and closed the door behind him. "Sorry for the intrusion. I wish to talk with you about something." "No, I should say about someone." Now inside, Renso was able to discern this man's face. A handsome face with hints of savageness, but also majestic features. His body was in every definition perfect. A once-in-a-billion specimen. Renso could feel the power hidden deep inside, and it made him threatened to say the least. The man had several golden ornaments, and the fabric of his pants and sash were obviously high-quality cloth. He gave Renso the same feeling the king gave him when he had an audience in the past. No, he felt that this man was far more intimidating and royal than the king himself. If they stood next to each other, he wouldn't know whom to bow to. He was not someone he wanted to mess with. Even as the captain and one who was considered to be strong on this planet, he felt like he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Should he escape or attack him first? Fear had already gripped him and didn't register anything this man said. The man smiled at him, but Renzo didn't feel anything good about it. For him, it was the same as if a beast was playing with his prey. I am called Broly and I am here for your daughter Caulifla. Renzo immediately squinted his eyes and his whole body turned into battle mode. No trace of the previous timid nature to be found. The key inside him was boiling, waiting for a release. Broly scratched his head as he finally got Renzo's attention after several failed attempts at calling out to him. I heard she is somewhat of a brat. I want to help her get back on track. You agree that her current actions are just a waste of her potential, right? Renzo finally calmed down after hearing what Broly said. What is she to you? I don't remember her mentioning you. Renzo was skeptical of this man called Broly. He hardly looked like a punk, but rather like a royal relative. I know she has some unrealized potential of greatness. I want to see her unearth her strength to the fullest and I am probably the only one capable of doing so. After all, I am the strongest Saiyan alive. Broly spoke with a forceful conviction, leaving no room for negotiations. Renzo was aware that even if he didn't approve of this, Broly might just force him to comply. He also knew of this latent potential of his sister, and he low-key believed that this man was the strongest Saiyan and could help her gain more power. Despite this, he wouldn't just allow anyone to come into her house and take his sister with him. You don't seem to approve. Broly tilted his head as he looked at Renzo. Broly had sharp senses, and he could somewhat guess what he thought based on the minuscule muscle movements of Renzo's face. I don't plan to imprison her. I'm just going to teach her a thing or two. I could have just taught her behind your back, but I thought you might appreciate where she spent her time. Even now you don't know where she is and what she does. Additionally, I don't think I am as a bad influence as the several gangsters she surrounds herself with. 200 kilometers in the southeast across the lake is a rock formation. That is where we are going to train. If you have the time you can come and visit. Renzo had a lot to take in. He contemplated about it, even though there didn't seem to be any downsides of this. He knew that everything Broly said was true. He couldn't control her now, and if she wanted to be trained by him, then there wouldn't be a thing to deter her from it. Maybe this Broly guy can indeed bring her back on the right path. I approve, but if something happens to her, don't worry, it won't be much more dangerous than the military school. Broly interrupted him. This sentence quickly shut him up. He still felt guilty that he wanted to put her into military school, but he couldn't think of a better method to get her away from the other punks than to keep her close. All right, I guess. She is in your care. Renzo said heavy-heartedly. Good. I will see you around. Without saying anything further, Broly stepped outside again, and his body vanished in front of Renzo's eyes. Renzo's house was a bit in the forest just outside of the city, so Broly would have to fly back to the city. He had visited Renzo first as he didn't want the attention of the Sadala Defense Forces. If Renzo knew Broly was training with Caulifla, then he might help them out if their released power created some unwanted attention. After visiting Renzo, he wanted to find Caulifla and Kale. He was somewhat aware where she would be spending her time. It would be out of the public view in a remote warehouse or something similar. Broly only needed to sense the strongest key there, and he would be sure to find her. He first thought Renzo knew where Caulifla would be spending her time, but seeing his helpless expression when he entered his own house, Broly knew that the girls probably didn't reveal their meeting place to him yet. As he was flying through the air, he noticed a sudden peak in power. For his senses, it was like a pillar of light that showed where it was coming from. It had overshadowed the other key signature by a large margin, and he guessed that this might be Caulifla. He was surprised about the key he felt. It was even higher than he previously suspected. He didn't ponder about it, and directly flew towards it. He quickly crossed the distance and found a rather big remote house. Boom! Cracks suddenly appeared on the driveway of this house, extending all the way to the main street. He didn't wait and directly kicked in the front door. He turned around the corner and saw a girl in her teens with her arms covered in blood. She had tears in her eyes, and after seeing her arms, she started puking on the ground. Broly could feel the lingering key on this girl and knew that he found a different target. He frowned as he didn't expect her to be in that kind of state. He looked at the closed door behind her. With his senses, he already had a picture in his mind of the basement behind it. Numerous torture instruments, torn ropes, and a man torn to pieces. It seemed like the man had something like an apron on. He shook his head and wanted to pick up the girl who was shivering on the floor, but as soon as he came closer, her key became agitated. Broly retracted his hands and lifted her up with his telekinesis. He quickly brought her out of the house after making sure no one was watching and flew some distance away. He turned around and glanced at the house. In the next moment, the house was enveloped by a large blue sphere. The blue sphere vanished as quick as it came and only left behind a large crater where the house used to be. After Broly left, a group of people on motorbikes arrived at the crater. Chapter 179. Kale. Didn't you say his house was here? A young girl in her teens asked a guy on her right. Ah yes, it should be here. I already scouted the area and the man several times. The guy said while looking at the crater in disbelief. Well, I don't see a house. The only thing is a big When was the last time you scouted the house? 2 days back ago, after which I gave you the picture. I have no idea what happened. The girl who didn't look older than 15 only glanced at him and observed the crater. The house doesn't seem to have blown up. This crater is too spherical. Let's go back for now. The owner of this house was a high-standing politician. They were somewhat aware that he had some skeletons in his closet. What they suspected was that he had a hand in human trafficking. Caulifla had seen a picture of a new girl that was being dragged into his house and immediately wanted to beat that motherfucker up and take everything he owned. Although she was a punk, she still had a bottom line and would mostly target people that deserved it in her eyes. Now, not only did the politician, but his house disappeared with him. Although there didn't seem to be any clues, she could guess that someone had gotten ahead of them. She couldn't find the girl's key signature, so she decided to drop this for now. Sob, the girl Broly had rescued, was sobbing heavily. From time to time, she glanced at Broly, who was sticking a stick with meat on it into the ground and the end over the open flame. Broly had of course noticed the girl's glances, but he had no intention of mothering her. He had already guessed that this girl should be Kale, the second person he targeted, but surprisingly he didn't find her near Caulifla but in a stranger's home. Maybe they didn't have met yet? He also went out several times, searching for some water or other edibles. The first time he went away, he saw her panicking. Of course, there wouldn't be any dangers as he had enveloped the whole place with his senses. They were near the lake behind which he wanted to train them, so finding water to drink from wasn't difficult. He reappeared as fast as he left, which quickly calmed Kale down. After several times of doing this, she only watched into the flames as if she wanted to find her meaning and life in it. Broly carried a tree on his shoulder and threw it to the side. The tree was bearing several apple-like fruits. He tasted them and directly fell for its sour and sweet taste. He held his hand over the tree, and as if it was sweating, the tree lost a lot of water, making it perfect wood to burn. Broly broke some twigs off and threw them into the fire. "What's your name?" Broly said as he turned the sticks of meat, so the other side was being roasted as well. Kale blanked for a second as this was the first time he spoke. She was shocked at the rough, deep voice that seemed to try but miserable fail to hide the monster behind it. Still, somehow it didn't bother her at all. Instead, it gave her a sense of security. Kale, she uttered hurriedly after realizing that she didn't say anything for some time. "I am Broly, Kale. Here is an apple." Broly took the fruit and threw it towards Kale, who didn't react in time, and the fruit landed right in her face before falling into her lap. My name is Kale, not Kale," she said quietly as she rubbed her face. "What did you say?" Broly asked as he turned his attention to the meat again. Seeing him attend to something else made her somehow angry. "I said, my name is Kale," she yelled. After the echo died and Broly turned his gaze towards her, she realized with what a force her voice came out. In fact, Broly had noticed that the ground had cracked slightly from the shockwave created by her shout. "Good. Speak up if you want something. Now eat your apple and go to sleep. You will undergo some harsh training tomorrow." "Training?" She was puzzled. She held up the fruit in her lap and then heard her stomach grumble. "Yes. From the day onwards you do as I say, or do you have a problem with that?" Broly said with a forceful and authoritarian voice. She was shocked. What does he want to do to me? Her heart was beating fast as she got more anxious. She could feel something pump through her body like the time when she killed that man. She wanted to forget this feeling and everything that happened and never look back. She closed her eyes as she tried to suppress the feeling welling up inside. Only after several minutes did she calm down again. Broly was well aware of what she was going through, and he also knew what he could do and say to break a weak-willed person like her, especially with his natural demeanor. It would take no effort on his side. However, he wasn't trying to break her. He wanted her to resist. This was something he had realized when Aaliyah said that she wanted to go for missions and train herself. A protective surrounding can only help one in a limited way. If one wanted to develop further, one needed to do it by themselves. He wanted her to flourish, and if she couldn't let her savage Saiyan nature out and only follow his side, she would never reach her full potential. Obviously, she was able to let out a lot of power in order to protect Caulifla from others in the series, but he knew what triggered her then. It was intense jealousy, a real ugly emotion and destructive in the long run. He didn't want to see her develop it to that extent. He needed her to be strong and an independent force, an unswayable ruler and a fighter. How would she be able to become all that if she couldn't speak up for herself? To everything was a negative side. If he developed her this way, in the future she might turn against him, but he wasn't afraid of her. He would have time to temper her personality so that her goals would align with his. Kale didn't know what to say to the scary man that looked like he didn't care about her at all. Her stomach grumbled again. She looked down at the fruit in her hands and quickly devoured it. "What's an apple?" "This is a..." Her stomach grumbled again. She looked meekly at the giant meat sticks around the fire. She could smell the roasted meat. Salvia accumulated in her mouth. "Can I have some meat?" If Broly had the hearing of a normal person, he would never be able to hear what she was saying. He pretended that he didn't hear her and continued to eat the apples. Can I have some meat? This time she spoke out a little bit louder, gaining his attention for as long as a second. He didn't seem to have any intention of sharing his food with her. She wanted to speak up again after remembering what he said about speaking up, but she was afraid of him. She didn't want to find out what he would do if he was dissatisfied with her, or what she would do if she lost control again. Forget, forget, forget. With this word in her mind, she curled up in a ball and tried to sleep with an empty stomach. 100 push-ups, Broly said flatly. She slowly turned around to look at him, puzzled by what he said. Do 100 push-ups, and you can have some meat. With that, he stood up and grabbed a meat stick and bit inside. Kale gulped as she saw him eat the juicy meat. She knew that pleading wouldn't help her get some food without doing push-ups. This was already a compromise on his part. Maybe next time she had to hunt food for herself. She glanced at Broly, who was savoring his meat, before she positioned herself to do some push-ups. Broly threw another piece of wood into the fire. He looked over at the spot where Kale slept. He only shook his head as he knew that it would take some time to develop her. She was like a scared mouse, which was understandable as she probably killed another Saiyan for the first time. But there was something ferocious hidden inside, something he attributed to her being a mutation like him, but he also knew that her power was different to his as well. Chapter 180, Caulifla. After confirming that Kale slept, he left shortly afterwards. He created a barrier around the small camping site. With the addition of soul power, the strength of his magic attacks and life force boost rose significantly. Creating a barrier to hide and protect Kale from the beasts in this forest was child's play. Kale was already sleeping even though the sun was just about to set. She must be really exhausted after the eventful day. He didn't bother with her anymore and flew towards the city again. The search could have been a bit troublesome for most, as the Saiyans here could hide their ki, but with his senses that had once enveloped the earth in its entirety, searching for a kid nearby wasn't difficult. It took a few minutes to find her with that method, which was the reason he first wanted to find her through ki sensing, as it was much easier. In the end, he had noticed the sudden spike of ki. At least now, he already found Kale and didn't have to search for her after realizing that she wasn't with Caulifla. He flew to the next roof of a warehouse in the outskirts of the city and sat down cross-legged on top of it. He always had a huge sphere of awareness around himself. He always kept it up 24 hours a day. Although he could handle to expand it further than the current few dozen kilometers, it was too troublesome for him to expand it as the information his brain received exponentially grew with its diameter. He couldn't use it in a battle as he had to focus on actual fighting and couldn't distract himself with sensing the surroundings to a level where he had to put effort into it. He had also dropped trying to expand his senses further out, since he quickly realized the flaws of it. By the time his senses would have helped him in battle significantly, he would have already grown so strong in every other area that the increase of a few more kilometers was negligible. By then his enemies that he would face would also be much faster and stronger. Broly didn't see the point of training this if he could spend his time more productive for now. If he couldn't advance as quickly in the future, he might focus on that again. His senses expanded and enveloped the area rather quickly. Still, it would take a while before he covered an area where Caulifla might be in. Planet Sadala was much larger than Earth and was therefore slower to scan through. It took him half an hour before he found a teen that was eating food, while punks lingered around a warehouse in a remote stony surrounding. Broly opened his eyes and flew towards who he guessed was Caulifla. In a few seconds, he arrived right in front of the door. There was a small round table with 3 punks playing cards. Broly ignored them and went for the door. Only now did they realize that a tall, strong-looking man was approaching their base. They haven't heard any alarms of their sensors, so they were shocked to see someone they didn't know at their doorsteps. They quickly sprung up and blocked Broly's way. Who the fuck are you? Huh. You better piss off if you don't want any trouble. The punk with a spiky mohawk hairstyle immediately drew a small knife and licked the blade as he threateningly looked at Broly. Since when do Saiyans use knives? Wait, I use a sword, I shouldn't judge. Broly didn't bother with those punks around him and just grabbed towards the door handle. The mohawk punk in between him and the door was being ignored. Seeing Broly grab towards him, he tried to stab Broly in the stomach, but something unbelievable happened. The blade snapped in half. The mohawk punk with the knife was dumbfounded, and so were the other two. Broly pushed the mohawk punk against the door. Since he couldn't grab the handle with him in between, he just pressed harder. The other two came out of their daze and immediately raised their baseball bat and their crowbar and struck Broly's back. Crack. Ding. The baseball bat splintered into 1,000 fragments and the crowbar was sent flying as the punk couldn't hold on to it. Broly pushed on until cracks appeared on the wall around the door, and in just a second, he pushed the punk through the door. Boom. The solid steel door fell heavily to the ground with the punk on top of it. The punk had difficulty breathing as he laid on the door. Broly stepped on this face and walked inside. The eyes of the other two widened as they looked at the door and the crumbling wall. Their knees were shaking. They didn't know what to do. It took all their effort to come up with something like ringing the alarm. HM? Are the security forces here again? Caulifla said as she bit into the giant meat slab that was pierced by her fork.
No.
It isn't known which forces he belongs to, but he is strong. Someone on the side said panicky. He seemed to be frightened by the reports. Caulifla looked at the long dark tunnel that was leading outside. She sensed someone coming from there. He? Only one. Boom. What the hell? What is he? He is a monster. All kinds of screams sounded out closer after every second. Boom. Painful screams filled the hallway. Caulifla had already put down the meat and jumped down of her elevated platform. Don't worry, I will take care of him, Caulifla said with confidence. She was the strongest in this gang, which was the reason why she was able to become their leader at such a young age. She was even comparable to some newer elites of her brother's unit. With time, she will become a force to be reckoned with. Even the higher-ups had started paying attention to her, but since she was the little sister of Renzo, they mostly ignored her actions if they didn't cross their bottom line. After waiting for a short while, a tall man walked towards the hall they were waiting in. He scratched his head as if he didn't just go through numerous of their guards. Although they weren't exceptional strong, they still have battle experience, to say the least. Well, that was how they saw them. To be able to defeat them was no easy task. Only someone like Caulifla or Renzo would be able to do something like this. Broly just walked towards Caulifla as he inwardly shook his head, thinking about the Saiyans he just encountered. Every one of them could have easily been the king of the Saiyan race in his universe, but their fighting style was pathetically amateurish. He didn't even need to fight and just let them attack. They practically took themselves out by attacking. The rebound of their attacks had almost caused every one of them to break at least a limb or two. He couldn't believe how incredible and competent they were. Once again, he couldn't help but feel that the potential of these Saiyans were simply wasted. He didn't think about it anymore as he arrived just a few meters away from what he previously guessed to be Caulifla. Now he was sure that she was the one he was looking for. At least, the elites are way stronger. Broly thought as he watched Caulifla. Who are you? Caulifla said with a smug expression on her face. She almost couldn't help herself from just pouncing at him. Her fighting instincts were screaming for a battle. Didn't your brother teach you some manners? Broly's voice resounded in the hall. The punks on the side wanted to call out something like, who do you think you are? Do you know who you were speaking to? But they couldn't open their mouth. They felt like they would die the moment they do. Humph. You think you are someone great because you could beat them? You don't stand a chance against me. She stomped the ground, directly heading for Broly. With a tornado kick, she aimed for his head. Thud. Broly's head nudged slightly to the side as he just took the attack head-on. What a joke. Their bases weren't comparable in strength. His body was tempered with numerous energies and training sessions. Even if these Saiyans were stronger in average, hardly anyone here would be able to deal with one Super Saiyan of his army, not to mention nature's freak called Broly, who could beat up normal Super Saiyans like they were trash. Broly grabbed her leg with lightning speed and slammed her on the ground, knocking the wind out of her. Chapter 181. Laying Groundwork. Caulifla tried to gasp for air, but her body was under shock, which prevented her from getting any oxygen into her lungs. Her vision was slightly blurry, and she only heard a constant beeping. When she was slammed into the ground, she didn't have any time to protect her vital organs. Her head had heavily hit the ground, making her directly unable to continue fighting. However, as tough as she was, her senses were relatively quickly coming back to her. It took her almost a minute to reorganize herself until she was able to get up again. She held her head, and after standing up, she remembered what just happened. She looked at Broly, who didn't seem to have moved at all, but she knew something was up. The surroundings were too quiet, and she couldn't sense any other people. She looked around and saw no one besides Broly. She quickly went into a battle stance. I admit, you are somewhat strong. What do you want, and where are the others? She raised her voice and almost shouted at him, but it couldn't hide the insecurities in her voice. Don't worry, they are outside. I came here for you, Broly said with an indifferent expression. Caulifla didn't know if she should be happy that the others were okay, or if she should be terrified because the target was herself. Either way, she already guessed that this man wasn't someone she could face. She slowly moved backwards while trying to distract Broly with her words. Sue, here I am. What do you want from me? Broly inwardly rolled his eyes. Did she think he was blind or something? Have you ever heard of a Super Saiyan? Caulifla slowed down after hearing the question. She was puzzled. What is a Super Saiyan, and why is he asking me that? After seeing her shake her head slightly, he began to explain. A Super Saiyan is a transformation inborn to almost every Saiyan. With it, the overall strength of the Saiyan multiplied by 50 times. Caulifla was shocked hearing this. A 50 times multiplier. Unbelievable. The initial shock was quickly replaced by doubt. She couldn't help but seriously doubt him as she was Renzo's sister. Renzo was an influential person who had access to a lot of information, but she never heard of this term Super Saiyan. But even if that information was true, what did he want from her? Seeing her expression, Broly smiled slightly. I have seen your strength before, and I directly knew that your talent was in a complete different league than the others around you. Don't you think you could achieve something greater? You are just rotting away your potential by staying in this remote area and lead a bunch of punks. Don't you want to be someone great, whose opinion could never be ignored by anyone? I can teach you how to become strong, stronger than most Saiyans that have ever lived. Of course, you aren't the only one I will train. There is another girl that will soon be able to change the whole race's fate with a flip of her hand. He appealed to her inborn Saiyan pride and savageness. He also subtly threatened her. If she didn't come with him, wouldn't she be at the other girl's mercy that became stronger through this man's teaching? Caulifla had already completely stopped her retreat and was thinking hard about what Broly offered. She was a lot younger than her counterpart in the series, and she wasn't as decisive. Of course, Broly wouldn't want to wait all day for her answer and just told her the location of their future training ground. He told her to be there at the end of the week. With that, he left the pondering Caulifla on her own. The other punks were still knocked out outside of the warehouse. Broly shot through the air towards the little camping site, where he had left Kale alone. On the way, he saw some cars driving around Caulifla's territory. It seemed like she was already a bit infamous. Broly, however, knew that this wasn't something she would be satisfied with. Even if she ruled a whole city, it wouldn't be enough for her. From the series, Broly knew that she not only wanted to have more power but more influence as well. Maybe she would aim to be the leader of the Saiyan race, which would only align with his cause. She could be ambitious, but she was obviously a lazy, arrogant brat now that would rest on her achievements. She and Kale needed more discipline to move forward on their own. Broly arrived at the camping site and saw Kale sleeping, curled up in a fetus position. Her face was covered with tear stains, and her clothes were hard from the dried blood. Broly could have materialized some clothes, but he wanted her to get used to it, wash it, or throw them away. At least it had to come from herself. He hardly needed sleep with his strong soul. He could instantly regenerate from fatigue, however, he still liked to sleep. It was just a fun habit for him. So, he meditated for a few more hours and then went to sleep for some time. In the next morning, Kale literally jumped out of her dreams with a blue face that indicated that she would puke any second. While Kale was emptying her stomach's acid, Broly was leisurely eating his breakfast that consisted of a giant boar-like beast. She calmed down after a while, and her stomach directly grumbled after seeing Broly's breakfast. 100 sit-ups, he said without looking at her. She looked at Broly for a second before she sat down on the ground and did her workout. After she finished, she wanted to get some of the meat, but the boar was placed above the fire as a whole. Seeing that Broly cut some meat of it with a key blade, she would have tried to imitate him, but she couldn't use her key at all. She also didn't dare to ask the scary Broly to cut off some meat for her. She looked around and saw a machete in front of Broly. She cautiously took it out of the ground and went to the boar. She strenuously cut off some meat and could finally eat something. She was just about to bite into it until Broly's voice sounded out. "Do you always want to be like that?" Without any say of what is going to happen, Broly asked while biting into a meat slab. She lowered her head. She thought that Broly had no idea what she had to deal with, what a monster was hiding inside of her, but obviously Broly knew. That power inside of you, it doesn't disappear if you suppress it. Even if you forget about it, it is still part of you. This power is being fueled by your emotions. If you get too emotional only once, you would lose control and destroy everything around you. You are a ticking time bomb. He paused for a second before he continued with a bit of compassion in his voice. If you don't want to hurt someone innocent or someone you care about, you can't fear it. Only by accepting it will prevent you from being overwhelmed. I will show you how to do it. She didn't have the problem that her body wasn't keeping up with her ki, or a residual will was resting inside of her, making the ki hostile to its host. Instead, she only needed to accept her emotions. Many people aren't able to keep their cool if their emotions are running wild. Only by becoming aware of their emotions and the thoughts that came with it, would they be able to face these situations where they would normally lose their shit. Just simple meditation would help her get more aware and make her able to control her emotional energy. With a bit of ki control, she would master her transformation in no time. He wanted her to rely on herself to overcome this and not on the power of love or something. She would grow tremendously through this process. It was quite fortunate for Broly to have met her before Caulifla. He had some time before Caulifla would decide to join them. Until then, he would lay some groundwork with Kale. Kale was silent after she heard what Broly said and immediately knew that he was aware of her situation. She wanted to ask more about it, but he didn't say anything besides telling her to eat. After eating, Broly led Kale through the forest towards a rock formation. Broly liked this kind of surroundings as the fall, and the impacts would be harder and more painful. Chapter 182, Caulifla arrives. For days later, Caulifla was heading for the spot Broly told her about. It was just behind a giant lake not far from her territory. She had considered his words, and it all sounded too good to be true. This was also the reason why she had her doubts. She actually went back home and waited for her brother to come back. Renzo was surprised seeing her in his house and quickly welcomed her. She, however, didn't beat around the bush and told him about her encounter. Renzo wasn't as surprised as she had thought he would be. The only thing he was surprised about was this Super Saiyan Broly had talked about. He had never heard about this transformation, but since it was Broly who said it, he was kind of inclined to believe that he had a way to achieve this transformation. Renzo's interest was piqued, however. He knew that he couldn't learn from Broly if that man didn't want to teach him. Renzo looked at Caulifla for some time, making her somewhat uncomfortable. Renzo had thought Broly had contacted Caulifla first, but now he knew that he only contacted her after getting Renzo to agree with it first. Without holding back, he told his little sister what he thought of the man called Broly. After thinking it through a couple of times, she was now filled with determination. She quickly arrived at the spot and looked around. She saw a camping site with 2 tents and a large fire in front of it. Meat was currently cooking above the fire. Caulifla didn't wait any longer and flew towards the camping site. She couldn't see anyone around. The smell was itching her nose. An irresistible urge to eat it filled her body. She approached the pierced dinosaur tail and created a key blade in her hand. Just as she was about to slice off a piece, she suddenly felt something threaten her life. Without hesitation, she ducked. A basketball-sized key blast flew over her head, obliterating a giant boulder behind her. Caulifla squinted her eyes as she saw several key blasts heading for her. She sneered and slapped each of them away. The surroundings were suffering from the onslaught. Stones were shooting through the air and smoke filled the area. Strangely, however, the fire spot wasn't affected by the smoke or by the stones. It was like an invisible barrier was surrounding it. Caulifla observed the direction from where the key blasts came from. Suddenly a key sphere that was 10 times as big as the previous attacks headed straight for her. She didn't hesitate to jump out of the way, but a shadow abruptly appeared next to her. Without thinking, she got her arms up to protect her head, blocking the incoming attack. Her arms grew numb as she was sent flying to the ground, but this wouldn't be enough to best her. Just before she crashed into her ground, she stretched out her arms and stopped just a meter above the ground. She pushed herself off the ground with her hands and evaded a shadow. With several backflips, she created some distance. The smoke dispersed and revealed a young girl in her teens with a fierce gaze. Caulifla knew that girl. It was her who was kidnapped by that politician. If her memory served her right, her name was Kale. Sorry that I tried to steal your food. How about we start anew? Caulifla said, opening her arms. She knew that Kale had to have gone through a lot and wanted to calm her down first, but it didn't seem Kale was willing to cooperate with her. Kale stomped the ground and directly flew towards Caulifla. Humph. If you don't want it the easy way, then I am just going to beat you up. Caulifla's attitude changed quickly as she was provoked by the fierce and hostile attitude this girl showed her. She stomped the ground as well and directly met Kale head-on. They both punched out. Their fists met and created a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. Kale seemed to be stronger in raw power as she pushed Caulifla back for several steps. Seeing this, a confident smile appeared on Kale's face. She directly followed up with a kick to her opponent's face. Caulifla was quick to adapt and jumped over the leg and kicked out. Kale didn't expect this and was directly hit in the face. She stumbled a few steps back, but she had no time to shake off the dizziness. Caulifla closed in and struck Kale as often as she could. Kale's counterattack came, but Caulifla anticipated and evaded it. Although Kale missed, it created a bit of distance. Kale suddenly opened her mouth and a roar came out before she pounced at Caulifla once again. Kale was faster and stronger than Caulifla, but her technical fighting style was simple and easy to read. The fight went on for a while, and a clear winner couldn't be determined. Although Kale was hit more often, her body was tough enough to handle it. Caulifla, on the other hand, was getting exhausted, and the few injuries she got were more severe than Kale's. Furthermore, as the time went on, Kale seemed to be getting better in fighting, which put more and more pressure on Caulifla. They both panted and were just about to fight again. A sudden clap tore apart the tense atmosphere between the two and disrupted their focus. They looked at the man that was standing on a boulder with a long branch with meat on it. Kale, you passed. You can go ahead and eat. Caulifla looked shocked at Kale, who slightly bowed to her with her hands cupped. She followed Kale's figure obediently go towards the camping site. She couldn't understand what was happening. It was like their fight never happened, and there was no enmity. She was puzzled. There was no way she got it wrong. There was bloodlust coming from this girl named Kale. Welcome, Caulifla. I presume that you decided that you want to become my student? You can call me Broly. Broly said as he took a big bite of the meat in his hand. He used to use his energy to replace the nutrition he normally needed, but after coming here and being so far away from his wives, he began to eat more. It wasn't a lot. Instead, it was just the right amount to keep him going. That's right. I want to become a Super Saiyan. Broly smiled at the response he got. He knew that with a few simple sentences from him and she would be able to transform, but he wouldn't teach her how to become a Super Saiyan just yet. Broly wanted for Kale to have a rival. If Caulifla was suddenly becoming a lot stronger, it might crush her confidence that she just built up in the last few days. Without bothering with Caulifla anymore, He went back to the camping site to see Kale wolfing down her food. He sat down on a small boulder and quietly ate his dinner. Caulifla was looking at Broly with crossed arms. So, what are we going to do? Are you teaching me or not? What is this transformation you were speaking about? Are you already a Super Saiyan? How come I never heard of this so-called transformation? Broly coldly glanced at Caulifla for a moment, and then at Kale, who seemed to be interested in the talk as well. Might as well. With another bite, he finished his meat and stood up. He waved his arm and a deep blue sphere appeared around them before it vanished again. All right, you want to know what Super Saiyan is? I show you. Broly spread his stance slightly. All muscles on his body began to tense and veins were slightly bulging. The two girls were shocked, sensing the incredible ki that was leaking out of Broly. With a flash, a golden flame enveloped Broly from the bottom up until his hair turned golden as well. A huge amount of ki and presence filled the surroundings. Caulifla was breathing heavily under the pressure and Kale's widened eyes couldn't contain the shock and a realization she is having. Broly inwardly nodded at the keen senses of Kale. Although this was the non-full power Super Saiyan, the nature of his ki was still the same. For someone like Kale who had something extremely similar slumbering in her body, she instantly recognized the familiarity. He looked at Caulifla and spoke out. This is the form normal Saiyans can achieve through training. He turned away from her and looked at Kale. And this is something only we legendary Super Saiyans can attain. Huh. With a short shout, the ki leaking out rose rapidly, and with it his muscles and frame began to grow in size. His hair grew longer and turned from the golden into a green. He stood tall with 3 meters in size. Huge steel-like muscles were covering his body. A seemingly everlasting flame-like green ki enveloped him. Kale's meat had fallen to the ground after she abruptly stood up as her gaze was fixated on Broly. Caulifla was trembling as she took several steps back before taking a deep breath. She was almost overwhelmed by the sheer pressure. She couldn't help but fear this man called Broly even more than before. She looked at Kale, who seemed thrilled as she almost fanatically watched Broly. This girl is the same like him? Caulifla alternated her gaze between the two. What kind of monsters are those two? Chapter 183, 2 months. Kale opened her mouth several times, but no sound came out. She wanted to say something, but it seemed like she was completely dumbstruck. Don't worry, I will teach you guys how to achieve these transformations. For now, however, you need a better foundation, Broly said with crossed arms while he undid his transformation. The blue sphere around them appeared again, only to disperse in the wind as sparkling lights. Caulifla, I will show you how to do some mediation in order to increase your strength. In an hour we will then begin with our training. Kale, prepare yourself as well. I will be more dangerous than those beasts you have fought for the last few days, Broly said as he went over to Caulifla. HM? Caulifla took a step backwards as if she was afraid, and Kale went pale as well after hearing what he said. Broly stopped before he rolled his eyes. I won't go Super Saiyan. Caulifla instantly sighed out in relief while Kale was still pale as if she didn't believe a single word from him. Alright, let's go meditating. Broly took something out of his pocket, a little capsule with a button at one end. He pressed it and threw it a few hundred of meters to the side of the camping spot. With a boing and a lot of smoke, a giant building was revealed to them. In every direction, it was 200 meters tall. It didn't look appealing at all. It was just a metal cube with a few small round windows. What's that? Caulifla screamed as she was shocked to find a giant building appear out of nowhere. A training room. It is my personal chamber, so it will last a long time for you. Inside the training chamber, Broly proceeded to tell Caulifla how to meditate. Simple breathing techniques coupled with different postures and circulation methods. Broly was surprised when he talked to her. She was sucking in the information like a sponge. She only needed to have it explained once, and within a few moments of self-testing, she would be able to implement it. However, she was a person that couldn't rest for a few minutes and thus had difficulties in entering a deep focus state. Kale was unable to go into deep meditations as well. In her case, it was partly because of her legendary Saiyan's nature that always seemed to boil with rage whenever she looked deep inside herself. The gravity was increased with a 70x multiplier of planet Sadala gravity, which would be 700 times Earth's gravity. Caulifla was initially almost overwhelmed by the gravity, but she was able to adapt to the environment quite quickly. Kale already got used to it as she had trained in here for the last few days. Caulifla saw Broly's questioning look and spoke out with a smug face. I already have experience with gravity chambers because of my brother, so this isn't anything new. Broly was surprised as he heard that the Saiyans here had gravity chambers, but upon further thinking, it now made sense why the elites were so much stronger than the Saiyans of Universe 7. Kale was already trying to meditate, while Caulifla listened to Broly's instructions. Without questioning, Kale had sat down and tried to enter a meditative state, while Caulifla wanted to complain as it was impossible to meditate in such an environment, but seeing Kale try it without hesitation, she felt like she couldn't complain. Of course, Broly knew that the increased gravity would make it more difficult for them to meditate, But that was also precisely why he chose to teach them in here. If they were able to meditate here, they could do it everywhere. Extreme conditions created a solid foundation of focus and tranquility. Besides, their bodies could still grow from this pressure. He didn't bother with them anymore and crossed his legs. He closed his eyes and started to levitate as he entered a deep meditative state. The air around Broly was quickly electrified and arcs of lightning appeared once in a while. Caulifla would be thrown out of her concentration because of it and would always be at awe at Broly's unbothered face and the power that was created by him. She even called out to him several times, but he remained unmoved. She wanted to punch him, but she was zapped as soon as she got closer. Her deflated by her failure and the pain in her hand, she tried to meditate again. After an hour passed, Broly stepped outside with the two and started to train them. It wasn't difficult to guess that Caulifla wanted to throw a fit, but whenever she did, Broly got harsher and beat her up even more. 2 months later, the two girls were rapidly getting stronger. The time passed quickly for them as their foundation got firmer and their strength increased tremendously. If they could have been considered strong in the beginning, they were absolute monsters now. At the beginning, Broly had only taught them basic methods and techniques, but of course, he had risen the difficulty as they got stronger and better in their control. Renzo had visited as well from time to time to check up on his sister. After seeing her discipline and training and her increased strength, he went to Broly and thanked him sincerely. Broly could only shake his head inwardly. Renzo had no idea that a lot of blood would be spilled in the future because of his little sister. After only a month, Kale was far stronger than Caulifla. Kale's physical advantage grew with Broly's harsh training to an extreme level. Considering the balance in power, at one point Broly taught Caulifla how to transform, and like in the series, it took her only a moment to transform. At that moment, Broly didn't tell her how to continue advancing through the levels, but let her decide on the path. She will probably decide to use the second, or even the third grade of Super Saiyan until she realized the drawbacks. She wasn't a legendary Super Saiyan after all, but he wasn't too bothered with it as she would undoubtedly advance further. Maybe she had some ingenious ideas in the future. Now with Caulifla being a Super Saiyan, Kale was now weaker again. The two had become friends as they too shared their resentments with each other about a certain someone, but what pleased Broly was the fact that they became rivals as well. Rivals that wanted to surpass the other no matter what. Broly, of course, wasn't innocent regarding their view of things. When he spent time with them, he would choose his words carefully. Of course, he only appealed to their Saiyan nature, but the words as their teacher weren't powerless, to say the least. In this short amount of time, the two grew more ambitious and were yearning for not only strength but influence as well. Broly had also made them kill some scumbag Saiyans, so they wouldn't be as disturbed by killing intelligent beings in the future. This had helped Kale overcome her fear towards the legendary power a lot. She realized that her power wasn't something inherently evil, but she only needed to know how to use it. With the constant input of Broly's praise of the potential of the Saiyan race, and by revealing that Frost was actually a cold-blooded frost demon that uses war for profit, their mindset was shaped into believing that they, the Saiyans, needed to rule the universe. One could say that Broly was manipulating them into wanting to conquer the universe, but he didn't tell them what he wasn't convinced of himself. Although he was careful with his words, he rarely lied and in the end let them decide for themselves. As soon as Broly released these two to the universe, they would create a storm wherever they went and their name would strike fear in the hearts of their enemies, but that would be topic for later. Now Broly stood in front of Kale, who sat on a boulder cross-legged. Caulifla was near as she watched from the side. She knew that Kale would grow tremendously with this transformation. After transforming herself, she knew the strength gap between the two transformation. Kale suddenly stood up and tried to let the energy that was slumbering deep inside her out. She hesitated for a moment as she felt the energy permeate throughout her body. After thinking back to the past 2 months, she steeled herself and let the energy loose. Chapter 184, Departure. Kale's energy was leaking out more and more. At the bottom of her feet, green ki was circulating around her whilst moving upwards. Her veins were bulging, threatening to explode, and her pupils began to fade away, leaving only white eyes behind. The tornado-like ki rose up until it covered her completely. The ki grew taller, reaching a height of 5 meters. Caulifla had a shocked expression on her face, but she quickly calmed down as she already anticipated this kind of increase in power. After Kale's whole body was covered with ki, Caulifla had no way of observing the transformation, but of course, Broly had no problem in that regard. His vision easily pierced through the layer of ki and analyzed the changes of the transformation. At first, the transformation went as wild as he expected and Kale almost lost control, but because of her training for the last few months, she was able to snap out of her emotional state. The ki inside of her wanted to run wild and expanded into every corner of her body. Her body size rose to 2.5 meters, her muscles grew, and she completely turned into the berserker mode Broly had seen her in the Tournament of Power. However, instead of going wild, she stood still like she was struggling inside. After waiting for a few moments, Broly noticed that her size shrank again until she was 1.8 meters tall. Her pupils returned, but this time they were blue-greenish. She had regained her conscience, and with a wave of her hand the ki around her dispersed. She clenched her fist to feel the strength that was now ready for her use. Although she was able to turn Super Saiyan with her legendary ki, it wasn't her legendary state. A large part of her power was being suppressed by her. Indeed, this made her control easier, but now she couldn't use her full power. Broly still sighed out in relief. It may be true that she failed to control her full power, but wasn't he the same in the beginning? This was her non-full power Super Saiyan, and with time she would be able to control her ki fully. Congratulations, Broly said to Kale, who was immersed in observing the strength inside of her. After hearing what Broly said, she turned her attention wholly towards Broly. Without saying anything, she deeply bowed. Drops of tears fell quietly on the ground. Broly was stunned for a moment before smiling slightly, which shocked Caulifla, as she had never seen him smile outside of a fight for the last 2 months. Thank you, Kale shouted out with a trembling voice. One could hear her sob in between. What are you crying about, pathetic? You aren't in control of it completely, right? Don't be content with what you have, Broly said with a harsh voice. Kale abruptly straightened her back and was about to shout out in confirmation, but seeing Broly with a touched smile on his face, forced the words to be stuck in her throat. Only a few seconds later was she able to speak again. Understood. I won't disappoint you, master. Broly approached Kale and placed a hand on her head. I already told you how I did it. Since you are in a similar situation, you will be able to advance on your own in the future. Broly paused for a bit. It is time for me to leave. You two will be able to handle yourself for now, and don't forget to continue practicing the fusion technique that I gave you a while ago. It is a powerful technique which will be able to help you out in difficult times. Kale looked down and stayed silent while listening to Broly. A sad glint in Kale's eyes appeared. She suddenly slapped Broly's hand off her head. With the other hand, she struck towards his chest. The punch was fast and fierce. Broly tilted his body, easily evading her punch. He suddenly jumped up and evaded Caulifla, who came in with a flying kick. Without conversing, they came to an agreement to attack Broly. They both didn't hold back as they released a wave of punches and kicks at Broly. Broly was being pushed backwards as he evaded, and sometimes blocked the incoming attacks. It was like he was leisurely strolling backwards. With a ki blast, Caulifla forced Broly to jump high into the air. Kale was already in the air waiting for him. She showed signs of losing control as she began to unleash attack after attack. At one point, Broly caught both of her hands and was slightly pushed to the ground. He noticed Caulifla, who approached him from behind. Broly squinted his eyes as he understood what they wanted. Without messing around further, Broly transformed into his legendary state, measuring a height of 3 meters. He was easily towering above the two. With the increased strength, Broly swung Kale around into the approaching Caulifla. They both fell from the sky and heavily crashed into some boulders. The smoke prevented any sight of them, but they had no intention of hiding. A moment later, 2 figures jumped out of the smoke and headed for Broly. Even with his frame, it was an easy task to evade their attacks. This was a difference of raw speed advantage, and coupled with Broly's achievement in martial arts, it was practically impossible for them to land a hit. They chased after him for a while until they were exhausted. Kale and Caulifla were panting heavily, but none showed signs of giving in. Broly suddenly turned into a blur, and without them able to react, both received a punch in the gut. They both fell on their knees, struggling not to throw up. Don't underestimate yourselves. You two are strong, and I am proud of what you achieved until now, but your journey is long from being over. Next time when we see each other, you better put up a better fight. Broly laid down 2 buttons in front of them. If one of you really need my help, press your button and I will make my way to help you. Good luck, you two. Broly patted them on the shoulders and then vanished. After he disappeared, silence filled the surroundings. A few moments later, Kale broke out in tears. Her crying echoed in the surroundings. Caulifla picked her up and embraced her. Her face wasn't any better as tears ran down her cheek. Next time we will finally able to give him a good beating, Caulifla quietly said to Kale. They were both saddened by his departure. Caulifla didn't know what to do with her life before Broly came along. She only did what she wanted, and with her strength there was no one who could put her in her place, but she never had great ambitions, a goal in mind that she could achieve. It may sound like a good way of living, but without orientation, she felt lost. Now she wanted to become stronger than her teacher. He was someone she wanted to surpass, or at least stand equal to. Kale, on the other hand, had Broly as her emotional pillar. He had pulled her out of the hell she was in and trained her, taught her how to become independent, so she would be able to change her destiny with her own hands. He showed her that she needed to accept herself and stand proud for who she is. Kale believed that only he could have helped her. He was able to understand her because he was the same like her. She felt connected to him and absorbed everything he taught as well as she possibly could. She didn't have any family or friends. To her, Broly and Caulifla were her whole world and unreplaceable. Now he had left, and her world was about to crumble. She couldn't lose him, but she knew that she couldn't hold him back. She was aware that he was meant for something bigger than teaching the two of them. She hugged Caulifla and clenched the button. Broly had left her, tightly. Her teary eyes were burning with determination. She would get stronger and be able to stand next to Broly, no matter what. Broly knew that it would be difficult on them to see him leave, but it was necessary. Although he could give advices on how to achieve Super Saiyan, it would make them too dependent. They needed to find their own path. Besides, with leaving, he had risen his own worth to them. After all, one only appreciated something if one lost it. He now was leaving Sadala. Although he first wanted to change the universe 6 Saiyans himself, he knew that these two would be able to do it as well. Great changes would happen with those two around. Maybe it will take them a year or two longer than him, but it was fine. During that time, he could move out doing something else. Chapter 185, Contract. Have you noticed that the Emperor is behaving weirdly lately? A hushed voice came from a pink alien receptionist. She was asking her colleague, who was hurriedly working off some paperwork. What do you mean? It seemed like he was too deep into work that he didn't notice anything around him and only answered unconsciously. You know, since that guy came to talk with him, the Emperor is frantically ordering his elites to search for someone. Now her colleague stopped working and looked at her. Search for someone? Search for who? She only shook her head. How am I supposed to know that? I only know that it had to be someone important. He even canceled several meetings and peace talks with the other true emperors. He did. Her colleague was shocked, hearing this news. Their emperor had made preparation for years to gain the alliance of several surrounding emperors. To give that all up would mean an incomparable loss for his whole empire, not to mention that these emperors would surely be pissed. Maybe it has something to do with those Saiyans. They seemed to prepare something big. All their troops were called backdash. Before he could say more, the door to the Majesty's office was flung open. Their emperor stepped out in great strides. Cancel everything for today. I will be going out with someone, their emperor said hurriedly before he disappeared out of their sight, leaving behind two subordinates severely confused. Their emperor was usually steadfast and always calm. His strength and his experience on the battlefield had let him stand firmly in between the many emperors and true emperors. One could say with certainty that he was one of the true powerhouses of their universe. Now it seemed like he was anxiously running away. They didn't know what to feel, but even if they knew what was happening, nothing would concern for these two lowly subordinates. The emperor was a bipedal rhino with a tall and strong body. Several cuts covered his face and neck. In every other situation, he would give off an intimidating presence, but now he was sitting in a suit that was obviously way too small for him. He had his hands on his lap as if he was afraid of knocking something over. It was a ridiculous and pathetic image of a known fierce emperor. He was turning around hurriedly as if he was looking for someone, but even after waiting for over half an hour, no one had arrived. He was sweating profusely. His suit was already drenched. Only after waiting for an hour, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. The Rhino Emperor only felt the cold sweat on his back and the feeling of imminent death. Although the person that had appeared behind him was probably the one he was looking, he didn't dare to turn around. Name, appearance, and last location. 30 million universal credits. The indifferent voice continued. Everything is in here, sir. The Rhino held a folder up as he scrambled the words together. Before the Rhino could react, the folder disappeared and his body unconsciously relaxed. He knew that the legendary assassin he just hired had disappeared again. Hit was sitting on a desk in a giant room with a luxurious furniture and decoration. He opened the folder he just got from his client, and the first thing was a black credit card. It was a traceless card, so one could transfer one's money without needing to consider anything, but Hit was always cautious. Although he believed that there was no one in this universe stronger than him, he wouldn't take any risk. There were still things he could lose. He took out a device and placed the card on it. After a few seconds, it glowed green and confirmed that the card was emptied. He then took out another black card and transferred the money on his own card. This device was especially created for the few true elites in this universe. Without minding the money, he turned to the second page and looked at the picture of his target and his physical description. Hit saw the small symbol in the upper right corner. Hit only nodded as it was the symbol of the universal intelligence. They had the best information gathering in the whole universe. Even Hit was sometimes depending on their service if the data coming from the client was insufficient. If he wanted even better information, he needed to gather it personally. He focused on the figure that was being displayed. A slightly tanned, tall, and muscular man without any noticeable scars. A Saiyan with no records of previous accomplishments in the Sadala Defense Force or their mercenary squad. Last location was a barren planet that didn't sustain a single life. Seen meditating and not moving since a week ago. There were several key peaks when he was meditating that destroyed the sensors and cameras of the most advanced sensors. Hit couldn't help but feel shocked as he was reading this. The latest sensors could read battle powers up to a 100 billion. Few true emperors were moving around that level of powers, and only if they went full power. Now this Saiyan was simply meditating and released that kind of power, not something to be heard of from this race. Although he was inwardly shocked, Hit's expression didn't change in the slightest. Even this kind of strength wasn't considered a threat for him. Against his time skip, it was all the same. He had a 100% success rate, after all. Although he was thinking that he hoped that this Saiyan called Broly would be more challenging. Of course, he knew that he wasn't the strongest being in existence. He knew about the gods of destruction in the other universes, but as he couldn't enter the other universes, he was uninterested in them. Since he had all the information that he needed, he disappeared from his room and boarded his spaceship, on his way to the planet this Saiyan was residing on. Broly's head was sweating profusely with a frown on his face. He was levitating cross-legged. Lightning arcs were appearing around his near periphery, but with time these lightning arcs disappeared until only the green glow around his body remained. He suddenly opened his eyes and a tremendous amount of ki was radiating out of his body. His frame increased to 2.4 meters, and his hair glowed in a bright green color. The strength he was radiating out was even on a higher level than his legendary Super Saiyan 3, however, the iconic hair was missing. Broly was currently working on making the transformation Super Saiyan 2 and 3 obsolete. He tried to combine these Super Saiyan forms to a new one that was never seen before. Why he didn't try Super Saiyan 4? He knew that with Super Saiyan 3 he had achieved the theoretically limit of the Super Saiyan power. After all, 3 used all the potential in one's body and utilized it to reach the utmost limit of this power. But he guessed that he could combine these transformations. The explosive strength of Super Saiyan 3 and the low consumption of 1. Theoretically, he should be able to do it if he restricted his body from growing taller. He already did it with the second legendary state, reducing his size of 3 to 2.5 meters. He noticed that in his normal legendary state the energy expands his body to a natural maximum, and the rest of the energy was being leaked outside. With the second transformation, his body grew even stronger than before as he compressed the energy inside. Although the third transformation was near perfect in the way it handled all the previous unused ki, a large amount was actually wasted in the hair as his body wouldn't be able to handle its own full potential of energy. The excess energy was redirected into the hair, making it grow rapidly. The energy was being practically vented with his hair, which was why his body didn't grow in the third transformation as it had an outlet, and the rest needed to be forcefully kept inside. This, of course, leads to a heavily burdened body, which was why Goku wasn't able to use it for long. When Broly first transformed, he did it instinctually and didn't realize this little flaw as he thought it was meant to be this way. He had seen it numerous times in the series, after all. Now his body was 2.4 meters with what felt like unlimited trapped energy. Broly placed his feet on the ground and felt the changes in his body. He could feel the increase of strength, but he knew that he could go even further beyond. He canceled the transformation and threw in a healing capsule. He looked at the shimmering blue sphere that was surrounding a few hundred meters around him. He placed it so it would prevent any leakages of his ki, but his magic power couldn't suppress the full strength of him, inevitable leaking some of his ki to the outside. Broly turned his head and saw an approaching spaceship. Chapter 186, Having Provoked a Universal Force. Broly watched as the spaceship landed a few kilometers away. They sure are persistent, Broly mumbled to himself. He threw out a capsule and with a poof, a kitchen area appeared. He gathered some cooking utilities and started to heat up the stove. After taking out some food out of the fridge, he started to cook a dinner for himself. A week ago, he had found this planet on a report from this intelligent agency and something had struck him at that time. He didn't know why, but he felt a hunch that something he wanted was on there. Without thinking about it too much, he directly headed towards the planet and quickly realized something. His senses were too sharp to be fooled by a layer of earth. One spot in particular had confirmed his guess. A perfect smooth orange-colored ground. He cleared a bit of earth and saw the hidden stars deep inside. This was no planet, it was a super Dragon Ball. He was surprised to say the least. He practically stumbled upon this Dragon Ball without even trying. The other Dragon Balls, on the other hand, were still missing. It was weird as he thought that not every planet would be covered by a large amount of dust. At least in the series, there was only one planet like the one he was standing on. Wait, didn't Kampa already found 6 Dragon Balls in the series? Doesn't that mean he still needs to find the one he was standing on? After thinking about this, he directly patched up the exposed spot and searched for other spots that might reveal its identity. He didn't know when Kampa was going to look for it, but it wouldn't be unwise to be more carefully this time. He then used his powers to push this planet-sized Dragon Ball towards a spot to hide it. He didn't dare to let this Dragon Ball get found by Kampa. If he did find it, Kampa may want to enter Universe 7. Although this was only supposed to happen in a few years, he didn't want to chance it. He himself shouldn't exist in his universe, and his appearance would surely create a butterfly effect that wouldn't necessarily only affect his universe, but also all the others as well. Besides, he himself wanted the Dragon Balls, and if he wanted to keep or steal them, he needed to be able to contend against this god of destruction. He was well versed with space and time after all this time, so it wouldn't be hard to find a spot to hide it in and hopefully delay the arrival of Kampa, the god of destruction. The spot he chose was very similar to the surroundings of Perdidus, but far more dangerous. Normal beings, emperors, or even true emperors would find it impossible to even enter that place, and those who could would be shredded to pieces after entering. Well, this was his estimation of a few light years away. He still needed one day to arrive. If he had traveled alone, he would have arrived instantaneously, but he wasn't capable of teleporting this giant planet-like object. But after a day of moving, a squad of the Universal Intelligence came along and demanded for him to get off the planet. Broly felt suspicious of why they only now had interest in it. After all, he had found this planet in one of their report. He only went here on a hunch, but the Universal Intelligence arrived right after him. They said that they only needed to investigate something here and needed him off. Of course, Broly wouldn't make way because someone wanted him to. Additionally, Broly suspected that they wanted the Dragon Ball as well. With these thoughts in mind, would he voluntarily abandon this Dragon Ball? Obviously, the answer was no. Both sides weren't willing to give in, and it escalated quickly with Broly's way of looking down on them and his provoking attitude. Very soon the situation ended up in a fight. 5 of them against Broly. The average was on the level of an emperor, and the enemy squad leader wasn't a pushover either. Broly estimated that his strength had reached the upper level of true emperors, which would be the same as an ascended Super Saiyan who was on the verge of breaking through. Broly played around with them a bit before he killed each of them. Of course, he didn't want to lose out in terms of information and had read their minds before their deaths. From what he gathered was that their only mission was to intimidate him, to show off the power of the Universal Intelligence. It seemed like his appearance had caused some disturbance, especially after he had killed an emperor who pissed him off 2 weeks prior. He only shook his head as he now had provoked them because he wasn't weak enough for them to easily bully. During the coming week, several ships came, but didn't dare to stay for long after seeing him. He had thinly wrapped around the planet, so they wouldn't find anything suspicious. After a few scans in the beginning, more and more came until they all disappeared yesterday. Now another ship appeared, but this time it actually landed. Broly sighed as he contemplated his luck. He already provoked a universal force only after a few months of traveling. He couldn't help but shake his head as he thought about the arrogance of this force. They were trying to intimidate him, ended up suffering, and now held a grudge against him. How unreasonable could they be? Why couldn't they have arrived in the 3 months since he left planet Sadala? Why did they pursue this while he was sitting peacefully on a Super Dragon Ball? What Broly didn't know was that there was another reason for their arrival. They only used Broly as an excuse to enter the territory Broly was currently residing in. After all, the squad was a combat squad. If their identity was somehow found out, they would be in deep trouble. So, not only did they prepare excuses, they even kept it a secret from all participants. They were only able to become a universal force because they had a neutral stance with almost every other force. If they were found out to have sent a combat squad into a true emperor's territory, they would have to face the backlash of the other forces. After having established hostility between them and Broly, and after becoming aware of Broly's immense power, they wanted to kill him before Broly could become even stronger. With a middleman, they put up a contract with the legendary assassin himself. Trying to lay low was one thing, but they were still ambitious and needed to investigate this area, no matter what. They had heard rumors that in this solar system group, something like a Dragon Ball was being spotted hundreds of thousands of years ago. Broly looked at the ship landing on the surface and opened up its door with a stare extending to the ground. At first, he had thought about shooting it down from the very start, but seeing it stay, Broly figured he should at least see who was brave enough to come his way. He watched a shadow approach the exit and slowly walked down the stairs before firmly planting his feet on the ground. The door closed. The ship behind him turned on its engines again and flew high into the sky. Broly, however, didn't bother with the ship. He looked at the approaching figure with squinted eyes. With just a glance, he had figured out who was calmly walking towards him. Broly couldn't help but smile as he looked at the legendary assassin, Hit. He wasn't laying low or anything, and it wasn't because he couldn't. He had hoped that someone would send Hit after him, but he didn't expect to have it happen so soon or at all if he was being honest. However, considering who he had provoked during the last few days, he figured that it wasn't really surprising either. He was puzzled why Hit needed to land away this far, which forced him to walk all the way here, but he didn't complain as he still had some time this way. Broly turned around again and took out the steak that was sizzling in the pan on the stove. He placed everything on a plate and sat down on a small table. He began to eat while watching Hit walk over. Chapter 187. Hit. Broly calmly ate his dinner as if he didn't know that a legendary assassin was on his way. Although this wasn't the first time he met a legendary assassin, this assassin was not on the same level as Reap. He knew that even without his ability, Hit was a near-god-level fighter. Rationally looking at the current situation, he shouldn't be sitting down and finish his meal. Hit didn't know that his identity was revealed the moment he set foot on the ground, but even if he did, he had a job to do. After walking for a few minutes, he stopped 10 meters away from Broly. Broly ate the last piece of meat and then proceeded to wipe his mouth with a napkin. Before Hit could say anything, Broly beat him to it. Do you want a steak as well? I have plenty left. Broly stood up, opened the fridge, and held up wrapped up meat. No, I am here T-dash. Want something to drink? I have some beer and wine. If you don't want alcohol, I can give you some juice. Broly interrupted him as he opened up a drawer with all kinds of beverage. Hit didn't say anything and observed Broly, who was showing him different drinks. Hit would obviously not accept anything from his target, especially not from this Saiyan. According to the report, he is a vicious and strong Saiyan that had destroyed planets the moment he made his debut. Who knew what was inside these drinks? I'm Hit. Someone paid me to kill you. Hit spoke out with a deep monotone voice as if he was just stating facts. The legendary assassin, Hit. I am well aware of who you are and what your visit means. Broly said with a deep voice that spread a hidden threat with it. So, you don't want anything to drink? Hit was stunned as he didn't think that he knew who he was and still continued to offer drinks. But of course, it wasn't the first time a target was this calm. It was usually a strong expert that thought they could escape his hands. I have never failed an assassination in all the centuries that I was alive. Broly, today is the day you die. Broly put away the kitchen that was now transformed back into a capsule. He turned around to face Hit and locked eyes with him. And I was never killed in all the decades I have lived. There is always a first time. Broly smiled confidently and excitedly. He knew how strong Hit was. How couldn't he be happy to face him? This was a challenge. Finally, a worthy opponent. Hit couldn't help but sneer at the retort. Is this your specialty? Stare your enemies to death? Broly spoke out while waving Hit to come at him. Being provoked this blatantly triggered Hit to make a move. Hit took a step and the entire surrounding around him vanished, replaced by another dimension. He took out a hand out of his pocket and pointed his fist at Broly's chest. In the next moment, Broly's bare chest curved inwards. An instant kill, crushing his opponent's heart with a single strike. That was how Hit dealt with his targets. Hit sighed as he looked at Broly's collapsing figure. He was about to turn around and leave, but he suddenly felt danger coming from behind. Without hesitation, he tried to jump away, but he couldn't escape the attack entirely. A slight pain came from his lower back while he was being hurled through the air. Hit used his hands to push himself from the ground, making a front flip before he stabilized his body. Hit was slightly frowning as he turned around to look at the attacker. A 2.5-meter-tall giant was the only other person in sight. Broly's body had already disappeared. Hit's frown got deeper as he realized something. You are? I am Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Without saying anything unnecessary, Broly stomped the ground and propelled himself towards the assassin. His aura was oppressive as he shot towards Hit like a wrecking ball. Hit sneered as he suddenly disappeared, only to appear several meters away. Broly's bulldozing figure faded away as well and appeared right next to Hit. Humph, this won't work a second time. Hit's body vanished again and suddenly struck Broly from behind, sending him crashing into a giant boulder. You sure? A devilish voice rang out just in front of the shocked Hit. Hit's face suddenly smiled as he looked at Broly's face, who appeared in front of his. Broly punched out and struck Hit right in the gut. Hit's expression suddenly froze. The surroundings suddenly shattered like it was glass.
Impossible.
Hit's body slid over the ground for several meters before stopping uninjured. How are you able to touch me? The moment Hit was deceived by Broly's illusion, he used his stored time to flee into his own dimension while still showing his body outside. In this state, he was unable to physically attack or be attacked, but he still was injured by this Saiyan. This didn't make any sense. Not only did he dodge his time skip in the first strike, but he even attacked him while Hit was inside his own dimension. I have already witnessed a very similar ability as yours. It only took a single presentation for me to figure out how it operates. Broly took on a battle stance before shouting out, your time skip is useless against me. Come on, show me how strong you are without it. TCH, I will make you regret your words. Hit stood up again and used his stance with both his hands in front of him, similar to that of a boxer. Hit realized that his usual methods didn't appear to work, but that didn't mean he was defenseless without it. Broly grinned viciously. He knew that he was only able to land some hits as his opponent has become too reliant on his ability. Mixed in with his rare strong illusionary attacks, it wasn't too surprising that Hit had troubles. That is what happens if someone didn't encounter anyone who could rival him in strength. Fortunately, Hit was a fast learner and could adapt quickly. Even though he was in a new situation where his ability was instantly seen through, he was excited. It has been too long since this assassin had fought like a warrior. They directly headed towards each other. Hit released several invisible ki blasts who were easily dodged by Broly. Your tricks are not able to deceive my eyes. Broly roared out as he sped up towards Hit. He closed in an instant, but he couldn't attack as purple blurs targeted his head. Broly tilted his head several times before jumping backwards. Tisage. Blood started leaking out of Broly's cheek. He wiped it away before standing back up. His body suddenly glowed brightly, and his hair started growing rapidly as he transformed into his third legendary state. Enveloped with lightning arcs, the aura he gave off had risen tremendously. Another transformation? Hit frowned slightly as he saw this opponent of his growing even stronger in just a second. Broly vanished suddenly and appeared right above Hit. He smashed his bent arm down, wanting to pierce Hit's head with his elbow. Hit didn't dodge but jumped upwards to meet Broly. Hit tilted his head to the right, making Broly hit his shoulder instead, while Hit was punching towards Broly's chest. Too close to each other, Broly wasn't able to dodge the attack and could only see the fist ascend into his chest. Like a cannonball, Broly was sent flying high into the sky before his body started falling limp to the ground again. Hit rotated his slightly injured shoulder while he looked at the falling body. He was still cautious about the surroundings as he had already witnessed Broly's terrifying illusions. This Saiyan was more than what the eye can meet. It wouldn't be too weird if that attack of his didn't face him at all. In the end, Hit had used a punch mixed with a piercing ki blast to crush Broly's heart. He cautiously walked towards Broly's motionless body. Hit didn't hear a heartbeat or sensed any other signs of Broly being alive either. With his leg, Hit turned Broly around, revealing the contorted expression of Broly. Chapter 188, or Hit looked down at Broly's chest to find it in perfect shape. No crushed heart, not even a wound to speak of was to be seen. Instead, the spot Hit struck was glowing in a milky white light. Hit's expression turned gloomy as he looked at Broly's face again. Broly was staring at him wide-eyed. A chill went down Hit's spine as he looked at the predator-like eyes. He felt like a sheep that was discovered by a ferocious wolf. Hit immediately jumped back, creating a few hundred meters distance between the two. Suddenly he bumped into something. He spun around without thinking and struck whatever was behind him. His fist was caught by Broly, who had a strange aura around him. Hit felt the pressure coming from Broly's hands grow. It seemed like he was about to crush his hand. Hit yanked out his hand before taking a few steps back. His breathing was jagged, and he noticed that his emotions were in turmoil. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Broly didn't show any motions of attacking Hit as he gave him time to stabilize himself. What was that? The shock had already settled, and he couldn't help to ask what just happened to him. Just a mental attack powered by soul and magic power. Hit squinted slightly as he heard the apparent honest answer. Why didn't he attack me as I was completely in disarray? He could have easily finished me in that time frame. Thoughts like this were running through Hit's eyes. Just wanted to give you a scare. Broly, seemingly knowing what Hit thought, said, smiling slightly before he continued. I am going to be serious from now on. In the exchange just now, Broly had to cover his chest with his soul power to prevent any injuries. Now he enveloped every part of his body with his soul, ready to go all out. Hit, inwardly stunned by the statement, put on his stance again before he spoke out, so will I. The determination and desire to fight in his voice was obvious. An assassin as a job, a warrior by heart. Broly's smile grew wider as he heard that. The tension in the atmosphere reached its peak, and as if they had rehearsed it, they both started running towards each other at the same time. They met in the middle with a punch. The space seemed to bend inwards towards the collision. The world was silent for a moment. Bang! The ground was crushed, extending kilometers outwards within a few seconds. The smooth orange surface beneath the crushed earth was being revealed in an instant, but the disaster didn't stop there. The space in several places around this planet was bending inwards or tore completely, leaving behind tears in the space and time continuum. The collisions between the two send waves of energy into the universe. The near solar system group was affected greatly as they were being pushed out of their orbit by the aftermath. These two really didn't hold back anymore as they clashed with each other. The only reason the whole universe wasn't in a turmoil was because of their precise control that prevented their clash from causing too much damage. With time, the damage actually decreased as Broly was getting used to this kind of high-level engagement. The assassin always used precise control and had no problem in going all out without destroying an entire solar system in the process. An entangled purple and a green light could be seen speeding through the universe. They directly headed towards a near solar system. Broly had gripped Hit's head hard and swung him towards the nearest planet. It was a giant planet that would put Earth's sun to shame. With the great momentum, Hit wasn't able to stop and directly entered the atmosphere of this planet. As soon as he entered, he was assaulted by several lightning. The whole planet was covered in clouds, and instead of water, lightning was raining onto the ground. Broly followed up closely on Hit as he shot several ki blasts at Hit's falling body, making him accelerate even faster to the ground. Hit crashed into the ground. His body wasn't embedded deeply, only a few tens of meters, as the ground was unusually hard after being tempered by the never-ending lightning. Before he could get out, a flickering shadow was being cast, blocking the light coming from the storm outside. He couldn't react and was directly punched further into the ground. By the second punch, Hit's body disappeared as he jumped through his dimension and passed Broly. But it was like he had tracker on his body. As soon as he disappeared, Broly had already turned around to catch up with Hit. Exiting his dimension, He immediately crossed his arms and blocked the incoming attack. Hit's body flew into the sky and was met with several lightning. Obviously, normal lightning from a planet wasn't enough at all for this kind of high-caliber fighter. Even normal true emperors were mostly undisturbed by these natural disasters. Hit saw Broly heading for him and shot several key blasts as Broly just bulldozed through the explosions, but Hit had already disappeared. Suddenly, Broly raised his hand behind his head and caught a fist. Broly's muscles were tense as he used a considerable amount to block the attack. Hit's usage of focusing his energy of his attacks into a single point was the thing that made him a dangerous foe. Although he had stopped the attack, Hit wasn't finished. Hit's other hand was shining brightly before several light beams shot out, intending to pierce Broly's body. With the close distance between the two, there was no way for Broly to dodge the attack. Broly's muscles tensed up and the energy output was released to the maximum. Burning his life force that was fused with his soul gave him an additional boost. The energy beams collided with Broly's back, but instead of piercing through the body, the light beams dispersed like water splashing against rocks. While Hit was stunned by the sudden increase in power, Broly did a backflip over Hit and kicked Hit away with all his might. Hit was hurling through the clouds and headed for the ground again, but this time he was able to stop. His head was buzzing from the kick and a tiny wound was left, but Hit was quickly to reorientate himself again. He was a resilient being that could even take on punches from a Super Saiyan god with ease. It wasn't surprising for Broly that his previous attacks didn't amount to much damage. Broly outstretched his hand and pointed his fingers at Hit, who was already advancing towards Broly. His fingers started to glow until they each shot out a thread-like energy beam. The beams headed towards Hit in a wavy motion, making it difficult to predict from where the attacks were coming from. Hit leaped through time and avoided several attacks, but Broly could well see where and when Hit would disappear and reappear. Broly's vision was just a perfect counter for Hit's ability. Of course, one could also just use their reaction speed and pure strength to overcome this ability like Jiren did in the Tournament of Power, but Broly was well aware that he was nowhere near this kind of power. Broly put up another hand and shot 5 more of these light beams. After several misses, Broly managed to injure Hit. However, his body was too tough to actually pierce through. Any other being would already be riddled with holes. Seeing the ineffectiveness of his attacks, he decided to step up his game. He raised his arms above his head, and in a second, a large amount of energy gathered above him. In a whirl, the energy sphere above accumulated more and more energy. After getting rid of the other energy beams, Hit finally saw the energy that was hanging above Broly in the sky like a green sun. The clouds and lightning were swept into the gigantic energy sphere and turned into energy for the sphere. Hit's countenance changed as he sensed the immense power. If this attack landed on the planet, it would destroy the planet, and they both would be enveloped by the explosion. Broly swung down his arms, and the energy sphere shot towards Hit. Hit felt the deadly energy coming from this attack. He couldn't help but panic. He urged the energies in his body and headed straight for the energy sphere. With all his effort, he used his time skip to pierce through the energy sphere. He needed to extend the time, otherwise he would emerge in the sphere itself. Hit used all his effort to overcome his previous limits for his time duration. He emerged on the other side of the sphere behind Broly and directly chopped at Broly's neck. With the huge expenditure of energy, Broly was slightly exhausted and couldn't react in time. His boy shot towards the ground following the energy sphere. Hit immediately escaped as the sphere crushed itself into the planet. After a moment of silence, the huge sphere detonated. Hit was almost swept into the energy, but with his time skip ability, he was able to escape the area of influence. The star-sized planet exploded and ripped apart time and space around it. Chapter 189. Miss. Hit looked at the explosion from outside the solar system. The star that the planet used to revolve around was completely thrown out of the orbit, as were the other planets. These heavenly bodies were thrown in multiple directions, never able to become a solar system again. The explosion was so devastating, Hit was certain that Broly would be dead. Or was he? Although Hit couldn't believe that Broly was able to survive this, he stayed and watched the explosion fade away. He wanted to see if Broly had somehow managed to survive this. He also kind of hoped he had survived, as it would mean that this mission might be his first failure since he became an assassin. He wasn't called Never Miss Hit for nothing. Miss wasn't a word in his vocabulary, but if Broly was able to survive this, Hit wasn't certain he could kill him. This situation of a potential failure was something he wasn't confronted with for a long time. He thought that besides the gods, no one was able to contend with him in the slightest. The explosion faded away and nothing but debris was left behind. I seem to have overestimated you. Hit shook his head as he didn't bother looking for Broly's body. Unprotected, it would have been pulverized in the explosion in a split second. Guess that's it. Sigh. Was a fun fight. Hit looked at his hand before clenching it. He felt it. He was able to overcome his limits and grow stronger in this fight. He still had room to improve. Maybe he would be able to fight even the gods. They weren't invincible after all. They were exceedingly powerful but not almighty. With newfound ambitions, Hit headed out to become even stronger than before. Without hesitation, he turned off his communication device, with which he received his contracts, and headed out for training. Never would he have imagined that he would start training again. He was already over 1,000 years old, but he could still improve. A new, and at the same time old desire was blazing in Hit's heart. What he didn't know was that he had indeed failed. Miss, the word carried a distant concept with it for this legendary assassin, but unbeknownst for him that day he had missed his shot. He failed his first mission against a Saiyan that popped up out of nowhere. Huh? What is that? An information gatherer was currently flying around a planet that had a huge crater on one side that extended for kilometers. The strange thing about it was that beneath the layer of dirt, a smooth orange surface could be seen. He had first thought it was lava, but it was solid. It wasn't moving at all. After sending the information of what he was seeing to the headquarters, more ships from the Universal Intelligence arrived one after the other. They encircled the planet, and some were shooting gigantic harpoons at the planet's crust. It looked like they were preparing to move this planet. An idea that seemed to be too absurd, but strangely, the planet-sized object was indeed slowly being dragged away. Before they could move away far, however, a figure appeared on the surface. It instantly gathered the attention of several ships. They quickly scanned the face of this injured figure, but the system only returned that this person wasn't in their database. An unknown being had suddenly appeared on the planet. What was his purpose of coming here? Did he really want to make an enemy out of them? Every idiot would know just by looking at their equipment that they weren't weak by any means. The figure was Broly, who had disguised himself with a bit of magic. He looked at the several ships that tried to bring away the Super Dragon Ball. With a wave of his hand, he released a devastating ki attack and instantly annihilated all the ships around the planet without leaving anything behind. Without waiting for more ships to arrive, Broly pushed the giant Dragon Ball towards the spot he had picked out. There was not much distance towards the destined coordinates. He would arrive soon. Before he initiated his attack, he had already noticed the ship that approached the Dragon Ball. Seeing the ship call upon others to take away the Dragon Ball, Broly knew that he had to hurry back and hide the Dragon Ball as soon as he could. He knew of the assassin's pride, and he wouldn't easily let go of his target, so the best option was to fake his death. He had already accounted for a situation where he had to leave, which was why he never used his spatial abilities to gain an advantage in the fight. Otherwise, the assassin might consider that he had escaped. With the explosion, he deceived every eye that might have watched his actions and was able to retreat back to the Dragon Ball with a simple teleportation. Obviously, there was the option that Hit wasn't able to overcome his limits in the end, but then he would have only been injured. There was no way for Hit to die to something like that. He was a god-tier being after all. Broly himself could have survived the explosion if he used his new form and all his other powers to create barriers over barriers around himself. If it came to that situation where Hit was only injured, Broly would have abused the shit out of illusions and mental attacks to get rid of Hit, which would delay his return even more. Now most beings in the universe would think he had fallen by the hands of the legendary assassin, and he was able to return faster. Who would doubt whether he was really dead if they confirmed the fact that Hit had indeed taken on this mission? After several hours of flying through space, he had finally arrived at the seemingly empty space. In Broly's vision, however, the chaotic energies were revealed to his eyes. Without hesitation, he kicked the planet-sized Dragon Ball towards the spot. After thrown inside the spot, the Dragon Ball vanished completely. Broly didn't bother with it anymore and teleported away. While Broly was dealing with the Dragon Ball, some news had spread across the universe. The Saiyans of Sadala were always highly sought after. They were mercenaries that would fight against evildoers and help out whenever they could, however. In the last few weeks, news of a coup had made itself known. On one side, there was the king, his loyal subjects, and the majority of the Saiyan population, and on the other hand, two female Saiyans with unfathomable strength. They called themselves Super Saiyan. Followed by several punks, they had risen up against the throne and fought for a new world order. The king had called back his soldiers in an attempt to stop these two, but no one was able to contend against them. Their golden glow when they transformed had awed many and called upon the Saiyans' instincts of respect for the strong. They were out to change their previous policies and tried to appeal to the Saiyans' ambitions like Broly did with them. As time went on, more and more Saiyans joined their ranks. Although the majority of intelligent beings in the universe were in the dark about it, these events didn't go unnoticed by the true powerhouses. Many wanted to help them out and stand on the king's side, but those that had suffered under the Saiyans hard made sure to suppress the opposition. They were delighted by the infighting and wanted to stir up some more trouble. Lord Frost was one of them. Although he worked with them on several occasions, he wasn't too pleased with them. They seemed to get stronger with time, and now something like Super Saiyans had appeared. This would completely throw out the balance of power. He couldn't help but want to destroy them. If they grew stronger, they would disrupt his business plan for the upcoming wars, and no matter which side these Saiyans would be, it would be his loss. With these thoughts in mind, he planned to strike them hard when their forces were exhausted because of the civil war. Chapter 190, News. What did you say? That's impossible. Kale's agitated Ki threw away the Saiyan that reported the news to her. Kale wanted to vent her emotions on that pitiful Saiyan but was quickly stopped by Caulifla. Caulifla grabbed the wrist of Kale and stared into her eyes with a stern look. Don't. You know that we are at a critical point. We can't afford to lose you now. You know he would want it too. After all the time together, Caulifla was well aware what Kale wanted to do right now. After hearing that their master had fallen to the legendary assassin, Caulifla was barely able to stay and not search for this assassin. If she felt that way, how would Kale feel about this news? Indeed, she wanted to head out and hunt down this assassin. After being held back and forced to calm down by Caulifla, she thought about her next moves. Looking back, they had already realized that Broly had yearned for a Saiyan empire. Although they were young, they weren't stupid. After the months of political schemes, they had realized that Broly was nurturing them for this purpose. Even though they knew this, they didn't mind. They themselves felt the same way about the current state of their race. They wanted a glorious future, not the status quo. Their plot for the throne was something their master wanted, but also what they wanted. He would be disappointed if they abandoned what they had built for revenge that they couldn't get. It wasn't an enemy they could hope to beat, at least for now. With that in mind, they headed out to get more supporters for their cause. They couldn't just kill the majority of Saiyans. That would only delay their rise in the universe. They had to convince them, so they would join their ranks voluntarily. Broly had heard news about the current situation on Sadala, but he already depicted the outcome. He had also guessed that many emperors might try to strike Sadala during the infighting, but in Broly's eyes that would be a good thing. The stronger the common enemies for the Saiyan was, the more they had to rely on the strong individuals in their midst. In Broly's eyes, the outcome was already set. The only one who might present a problem would be Frost. With his sneaky character, it wouldn't be absurd to think that he would approach the two Super Saiyans, only to stab them in the back. He had already warned them about this Frost demon. What they did with that information would be for them to decide. He didn't worry too much about that mess as he had his own stuff. He was on the way for the headquarters of the Universal Intelligence. Since they were considered to be a neutral force, they never bothered to hide it, but of course they still had several hideouts. After seeing them try to carry away the Super Dragon Ball, he began to be suspicious. Although they seemed to have come for him, they were only foot soldiers who didn't need to be filled in on the plans of the higher-ups. Considering that Kampa showed a lazy attitude in the series, it could well be that he had ordered this organization to gather the Dragon Balls for him. The only reason for him to personally enter Universe 7 in a later date was probably because of the fact that if a mortal had crossed over, he would have been immediately killed by Beerus. That was Broly's speculation, but to confirm that, he still needed to confront this intelligence agency. If he wanted to know if they knew of these wishing orbs, or even hold on to more of them, he needed to catch a big shot. While he was hitchhiking a red meteor towards their headquarters, he was training arduously to achieving the full potential of his Super Saiyan powers. He also did some preparation for his emotional control when he would transform into the Golden Ape form in the future. He was transforming into an Oozaru and used his Super Saiyan powers to almost transform into a Golden Ape before stopping and stabilize being at the verge of transforming. For that reason, from time to time a giant ape that would glow green could be seen on a meteor. Although it looked exceedingly savage, it was calmly sitting cross-legged without moving a centimeter for several days. While training in the form of an Oozaru, some of his powers had leaked and noticed by some true emperors. They were astonished that an emperor-level being dared to boldly announce his entrance. Of course, they didn't know that Broly's power had been mostly blocked by a magic barrier. For them, he was only a weak emperor seeking death. Without thinking too hard about it, they headed out to teach this emperor a lesson. In this galaxy, 7 true emperors resided and ruled over parts of it. The true emperors became more common. The closer one got to the headquarters of the Universal Intelligence. Powerful being gravitated towards this force. Because of the high numbers of powerful beings, they weren't able to rule over large territories as they had too much competition. After noticing this weak emperor's intrusion, 3 of the 7 wanted to have some fun and directly headed out to end this ignorant fool. In just a few hours, they finally saw the giant ape that was residing on the meteor. Without hesitation, they stepped out of their ships and approached the meteor to land. After coming in the periphery of several kilometers, they were assaulted by a violent Ki storm. Without being able to withstand the force, they were thrown on the ground. They were shaken to their core. How did they not sense this previously? This power could crush them in an instant without them being able to resist in the slightest. They didn't want to stay there anymore and tried to fly away, but they were like flies without wings. Their power was just too weak to carry them away from this pressure. Suddenly, they felt the ground vibrating. With every second, a booming sound that sounded like giant footsteps came closer. Only one other being was on this meteor. How could they not understand who was heading their way? They tried to call out for their ships, but no response returned. 2 even jumped crazily while waving their arms. But their ships remained unmoving as if they weren't able to see them at all. Indeed, Broly had noticed them long ago, and even as an Oozaru, it was child's play to use some illusions to deceive some lowly subordinates of some random emperors. After a huge shadow was being cast above their head, the pressure they had felt just a moment ago disappeared. One of them quickly came out of his shock and tried to jump and fly away. The moment his feet left the ground, a giant palm slapped him into the ground. Like a fly, he was instantly crushed into a bloody mess. The other two were horrified seeing this. Broly only glanced at them and yawned. With that slap, he had quickly read his mind and already understood the situation. He didn't want to spend too much time with these fools and quickly squashed them beneath his feet. He then shot a ki wave out of his mouth and annihilated the ships that were flying beside his meteor. Afterwards, he went on with his training, but unfortunately for him, several more emperors wanted to teach him a lesson. Every single one of them had disappeared afterwards, never to be heard from them ever again. A mythos started to spread among the emperors of a deadly giant ape on a red meteor that would bring death and destruction. It lured in the experts and killed them one by one. The surface of this meteor was covered with the blood of its victims, hence its red appearance. No one knew why this beast was going around killing these experts, and no one had an interest to investigate it. After all, who would voluntarily go on a suicide mission? Broly didn't know that he had created a myth of a giant ape that rode a red meteor. A giant ape that would universally be known as the bringer of death in the near future. A god of death, worshipped and feared by many, was born. Chapter 200, Capture. It didn't take long for Broly to arrive on the barren planet with his escort. While he was flying towards the planet, he had to be constantly on guard as they haven't ceased their attacks for a single moment. Just after he entered the planet's atmosphere, Broly squinted slightly as he saw several of these white creatures waiting for him. It seemed like they had prepared a little trap for him, but he wasn't afraid. For the first time in a battle, he started to use his unique transformation. His ki flared up in a noble green, and the powerful pressure around him dispersed all the clouds near him. His hair and eyes turned green as he headed straight for the group on the ground that were now heading to meet him. Every single one of them had a different look, as they had either spears in hands or swords, maces or axes as arms. Some looked like angels with the massive wings behind them, but Broly could see the sharp glint of these wings as it reflected the light of this solar system's star. Broly, in his perfect legendary state, coupled with his soul strength, was already in the god-tier level of power. The first creature that reached him was looking like an angel with the 6 wings on its back. As soon as Broly was in its range, it started to swing its wings at Broly. The sharp feathers attached to the wings would easily slash through his tough skin. With little movements, Broly flew past the barrage of attacks and directly reached the unprotected chest of this creature. Without holding back, Broly punched out with his green glowing fist. The creature didn't have any time to react and was squarely hit in the chest. Just as Broly was about to move to his next victim, he had to dodge another wing attack. Broly didn't think as he closed in to land another hit on its head, blasting it to smithereens. Now it had a large hole in the chest and a destroyed head, but it still moved undisturbed towards Broly. He couldn't help but create some distance and dodge to the sides as he was welcomed by several arrows from the front and from behind. He shot several ki blasts at the creature before his body moved quickly out of the encirclement. A group of 10 had tried to trap him, but with his speed, that was only wishful thinking on their part. While retreating, he shot several ki blasts at the group that followed him, but suddenly they stopped. Broly didn't want to wait for them and started to gather his ki, but he noticed that a giant shadow was being cast above him and the group. He couldn't help but turn to the sky to look what caused the shadow. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a swarm of these creatures blocking out the sun rays. All of them looked the same with only tiny differences. Broly could even tell that there were several creatures that were invisible. Dozens of thousands of these creatures were staring at him intimidatingly. Crap! Broly spat out while having a bright smile on his face. He had noticed that the space around him was sealed, so even with his spatial abilities, he would have no way to escape this onslaught. A swarm of powerful creatures with an individual way of attacking that didn't feel any pain upon destruction. Broly couldn't help but thank his lucky star. This was truly a feast. Come on, show me what you have got. Broly shouted out as he spread out his arms. Afterwards, several hundred lightning spears, sizzling with energy, appeared behind his back. Unlimited thunder spears. The moment his words fell, the spears shot towards the swarm. A single spear pierced through several dozen creatures before it lost power. However, even with hole in their chest or heads, they appeared to be fine. Broly didn't stop as he created more and more spears as he released a relentless wave of attack, but it was incredible hard to kill one of them. His attacks were like a drop in the ocean. After being attacked, the swarm started moving towards Broly. Broly didn't cease to create more spears as he headed into the battle himself. If he took out his sword, he could eliminate the lot of them, but after he had looked at the swarm, he finally noticed that he was being watched and he knew from where it came. This time he would take a gamble. The figure, who had opened the portals and released these robots, was watching the fight through a long staff with a crystal on top of it. Impressive. His strength had almost reached that of a god of destruction. That I have never noticed the birth of such a warrior. Interesting, the feminine voice said with a slight chuckle. Vados was currently sitting at a table where several meals were prepared for her. She was eating a bit, but was mostly paying attention to the bitter fight Broly had with these near indestructible creatures. Vados was calmly watching the fight until she noticed that she had finished all the meals that were on the table. She then looked at a digital clock that she started when the fight between Broly and the robots had begun. After the fight had ended, she already finished analyzing Broly's fighting style and the several techniques that he used. She was also aware of his way of thinking when faced with a seemingly impossible task. She only nodded as she saw the efforts and thrill Broly showed. He was obviously a calm thinker as he didn't panic after seeing the swarm of robots, but he also indulged himself in the fight. Instead of fleeing and succumb to their attacks, it was obvious that he decided to face them head-on. Although it was a pointless struggle, it showed his determination and joy in fighting. She closed off the communication and waited for her minions to carry him to her. While waiting for his body to be brought to her, she decided to delve deeper into his past. She wanted to know how he got as strong as he was right now. This kind of strength that was very close to a god of destruction wasn't something that can come out of nowhere. The crystal of her staff was blinking as it tried to get information of his past, but it just kept blinking. Him? Is he a time traveler? Would explain why he came out of nowhere? She didn't delve deeper into that topic. It wasn't her task to govern and judge these time travelers. This was a job for the Supreme Kai of Time. She would only need to intervene if she witnessed the crime herself. Since she couldn't find anything about Broly, she investigated the Saiyan race for a bit instead. After a while, a few dozen of her robots came back with a bloody body in hand. She put a hand in front of her mouth and ironically spoke out, "Oh my, what happened to you?" Broly could only glare at her as every single of his body's tendons and muscles were destroyed, making any movement impossible. Suddenly a robot stabbed at his hand, piercing deeply into his flesh. It instantly recognized if any part of his body started to heal. "All right, you can leave." Vados waved her hand, and the robots disappeared in a portal. Broly fell on the ground. His whole body was arching, but he didn't dare to let his life force gush out of his soul. He didn't know if it would indicate his relation to Para, that ancient civilization. There were millions upon millions of creatures in the multiverse. Surely there were creatures that had souls similar to his, right? He decided to play it safely and simulated a normal flow of life force. "I see you are an ancient Saiyan." She pointed at his tail that was seeable through his destroyed sash. Broly didn't bother trying to reply as he was utterly exhausted after that battle. "Oh, where are my manners?" Vados pointed her staff at Broly, and a light green glow enveloped Broly. His body was healing at a visible rate, and Broly could feel the potent life force that was gushing into his cells and repairing them. After only a second of that healing glow, his body was back at its peak. In fact, he was even stronger than before, due to the Zenkai boost. He stood up and slightly bowed to Vados. "Thank you for your mercy, Lady Vados." His voice was firm and steady as if he had never feared for his life. Still, his gratitude was sincere. He didn't show a too submissive behavior towards her, even though he appeared to know who she was. He also didn't seem to be afraid of her. She couldn't help but smile at the display. You don't have to call me a lady. I am just an attendant to Lord Kampa." Broly couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. He still nodded slightly to her reply. Chapter 192, Pair. Broly looked at the Saiyan from the bottom up. That Saiyan seemed to be in touch with the Saiyan history about the Super Saiyan, but he himself had never seen this Saiyan before. Maybe he wasn't important to the Dragon Ball series? "And who are you?" Broly's icy voice sent shivers down this unknown Saiyan. "Oh, I am Pair, nice to meet you." The Saiyan stretched out his hands, trying to shake hands with the giant Oozuru. What a dumbass. Broly thought as he looked down on the Saiyan, who was awkwardly retracting his hand. Silence filled the surroundings as Broly observed the young man in front of him. Although Broly was certain that he was a Saiyan, he still felt different from a normal Saiyan. If Broly hadn't seen him struggle against the pressure he was giving off, he might have thought he is another type of legendary Super Saiyan, but wouldn't he have said, "You are also a legendary Super Saiyan?" or something similar? Broly slowly reverted to his base form, while Pair watched on with a shocked expression. "You are? Bro Dash? Him? You know me?" In reflex of that exclamation of that Saiyan, Broly observed him closely with his vision of truth. He pried deeper into the body of this Saiyan, who suddenly stepped back warily. Did he sense that? Broly thought as he looked at the Saiyan's expression that tried hard to calm down. Pair gulped down. This dude didn't go to acting school, that is for sure. Broly smiled slightly as he thought of teasing him for a bit. "Didn't I just ask you a question? Why aren't you answering? Are you trying to mock me?" Broly's voice got rougher, and he filled every word with killing intent, which made this Saiyan's knees tremble. The Saiyan tried to take a step backwards, but only fell on his butt. He looks like he is 20 years old, but he is so cowardly. Should I just read his mind?
I am so sorry.
Sir Broly, before I was thrown in a space and time rift from the explosion of our planet Vegeta, I had heard about your extraordinary strength and I just knew that it had to be you. A lie. The explosion of Vegeta isn't enough to cause a rift that leads out of the universe, and what about knowing about my extraordinary strength? Not even my parents knew of it. Is he from another timeline? At least, it seems like he has more knowledge than he wants to admit. I had wandered all around the universe to find a way back and had finally found a planet called Sadala with other Saiyans still alive. I was on my way towards it before I came across this rumor of a strong Oozuru. Another lie, mixed with some truth. Broly decided to play along and smiled heartfully. So, you are a Saiyan from planet Vegeta. I hate to break it to you, but you should have already guessed it, but we are currently residing in another universe. What? I would have never known. The Saiyan shouted exaggerated. The corners of Broly's mouth twitched unnoticeable. Is this guy for serious? Yeah, I know, right? But it has some good things. After I came here, I was taught to control my temper, and let me tell you I was really bad. Pear was stunned hearing this and only nodded his head. No wonder. He can converse normally. Pear stopped quivering for a considerable amount. How did you get to this universe? Pear asked Broly as he searched for a spot to sit down. Oh, you won't believe it. Even I would never thought I would get here in such a bizarre way, however. I will tell you the story another time as you wouldn't understand it, without getting to know all the people involved. I will introduce them to you someday. Oh, I see. Pear blinked innocently and didn't ask anything further down that road. Maybe it was the first impression, but everything this Saiyan did or said made Broly want to puke. Something about him made Broly utterly disgusted. I am currently heading towards Namek. I heard some interesting rumors, and if they are true and I might get back to our universe. Broly decided to change the subject and told him about his destination. Rumors? What kind of rumors? Pear asked with a fake, surprised expression. He was being read like a book by Broly. Well, anyone would be hard-pressed against someone who, if he locked onto you, could sense even the tiniest fluctuations of any energies and even hear your heartbeat. The strange thing was that Broly could see everything clearly with the exception of his soul. It was like a fine barrier with an illusion on top of it had been put around it. Broly chuckled slightly. You will see when we are there. I am going off and train a bit more. If you need food, we can make a stop somewhere on the way. Just say a word. Broly then turned around while keeping close watch on the Saiyan behind him. He saw an expression of contempt and a greedy glint in that Saiyan's eyes. He chose to ignore it and went on with his training, however, just a very suppressed version of it as he still kept being vigilantly. While Broly was training, it looked like Pear was watching Broly, but in fact he wasn't looking at him at all. In his eyes he was looking at a game-like panel. Name, Broly. Power level. Age. Race, Saiyan. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan. Transformations, Oozuru.
Technique.
This had never happened before. Usually if the difference in power was too great, there would be question marks for the points, transformations, and techniques. If the bloodline was unique as well, there would be question marks as well, but now not even the name was undoubtedly confirmed. How strong was this version of Broly? After he had taken over the body of this universe 6 Saiyan, he had absorbed every Saiyan around him and grew tremendously powerful by purifying his Saiyan bloodline. It was unlucky that he didn't take over a Saiyan on Sadala, but a savage survivor of the ancient civil war. It was a remote planet with just a few Saiyans that still had their tails. If he had access to Sadala, he would have grown vastly stronger and could have just beaten up this Broly. Hell, he could have already ruled the entire universe. After finally getting off that planet, he had finally come across another Saiyan and even a legend to boot. He just needed to get the legendary Super Saiyan's bloodline and his powers would leap to whole new level once again. After absorbing the rest of Sadala's Saiyans, he would be unstoppable. The only thing to do is get Broly to exhaust himself a little bit. Just getting moderately distracted would guarantee his success. Pear looked at the floating cards hovering in his mind space. 2 in particular were shining brightly. One of them was glowing in a golden light and had the word luck carved into it, while the other was blood red and had the words absorb on it. If the 2 cards were simultaneously in effect, he was certain that he could get Broly's bloodline. Afterwards, Broly would be weakened severely, and Pear himself would only be bustling with strength. He first silently activated his luck card. It would be in effect for a week, and everything would practically fall into his lap. When the opportunity presents itself, he would absorb Broly's bloodline and become a legend. The only thing unfortunate was the fact that there was no mission for stealing Broly's bloodline. Usually his system would give him some extra rewards for going for something dangerously. Now, however, it was silent. Maybe it knew that stealing Broly's bloodline with these 2 cards would be child's play, and decided to not give him a mission. The only thing that was still there was the survive mission that he had since the beginning. HM? Why is a card hovering over that Saiyan's head? Luck? Why is it in English? Although it was somewhat blurry, Broly could still identify what was written on it. The card was golden and extended some threads outside. He observed the changes that the card was having on the space and time in this universe. It extended out into the deep universe and seemed to pull something towards Pear. Could it be? Another reincarnator with a fucking golden finger. How unfair is that? Chapter 193. Mistake. Although Broly was observing the changes closely, he didn't let any emotions appear on his face. To Pear, Broly was deeply meditating, and even though the strength Broly was emitting was powerful, it wasn't to a degree that would make him shiver in fear. Pear was waiting for the luck card to take effect, but he knew that it would take a while. So in the meantime, he didn't have anything better to do than to go through his other cards beside the two he wanted to use for Broly. Broly was waiting for the effects to show as well. He was extremely interested on how the energy in the space and time threads were behaving. He was analyzing it, so he may emulate the effect himself in the future. This power was heavily encrypted and difficult to discern as almost no energy of it was wasted. Broly could barely understand its functions through the energy waves, but he could guess its function through the word luck that was boldly carved into the card. It took him several hours to analyze a part of this power. With every part he understood of its power, it got easier to understand the rest of this puzzle. It took him 2 days to understand how this card operates. During the process, he got exceedingly more disappointed. It was like he was watching a once phenomenal magic trick, only to have the simple sleight of hand be revealed step by step. Another 2 days passed, and the card finally showed its effect. Pear had a shocked expression as he looked at the giant meteor that was heading straight their way. Broly only glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. He had already seen the giant meteor when it was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The meteor was a solid metal ice block that would need a power that exceeded that of a true emperor to destroy it. But that wasn't all to the incoming threat. Several dozens of emperors and true emperors could be seen riding the meteor while locking onto Broly and Pear. There was even some whose strength had exceeded that of a peak true emperors. Such a force could swagger everywhere in the universe. Even Broly would normally be astonished to see such a force in one area, and not only that. They all seemed to have come with the same purpose. After knowing to what extent the card's influence towards the surrounding and the strong beings in this universe had reached, Broly had only yawned slightly. He had waited a day until the meteor was finally visible to the naked eye, and as expected, Pear was secretly ecstatic. "I think they are coming for us. What should we do?" Pear asked as he looked at the meteor with a shocked expression. Broly inwardly rolled his eyes before responding, "I will take care of it, don't worry." He then stepped forward and transformed into his first legendary state. For dramatic purposes, Broly let the ground crack beneath his feet, and the storm of ki almost carried Pear away. Pear positioned himself slightly behind Broly as if he was waiting for something. Broly felt the intense and greedy stare on his back. In fact, he could see it clear as day as he was still observing Pear's every movement with utmost caution. Although the card was such a disappointment, maybe he still got an ace up his sleeve. Who knows how strong this golden finger of his was? Until he was dead, Broly wouldn't relax. On the other meteor, the weakest emperors didn't dare to make any sounds as they listened to the conversation of the strongest among them. They were currently talking about the two figures they were seeing on the red meteor of their target. After finally seeing the meteor, they had prepared themselves for battle. However, instead of the giant ape, the so-called god of death, that was supposed to be mediating on this flying rock, two figures could be seen, looking in their direction. After observing them for a while, they noticed that one of them had a tail around his waist, wearing it like a belt. The other one was wearing a large sash, so they couldn't confirm it, but seeing them together raised suspicion that they were at least working together. They quickly connected the dots and assumed that the giant ape had to be a transformation of one of these two. Although they couldn't confirm anything, who would dare to question this group, even if they made a mistake? In their eyes, those two were already as good as dead. As they were waiting for the meteor to close in, they saw a tiny green light appear, heading towards them. "Are they attacking us?" After the words were spoken, the surroundings fell into silence. After a second, they all started laughing at the attack that was shot at them from such a long distance away. The strongest of them remained silent, but still had a sneer on their face. Even their attacks would lose considerable amount of power with that much distance. Is that light getting larger? Of course, it is getting larger. It is coming closer. So dash. The words that this emperor wanted to say was stuck in his throat. The laughter on this meteor quieted down shortly afterwards as well. The light wasn't only gradually getting larger. With every 2 seconds, the light tripled in size. Even after reaching a planetary scale, it continued to grow. They finally recognized the light as a giant energy sphere that would explode the moment the creator decided it to happen. They also felt a pull on their body towards the energy sphere. The weakest emperor was suddenly slowly levitating towards the energy sphere. No, he was being pulled towards the sphere, and although he was struggling to get away, the pull just kept getting stronger every second. Fuck. A being whose strength exceeded that of a true emperor suddenly jumped behind the meteor they were standing on and fired a ki wave at it, pushing it towards the green sphere. He knew that they had already wasted their shot at escaping and could only hope to resist. Seeing one of them jump away, pulled them out of their daze, and without exception they each followed suit and released their strongest attacks. Colorful lights filled the usual bleak, empty space as they pushed a giant meteor towards a green sun. It didn't take long until the meteor crashed into the green sun, but instead of a terrifying explosion, the sun just enveloped the meteor as if it was devouring it whole. The faces of these powerhouses instantly went pale as they saw the sphere heading their way. The one that had won didn't hesitate anymore and pulled out their life-saving trump cards that would boost their capabilities or was able to influence the space around it. Some were able to pull themselves away and escape. The survivors could be counted on one hand. The others were hopeless in front of this feat of power as they were either stuck in place or fell into the green sun. With a grand explosion that destroyed everything in its area of influence, the group was annihilated in a single instance. The ones that survived would never appear on the universal stage as they hid away in the deepest parts of the universe, fearing for the pursuit of the god of death. As Broly was supplying an energy sphere with power, Pear positioned himself behind Broly. His vicious smile and his greedy eyes were revealed to the world as he activated the blood-red card. The card appeared next to the luck card, and with a flash of blood-red light headed straight for Broly's head. This is a soul attack? Broly didn't turn around as his soul enveloped his whole body in an instant. He struck behind him without turning around, smashing the blood-red light into pieces. Pear's face froze as he looked at the twinkling lights. The lights didn't fall to the ground, but instead hovered in the air. Why is? Pear's thoughts were in a disarray. He couldn't understand what just happened. The system had never failed in its functions. He just couldn't connect the word failure with this system of his. Broly finally turned around as there was no need to supply the sphere with more energy. Was that what you were hoping for? Broly observed the red lights. Since it was destroyed and the energy leaked out, Broly could tell with a glance what this light was supposed to do. Steal my life force to power yours? This so-called bloodline purification was just a way to raise the quality of one's life force and open the seal of the Saiyan curse just a tad bit more. Broly was also directly able to tell the limitations of this power. The life force had to be similar to one's own life force, otherwise the differences would be too high to absorb and integrate it. If Broly was correct, Pear would probably need several thousand Saiyans, or someone like Kale to raise the strength of his life force significantly. Although your powers are somewhat disappointing, you are still great research material. I really want to see what is going on in your head. Broly waved his arm and a giant sword appeared in his hand. Hearing Broly's words and seeing the sword pointed at him, Pear finally came out of his shock. Without waiting for anything to happen, he activated another card that had the word escape carved into it. A blue light enveloped his whole body. The next time I see you, Broly, I will absorb every bit of your bloodline. I will surpass you and make you kneel before me. Should have killed me immediately, now your doom is already certain. Pear said with a distorted expression. He was angry. After all, he had wasted 2 epic class cards. PFFF. Ha ha. Broly couldn't stifle his laughter and broke out into laughter. Pear wanted to curse at the laughing Broly, but his expression changed as he noticed that, although his body was enveloped in the blue light, he wasn't moving at all. Yeah, I already sealed this place. You are getting nowhere. Broly smiled mockingly at the pale Pear. Chapter 194, Transmigrator. Pear's thoughts were racing through his mind. He didn't know what to do. How could he get away if the place was really sealed like Broly said? Wasn't he only a mouse trapped, ready to be experimented on by Broly? Pear gritted his teeth and activated several other cards. Broly, of course, noticed the energy waves Pear's soul was suddenly emitting. Pear's muscles slightly expanded in size, and his ki rose tremendously until his ki started glowing in a golden hue. His hair turned golden as well, and his eyes changed to a green-bluish color. The power was literally gushing out of him. One didn't need to be able to sense ki to feel the changes this increase of power had on Pear. Broly could feel how some sort of power was burning up at an alarming rate. Pear would probably only have 2 minutes until his body couldn't shoulder the strain of this power anymore. The moment his transformation was complete, Pear started running towards Broly like a madman. Broly raised an eyebrow as he looked on as Pear was heading towards him. Pear directly punched towards Broly's head, who evaded it by simply tilting it slightly. Pear didn't stop as he started punching out madly, trying to hit Broly's face, but the difference in power was too great. Currently Broly was in his strongest form. He could even fight god-tier level beings. How much of a trouble could a peak emperor give him? Even after boosting his capabilities to its body's limits, he was still no match to him. Maybe he would give Broly some trouble if he was only an ascended legendary Super Saiyan, but Broly wouldn't degrade to that form. He was still waiting for Pear to use up all his trump cards. He wanted to see to what extent this golden finger could help Pear. Broly easily evaded all the attacks of him. He didn't even need to step backwards. Seeing this, Pear decided to tackle him, but Broly just jumped over his head and then looked on as Pear lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. As they were fighting, Broly's face turned into a questioning expression. Every time Pear's kicks or punches missed, His fighting rhythm would be interrupted, and he needed some time to reorganize himself. It was like Pear wasn't used to missing his attacks. Broly scratched his cheek as he didn't know if he was imagining things. 2 minutes were almost wrapped up. Seeing that his attacks didn't do jack shit, Pear turned around and tried to flee. Broly didn't bother to follow as he looked at Pear, who was running full sprint towards his invisible barrier. Without stopping, and in a full sprint, Pear collided with an invisible wall, which directly cracked his skull. With a bang, Pear fell on his back dizzily. Blood was dripping down his face as the world around him seemed to spin, and it actually was. Broly was spinning him around in the air until the 2 minutes were up. Broly healed Pear's head, so he wouldn't die, then waited for a few minutes until Pear realized what just happened. With a horrified expression, he turned towards Broly and wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, Broly broke both of his legs and sealed his ki. Pear's agonizing scream filled the silent surroundings. Broly couldn't help but frown as he listened to the wails of this young reincarnator. He didn't break his legs to inflict pain, but just to make his escape more difficult. Of course, with that system of his, he would probably have more than one possibility to escape, but nevertheless, it would at least hinder him somewhat. Pear suppressed his crying as he cautiously touched his legs with trembling hands before he retracted his hands and cried for his mommy again. He didn't even hear Broly calling him. It was like he didn't even care for his life as he was too occupied with the pain. Hey. Fuck this. Broly shot a finger beam towards Pear's inner thigh. It burned through the flesh like it was nothing. The pain made Pear want to cry out again, but he was fiercely slapped in the face. His mind became dizzy again, but he could feel and taste the blood accumulating in his mouth. He spat it out, and with it some fragments of teeth came out. He now heard Broly call his name. He tried his best to suppress the pain. He realized if he wanted to survive, he had to listen to whatever Broly was saying. How old are you? Pear didn't question why he would ask something so trivial. He struggled to open his mouth, but because of the blood and pain, nothing understandable could be heard. Broly frowned as he listened to the mumbling. He just raised his hand and started to use magic to heal the shallow cuts in Pear's mouth, so he would be able to speak again. After a few seconds, Pear's wounds somewhat healed. I am 17. Pear's words finally could be understood. 17? When did you learn to fight? The tears started to well up in his eyes once more, but Broly didn't have any of it. He raised his hand and wanted to slap him with the back of his hand. Seeing this, Pear quickly answered, when I came to this universe, about 8 months. Broly touched his chin as he nodded slightly. 8 months of fighting experience. Through his golden finger, he was probably stronger than the ones around him. No need for in-depth martial knowledge. Wait, when he came here, he isn't a reincarnator but a transmigrator? How and where did you come from? I used to live on Earth. I died. I was hit by a truck. A god greeted me and fulfilled 3 wishes for me. Pear told his story on how he was bullied and had no friends or something. Broly didn't really care about that boy's life story as a loner. The story part that had intrigued him was about the god. However, the description was blurry and vague. Why did a god grant you wishes? Broly was genuinely confused as he listened to the description of that god. Because he said that he killed me by accident and felt bad. So? Broly's expression clearly conveyed that he thought that Pear was trying to bullshit him. Although Broly himself did reincarnate, he had no clue why and how that happened. Pear's story was just too unbelievable. Why the fuck would a god give a shit for accidentally killing you? Doesn't he have better things to do than to appease to one's soul? And didn't you say you were hit by a truck? Did that god accidentally place that truck there and accidentally arranged it the way, so the driver wasn't able to react in time? Besides, wouldn't it be much easier to just revive you again in your universe? Why would he feel the need to comply with your wishes and bring you to a completely different universe? After all, it seems like he only cares that he made a mistake, not that he killed you, and not about you as a person. I don't know. Pear was at complete loss of words at Broly's little rant. Broly, I am truly sorry. I didn't mean anything I said when I was trying to escape. I was only frustrated, I swear. I just miss my home and my lonely mother. I wanted to gain power as quick as possible to get back. Broly constantly nodded while Pear was speaking. Yeah, right. Don't worry, these unanswered questions about this god of yours will be answered by me. But to do that, I need you. I will start with your body. Don't want it to fall to dust or something after I started with your soul. This will be tremendously more painful than some broken bones, but I believe in my healing abilities. I don't care about that god, please. I don't want to die. Broly looked at the pale and terrified expression of Pear. Nothing personal, kid. Well, actually it is, but yeah, you have some tough luck, and don't worry, you still have some days left. Broly raised his sword and started guiding it as if it was a scalpel. Chapter 195, The System. It seems like your body is... Broly paused slightly as he looked into the open ribcage in front of him with squinted eyes. Just a normal Saiyans body. No anomalies about the organs, veins, or any other part of your physical self, so it has to come from your soul. Of course, your life force is qualitatively on a higher level than normal Saiyans, which strengthens your body as a whole, but you don't have any mutations to speak of. It seems the sole reason your strength rivals a peak emperor's is because of the absorbed life force. Broly then proceeded to take out some organs to have a better look at the navel area. The quality of your ki is subpar compared to your life force, which is the reason you couldn't turn Super Saiyan naturally. Obviously, now that you are crippled, you won't ever turn Super Saiyan, which you probably already knew when you activated those cards. Broly then looked at Pear's face. The tears on his face had already dried up. His eyes were dim like a man who already lost hope and just wished for the salvation called death. Not that you not being able to turn Super Saiyan matters anymore. You will die soon anyway. Broly paused before pointing his sword at Pear's head. The sword started glowing slightly before Broly began moving towards Pear's scalp. This is going to hurt much more than what you have experienced until now. For the first time since Broly spoke, Pear's eyes flickered, listening to what he was saying. Despair, fear, and regret had already filled his mind. He just wanted to die, but he couldn't even say that with his damaged body. The screams that had already died down after the initial start of the examination once again returned to fill the surroundings, this time as a mumble. The barrier that had been put over his soul was easily cut by the first sword. As soon as a small slit appeared on the barrier, something seemed to squirm inside. It looks like if he just opened it, his soul would directly try to flee. So instead he put a barrier of his own into the open spot and slowly fused it with the already existing barrier, to make the soul think that its barrier was still standing. He cut away more of the barrier and replaced it with his own. After a while, when he replaced the barrier of the soul, Broly didn't see the soul in its usual form as a ball of light or the rare cases of strong souls that mimic the physical appearance. No, it was a ball of light indeed, but attached to the top of the soul was a red-black clump of meat which had something like blood veins extending out of it and wriggling through the ball of light. Impulses of light were moving from the soul through the veins towards the meat clump. Broly could feel the flow of energy and immediately recognized it for what it was, a parasite. This thing was absorbing the energy that the soul was producing and had access to, like his ki and life force. It wasn't taking a lot, just enough to condition the soul to be in a constantly weakened state and the changes in his body to be unnoticeable. The disgusted feeling that he had from Pear was now intensified after this thing was revealed. Now he knew that it was just a natural reaction from his soul towards such a parasite. His soul was clearly trying to stay away from it. Of course, this feeling wouldn't make him turn away, not after he was done with his experiments, at least. Broly skillfully wielded his sword as he stabbed and cut at his subject. He was quickly able to identify its nature. Without a host, this parasite would immediately wither away and die. At least the parts he had cut out of Pear's soul. It was really difficult to not damage Pear's soul too much, but he couldn't help it as the parasite was deeply intertwined with it. The source of Pear's power was also discerned after a few tests. It was using a part of Pear's soul, life force, and ki to create powerful and strange effects. Broly knew that it was barely wasting any energy, but the effect it was creating through this tiny amount of energy was unproportionally great. He didn't know how it was doing it as it was processed inside the parasite. If I know how it is using it, then my powers would get even more powerful, and since I am not sharing it with another creature, I would have a lot of energy to work with. I need to dissect it. Unfortunately, he couldn't penetrate the membrane of this parasite with his vision of truth, and he couldn't just replace the membrane of this living being like he did with that barrier. Instead, he needed to open it and observe the conversion to understand it. But how could he cut it open with it not noticing it? It would probably just escape at the first moment of notice. He had thought of the Dragon Balls of Namek, but after a few tests, he noticed that it could even absorb external energies like his magic. If the power of the Dragon Balls fell on it, would it be able to absorb it? If it did, he wouldn't know what effect it had on the parasite, but he was sure that he would be majorly screwed. The only option Broly could think of was to use soul attacks to momentarily knock it out, but he couldn't tell if it could absorb this too. Something made him extraordinarily nervous to use his soul on it. Previously, he had just enveloped his body and fused his soul with it to destroy the attack that was coming at him, but if he used his raw soul power to attack it directly, who knew if it could absorb it? Since he was absorbing Pear's soul, it was likely that it could, but Broly's attack couldn't compare to voluntarily providing it with energy, now could it? He hesitated shortly before making up his mind. He fused his soul with his body to prevent providing the parasite with a target. He extended his finger, and a small beam of soul power shot out. It penetrated the barrier and directly landed on the parasite. The moment his attack landed on the parasite, it vanished. Broly's eyes couldn't hide the shock that he was feeling. His heartbeat accelerated and was loudly thumping in his chest. He was alert to the fullest. Nothing of God-tier level speeds could escape his vision, especially with his vision of truth compressed to a few meters as he did just now. With all this, he still didn't know where this parasite went. Suddenly, he saw something wriggle at the bottom of his eyes. From the finger he had shot his soul attack was a much smaller version of the parasite that was trying to get into his body. His entire body was fused with his soul, but just the spot from where his attack came from had used a bit of soul strength to turn into an attack. This tiny spot of vulnerably was used by this parasite. If it could even be called a vulnerable spot, it was a spot from where a deadly beam came out. After all, it has been a long time since Broly could feel the cold sweat on his back. Unfortunately for the parasite, the sword in his other hand was glowing slightly. Broly could see the thread of light that was coming from the sword through his veins towards his finger. Suddenly his surroundings changed, and Zeno appeared just in front of him. He talked to Broly about something of great power. Broly listened and his breath steadied and his heartbeat calmed down. His expression directly turned fierce as he swung his sword with all his might and cut the parasite in two. No illusion could cloud his vision. Seeing the parasite split in half didn't satisfy him, as he could see it still struggling towards him. It had just lost its host. Now it needed another one, and it couldn't get out of the barrier that Broly had set up with his sword. The only option for it was Broly. Broly madly swung his sword and cut the parasite in hundreds of pieces. Only after it withered away did Broly relax slightly. He extended his vision again and looked everywhere if he had missed something, but nothing had remained of it after it had withered away. He was fortunate that the parasite only had a speed advantage and was otherwise incomparably weak, which was probably reason why it had used such a weak host. This god that Pear had seen was probably another illusion of the parasite to make Pear's soul more comfortable with its presence or distract the soul like it tried with Broly just now. Broly looked at Pear's corpse and saw the soul's energy disperse into raw potential. It couldn't sustain itself anymore without its body and the numerous holes the parasite had left it with. With a wave of his hand, Broly obliterated the body and then filled the sealed space with the power of his sword, destroying everything it touched. Afterwards, he jumped of the meteor and pulverized the meteor with another attack. This experience had left him with a bad aftertaste. He had wasted so much time without getting anything in return. The only thing this did was make Broly more sensitive towards these parasites. Even with a barrier to hide it, now he would recognize its kind instantly. Chapter 196, Perfect Form. Broly was already looking at planet Namek, but he didn't land just yet. He just saw a giant dragon disperse in the air and knew that it would take a while before he could figure out the location of Compass Planet. Besides, after all this time, he was almost done completing his very own unique Super Saiyan transformation. A transformation with the low consumption of a normal Super Saiyan and the explosive power of a Super Saiyan 3. He was very close, which was why he found himself a moon that was revolving around Namek and started to train again. With the compression of his body, he gained a lot of strength, so much that he exceeded the strength of his third legendary state by far, but he had realized the flaw of it. He was using the same method to gain strength like the third legendary state by using all the potential of the body. He could maintain this peak of strength longer now as he didn't waste any energy through his hair. However, with every move he made, he would use up energy and run out eventually. Obviously, he could just stand still and not do anything, but what use would that be? He needed to be able to use his full strength and still not run out of energy. The reason that he was able to maintain the first legendary state indefinitely was because his regeneration of his ki was as high as the consumption of it, if not higher. So how else would he fix that problem other than by increasing the amount of energy he could generate? It was a natural ability, and like his body, it had room to grow. All the years prior, he tried to suppress it as much as he could as his body couldn't keep up, but now his body could handle it. His control exceeded his past self by a long run, and the remnant souls in his body except his own was zero. Of course, it would be too wasteful to just strengthen his ki core and just disperse the gained ki. He used every bit and forced it into his SLs to deepen the amount they could store. Then his attacks with more energy wouldn't just increase one by one with the supplied energy. The destructive power he would gain would exponentially grow with every bit of energy added to the attacks. Days, weeks, months passed. Broly's frown has gotten deeper and his body covered in more sweat than ever before. However, the fluctuations around him weren't violent as they used to be. It was eerily calm and silent. The surface of the moon was already completely smoothened by his energy. It looked like a perfect man-made sphere. The moon used to be 100 times larger, but after Broly's tempering, it was not only a lot smaller, it was indestructible to most being in the universe. Broly's green glowing hair was twisting upwards due to his ki, but there were no lightning arcs, no pressure or aura. He was like a statue hovering suspended above a perfect smooth moon revolving around a green planet. Now after 3 months, he once again opened his eyes. His eyes weren't the same as before. They seemed unusually deep and powerful, like he was filled with unlimited raw energy, and every glare would surely be as powerful than some beings' attacks. He was currently sitting on the dark side of the moon, and the only thing one could see of him were his green eyes that seemed to glow as he looked into the deep space. Slowly putting his feet down on the ground, He clenched his fists and felt the power that he had cultivated for the past 3 months. He controlled 100% of his physical stamina and ki, like he does in his third form, but by compressing this power to his normal height, he made this form 5 times stronger than the 3,200 multiplier of his third transformation. Now, after strengthening the SLs and his ki core, he was able to generate enough power to maintain it indefinitely. It was a transformation only usable due to his natural ridiculous ability to regenerate ki and his perfect control. This was truly a perfect transformation. The perfect legendary Super Saiyan. A perfect legend. A transformation that multiplies his base by 16,000 indefinitely. Although no one could see his face except for his eyes, he was currently grinning stupidly as he felt the energy inside him. He couldn't help but feel invincible, even though he knew that this wasn't even close to being true. His hands were shaking from anticipation as he hesitated if he should go for it already. He had aimed at it for a long time. It wasn't something he would give up on, and now he could finally tackle it. He went around to look at planet Namek. He quickly scoured through the planet, but he could only find the Dragon Balls still in their stone form. He concluded that he still had time. At worst, he would need to wait another month and a few days, making it the same amount of time that would be needed to recover the Dragon Balls on Namek in his universe. It would fit with the orbit of the planet. He returned to the spot where he had been hovering over for the last 3 months. Now standing still, he took some deep breaths before throwing away his sash to the side, revealing his brown tail. He let it loose and relaxed the muscles in it. Suddenly, at the bottom of his feet rose up a circling green flame-like ki that brought a destructive energy with it. At the same time, his breathing got deeper and his heartbeat got louder as if it was trying to jump out of his chest. His muscles expanded as if they were being pumped with unlimited blood and strength. His veins were bulging, and his muscles were tense. The strain on his body was immense but nothing new. Fangs appeared in his mouth and his eyes turned red. A deep roar of a beast was coming out of his throat as the energy was getting wilder. His body was being automatically lifted of the ground with the enormous power that came with it. A pillar of energy pierced into the empty space as Broly was getting bigger and bigger. His mouth had transformed into a snout and fur covered his body. He transformed into an Oozuru. After transforming into a great ape, the green energy had enveloped his body completely. He had already trained this transformation until this point and was very familiar with it. This time he would go Super Saiyan Ape and then onwards to Super Saiyan 4. Just as he was about to transform, he remembered something and looked back at planet Namek. He had never considered failure, but now so close to his goal, he pondered again. If he indeed lost control, wouldn't Namek be doomed, even if it was only for a second? How would he then find Compass Planet or have some wishing orbs for emergencies? Thinking about this, he teleported away to the solar system where he had engaged hit. Although the planets were thrown out of orbit, he quickly found one and landed on it. The climate was freezing without a sun warming it, but it didn't affect Broly at all. Broly concentrated and waited until he was in peak condition once again. Still in his ape form, he was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He didn't wait any longer, and with a deep shout that shook the planet, his fur turned greenish gold. His strength rose tremendously, and the ground directly cracked and gave in beneath his feet. He almost lost balance since the ground was cracking open, but with a quick jump he stabilized himself in the air. AHM? Well, that was easy. Why? Why am I still an Oozuru? Broly questioned with his deep beast-like voice. He expected to lose control after transforming into a golden ape and struggle to resurface with his consciousness, but now he was perfectly fine from the start. He analyzed his condition and found everything to be satisfactorily. In fact, he was 10 times stronger than his third legendary state and twice as strong as his perfect legend state. Of course, he was not comparably fast, but considering his size, that was to be expected. He then prepared himself to make the next step and tried to compress his giant ape form to his normal size. Closing his eyes and steadying his breath was all he needed as a preparation. Afterwards, he tried to compress the large amount of power until he was only 2.2 meters tall. Well, that was what he planned to do, but his powers weren't willing to be compressed at all. He could feel that he could cancel his transformation, but he couldn't go further. The only thing that he could remember from GT was that Goku transformed after seeing Pan and regaining his consciousness, but he already is conscious. He thought he could turn Super Saiyan 4 now, but he couldn't. Now what? Chapter 197. Repulsion. Not knowing what to do, Broly decided to sit down cross-legged and dive deeper into his body and observe the reason why he can't compress the energy. He kind of expected some problems, otherwise he wouldn't have removed himself from the near periphery of Namek, but now he had to figure out what was wrong before he could proceed. Since his body was several times larger than his base, it would take more time to sense every change and bits of energy. Through the rough first analyzation, he didn't find anything wrong. Now he would examine his body in precise detail. With this, some days has passed before he figured out what was wrong. After coming to the realization, he only slapped his own forehead. He already knew how to achieve Super Saiyan 4. It was to fuse his Super Saiyan with his Oozaru powers. Usually, he would transform into a Super Saiyan and then use his Oozaru powers in the form of Ikari to stack them on top of each other. Now he had transformed into an Oozaru and then stacked Super Saiyan on top of it. Obviously, this wouldn't give him the form he wanted. From what he had seen in the series was that Goku had first transformed into an Oozaru and then Super Saiyan. Afterwards, he somehow was able to combine them and achieve that form. He had to have forced these two powers together. Afterwards, he had probably used them together right from the start, which is probably a level higher on the difficulty scale. So instead of compressing the energy, he had to fuse them. Broly tried to discern these two powers. It took him a few more days until he finally had a vague grasp on the two powers that were slumbering deep inside. With his control over Ki and over his body, he guided these two powers into each other. They were repelling each other, and a tremendous amount of pain followed with every step he went by forcing them together. It was like forcing two magnets of the same polarity together, just that these magnets were able to destroy planets with ease. He concentrated so hard that he was once again covered in sweat. He was straining his muscles so hard that some blood started leaking out of his closed eyes and ears. The more sensitive muscles in his body started tearing apart due to his extreme effort to combine these powers, and it showed effects. Indeed, his giant Oozaru form showed signs of shrinking. However, already at the start of the transformation, Broly lost the control of one of the powers, and it was practically flung out of his grasp. The two powers immediately shot out and rampaged in his body, triggering the remaining energy as well. He instantly reverted back to his base form and spat out a mouth full of blood. He could feel several ruptures inside him. His organs were in a bad state, and his whole body gave him the illusion of trembling. He couldn't control his ki at all in the moment. Even worse was the fact that he couldn't even hold up the technique that he was using to be able to survive in space, and he was currently on a planet without an atmosphere. It didn't take much energy to keep that technique going, and to Broly it was almost as natural to use as walking, but now he was in a state where he couldn't even get up. It was like he was completely drunk without being able to function even in the most basic way. His head started to feel dizzier as the lack of oxygen was getting to him. He tried to move, but all his muscles were on the verge of tearing apart, but he knew that he had to do something. Without bothering to move, he started to use his telekinetic abilities to guide a healing capsule into his mouth. The energy of it directly started healing the wounds that were being caused, but it wasn't able to calm down the energy inside. Broly again threw another healing capsule and felt relieved seeing the energy lose momentum. Now he was able to use his Magi and Life Force to supply his body with the basic energy it needed to function, while also calming down the rampaging energy. He wasn't in a life-threatening state anymore. After another 3 healing capsules, he was able to force his energy to calm down completely and heal his body considerably. He laid down on the cold ground and started thinking about the failed transformation. He couldn't help but smile. The repulsion that the two energies were producing increased as they got closer to each other. Through the repulsion, he got some insight on how much power he would gain. The moment he goes Super Saiyan 4, he would be officially a god-tier level even without his soul. He also now knew what one needed to have to achieve that form. An absolute control over one's energy and body, consciousness, an extraordinary firm will, and a strong body that could actually sustain the process of transformation. Since his energy was far more violent than Goku's, he needed an even better control than him, which would be incredibly hard to achieve. Normal ki control training wouldn't cut it, but didn't he just find out the perfect ki training? What was a better way to train to achieve a transformation, other by trying it over and over again? He didn't need to forcefully proceed the transformation, but could stabilize it in that extreme state until he was comfortable to fuse it further. He would take step after step until he could handle all the energy with its repulsion. After he was done, his control would even exceed that of Goku's after he achieved Super Saiyan 4 or the full power version of it. Although he knew how to proceed, he was already recovering on this planet for over a week, and it would be soon time to state his wish. He didn't proceed his training and teleported back to the moon that revolved around Namek. When he arrived, he saw several spaceships landing on the planet. In fact, there were already several stationed on the ground. Does someone covet my wish? Broly frowned. He already waited for several months to lend the Dragon Balls, and now some people were landing on Namek. He didn't think that anyone knew of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Maybe they were after something else, but what if they accidentally killed the creator? Without thinking further, he directly flew towards the densest crowd on that planet. He was able to see that several Namekians were cornered in one area, while some were lying dead on the ground, which looked like the warriors amongst them. It seemed even they weren't capable of fending these soldiers off. HM? They again? Broly recognized a symbol on one of the devices that one soldier was holding. It was the Universal Intelligence symbol. Suddenly that device was destroyed, and the soldier was then scolded by his commander. It seemed like that idiot brought some company property with him on an undercover mission. Broly was astonished to see such an idiot in an obviously elite team. The Universal Intelligence probably heard of the Namekian's Dragon Balls and wanted to use them to find the Super Dragon Ball that Broly had hid. He had also thought of that method of using the wish to directly find the Super Dragon Balls, but there was a reason why Broly suspected that it wouldn't work. He himself was able to extract himself from the normal Dragon Ball's influence. If he wanted to, he could use magic to hide himself completely. Of course, the dragon could see in the past and determine his position before he hid himself, and if he could do that, the creator could as well. If the creator, Zalama, didn't want the probably most powerful objects in the multiverse to be found easily, he would have some countermeasures. This once again showed the brilliance of Bulma, who was able to determine the locations through technology, something even the greatest magicians and the gods of destruction wouldn't necessarily be able to. All said and done, he would still try that wish himself, otherwise he would just go to Kampa's planet. Chapter 198. Unknown Hero. HM? Who is that? Another one from the headquarters? Never seen that one before. Someone with such gaudy clothes is probably pretty high-ranked. These two soldiers looked at each other and came to a silent agreement. That man was walking towards their formation as if he was owning the place and was surely a high-ranked person, but rules were rules. Although he looked like someone they couldn't offend, they couldn't just let anyone walk in. One of them approached the man with the vibrant red sash and the golden ornaments and spoke in an amiable tone. "Sir, can I see your ID dash?" Before he could finish his question, his body fell forwards as he collapsed to the ground. What the F-ug? His colleague couldn't react before he too died without knowing what had hit him. Everyone below a certain threshold of strength started collapsing as this man walked past. It was as if the Grim Reaper was harvesting their souls, dying without any external wounds. The three strongest and highest-ranked beings were currently threatening the Namekians to reveal their Dragon Balls, or they would all die without exception. The elders were shielding the kids behind them as they were trying to buy time for one of their soldiers to get support from the soldiers in the other villages. However, they didn't know that the other villages were also being attacked and couldn't send support. The Namekians watched the soldiers in horror until a tall, muscular alien came along from behind. They saw how the soldiers were just collapsing to the ground as he walked past them. It was like he was the bringer of death. The three only sneered as they looked at the pale and shocked expression of these Namekians. They thought their threats finally showed effects, but after some time, they noticed that their eyes were fixed to something behind them. Why were they staring at the lower-ranked soldiers? They couldn't help but turn around. The sneer that was still lingering on their face changed drastically after seeing what had happened behind their back. Without exception, all their subordinates had died without them noticing. Only a single man they haven't seen before remained. "You. What did you do? Who do you think you are?" The short-tempered one from this trio started shouting at the newcomer. The other two, however, started to take some step backwards as they thought the same thing. If you want to seek death, then do it by yourself. How could that newcomer be someone they could contend against? He had killed every soldier without giving himself away. It was clear that this man's power had far exceeded the strength of the whole squad they had brought to this planet. They both started retreating slightly, wanting to wait until the short-tempered one in their ranks started to engage that being before escaping themselves. Although they were colleagues for a few years already and could be regarded as friends, in the face of death it was each to their own. They wouldn't hesitate to give a push if that meant to save their own skin. While the two thought of their retreat, the one with the short fuse was almost exploding with rage. He started to take a step forwards, but instead of walking, he stumbled forwards before his face collided with the ground as he limply collapsed. The other two's eyes widened in shock. They couldn't believe what just happened. The colleague on the ground wasn't far in terms of strength. In fact, he was stronger than the other two, which was also the reason why he was still alive despite being an idiot. They didn't want to wait anymore and stomped the ground as their bodies shot into the sky before they fell again like a dead bird. Without stopping, they crashed into the ground. The Namekians didn't know if they should be happy or fearful. Although he had saved them just now, they didn't know if he was to reveal himself as an even more powerful enemy. They couldn't think of a way to beat him as they thought that even the strongest soldiers on this planet wouldn't put as much as a scratch on that man. Wouldn't they just collapse like these soldiers? As they were wavering between being happy and fearing for their lives, a deep voice, which carried an unbelievable pressure with it, started coming out of that man's mouth. They were almost overwhelmed by his voice that they didn't register what he had said. After snapping out of their daze, they finally understood what he had said. "After I got rid of these pests for you, I will make a wish with your Dragon Balls." There was no room for negotiations, and they couldn't do anything besides nodding to his exclamation. They knew that it wasn't a request. He was just stating a fact, and who on this planet could stop him? The Namekians had a special ability to discern the nature of a person through their ki, but this man didn't exude any energy. At least, they couldn't sense it. After saying his words, his body vanished. They didn't know where he went, but they were sure that he was currently purging this planet from these invaders. They started breathing more lightly as they thought that they had evaded their extinction. Some sat down and wanted to rest, but before they could do so, the man once again appeared. 6 Dragon Balls that were still stone were hovering behind him as if they were being carried by invisible hands. Did he already kill them? They couldn't help but doubt this train of thought. How could any being in this universe be that strong? But here he was carrying the Dragon Balls from the other villages with him. Bring your Dragon Ball and place it here, he said as he arranged the Dragon Balls on the ground. What is your dragon called? He asked after seeing the last Dragon Ball being added to the bunch. He is called Orochi, but you can't summon it. I will translate. One of the elders that seemed to be their leader answered the man's question, and before he could finish what he wanted to say, the man spoke out.
Come fort, Orochi.
And grant us our wishes. The man spoke out in the tongue of the Namekians, which surprised everyone present. In the distance, several injured Namekian soldiers could be seen heading their way. This relieved them, but they knew that was just a false sense of security. The man spoke out his wish. I want to know where the Super Dragon Balls are. Super Dragon Balls? What are those, and why would he wish for their location if he already spoke to the Divine Dragon? The kids couldn't understand this as they weren't exactly aware of the abilities of the Dragon Balls, but for those that did, it was a revelation that didn't surprise them at all. This being had to wish for something that was out of the reach of Orochi and needed a more powerful dragon to fulfill his wishes. Considering that man's power, they were sure that his wish wasn't easily being fulfilled. Thy wish is impossible for me to fulfill, it. Then tell me the location of the god of destruction's planet. The man interrupted the dragon and directly changed his wish. The dragon hesitated for a while, as if he was contemplating if he should give out the location or not. After a short while, the dragon shot a beam at the man's head and stated that his wish had been fulfilled. Afterwards, the man disappeared without saying anything else to them. Seeing Orochi still waiting, they stated their wish before he disappeared in the sky. Their dead kin started to get up from the ground fully healed and well. They didn't know who had saved them, but they were deeply grateful. Although he didn't even ask for the Dragon Balls, with his strength he could have just taken them anyway and leave them with nothing, or even worse, kill them because they were bothering him. After he got rid of the invaders, he disappeared without claiming the other two wishes. The Namekians present were ashamed that they haven't even thanked him once. Broly teleported near the planet of the god of destruction before he landed on a planet in a near solar system. Kappa's planet was in another dimension, and it would take a while before he could enter without causing a commotion. He observed the space around him for a while. Chapter 199. Change of Plan. Broly's vision of truth pierced through the layers of space as he looked into the empty, seemingly endless space. It took him a while before he was actually able to see inside this dimension. He saw a very similar structure of Beerus planet, a giant purple inverted pyramid with a towering tree right in the middle of this weirdly shaped planet. There were several planets revolving around this planet. Strangely, the empty space that one suspected to be between the planets was filled with nebula, which were similar to the nebula released from the island, only less potent in masking. The nebula was colored in a red-purplish hue with a bright light coming from the top, shining onto the planets like a massive sun. It seemed like there was a sun, but Broly couldn't see anything resembling one. But he did see magic power whirling around there. He didn't know if these two planets of the two gods resembled each other because it was the same for every god of destruction, or because they were brothers. Broly ignored the beautiful scenery for now and observed Kappa's planet, trying to find any living creatures. He knew that Beerus had kept a talking fish as an oracle. Maybe Kappa had similar companions on this planet. Broly didn't want to be discovered by some random creature he didn't pay attention to. He found some animals rather quickly as the forest seemed to be rather normal. They were probably kept by Kappa to eat. This was a bit troublesome as he couldn't be sure if one of these beings were normal beings or a secretly powerful intelligence being, especially since he wasn't in the same dimension and was trying to steal a glance from outside. As he looked around, finally something obviously was being realized by Broly. The Super Dragon Balls were planet-sized, right? He was currently looking inside this dimension, but there was no trace of these gigantic Dragon Balls, which would mean they were stored somewhere else, or the universal intelligence wasn't working for the god of destruction. Didn't they collect the Super Dragon Balls for him? How else would he have gathered them all in the series? Weren't they working for Kappa? If not, this could only mean that after they had gathered the Dragon Balls, Kappa had somehow noticed them and claimed the Dragon Balls for himself. As he thought about it, it made some sense. Broly could somewhat guess what had to have happened to lead to that conclusion. They were probably discovered by the other powerhouses when they infiltrated the territory, which led to a grand war. A universal war would surely attract the attention of this universe's god of destruction. Gods of other universes would have probably intervened much earlier as their high mortal level might decrease. Broly didn't know what exactly was being measured by this, but it was obvious that they were controlling their universe more tightly than the gods of his or universe Six. This was obviously a good thing for him, as it would allow him to conquer his universe and mess around in it. Broly retracted his vision and shook his head before disappearing from the spot. Here, he couldn't find what he was looking for. It wouldn't be a good thing to get the attention of the highest god in this universe. After Broly had vanished, another figure appeared. A mortal was actually able to pry into the divine dimension? The voice couldn't hide the amusement the figure seemed to have from seeing a mortal reach for the place of the gods. The figure raised a hand to its chin and slightly tilted its head. A rather playful smile appeared on the figure's face. It will probably be several years until he wakes up. This will be good entertainment. Suddenly, several portals appeared behind the figure. After the portals appeared, humanoid figures started pouring out. They all had the same look, as they seemed to be made out of polished white marble. Their arms weren't normal either. They resembled a variety of different weapons instead. The numbers of arms a creature had were also different to the next. It was like every possible way of fighting was being brought to life by these creatures. The figure projected a build of Broly and spoke out, "Find and bring him to me." The figure didn't have to speak, but rather did it for fun. It seemed to haven't spoken to someone else for a long time. Some of the white figures suddenly became invisible, and then every one of them moved together like a swarm of bees. After the figure was the sole being on that planet, it disappeared as well. Broly had no idea that someone had sent several beings after his head, but he probably wouldn't care either if he knew. There were already several beings that wanted his head, but unfortunately for Broly, these white beings weren't comparable to what the rest of the universe had to offer. Most of the universe that knew of him already thought that he had died in the exchange with Hit. In fact, it was somewhat a big topic, as no one before was able to last that long against the legendary assassin. A reckless idea came to his mind as he pondered on how he would lure out the leader of the universal intelligence. He would have used the brother to get to the real leader, but through the memories he already knew that he had no way to make him show up through threatening the life of his brother. He would probably rather use this opportunity to take revenge on the other Saiyans. If he couldn't lure him out even with the life of his brother, what else could lure him out other than the Super Dragon Balls? That's right. He would just present the Super Dragon Ball to the whole universe and wait for them to come at him. Afterwards, he would read his mind and get the location of the other Dragon Balls. Another more cautious way would be to create another stronger Dragon Ball radar, as he still had one stored in his capsule, but that wouldn't be fun, now would it? Besides, he wouldn't just execute his plan without preparation. He still had several years to reach Super Saiyan 4, and then he wouldn't even fear Kampa. Although he wouldn't necessarily beat him, he would still be able to flee. The only one who could stop him from leaving then would be Vados, but the angles didn't move out that easily, especially as he would be a candidate to be the next god of destruction. Broly headed towards the location of the messy space where he hid the Super Dragon Balls while looking out for a near solar system to spend his time in. Suddenly, he heard a tearing sound from behind him. He didn't hesitate and enveloped his body with his soul. He dodged by quickly flying down. He couldn't see it with his naked eyes, but he sensed the arrow that was currently piercing through the empty space. He instantly noticed the target this arrow had aimed. It wouldn't have killed him, but it had precisely aimed at his shoulder to disable his arm from the get-go. He looked at the direction from where the arrow came. He directly leaned backwards as he dodged a white sword arm aiming for his other shoulder. These two attacks were coming at him seamlessly. If they had hit, he wouldn't be able to release even half of his strength. He directly flew towards the nearest barren planet from the closest solar system. Even though he could fight in space, he was still more comfortable on ground. He knew that they were following him as he had compressed his vision to a few hundred meters, so he would be able to detect them. It was astonishing to find beings that could somewhat evade his vision. He was also able to tell that they were absolute experts, who had impeccable teamwork. Their appearance was strange as they didn't seem to have sensory organs and didn't release any life force, but there were many strange beings in the universe. This wasn't even the weirdest he had seen. Maybe they weren't even living beings, but some kind of intelligent robots, who for some reason were after his head. It appeared to be that they wanted to capture him, so in theory he had some leeway, but who would rely on that interpretation of things in this situation? It could also be that they intentionally aimed for non-vital organs, since if they did, it may trigger the sixth sense of living creatures and make it more likely for their target to escape. Chapter 200, Capture. It didn't take long for Broly to arrive on the barren planet with his escort. While he was flying towards the planet, he had to be constantly on guard as they haven't ceased their attacks for a single moment. Just after he entered the planet's atmosphere, Broly squinted slightly as he saw several of these white creatures waiting for him. It seemed like they had prepared a little trap for him, but he wasn't afraid. For the first time in a battle, he started to use his unique transformation. His ki flared up in a noble green, and the powerful pressure around him dispersed all the clouds near him. His hair and eyes turned green as he headed straight for the group on the ground that were now heading to meet him. Every single one of them had a different look, as they had either spears in hands or swords, maces or axes as arms. Some looked like angels with the massive wings behind them, but Broly could see the sharp glint of these wings as it reflected the light of this solar system's star. Broly, in his perfect legendary state, coupled with his soul strength, was already in the god-tier level of power. The first creature that reached him was looking like an angel with the 6 wings on its back. As soon as Broly was in its range, it started to swing its wings at Broly. The sharp feathers attached to the wings would easily slash through his tough skin. With little movements, Broly flew past the barrage of attacks and directly reached the unprotected chest of this creature. Without holding back, Broly punched out with his green glowing fist. The creature didn't have any time to react and was squarely hit in the chest. Just as Broly was about to move to his next victim, he had to dodge another wing attack. Broly didn't think as he closed in to land another hit on its head, blasting it to smithereens. Now it had a large hole in the chest and a destroyed head, but it still moved undisturbed towards Broly. He couldn't help but create some distance and dodge to the sides as he was welcomed by several arrows from the front and from behind. He shot several key blasts at the creature before his body moved quickly out of the encirclement. A group of 10 had tried to trap him, but with his speed that was only wishful thinking on their part. While retreating, he shot several key blasts at the group that followed him, but suddenly they stopped. Broly didn't want to wait for them and started to gather his ki, but he noticed that a giant shadow was being cast above him and the group. He couldn't help but turn to the sky to look what caused the shadow. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a swarm of these creatures blocking out the sun rays. All of them looked the same with only tiny differences. Broly could even tell that there were several creatures that were invisible. Dozens of thousands of these creatures were staring at him intimidatingly. Crap? Broly spat out while having a bright smile on his face. He had noticed that the space around him was sealed, so even with his spatial abilities, he would have no way to escape this onslaught. A swarm of powerful creatures with an individual way of attacking that didn't feel any pain upon destruction. Broly couldn't help but thank his lucky star. This was truly a feast. Come on, show me what you have got. Broly shouted out as he spread out his arms. Afterwards, several hundred lightning spears, sizzling with energy, appeared behind his back. Unlimited thunder spears. The moment his words fell, the spears shot towards the swarm. A single spear pierced through several dozen creatures before it lost power. However, even with hole in their chest or heads, they appeared to be fine. Broly didn't stop as he created more and more spears as he released a relentless wave of attack, but it was incredible hard to kill one of them. His attacks were like a drop in the ocean. After being attacked, the swarm started moving towards Broly. Broly didn't cease to create more spears as he headed into the battle himself. If he took out his sword, he could eliminate the lot of them, but after he had looked at the swarm, he finally noticed that he was being watched and he knew from where it came. This time he would take a gamble. The figure, who had opened the portals and released these robots, was watching the fight through a long staff with a crystal on top of it. Impressive. His strength had almost reached that of a god of destruction. That I have never noticed the birth of such a warrior. Interesting, the feminine voice said with a slight chuckle. Vados was currently sitting at a table where several meals were prepared for her. She was eating a bit, but was mostly paying attention to the bitter fight Broly had with these near indestructible creatures. Vados was calmly watching the fight until she noticed that she had finished all the meals that were on the table. She then looked at a digital clock that she started when the fight between Broly and the robots had begun. After the fight had ended, she already finished analyzing Broly's fighting style and the several techniques that he used. She was also aware of his way of thinking when faced with a seemingly impossible task. She only nodded as she saw the efforts and thrill Broly showed. He was obviously a calm thinker as he didn't panic after seeing the swarm of robots, but he also indulged himself in the fight. Instead of fleeing and succumb to their attacks, it was obvious that he decided to face them head-on. Although it was a pointless struggle, it showed his determination and joy in fighting. She closed off the communication and waited for her minions to carry him to her. While waiting for his body to be brought to her, she decided to delve deeper into his past. She wanted to know how he got as strong as he was right now. This kind of strength that was very close to a god of destruction wasn't something that can come out of nowhere. The crystal of her staff was blinking as it tried to get information of his past, but it just kept blinking. HM? Is he a time traveler? Would explain why he came out of nowhere? She didn't delve deeper into that topic. It wasn't her task to govern and judge these time travelers. This was a job for the Supreme Kai of Time. She would only need to intervene if she witnessed the crime herself. Since she couldn't find anything about Broly, she investigated the Saiyan race for a bit instead. After a while, a few dozen of her robots came back with a bloody body in hand. She put a hand in front of her mouth and ironically spoke out, "Oh my, what happened to you?" Broly could only glare at her as every single of his body's tendons and muscles were destroyed, making any movement impossible. Suddenly a robot stabbed at his hand, piercing deeply into his flesh. It instantly recognized if any part of his body started to heal. "All right, you can leave." Vados waved her hand, and the robots disappeared in a portal. Broly fell on the ground. His whole body was arching, but he didn't dare to let his life force gush out of his soul. He didn't know if it would indicate his relation to Para, that ancient civilization. There were millions upon millions of creatures in the multiverse. Surely there were creatures that had souls similar to his, right? He decided to play it safely and simulated a normal flow of life force. "I see you are an ancient Saiyan." She pointed at his tail that was seeable through his destroyed sash. Broly didn't bother trying to reply as he was utterly exhausted after that battle. "Oh, where are my manners?" Vados pointed her staff at Broly, and a light green glow enveloped Broly. His body was healing at a visible rate, and Broly could feel the potent life force that was gushing into his cells and repairing them. After only a second of that healing glow, his body was back at its peak. In fact, he was even stronger than before, due to the Zenkai boost. He stood up and slightly bowed to Vados. "Thank you for your mercy, Lady Vados." His voice was firm and steady as if he had never feared for his life. Still, his gratitude was sincere. He didn't show a too submissive behavior towards her, even though he appeared to know who she was. He also didn't seem to be afraid of her. She couldn't help but smile at the display. "MHM, you don't have to call me a lady. I am just an attendant to Lord Kampa." Broly couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. He still nodded slightly to her reply. Chapter 161, Kulon. For the next few days, the Exausians went deeper into the forests. At one point, the flora started glowing in a blue shimmer. There were floating land pieces and all kinds of creatures. There were malicious treants that lured a group of Saiyans with their fruits and humanoid tree-like creatures that were glowing green and commanding different animals to attack the Saiyans. Fortunately, Broly and the other Super Saiyans were able to rescue the elites out of numerous difficulties, and with the elves they never ran out of water or places to stay. They could sense running water and easily find caves for them to stay the night. Usually those were homes of vicious beasts, but they were always able to defeat them. A few were unluckier and lost an arm or a leg, but no one until now died, which was a proof that their title as elites wasn't just for show. After all, almost all beings were comparable or stronger than they were. Of course, if they were stranded without a Super Saiyan as a support, they would have suffered far more casualties, especially early on before the first would be able to transform. At this point, Broly had already noticed the ones that were standing out in this group of elites. Most of them were able to become an elite because they had high power levels and high potential. Now the very best of them were coming into the limelight. Broly estimated that if they stayed here for another week or two, there would be at least 3 to 7 additional Super Saiyans. Indeed, in the near future of this 50-plus Saiyans, only 3 to 7 would transcend. The others had potential as well, otherwise they wouldn't be called elites, but Broly knew they would need a few months to develop under the right circumstances, which in retrospective of Saiyans history was impressive enough. After a week since they arrived on this island, they had headed deeper into the forest while being on constant alert of the numerous ambushes of mighty beasts. While they were walking, they suddenly heard a roar coming from a few kilometers away. Broly heard an elephant's trumpeting coming with it. Broly usually wouldn't bother with the fights among beasts, but he felt that the trumpet sound was affecting his emotions. The sound seemed to have magic imbued in it, making anyone that heard the trumpeting fearful. Might as well take a look. With that, Broly had to walk towards the battle sounds. The pressure on Broly's body hadn't lessened at all since he was on the island. If anything, it got stronger as time went on. Broly first thought it was because they had moved deeper into the island, but even through the night the pressure grew. Broly didn't take long to figure out the reason. The pressure had indeed limited his powers, but under the constant pressure his body and his energies got stronger, tougher, and more refined. It was not very different to a gravity chamber, only that it affected his ki, magic, and life force as well. Broly, of course, was happy to make that discovery. As long as his body could improve, the pressure would get stronger as well. It would make an ideal training ground. The only downside was that he couldn't increase the pressure manually to make the best out of a training session. There was also the nature of the pressure, as its main focus is suppressing Broly's power and not to put his body under stress. After walking for a while, they arrived. Broly saw a group of mammoths facing off a monstrous black dragon. The dragon was unlike Shenlong, but had more characteristics of a Western dragon. For powerful arms with intimidating claws and 2 wide wings that were creating whirlwinds with every flap. The scales on his back were forming sharp spikes, and its 2 long horns on its head made it look devilish. The dragon was spewing out a wave of purple lighting arcs that scorched the fur and instantly paralyzed several mammoths under attack. There were 8 adult mammoths protecting a few children in the middle. Beside them was a corpse of a younger dragon that had numerous holes in its side, and a corpse of a calf with biting marks was not far away. It seemed like the young dragon tried to prey on the calf but died under the attacks of the adult mammoths. Broly's intention at first was only to take a look. He didn't want to interfere, but after seeing the dragon fly freely in the air, he came to quick decision. Broly's soul enveloped his body, and he immediately vanished from the spot. The other Exausians wanted to help at first, but they were shut down by the other leaders. They understood that Broly wasn't out to kill it. Broly appeared directly in front of the dragon's face. It was shocked at the sudden appearance, but it quickly reacted and opened its jaw. Darkness filled its mouth, and Broly could feel the powerful presence of magic, but Broly was a step ahead of the dragon. He outstretched his hand, and with a key shockwave, the dragon was knocked to the ground without being able to resist. It formed a long and wide trench on the ground as the wings were still wide open. Broly followed up without giving the dragon any rest. Broly appeared above the dragon and pressed his hand onto its forehead, pressing its head into the ground. The dragon directly fainted as a result. The mammoths saw all this happen and fearfully stepped backwards. Seeing that Broly didn't move towards them, they quickly retreated into the forest. Broly didn't bother to give them a chase. He told the other Saiyans to carry the dragon. Broly started walking towards the source of the connection, while the Saiyans dragged the dragon with them. Kalan, that was the name of the dragon, and the only thing Broly could get out of its mind. A few hours later, Broly stood at the edge of a steep cliff. Broly let his eyes wander across the cliff and its edge. They were at the boundary of a humongous abyss. The abyss had a consistent, colorful fog stretching across, giving no one the chance to see the ground. In the far distant horizon, Broly saw that the trees of the forest were following the boundary in a slight curve. Broly was astonished as he couldn't see the end of this abyss. From his view, he also could see that the walls of the edge were perfectly smooth, not something nature would give birth to. Broly felt magical and spiritual energy tickling his arms after he stretched it over the edge. Broly leaned over the edge and threw down a 3-meter-wide boulder he had picked up from the side into the abyss. Everyone was quiet, they didn't even breath, so they could hear the stone's impact, but even after 20 minutes, nothing could be heard. Kalan, come here. After saying that, the black dragon nosedived through the air directly towards Broly's side. With a mighty flap, the dragon stopped near Broly and descended next to him. Broly gave him a glance and saw that he was looking fearfully into the abyss. Go down there. The dragon vehemently shook his head after hearing Broly's words. It seemed to dread whatever was down there. Broly raised an eyebrow as he looked coldly at the dragon. That wasn't something you can reject. Go down. Even the Saiyans felt chilly when Broly was speaking. The dragon was trembling heavily, but it slowly approached the edge. The dragon looked down the edge for a moment before jumping high into the air. His wings were flapping furiously, but it barely had any effect as he plummeted to the ground. Kalan quickly turned around and tried to slow himself down at the walls, but his claws couldn't pierce into the stone, and he fell into the depths of the abyss like the stone before him. Broly frowned as he watched the dragon fall through the fog. The soul connection to the dragon had dimmed severely, like a veil covering his eyes. Fortunately, it wasn't completely severed. Broly only had to wait shortly until he noticed that the dragon had stopped descending after approximately 2 minutes of falling. Broly still waited for a few dozens of minutes, but even then, the dragon didn't die. He also was kind of aware what awaited him down there. All right, we are going down, Broly said, and directly jumped off the edge and rapidly plummeted downwards. Chapter 162. Landing. Broly fell through the fog for a few seconds. Nothing but colors could be seen through the naked eyes, and since Broly's vision of truth was being blocked by it, he couldn't see anything differently than others. It took a few seconds to pass through the fog, and once he was, a huge city was laid out in front of his eyes. Numerous skyscrapers that looked like they were made out of marble filled the area. It felt like he entered a holy city in the clouds. The ground on which the foundation was built on was so distant that Broly thought he had entered the stratosphere of a planet. The skyscrapers were kilometers long. It was an unbelievable sight. Broly continued to fall through the sky and tried to memorize the structure of this piece of land. There weren't only skyscrapers, but trees that were as huge as the buildings with forests surrounding it were scattered across the area. He also saw a giant desert in the distance and large oceans. It was an enormous autonomous ecology on a planetary level only on a singular plane. One could only describe it as a flat planet. A few thousand kilometers away, he saw a large circular area that seemed to be devoid of any buildings or trees with something in the middle, but it was too far away to see. One had to know that Broly's sight was incomparable to most beings in the universe and approached the level of the impossible. He could easily notice a figure that was thousands of kilometers away with just a glance, and that was without his other senses or his vision of truth, and here he couldn't even see the end of it. Fairly, the distance seemed to be shrouded in fog as well, but it still was a testimony of the vastness of this place. Although it was far away, Broly could still feel that the connection he was feeling was coming from there. Broly looked into the sky and saw a few figures following him, but instead of the colorful fog, a blue sky with the sun could be seen stretching across behind them. Broly would have never imagined that what he was seeing wasn't a normal sky with warmth from a star, but a magical fog shrouding the whole place. That is, if he wasn't transported the moment he entered the fog. However, Broly was pretty sure that he wasn't off or somewhere else on the island, since he had felt the location of the dragon through their connection. If he hadn't thrown the dragon into the abyss, he might have really thought that he wasn't on the island anymore, but somewhere on an Earth-like planet. His powers were still being suppressed. Nothing had changed in that regard. For a few minutes, they just fell to the ground with nothing to stop them. Of course, even if they fell longer, at one point they stopped increasing in velocity, and the impact with that falling speed on a normal planet wouldn't be deadly for most Saiyans. This was especially true for the people here that were vastly stronger than the former Saiyans. But there was one thing Broly wasn't sure about. He looked at the ground and saw that it seemed to be made out of the same material that were used for the buildings around them. If the ground was the same, it would mean it was as hard as the buildings. Now falling at this speed on normal stone would cushion the fall a bit, but if they fell on something near indestructible, it would certainly be fatal. Fortunately for this group was that as long as Broly used his soul to envelop his body, he could fly. Broly and the group were quickly approaching the ground. He saw the place that the dragon landed on was halfway on the road and halfway on what seemed to be a small park. The ground in the park seemed to be normal ground, so Broly turned around. "Land in the park," Broly shouted, and then slightly tilted his body to navigate through the air to avoid the road. The park was a few kilometers long, but still small compared to the giant buildings around it. The others followed his command and headed for the park at staggering speeds. Like meteors, they all rained down on this little piece of nature in this city. The ground was instantly upheaved and broke into pieces. The ground was being pushed out of the confines of the boundaries that had separated the park from the road. Broly didn't use his soul to slow him down, as he needed his soul to be in the best shape possible. He would refrain from using it. His body, however, could be broken and then healed again. A bit of physical pain hadn't disturbed Broly for a long time. The shock that went through his body as he landed shook every corner inside and outside. After landing and calming down, he pushed off the debris and stepped outside of his crater. He looked around and saw a few unlucky ones groaning as their limbs were bent in a weird angle. Broly said that they would rest for a while before moving on again, and then went to the dragon that was whining not far from them. Broly saw that his hind legs were broken and a part of his wing was folded. Broly threw a healing capsule at his face. The dragon received Broly's intention and directly opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. His body was being healed at a visible rate. After being healed, Kulon jumped up and licked Broly's face with its gigantic tongue. Broly's face was completely drenched. He looked at the dragon that was happily watching him as if he expected praise for his brave jump. Broly didn't know if he wanted to cry or laugh at the ferocious, devilish-looking dragon that stared at him with puppy eyes. "How old are you?" Broly wondered as he looked at the childish behavior. An almost unnoticeable buzz suddenly sounded out. Broly tried to listen at it more carefully, and then a few decades. A young immature voice sounded out. This answer suddenly appeared through their connection. He was astonished, as the soul connection was basically him placing a hidden door into someone else's mind to control, read, or put thoughts or feelings into their mind. But a reversed communication shouldn't be possible. "Can you use magic?" The dragon nodded at the question and turned his head towards a building at the side. Kalon opened his mouth and breathed out a black flame that seemed to not burn but devour everything it touched. But against the building's material it showed no effect except for a small crack. Broly was flabbergasted. Did the dragon just crack this building that stood here for millions of years with a simple breath? Maybe that was why Kalon wanted to use that attack against Broly. It could even threaten Broly if he was hit by it. Broly looked at the dragon. The hidden door Broly placed into the soul of others used magic and his own soul energy. Maybe if a master of magic came into contact with it, he could manipulate it in a way to send messages. Previously, he had to will himself to read their minds, which wasn't exactly taxing, but now he could leisurely receive messages. Of course, if the dragon could just talk or communicate telepathically, it would be even better. This would be useful to communicate across the universe, but Broly doubted that everyone could use his hidden door that way. Judging according to the attacks, he suspected that the dragon had an unbelievable high affinity with magic, which helped it recognize the minuscule magic waves that the hidden door made. However, Broly wasn't concerned about the fact that the dragon had quickly found this secret door and was able to send messages. It was impossible for the dragon to have any effect on Broly's soul, as it was a one-way connection. The only thing it could do was erase the mark on its soul, but Broly was well aware of the consequences of having one's soul damaged. Broly would just erase the dragon the moment it touched it, or showed signs of wanting to remove it. Although he thought that, he was unconsciously petting its head. He watched the dragon that had its tongue out and was panting slightly. Broly felt like he was staring at a gigantic dog that was happy to see him. He even could imagine that the dragon was wagging its tail. Wait, he is wagging his tail. Broly only shook his head. He knew fair well to not easily judge someone. Time would tell if the dragon was trustworthy. Broly decided to ask it a few questions, and a young boy's voice responded eagerly. According to the description of Kalon, he and his younger brother had sneaked out of their parents' caves and hunted some animals. They encountered a young mammoth, but didn't see the group of mammoths that were strong enough to be their contenders. His younger brother was caught in surprise and killed after being charged by several adult mammoths. Seemingly, Kalon was considered a child. Broly took a closer look at the dragon, but in no way would Kalon seem like a child. It was a few tens of meters long, for fuck's sake. Chapter 163, Desert. After resting for a while, the Saiyans were ready to move out. When they were high in the air, they hadn't noticed that the buildings were completely empty. Broly first had hoped that they might find something, but it seemed like they would have to continue with empty-handed. Although the fundamental structure was slightly cracked, it looked like it would remain for millions of years to come. Without bothering to go into the hundreds of different buildings, they continued on with their journey. They had enough supplies to sustain themselves for another 2 weeks, so they wouldn't have to worry about it in the city. If they were able to fly, they would have crossed it in a few hours, but since they were bounded to the ground, it would take them a while. Fortunately, with the speed that they considered speed walking, they were swiftly crossing the city in a few days. Considering the distance towards their destination that they were able to grasp when they were falling towards the ground, it would take them at least another week if there weren't any accidents on the way. In the city, besides the trees that were manually planted, there was nothing of interest. The city was like a ghost town. It was a weird sight as there weren't any indication of a big fight that would have eradicated the population in the city. Of course, considering the toughness of the material, it would be difficult to damage it, but if something was able to eradicate a race that had such formidable defenses, it would at least need to have enough destructive power to do so, right? But then why aren't there any damages? It was more plausible that the city was abandoned, but what could have made them leave? Obviously, even if they pondered more about it, they wouldn't be able to come up with the correct answer. They could only speculate. After 3 days, they had crossed the ghost city and finally arrived the borders of it. Unlucky for them, they had to cross a desert next. As soon as they stepped into the desert, the temperature rose, and it got hotter the deeper they went into the desert. In the desert, Kulon was somewhat able to fly again. Broly rode on his back, and they quickly ascended into the sky and surveyed as much as they could. They saw what appeared to be an entrance a few hours away. Kulon suddenly mentioned that he couldn't ascend or stay in the air anymore. He was being dragged to the ground again and could only glide. Too bad. Broly had thought about using the dragon as transportation to bring them across the desert. Now that didn't seem possible anymore. It didn't make much sense as they were about the same speed if the dragon only glided. They had walked for a few hours inside the desert and arrived at a sandstone temple-like door. Kulon wasn't nearly as exhausted as the others. He said that he would sometimes bath in lava, so the temperature in the desert was nothing for him. It was, however, difficult for him to walk long distances. So, rather than walk, he would jump into the air and glided alongside them. The Exausians were happy to see the temple. They would be able to cool themselves off inside. Broly decided that they would stay for the night there as they hadn't found something similar in the near distance. With the increased temperature, their consumption of water increased, but it would be fine as long as they were able to cross the desert in a week. Broly was sure that it would be enough time to cross it as the desert didn't seem as big as the city. The S-Fighter were the first to approach the temple. From the outside, they could only see the big entrance door, and the rest was buried into the sand. With a kick, Broly forced the door open. The two halves were flung against the side walls and were stopped with a bang. The temple shook and sand was falling from the ceiling. Broly stepped inside and immediately felt the chilly air as if the inside was completely undisturbed by the scorching heat outside. As soon as the S-Fighters stepped inside, the door shut again. The elites outside banged against the door, but it didn't look like they would be able to open it again. The S-Fighter also tried to pull it open from the inside, but they weren't able to budge it at all. Suddenly, light appeared from 2 torches on the sides, and like a trigger, more torches in a row on the walls were being lit, brightening the long tunnel in front of them. The torches were being held by 2-meter-tall sandstone statues of knights that were carrying a sword in their free hand. The atmosphere felt ominous, and the S-Fighters were looking warily at the surroundings, and especially at the statues at the walls, waiting for an ambush. From time to time, a faint wailing resounded out of the stone statues. After a few tens of seconds of nothing happening, they realized that Broly was already walking deep into the tunnel. They quickly caught up to him. "Shouldn't we try to get out?" Taro asked Broly, who seemed undisturbed by the strange happenings and their entrapment. Broly only glanced at him. "I said we are going to stay here. It doesn't matter what awaits us inside. I am not sleeping outside in the sand. Since you couldn't open it with force and it closed on its own, there has to be mechanism. We are going to clear this temple and then somehow open the door again." Without saying anything further, Broly kept walking for a few minutes until they arrived at a big hall with a centaur in the middle. To be exact, a stone statue of a centaur. It wielded a long lance in one hand and a shield in the other. Broly looked around and saw nothing but pictures carved into the wall. It depicted an epic battle of several centaurs against a small group of what appeared to be humans. Strangely, the scenery wasn't a desert, but a forest. There were even giants intervening into the fight as well. While the S-Fighters spread out, the temple started to rumble and bars dropped from the entrance ceiling, blocking their way into the long tunnel. The statues in the tunnel suddenly moved in front of the closed gate. The tunnel was 3 meters wide, so the statues could stand side by side. It seemed like they were waiting for the gate to open. The centaur in the middle of the hall started moving as well. It pointed its lance at Broly, and the shield was protecting his side. Broly turned his attention towards the centaur, who was galloping towards Broly. It reached an incredible speed after a short distance. Of course, it wasn't much in Broly's eyes. However, what was strange was the fact that the centaur wasn't touching the ground as it moved. Broly also felt an incredible amount of magic power coming from the centaur, but it was somewhat different to the magic power he was used to. It felt purer. Before the centaur could reach Broly, Aaliyah came in with a flying kick, knocking the centaur into the walls. The centaur used the wall to slow himself down with its leg as its body rose up vertically. It then started galloping on the walls like it was the ground, completely defying gravity. It changed its attention towards Aaliyah, but Taro appeared in front of it and punched it hard. They were currently in their ascended Super Saiyan form and were vastly stronger than the centaur. Unfortunately, the centaur didn't feel pain and was made out of the same material that the temple was made. It wasn't far off to call the centaur indestructible. They used all kinds of attacks, and it only ever slightly cracked it. Even worse, it started healing as it integrated the stone wall into itself. Broly's eyes flashed for a second and instantly disappeared. He arrived in front of the centaur and slapped the living shit out of the centaur. Broly's hand was glowing brightly, and as soon as it touched the centaur's face, its head was blown away like brittle stone. In the next moment, the centaur was reconstructed in its original position and the gate opened. The knights waiting with the torches and swords in hand started storming inside the hall. Broly, however, was one step ahead of them. His body turned into a green blur as he crashed directly into the first statues that were flooding inside. Broly didn't stop as he just crushed through the dozens of statues until he arrived at the gate again and the knights crumbled apart. After the last knight fell, the gate opened again, and the knights were reconstructed in their original position. Chapter 164, Temples. As soon as the outside world was once again revealed to them, they saw how their elites were defending against 4 large black scorpions. Each of them was several meters tall. Their stinger was dripping with vicious black liquid that instantly corroded the sand beneath them. The tail of the scorpion whipped towards the Exausians at incredible speed. Luch and Sabi, the other Super Saiyan, were at the forefront in defending against the beasts, but they couldn't prevent the scorpions from grazing a Saiyan from time to time. Kalan was fighting one-on-one with a scorpion, and they seemed to be evenly matched, but only Broly, and he knew that he wasn't actually trying and was only holding the scorpion back. The venom with each sting was paralyzing and quickly killing the Saiyans, but fortunately the other races were functioning as medics and quickly pulled out the unfortunate ones out to heal them. With that, they were able to prevent any casualties, but a single healing capsules were only able to offset the venom. Their numbers of people capable of battling were rapidly dwindling. After the days in the forest, their teamwork was impeccable. Even though the enemy's attacks were vicious, they were able to hold their own. The S-fighters weren't trying to assist them and just watched the battle unfold. Broly coldly looked around the battle stage. He had already anticipated an attack once they, the strongest, moved inside the temple. In fact, he had already noticed that something was following them for a long time. The others were aware of it too, and had discussed it with Broly telepathically. Now they had lured them out. Why didn't they attack? Broly knew that they were desperate for help, but he also knew that this was a perfect opportunity for the elites. So, even though they were already out, due to the fierce fight, no one had noticed something after they had closed the temple's door again. The Exausians were being pushed back with every clash. It was clear that the battle would tilt for the scorpions any moment. If they had fought in the forests, these beasts weren't a problem. Unfortunately, they were in the desert. The Exausians' speed on the ground was significantly slower with the same effort, while the scorpions were undisturbed. Not only were they undisturbed by the ground, they could dive into it like it was water, which made the fight several times more difficult than it already was. It got even worse as Luch was grazed by the stinger and quickly lost a lot of strength as he had to fight off the venom with his ki. Suddenly another scorpion sprung out of the ground that was 10 meters tall and was blood red. It directly bounced towards Luch, who was weakened. Seeing this, 2 Saiyans that were covering for Luch intervened. One of them blasted a ki blast at the stinger and made it miss Luch's head by a few centimeters. The other Saiyan stepped in and grabbed the snapping claws. Seeing that the scorpion focused on ending the one in his way first, the Saiyan was rapidly pushed back as it held onto the claws. In the back was a huge sand hill, and the Saiyan knew that as soon as they reached it, he would be pressed into the sand with nowhere to retreat. Even now he was being pushed into the ground and was only able to hold himself above the ground by backtracking. In the struggle, the Saiyan's aura was blinking golden until it turned into a golden flame. He looked like a divine aura fighting a beast straight out of hell, but even with this newfound power, he was no match for the scorpion strength-wise. Only a moment later, a blur rammed the scorpion in the sides, but it wasn't enough to push it further than 2 meters until the red scorpion found his balance again. The blur was the Saiyan that had saved Luch with his ki blasts. After giving Luch a healing capsule, he quickly came to the rescue to the awakened Super Saiyan that was threatened to be torn into pieces. Having effectively gained the attention of the scorpion, he was being slapped away by the tail. He fell heavily onto the sand, but kept his focus sharp. He saw how a blur headed straight for his head, and in a desperate attempt he tried to catch it. As his arms moved towards the blur, his eyes turned green and his hair golden. Against all odds, he was able to catch the stinger just in front of his face. His golden glowing hands slowly turned black from touching the venom. The liquid dripped on his chest, corroding right through his armor. One could hear the sizzling sound of his ki trying to burn it all away. The Saiyan was losing his strength in his poisoned arms, and the sting was moving closer to his face. Luckily, the Saiyan he had saved came in for his rescue and let him retreat to heal himself. The other scorpions were constantly pushing the Exausians into a corner, but their counterattacks were just as fierce. Unbeknownst to the elite, Zhangya had her hand outstretched, pointing at the red scorpion. No one was able to see the thin threads that were entrapping every limb around the scorpion. Even the scorpion was unaware of it, but it still lost tremendous amount of strength from time to time. Broly had told her and the others that they weren't intervening with this fight and would let them handle it. Of course, he wouldn't want them to die, so he waited for the leader of the scorpions to come out and let Zhangya help them from the shadows. He wanted them to not depend on the other Super Saiyans all the time. Even the fact that they knew that they were nearby had gave them the sense of a safety net in the past. Now with them seemingly trapped inside the temple, they had to go all the way with no one in sight of possible help. They had to rely on themselves and on themselves alone. Well, that was how they perceived it anyway. Numerous healing capsules were being used, and although they had all started with 20 plus each when they arrived on this island, their numbers were now decreasing rapidly. Before they ran out completely, Broly and the others moved out and helped the Exausians clear the scorpions. Broly was satisfied with the result. The two Saiyans that helped Luch and another woman that was fending of a scorpion on her own after no one was able to fight anymore turned Super Saiyan. They had Luch, Sabi who turned after Luch, and now they had 3 additions, Mor, Fel and Anna. Broly quickly assigned them a group and led them inside the temple. The statues didn't start moving again, but the torches were still lit. They moved inside the hall and spent the night there. In the next morning, they had recovered from the fight the day before. Fortunately, no one had lost any limbs, and though they were severely poisoned, they were able to heal themselves with their medicine. They didn't need to build prosthesis, which was a relief as they were still in the middle of a desert and had no access to wood. They started walking again for hours, and at one point Broly ascended with Kolan into the air and searched for another place to stay. Broly frowned slightly as he now saw another temple not far away and several more in the distance. He looked around and saw numerous of these temple gates scattered around in the desert. At least we won't be sleeping outside. With that, they headed for another temple. Like before, the S-fighters moved inside first while the other elites were guarding outside. With a total of 5 Super Saiyans, they were capable of fending off most threats alone. Everything inside was exactly built the same, with the knights at the side holding torches in their hands. The only differences were that the knights didn't have legs, but a long tail of a snake. They wore scale-like armor. Broly squinted his eyes as he remembered the knights in the first temple. Their legs were slightly bigger than on a normal human that size. It looked more like they had hooves and horns on their head. He had first thought that it was just the design of the knight's armor, but considering that they were completely made out of stone, those things weren't supposed to look like armors to begin with, but maybe represented creatures that looked like that. The only thing that came close to the representation of those knights were satyrs, and those knights now looked like lamias or nagas. Broly couldn't be sure as he never saw those creatures and only roughly knew them through mythological stories. After inspecting the knights, he headed deeper into the hall. The other S-fighters seemed to notice that Broly had figured something out, but now wasn't the time to ask. Broly squinted his eyes as he looked at the creature in the middle of the hall. A statue that was depicting a beautiful woman with a long snake tail. Each of her hair strands represented a different snake. As soon as they entered, a gate fell down and closed their path outside. The woman moved, and she looked at Broly and company. Her eyes started glowing with an ominous light. Chapter 165, Temples 2. Medusa? Broly thought as he looked at the woman. Don't look at her eyes, or you will turn into stone. Broly shouted after realizing who it was. Without hesitation, the others looked away while spreading into the hall. Broly sensed something and directly dodged to the side. When he looked back at the spot where he just stood, he saw another layer of stone covering the ground. She doesn't need to be seen? Broly dodged again and saw how Medusa clawed at him, only missing by a short distance. A ki blast hit her in the face. The explosion enveloped her body. Suddenly, wings on her back dispersed the smoke with a single flap. She soared into the air towards Taro, who just attacked her. Broly's body glowed slightly, and he pursued her. She couldn't even react to his movement before he tore out her wings and kicked her into the wall, following up immediately with a chop at her neck. His hand was like a sword as it effortlessly sliced her neck. Her head flew into the air before it flew to its original position as sand flying through the air. The gate opened and the knights rushed inside. Broly quickly approached the entrance and finished several knights with a single strike. His leg kicked out like a whip, decimating his opponents. There was no suspense. The knights rushed in and were instantly killed by every strike of Broly. After a minute or two, every knight was disposed of and Broly was able to relax again. Aaliyah approached him with concern written on her face. Are you okay? They knew that Broly's soul was damaged and every use would delay his healing. But now he engaged in a fight twice in 2 days. They wanted to fight for him, which was the reason why they went inside with him to begin with. Yeah, it seems like I am approving with ever-fallen statue. He hadn't noticed it before as he had to concentrate on keeping the Exausians alive as they had fought against the Scorpions, but now it was different. It was almost minuscule, but he could feel his soul being strengthened. He would have missed it if he wasn't as sensitive as he was. Besides, if his vision of truth wasn't limited, he would have seen energy leaving the statues' bodies and traveling through the ground towards his feet. Broly put his thoughts back and looked at the pictures on the wall, which seemed to depict her life until she was killed by Perseus, who was armed with a sickle and a shield. There wasn't a name tag on the walls, but that was who Broly remembered that killed Medusa. After going through the pictures, they went out and started to build defenses for the night. They just took the sand to build small hills to surround the entrance. Although it didn't offer much help against creatures that were traversing in the underground, it was better than nothing. It was unfortunate, but they weren't able to use magic to materialize a few materials. It didn't really matter anyway, as they would retreat into the tunnel to fight it out if someone was coming after them. The next few days they were attacked by some other beasts that looked like humanoid wolves, but they didn't seem intelligent at all. 5-meter-tall tarantulas had obstructed their way several times. There were also gigantic sandworms that could have swallowed the whole group in a second, but it seemed like they weren't preying on them but on the giant spiders. Broly watched interested as the giant worms and the tarantulas fought it out with each other. The worms had a clear advantage as they were moving through the sand undisturbed. It looked even more effortless than the scorpions. The hairy spiders were quickly devoured, and the worms disappeared in the depths of the sand. Although this was interesting to watch, Broly became more interested in the temples themselves. Beforehand, he just saw them as a convenience to not sleep outside, but now he saw things that he didn't expect to see. Different mythologies that he knew from his past life, but it wasn't stopping there. Movies, series, and books, there were several famous characters that Broly could identify. Of course, there were some he didn't know, but Broly was quite interested in what else he would be able to see. He even went as far and took Kalan for a fly in the night. Of course, it wasn't only because he wanted to sightsee, but he also benefited from defeating the statues. It didn't heal his soul, but it was improving it. It was barely noticeable, and if he didn't go after the statues, he wouldn't have noticed the difference. At the fourth night, Broly arrived at a vast gate that was several times bigger than the 3-meter-wide doors from before. Just as he wanted to enter the temple, he felt the buzzing. "What is it?" Broly asked and turned towards Kalan. "I want to go inside with you." Broly saw the determination and anticipation in his eyes. He couldn't say no to the cute puppy face that Kalan was putting on. If someone else would know that Broly considered Kalan as cute, they would have asked if he was crazy instead. Kalan looked like a ferocious and sinister dragon that was born out of darkness itself. With his huge size, deadly claws, and fangs, he struck fear into the hearts of mankind. To consider Kalan as cute in any way would only be able to come out of a devil's mouth. After giving his okay, they went inside the hall and Broly instantly noticed the difference to the other halls. The decoration and the used material always differentiated itself from each other a bit, but now it felt familiar. The material seemed to be normal, slightly darker stone, and it was covered with moss. The knights looked like normal humans in full plate armor. They quickly arrived at the hall, and a familiar situation happened. Their path of retreat was obstructed, and in the middle of the hall the creature started moving. No, this time it was 2 creatures, and the hall were tens of meters tall. A giant old dragon of the same kind as Kalan, only bigger, was moving in the middle. Riding the dragon was a creature that had armor that seemed to be made out of dragon bones. He was armed with a sword and a shield. Broly couldn't believe his eyes. He was familiar with that getup, and coupled with the dragon, he realized something. He saw the dragon raise his body and opened his mouth in preparation to release a mighty fire breath. Kalan was provoked by it and directly imitated it with a fire breath of his own. Broly was focusing on the man that opened his stony mouth and released a strange bluish magical shockwave. Broly waved his hand at the wave and directly cut it in two. The man pulled out his sword and jumped off the dragon's back. His body shot towards Broly and directly tried to cut him in half. Broly only smirked and took out the black sword that he was carrying on his back the whole time. He blocked the strike and sliced at the man, who quickly put up his shield to block it. The man's body slid across the ground, only stopping a few 10 meters away. It was only a stone creature, so it didn't feel any discomfort of the strike. It headed into battle straight away once again. Broly played around for a while as he barely had used the sword and thought it was a good opportunity to copy some movements of a real swordsman. Although it wasn't a real living being, the stone creatures moved like ones. The difference in skill in terms of the sword between the two was undeniable, but with every second this skill gap slowly shrunk. Broly had an absolute control over his body. Even if he didn't train in the way of the sword with conscious manipulation of every fiber of his body, he was able to copy the skills of this stone figure. It was clear that if he only watched the moves, he would have been able to copy them as well, but it wouldn't be the same. His muscles didn't have memories of the moves he did. The only thing that came close to it was when he used a keyblade. He wanted to refine his skill and see the difference in real time. However, annoyingly, the man used several spell-like attacks that Broly had to dodge. They were powered by immense magic power, and each of those attacks had different weird effects. Kalon quickly finished off his opponent and watched Broly going at it with the armored man. Broly fought on for a few minutes before he felt slightly fatigued and knew that if he continues, not only would his healing be delayed, but he might be hurt again. With a quick burst in speed and power, he shortly decapitated the man. The gate opened, and before they could move in, a line on their chest appeared before they crumbled altogether. Broly strapped the sword back on his back and looked at the pictures that were describing the life of the man known as the Dragonborn. He was familiar with the story as he had played the game in the past. However, some parts weren't as he remembered it. Many key parts were the same, but there were large differences. Giant battles, wars, and peculiar creatures and characters. After analyzing the pictures, his focus turned back to the stone figure. He hadn't put much thought about it before, but their movements are lifelike. Although they aren't acting injured if you pierce their legs, they are still depicting emotions like anger and pain. In some way, they seem to be mirrors of the beings that they are representing. Broly wanted to call out to Kalon, but he noticed something after he looked at Kalon. Stand there for a second. Broly pointed a few meters away in front of a large picture. Kalon seemed to know something as he put on the posture as if he was preparing a breath. Behind him was a picture of a dragon in the same posture. It was Alduin fighting the Dragonborn. Though slightly different, the resemblance was there. Chapter 166, Destination. Do you know anything about that dragon behind you? Broly asked Kalon. Of course. This is my dad. He had anticipated such an answer, but he was still stunned hearing this. Your dad is Alduin the World Eater? I don't know about World Eater, but his name is indeed Alduin. Kalon was full of pride as he talked about his father. He is the strongest in all Nier. Now Broly became confused as he listened to what Kalon was saying. Nier? Don't you mean Nern? What is Nern? I am talking about Nier. You know, Nier is Nier. Kalon started rambling about what Nier was. From what Broly could identify from the simple explanation Kalon gave, it was basically what they call everything in existence, or this island to be precise. Aslan had called it Narn, and the dragons call it Nier. Broly got suspicious as he thought about Aslan and the otherworldly feeling he gave off. Has Alduin ever told you stories about the past? Yes, Dad is telling me goodnight stories all the time. Kalon said happily. It was an insane concept to think about a vicious dragon that had a parent who read a bedtime story to it. Broly listened intently to what Kalon was saying and filtered out everything he could understand. The stories were basically the same to what Broly himself knew from the game, but it was also largely different. It was like the story was being passed on by many and then recounted through the perspective of Alduin. The perspective of the story was logical as Alduin was the one that told the story, but the differences were another thing. For example, Alduin wasn't confronted in Sovngarde, but somewhere in the mountains with several disciples of the Dragonborn, and there seemed to be canon as well. There were other things as well. It didn't sound like a medieval setting at all. Additionally, it all was supposed to have happened on this island. It was weird, but Broly didn't want to think about it anymore. He was already getting a headache because of Kalon's long way of retelling. It took Kalon almost 3 hours to recount a story of 20 minutes content. For the next 2 days, he still visited some temples to take a look. He thought that he may get other clues, but before he was able to get something out of his effort, they had traversed the desert. They finally got to the borders and had a snow landscape laid out in front of their view. It felt strange seeing the two extremes with a perfect line dividing them. Broly had already guessed that almost everything what they saw would be man-made. A blizzard seemed to be constantly going on, but they had no choice but to move on. Kalon was fine even in this area. It seemed like he wasn't only unaffected by hot, but to cold temperatures as well. The cold temperatures themselves weren't a problem for the Saiyans either, but to have their vision obstructed was bothersome. The other races seemed to be okay with the temperatures as well. Maybe they were putting up a front since Broly was here too. Broly himself wasn't concerned that they would freeze to death. One could still keep themselves warm with one's ki. They walked for a few hours before they were attacked by giant polar bears that sprung out of the thick snow. Broly was happy about the sudden ambush, as he didn't have to eat spider and scorpions anymore. He was already craving for a big slab of some meat. After the polar bear, big white Siberian tigers had tried to make them their prey. The Exausians made short work out of these big kittens and proceeded onwards. After some time, Broly put Kalon at the forefront, as it was deterring some creatures from attacking them. The snow area wasn't as big, but it had many mountains which would increase the time it would take to cross the distance. Broly felt an impulse as if he needed to reach his destination soon, so he wasn't in the mood to explore the area either. He could feel the connection getting stronger, and he didn't want to waste more time on this island. Although he wanted to move faster, Broly was aware to accustom their traveling speed to their weakest member. For the next days, they didn't let themselves be distracted and focused only on traveling. The training they had put on at the beginning was also mostly put off. Only the last two Saiyans that seemed to have the potential to reach Super Saiyan soon were allowed to train. The others only used their energy on traveling and putting up camps and such. It took them a while to get used to the new terrain. Their adaptivity, however, towards the environment was impressive to say the least. For the Saiyans, Broly had accounted it towards their years of invading other planets and conquering them, and the elves were already pushed to the brink of extinction and were forced to live in the extremes. As for the other races, some were naturally accustomed to cold weathers, and some had a difficult time in these weathers. Fortunately, they all had experienced numerous different situations and were quickly able to take countermeasures. It took them 4 days to cross the snowy mountains until they reached a lush forest with enormous trees. This time the group was already used to the forest from before and instantly came back into a rhythm. Their speed increased once again. Broly had calmed down after the initial desire to increase their speed and told them to resume with their training. The beasts they had encountered were very similar to the ones above, but only a lot stronger. The beasts they had encountered all the way since the desert had always gotten stronger the closer they got to their destination. It was obvious that this wasn't a coincidence, it was a pattern. Besides beasts, they encountered different creatures that seemed to be made out of elements. Most of them were made out of stone or water. There were some out of electricity or light. They all were very resilient to their key attacks. After they were blown into pieces, most of them would reconstruct themselves and start attacking again. The Exausians had to keep destroying them until they didn't. It somewhat reminded him of Bu, who could regenerate from the tiniest number of cells. Broly wasn't even sure if they got rid of them completely after they didn't come back up. Fortunately, they weren't wandering around in groups and also didn't seem to be instinctively hostile. It was only because Broly told the Saiyans he wanted to evolve, to provoke them. He had hoped that they might leave something behind, but since they had to destroy them completely, they had to leave empty-handed. For another 3 days, they traveled through the forest until they reached a large deep pit in the ground devoid of anything but a smooth ground of marble. The ground wasn't made out of individual stones, but the whole area seemed to be made out of one single stone. In the middle of the pit far away was a giant white Greek temple with impressive pillars supporting the gigantic roof. The building was phenomenal. The size was unreal and intimidating. There was a taunting and otherworldly aura coming out of it. It was like the temple itself was looking down on him. 2 gigantic 300-meter-tall statues were guarding the entrance. They looked like Roman warriors. A spear and a shield in hand. A large cape and a feathered helmet. Of course, the cape wasn't fluttering in the wind and the feathers weren't actual feathers. They were monumental statues made of solid stone. The statues were only half the size of the temple. But unlike the temple, Broly felt like they were looking at him like he was a challenger. Broly was undisturbed by this. He would just smash them into pieces. He took the first step inside the spherical area. It was slightly inclined, leading towards the temple. The ground directly around the temple was even. It was quite obvious that a battle would be taking place there. Broly felt like he was about to face off a boss of a game. He still hadn't figured out why Salutis had brought him here, but he didn't bother thinking about it. He would know as soon as he went inside that temple. Taking a few steps, he realized something. He didn't hear footsteps following him. Broly turned around and saw that the others were hammering against an invisible barrier. Broly squinted his eyes. He hadn't felt anything even with his astute senses. He couldn't even hear them scream. In fact, he couldn't hear anything besides his own heartbeat. Going back through the barrier without a problem, he realized that only he could go through it. He told the others to wait for him here. They knew it was pointless to argue as they had already tried to enter, but they still asked him to wait for his soul to be healed. However, Broly told them it wouldn't be a problem to fight now. He knew it was an irrational thought as it would only take a few days to heal, but every fiber of his body urged him towards the temple. He wouldn't be able to rest if he stopped now. He took some supplies just in case as there weren't any creatures on a way that he could eat. It would take him maybe 6 hours of walking until he reached his destination. He took a bag of supplies, the sword and the golden triangle with him. Chapter 167, Guards. After walking for 5.5 hours, he had reached the even ground. With his experience in the temples, Broly already suspected what would happen if he took a step on the even ground. So, before he did step inside, he rested for a moment and ate something so he could reach his current peak. Calming his agitated mind and adjusting his body, he got ready for the incoming battle. He knew that this fight would be incomparable to the other fights in the temples that he had before, especially considering that his Super Saiyan form was basically useless. He had walked through the night, and now the sky and the air simulated a sunrise. The world brightened with the illusionary sun at the horizon. Broly stepped up after meditating for a few dozen minutes. He took some steps forward and then looked back and saw the outside getting clouded with gray ominous fog, but it still didn't get any darker because of it. Broly focused on the guards again that now had their heads turned towards Broly. Before he only felt that they were watching him, but now, actually seeing them turn their complete attention towards him was unsettling. They gave Broly a sense of pressure that he rarely felt from others. Of course, he had faced numerous strong enemies and this time it wouldn't be any different. He would have needed half an hour to walk towards them, but Broly knew that he wouldn't be able to have a leisure walk towards the temple. His legs moved faster as he walked towards the giant, intimidating statues. His body started to glow as he broke out in a full sprint. His body flashed towards the guards that took in a stance. Their bodies were covered with their shield and their spear was laid on top of it, pointing straight at Broly. Even after Broly reached his full speed, the spears were steadily following him. One of the guards stepped forward. He first walked, but then started sprinting as well. With his 300-meter size, he closed in rapidly. Only a few hundred meters away, the guard thrusted out his spear. Despite the size of the spear, its speed was frightening. Broly, of course, saw the spear heading straight at him. The tip of the spear was as large as a building which shot towards him. The sheer size created a huge whirlwind that would have blasted most beings in the universe away. Obviously, this wasn't worth mentioning for Broly. What concerned him was that he couldn't estimate the threat level. He was confident in his strength even as suppressed as he was, and since he needed to find out their level of threat, he dismissed the idea of dodging. He stomped the ground and propelled him directly to the tip of the spear. A spear of solid stone-like materials with a length of over 300 meters versus a figure that was 2.2 meters tall. It looked like the statue was about to smash a fly into the ground that would only leave behind a smudge. However, the moment the two forces met, a seemingly impossible scene was played out. It looked like the spear was being pushed backwards. The statue didn't miss its target, but his spear was blocked and pushed backwards. The guard's strength was actually inferior to Broly's. Broly held the meters-wide tip and pushed onwards. He could feel the struggle, but he only sneered at the effort. To think that he was actually feeling pressured by such a weak creature. He smashed the side of the spear and made it fly in an arc. The tip immediately cracked after being hit. Broly didn't hesitate to follow up. He shot towards the statue's face, but since the guard was too big, it took him a second to reach it. On the way, the guard wasn't inactive. Seeing the spear almost flung out of his hand, he followed up with a shield bash, trying to swat Broly away. Broly noticed the movement of the shield and directly countered it. He accelerated his body and spun around, creating a fierce tornado with a single spin until he kicked against the enormous shield. The tornado had followed around his leg as it smashed against the shield, directly stopping the shield in its path. Cracking noise sounded from the shield. After the wind dispersed, a web of cracks spread from the point of contact. The former spotless shield was now ruined as it was riddled with cracks. The momentum of the kick had pushed the shield away and opened a path straight towards the guard's chest. Broly hadn't noticed it before as the shield always covered it, but a 2-meter-tall black spot on the white chest revealed itself after the shield was out of the way. Broly didn't hesitate and dashed towards the spot like a lightning. The momentum still carried the guard's arms outwards and wasn't able to cover himself. Its only option was to tilt his body, so Broly wouldn't be able to reach it, but it was too difficult for it to do so. The other guard had first watched the fight leisurely, but after the first attack, its countenance changed. It decisively headed towards the two to assist his ally. Seeing the frantic expressions on the guard's face, he was almost certain that this spot was their source of life. Broly didn't give the guard a single chance to survive as his speed suddenly burst and instantly crashed into the black spot. The giant guard was lifted into the sky, crashed against the other guard who came to assist him. Broly took the chance as the spear was being blocked by the guard's body to come in from the side. The other guard panicked and moved his shield to his chest to close the gap and prevent Broly from reaching it, but Broly was just flying too fast. In a fraction of a second, he already arrived at the spot and plunged his arms inside the spot and tore it apart. Broly's face had a nearly fanatically smile on his face as he felt the power of the black stones move inside his soul. The moment he had crashed inside the first black spot, he had felt a tremendous amount of energy rushing inside his soul and nourishing it. Broly didn't even need to guide it like he had to with the spirit crystal, but the energy was being absorbed on its own violation. Not only had it healed his soul but supplemented and strengthened it tremendously. His soul was even fixed from hidden deficiencies which seemed to have come from the time he had traveled across multiverses after he died. The second black spot had increased his strength as well, but the effect wasn't as exaggerated as the previous time. It seemed like absorbing the energy out of these black spots made extremely tolerant towards it. Either way, he was ecstatic as he felt his strengthened soul. He could probably power his whole body at maximum strength for half an hour without any difficulties. This meant that for half an hour, coupled with his normal strength, he was able to contend against beings on godly level. He watched the giant statues fall to the ground and shatter into thousands of pieces. The ground itself was undamaged, as if it would remain that way for eternity. Broly didn't bother with the debris that once had guarded the temple. He was actually surprised that they weren't reconstructed again, but he didn't bother with it anymore and headed for the temple. The pillars gave off a godly feel, like it supported the heavens themselves. Broly didn't give them a glance and headed straight past them. A giant golden door obstructed the way inside. Broly had to fly up and pull on the giant handle to open it. Unexpectedly, it opened as easy as a normal-sized door. Broly was sucked inside and was blinded for a second. The light dimmed slightly and revealed the inside of the temple. A giant hall that was at least 500 meters high was revealed to Broly. The pillars were meticulously decorated with a carved pattern. The sides were glowing as if he hadn't entered a room but was in the inside of a sun. The only thing that wasn't glowing brightly was the red carpet that was laid in the middle of the hall, leading towards a small sun-like portal at the end of the hall. This whole room was very eye-catching and would be considered a sacred place by most, but all these didn't catch Broly's attention. The only thing that was in his focus were the two Roman-like warriors that seemed to be the life versions of the guards outside. Broly squinted as he felt the same pressure that he had originally felt from the statues outside. Chapter 168. Challenger. Broly looked at the lifelike guards that were in contrast to their statue counterparts a lot smaller. They were around 4 meters tall and didn't look like they were inanimate figures. In fact, Broly could feel some kind of life force being emitted by them. He approached them with slow steps. They weren't ordinary, and the statues outside couldn't even come close to their power. Although the stone figures had the advantage of size, Broly doubted that they were stronger than these two in front of him in any way. He even suspected that the two had controlled the statues outside as they leaked the same pressure he previously felt. It wasn't as clear as it would be with sensing a key signature, but he got more certain the closer he got to those two. "I assume you won't let me through so easily, right?" Broly asked after he stopped 20 meters away from them. One guard gave the other guard a look before he turned his attention towards Broly once again. If it weren't for the colors of their cape and their feathered helmet, they would be nearly undistinguishable. One was donned with red, the other with blue color. The blue guard took several steps forwards before his body suddenly turned into a blur as he broke out in a sprint. Broly was barely able to react as he sensed the danger of the incoming spear that was aiming to pierce his skull. By tilting his head slightly, he effectively evaded the strike, but after dodging it, a shield bash followed up. Broly immediately crossed his arms and blocked the shield. He slid backwards across the red carpet. The choice of attacks and the way he held his spear, struck out and used his shield as a follow-up. Broly was sure that this person had controlled the statue outside. "I guess that was a no," Broly mumbled as he observed the guard. He saw a rainbow-colored gem embedded in the armor of his chest, similar to the black spot of the statue. Broly wanted to counterattack, but before he could do so, he sensed another threat trying to claim his life. He abruptly leaned backwards until he was parallel to the ground. He saw a spear pass the area where his head had been just a moment ago. But this wasn't all. Broly pushed himself with one hand from the ground and decisively dodged to the side. A loud bang followed after he dodged. He saw that the spear had stopped just above him and then tried to hammer him into the ground. Unexpectedly, the other guard with the red cape and feathers had attacked right after the blue guard started his attack. Broly didn't think that he would intervene as he had interpreted the look of the blue guard that he wanted to fight alone. Of course, Broly wouldn't trust on his interpretation of these being in this place, so he always remained vigilant. The two guards stood side by side as they watched Broly's stance. Broly stood with open arms stretched out to the ground. His left foot was slightly in front of his right. Although he looked like he was wide open, every expert with a sense of danger would realize the deadly aura Broly was emitting. They would feel that Broly showed no signs of openings, and anyone who would try to attack him now would be torn into pieces in an instant. The guards looked at each other again and then turned to Broly, but instead of attacking him, they balanced their spear on the ground before taking off their helmets. The blue guard had red hair and eyes that looked like they were burning fiercely with a thirst of action. The red guard had blue hair and eyes which gave off a calming aura. The red-haired one stepped forward and spoke in a heroic voice. "You are a lot stronger than the previous challenger. Let's see if you succeed." The other only nodded at the comment, but besides that showed no signs of desire to talk as well. The red-haired one gripped his spear and turned his back towards Broly and started to walk to the sunlight portal with his ally walking by his side. Red noticed something and turned his head to look at Broly. "What are you waiting for?" Broly was of course stunned. He thought he had to fight to the death with them. How come they now want him to follow them? Was it a trap? What does he mean with challenger? His thoughts were running wild as he contemplated about the prospect of getting rid of them immediately. He knew that it would be a hard-fought battle, but he was sure that he could get rid of them. He hesitated first, but then started to follow them. He somehow doubted that he could read their minds. Although they gave him a feeling of living beings, he was still unsure if they were. He was only able to read minds if he suppressed the consciousness of the target and make it unable to retaliate. He usually did this with soul attacks or by being immensely more powerful than his opponent. He wasn't a lot stronger than they were, and he wasn't sure if their conscience was tied to a soul. How would he suppress them then? If he couldn't read their minds, he and the others would be doomed to wander around with no perspective of getting off this island. So, what is the next test? Broly tried to pry for some information as they walked through the sun portal. He was blinded for a second before the light faded again. His eyesight adjusted to the change of brightness. He saw a gigantic semicircular table in a huge room. Big seats that numbered 48 were placed around the table. Although every seat was empty, they still gave off a strange sense of liveliness, like someone was sitting on it. At the open end of the table was another slightly elevated seat that resembled a throne. Between the throne and the semicircular table was a white circular pedestal with a giant sheath standing straight. Broly saw that it was vibrating slightly as if it was calling out for something. Suddenly, he felt the sword on his back getting warmer. It didn't take long until it got scorching hot and threatened to burn his armor. Broly unwrapped it, but still firmly held it in his hand. The Red Guard stated, speaking after he observed Broly, "Since your strength is satisfactory, you are allowed to try to convert. If you can complete it, you can control the island with the golden triangle you carry with you." As if on cue, the triangle flew out of Broly's pocket and stopped right above the palm of the red-haired guard. Broly's eyes widened. Control the island? What do you mean by control? The guard watched Broly in silence for a moment before he opened his mouth again. Think of the island as a spaceship, and you would be the captain. After saying a simple sentence, he fell silent again. It seemed like he wasn't willing to reveal too much, but Broly had already guessed the capabilities of this island. They were currently in the abyss, and the size of this area alone was comparable of that of a planet. It would be scaled to multiple planets if one considered the area around it. The Exausians were here for a few weeks, and with their speed, they still haven't seen everything of it. It was not much different to think of it as a personal planet that he could move around as he wished. However, there was more to consider, especially after seeing the numerous mythological creatures and Aljuan. It was practically certain that it had the ability to travel through multiverses. His thoughts were interrupted as the guard spoke again. Before you can convert, however, you have to acquire a sword on the Island of Trials. Broly listened to what he was saying, but he was puzzled. Do you mean this sword? The sword in his hand was practically burning. He was pretty sure that this was a sword meant for that sheath, wasn't it? This is the possession of the challenger before you named Salutis. Since he had failed to convert because of his lack of knowledge of the absorption techniques, he was sent back to where he came from. Chapter 169, Island of Trials. Broly wanted to ask the guard more questions, but before he could, he was sucked away by a vortex that appeared behind him. The surroundings changed drastically, and he found himself high in a blue sky. Below him were some clouds, but between the clouds wasn't any ground but never-ending blue sky. It seemed like he was on a floating island in some kind of alternate dimension. He turned away from the cliff and looked at the so-called Island of Trials. It was rather small and unimpressive. It was just a stony, barren wasteland. Gray rock formations were filling up his view. It was barely a few kilometers in size. Broly jumped up and quickly scanned the surroundings for the sword or anything out of place. He wasn't sure what the trial would be, but if Salutis was able to get hold of a sword, he could achieve it as well. After roughly scanning the surroundings, he quickly found something out of place. It was himself holding a giant black sword similar to the one Salutis was wielding. As soon as he spotted that fake Broly, he was spotted as well. Without waiting, he shot towards him. He knew where the sword is. He only needed to take it from that fake Broly. Broly felt life force coming from the fake. He didn't even bother to converse with it. It could be an illusion, a creature that had taken on his form or whatever. He just needed the sword. Broly closed in on the fake, who took in a stance with his hands stretched out to the side and to the ground, one foot in front of the other. The fake waited for Broly to approach. Of course, Broly instantly knew what stance that was. It was his. He somewhat suspected what the trial would be after seeing himself with the sword. Broly closed in with a punch, and before the fake could attack, he pummeled it into the ground. The fake was just too slow for him, and was quickly beaten up into a pulp. It didn't take long until the fake couldn't move anymore. Broly just took the sword off the fake's back. The moment he did, the fake crumbled like sand and dispersed in the wind. Broly suddenly felt the movement of his body becoming easier. To be more precise, it was the life force inside his body that didn't feel any pressure anymore. He could move it around and burn it like he used to, but he wasn't able to use his ki or his magic. After coming to that realization, he somewhat was able to guess what would be coming next. Just like before, he felt himself being tucked away as his surroundings changed once again. This time it was a lush forest that was brimming with life force. He landed once again at the outskirts of a floating island, and the outside of the island was the same as before, with never-ending blue sky with a cloud here and there. Broly jumped up and tried the previous method of searching for his target, but because the forest was too dense, he couldn't find anything. He put the sword on his back and went through the thicket. He walked for a few minutes and abruptly raised his arm to the side of his face.
Bang!
With a heavy impact, Broly slid across the ground until he crashed into a tree. He looked at the spot from where he got attacked from, but he couldn't see anything. He stopped moving and focused on his senses. As soon as he heard something, he struck in that direction, but he didn't hit anything. With a sudden sense of danger, Broly tilted his head to the side. Blood splashed as his cheek was cut open. Even though he was hit in the face, he still couldn't see, smell, or hear anyone near him. Only his sense of danger was able to defend against the strikes. He couldn't ponder about it as the next strike soon followed. Just in a short amount of time he had several cuts and bruises on his body, but his eyes were filled with confidence as if he wasn't bombarded with attacks. He even smiled as he defended. For several weeks he couldn't move around naturally like he was used to, but now his body was partly his own again. He was savoring in the moment as he adapted to his regained strength. His senses were at their peak, and slowly but surely, he was able to instantly react to things that headed his way. After 100 exchange between the two, he was able to remain unscathed by the attacks. He knew that his opponent was most likely another fake version of himself that had created an illusion through magic, but from what he noticed was the fact that he still attacked in close combat. Since magic attacks aren't as destructive as ki attacks and would cause close to no damage, it made sense for the fake to depend on something else to wound him. Considering the force behind the attacks and that it didn't use ranged attacks, it was almost certain that the fake used life force to boost its body. After having gathered enough information, he prepared for a counterattack. He suddenly felt something heading for the back of his head. He ducked, and without moving his legs, his body moved diagonal behind him. With a horizontal slash, he felt his fingernails tear through something. The empty air he struck just now became distorted, and a second later, showed another fake Broly who held its neck. Blood was spurting through its fingers. The fake didn't seem disturbed by it. Rather, it had a fierce expression on his face. Broly ignored the expression and directly followed up with a frontal kick. With overlapping cracking sounds, the fake was sent flying. The fake crashed into a tree, and before it could do anything, Broly had already caught up. Broly pierced through the fake's eye hole, ending its life instantly. Like before, he felt the pressure lighten up. His magic power was able to flow freely through his body once again. He picked up the sword and once more was sucked away. He landed on a flat white surface. The background hadn't changed. This square-shaped island was tiny compared to the others. It was only 1 kilometer in size. Broly immediately saw another fake that was staring at him. Broly could feel that this would be somewhat troublesome. The fake didn't hide its tremendous amount of ki. The fake smirked at Broly, and without effort, its body shape changed. It grew to 2.5 meters with steel-like muscles that revealed its tremendous amount of strength with a single glance. His green glowing hair reached his buttocks. Lightning arcs circuited around the fake. Broly frowned slightly as he felt the strength coming from the fake. Although he had finished the previous fights with relatively ease, he wasn't so sure now. In the first fight he used his soul to overwhelm his opponent, and in the second fight he used his life force to fight his opponent to warm up. But now he would have to go all out, and even then, he wasn't sure of victory, which was puzzling. If he would have fought himself before he defeated the statues and absorbed the energy inside that black spot, it might have been true that legendary Super Saiyan 3 would be around the same strength with him, maybe even stronger, but now he should be able to win by a margin. However, what seemed to be true was that they were around the same level. Another problem was that the fake was able to use ki, both on the same level of strength, but one could use range attacks and the other couldn't. It was clear which one had the advantage. Broly dashed towards the fake and punched out. The fake seemed to mirror Broly and did the same. Their punches met, and with a shockwave the ground beneath them gave in. Broly was surprised that the fake would contend with him in close combat, but he wouldn't say no to that. He struck out with his other hand, which was blocked by another punch of the fake. Both of them pushed against the other with no clear winner. They had the same idea and struck out with their knee, but the fake was taller than Broly by a bit and had a higher range. The fake leaned backwards to create some distance while trying to knee its opponent. Broly quickly struck out with his elbow to block it. The two turned into a blur and exchanged hundreds of strikes in just a few seconds. The ground was devastated by the shockwaves the two created when they clashed, but there was no sign in sight of who would win. In the midst of the battle, Broly had unconsciously tried to use his vision of truth and unexpectedly saw some kind of light threads coming from the middle of the center. A crystal blue sword was hovering there like it was spectating the battle. Only now did he realize that the fake didn't wield a sword. Broly didn't think as he just headed for the sword and completely ignored the fake. The fake followed him, but since they were on the same level, it couldn't catch up with him. Broly instantly arrived at the sword and grabbed it. He swung around and sliced through the upper half of the fake's head. The sword seemed to pulsate after the fake was killed. The next moment, Broly opened his eyes and he was back inside the hall, but this time 2 giant black swords hovered to his sides. Additionally, Broly wielded a 2-meter-long, curved crystal blue sword. It resembled a Kriegsmesser from his past life and was pulsating with power. Chapter 170, Conversion. Broly was delighted as he felt the power of his ki return to his body. Now he was back to having full control of his body. He had closed his eyes as he relished in the feeling, completely ignoring the 2 guards. The guards had their widened eyes fixed on the sword Broly held. Shock was written on their face. "This is..." The blue guard spoke out for the first time with a trembling voice. Broly opened his eyes and looked at the sword he was holding and felt the power inside of it. The swords that were hovering on his side suddenly shrunk in size until they became blinking floating lights. Saluda's sword, however, first trembled slightly before it did the same as the other swords. Without a warning, the sword lights shot towards Broly's sword and merged with it on different places. One embedded itself at the bottom of the hilt, one into the crossguard, and the last merged with the blade of the sword. The former crystal sword changed to a black that seemed to absorb every bit of light that touches it. Only the edge of the blade was shimmering in a blue light. The energy of the sword was somewhat masked. Only Broly, who held it, was still feeling the full tremendous power it hid. He felt like he was holding a bomb that could go off any second, but he still felt no threat coming from it, like it was meant for him. It has finally appeared. The red guard blurted out and brought Broly's out of his daze. Broly shot him a glance. Is this sword something special? Broly felt that it held significant more power than Saluda's sword. It was on a completely different level. It is the first sword which has been wielded by the king. There had been several imitations that tried to recreate its power, but no sword came close to it. After the king fell, his sword shattered, and the pieces turned into swords of their own. The one you are holding is the foundation of the first sword. Even if all the other swords fused, it would only be on the same level. Is that why Saludas wanted me on this island? Broly mumbled as he inspected the sword. Saludas wanted you on this island? Broly looked at the red guard. Yeah, he is the reason I was able to get here in the first place. Broly suddenly came to a realization. Can you try to convert a second time? Broly asked the red guard, who now seemed willing to answer some questions. Indeed, you can. A sword grants you one attempt to convert, so if you absorb another sword you can try again. How can one acquire another sword? You can't enter the Island of Trials a second time, but you can get another sword by killing its owner in a duel. The rights of the sword will automatically transfer to you after the owner is dead. HM? But I did kill Saludas. Why did you tell me to get another one from the Island of Trials? Was he not dead? I cut him in half and burned his remains. I even used my vision of truth to confirm it numerous times that the corpse was indeed his. Yes, you did, but it wasn't a duel. You can challenge another sword wielder if you wield one yourself. If you kill one without challenging him first, it is not considered a duel. So, even though you killed him, you didn't get the rights to his sword. But I did absorb it just now. Indeed, usually a swordsman can only absorb another sword if he has the rights for it. However, what you wield is the foundation of the first sword, its essence. It doesn't need the rights to one of its own sword pieces to absorb it. So, Saludas wanted to challenge me to get another sword piece? Probably. After all, if you had acquired a normal sword piece, your powers wouldn't have returned. They wouldn't have? Even without my powers, I would still be stronger than him after absorbing those black spots of the statues outside. Broly felt that his victory was assured even without his ki, magic, or life force. The guards looked at each other after hearing what he said. They had a bitter smile on their face. The statues outside were strong and weren't meant to be beaten. A normal challenger would have all his powers suppressed with only his soul to work with. One was meant to avoid fighting them and escape inside. There wasn't an actual need to clash with them. Of course, it was difficult to escape their attacks, but to actually beat them and steal their source of power, that wasn't supposed to happen. That was also why they had attacked them the moment he stepped inside. They wanted to test and vent on him a bit, but unexpectedly, he was able to completely defend against them. Broly asked them what went wrong with Saluda's conversion. Usually they weren't supposed to give information, but it seemed because Broly wielded the first sword, they made an exception. After answering that question, the guards urged him to convert now. They told him what to do once the process of converting began. Only after their explanation about Saluda's failure and the process of conversion did he realize what this conversion meant for him. He didn't ask more questions, but went to the sheath on the pedestal. He took the sword and sheathed it. The moment he did, a portal opened in the wall behind the throne. Broly went ahead and directly jumped into it. The moment he did, he felt like he was submerged in something. In the distance, he saw a blue light. Broly wanted to move towards it, but he couldn't. Broly tried to use his energy to move towards it, but to no avail. Only after using his soul was he able to crawl his way towards it. After what felt like days, he reached the blue light. It looked like a shimmering pearl. Broly didn't hesitate and grabbed it. The moment he did, intense pain ran through his body. The pain spread towards his magic and life force core and to his soul itself. He knew that this was the conversion they were speaking of. So once the pain had spread, he circulated the techniques to absorb the crystals all at the same time. As soon as he started, he could feel how his life force and magic core slowly broke into pieces and headed for his soul. The cores he got from the crystals were slowly dissolving and turned into energy that nurtured his soul. It was an excruciating process. Every piece of core that was broken off made Broly tremble in pain, but he knew that he had to preserve. If he lost his conscience, he would fail the conversion and the consequence would be dire, not something he would be able to manage. Saludas had failed to convert as he had a flawed technique of absorption. Although he was able to create cores as well, in the midst of the conversion a tiny flaw made itself known, and instead of fusing his energy with his soul, His soul fused with his life force. After coming to that realization, he must have stopped the conversion before more damage was inflicted. Broly figured that was why he wanted to fight with him in the first place. His life force technique was flawed, and with the fight with Broly, he would be able to figure out what the problem was. Afterwards, he would have challenged Broly after Broly got a sword and try the conversion once more. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to escape Broly's hands and died before his plan took on fruition. Now Broly only needed to preserve through the pain of the conversion. If he succeeded, his soul would be the source of his magic and life force power and not his body. With his soul gaining the power of these energies, even if he was fatally wounded, it would barely inflict his strength. Even if he died, his power would be enough to ignore the laws of the afterlife. Time passed for Broly as the energies turned into strength of his soul.